On the top floor of Cloud Top Mansion, within a multi-million-dollar duplex apartment, the light refracted by the crystal chandelier was shattered by a sharp, piercing cry. Wah! Wah! The baby's cry was heart-wrenching, carrying a stubbornness that would not stop until it got what. Liu Yanan irritably pinched her brow. Even turning her Bluetooth earbuds to maximum volume could not completely block out the ear-piercing wailing. On the other end of the phone, the business partner was still haggling relentlessly over 0.5% profit. Mr. Li, the Qingyan Group's offer is non-negotiable. Her voice was crisp and cool, betraying no trace of being affected by the surroundings. If you are not sincere, our conversation can end here. She hung up decisively and tossed her phone onto the leather sofa. Turning around, she met the face of the top-tier nanny paid $30,000 a month, who looked about to cry. Miss Liu, little miss, she just won't drink milk, won't sleep either. I've tried everything. Liu Yanan glanced at her daughter in the crib, whose face was red from crying. A corner of her heart softened, but more overwhelming was a feeling of helpless irritation. She was accustomed to controlling everything, whether billion-yuan contracts or internal personnel changes, all within her grasp. But this tiny life, her own daughter, was like an uncrackable program, leaving her helpless. Your salary is not for you to tell me you can't do it. Her words were devoid of warmth, like the sharpest icicle in winter. The nanny trembled with fear, bouncing the child back and forth, but the crying only grew louder. Just then the apartment door lock emitted a soft electronic beep. Ye Chen walked in carrying a plastic bag with a supermarket logo, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, clearly having run all the way up. And back bought fresh. His words trailed off as he took in the scene in the living room. A flustered nanny, an icy business queen, and a crying baby breathlessly sobbing formed a picture of Liu Yanan cast him a cold glance, her eyes full of "This is none of your business. Put the things in the kitchen, then wait for me in the study. Look over the supplementary agreement," she commanded in a businesslike tone, as if speaking to a subordinate. Ye Chen didn't move. He placed the plastic bag on the entryway cabinet and walked straight over. His gaze passed over Liu Yanan and landed on the crying little one. "Let me try." The nanny looked as if she saw a savior, but didn't dare act on her own, seeking help from Liu Yanan. Liu Yanan's mouth twitched into an almost sarcastic curve. "Ye Chen, don't forget our agreement. You just need to play the role of my husband and deal with those in the family. Childcare is for more professional people." The implication, a delivery man, what does he know? Ye Chen, as if not hearing the sting in her words, naturally took the child from the nanny's arms. His movements were gentle, yet exceptionally steady. The tiny baby in his arms miraculously weakened her crying by half, turning into aggrieved sobs. Ding! Detected that the host's daughter, Yin is in a state of extreme unease. Triggering hidden mission, father's lullaby. Mission requirement: make Yin fall asleep within 10 minutes. Mission reward: financial skill eagle eye analysis basic, able to perceive the microtrends of any stock within the next 72 hours. A flash of imperceptible light passed through Ye Chen's eyes. Milk money, here it comes. He held the child and slowly paced in the living room. Liu Yanan stood with her arms crossed, watching coldly. She wanted to see what tricks this man could play. She was ready to kick him out immediately if the child started crying again. However, the expected loud crying did not occur. Ye Chen did not hum popular nursery rhymes. A low, calm humming came from his throat, wordless and untuned, carrying an ancient and peaceful rhythm. The sound was like wind in a valley or the tide in the deep night, gently enveloping the tiny baby. Yin stopped sobbing, her dark grape-like eyes fixed unblinkingly on Ye Chen. Her little mouth unconsciously smacked, her tiny fists relaxed, and one hand grasped the front of Ye Chen's shirt. The living room fell into a strange stillness. The nanny's mouth fell open, hardly daring to breathe. The frost on Liu Yanan's face quietly melted at one corner. She looked at the man. He wore the most ordinary t-shirt and jeans, still carrying the dust of outdoor hustling, yet his posture holding the child exuded an indescribable familiarity and gentleness. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, gilding his profile with a golden edge, softening his sharp contours. At this moment, he didn't seem like a delivery man nor a tool man, but rather like a true father. This thought made Liu Yanan's heart leap, then a stronger vigilance arose. She needed a pawn, a shield, not a variable that would disrupt all her plans. In less than 5 minutes, Yin fell asleep in Ye Chen's arms, breathing evenly with undried tear tracks on her small face, looking pitiful yet adorable. Ye Chen carefully laid her back in the crib and covered her with a thin blanket. The entire process was fluid, without a single extraneous sound. After doing this, he straightened up and turned to look at Liu Yanan. Done. A bright, sunny smile hung on his face, as if he had done something trivial. President Liu, for this special service, don't you think you should add a little extra fee outside the contract? Like add a chicken leg to tonight's dinner. His tone was teasing, breaking the warm stillness from before. Liu Yanan instantly pulled herself away from that unfamiliar emotion, reverting to the lofty president of Qingyan Group. She looked at Ye Chen, her gaze complex. There was surprised scrutiny and a trace of wavering she herself hadn't noticed. The agreement clearly states that your duties include maintaining the appearance of our family harmony. Her words returned to their usual coolness. Stopping the child from crying is within your duties. Ye Chen drew out his tone, looking as if he had a sudden realization. Then I guess I need to study the contract terms carefully to see what other duties I haven't fulfilled yet. After all, President Liu pays a good salary. I have to live up to this wage. His words sounded self-deprecating, yet seemed like a countermove. Liu Yanan was left speechless. For the first time she realized that this tool man she had casually picked seemed not as simple as he appeared. He knew how to read the situation, and even more how to show his claws in the gentlest way. The supplementary agreement is on the study desk. Go look at it yourself. She left a word and turned to walk to her work area, no longer looking at him. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor was crisp and firm, as if hiding some emotion. Ye Chen shrugged and walked toward the study. Passing the kitchen, he poked his head in and said to the still stunned nanny, "Sister Wang, the child might get hungry in 2 hours. Use 42-degree water to prepare formula 60 milliliters at a time, no more." The nanny nodded subconsciously, okay. After Ye Chen walked far away, she realized, how is this Mr. Yi more professional than her a top-tier nanny? In the study, Ye Chen picked up the so-called supplementary agreement and quickly scanned it. The terms were even more stringent than before, quantifying almost all his personal space and money, forbidding him from interfering in any of Liu Yanan's private matters, especially regarding the company and the child. He chuckled lightly and tossed the agreement back onto the desk. Liu Yanan thought money and rules could lock him in. Too naive. His goal had never been that salary. Ding. Mission Father's Lullaby completed. Reward Eagle Eye Analysis Basic distributed. Newbie bonus: host may immediately use Eagle Eye Analysis once targeting any subject. Ye Chen's gaze passed through the study door and fell on the cool back of Liu Yanan, who was buried in a pile of documents. A meaningful curve lifted the corner of his mouth. He didn't look at any stocks. Instead, he murmured a command to the system in his mind. System, use Eagle Eye Analysis, target Qingyan Group. The next second, countless complex data streams and business information flooded into his mind, clearly outlining the huge hidden dangers beneath the glossy surface of Qingyan Group. A precarious capital chain and a competitor lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Ye Chen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Liu Yanan, your crisis is my opportunity. Want me to be a docile tool man? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I will not only be Nian Yan's father, but also the master of your career. Inside the study, Ye Chen's fingers, which had been tapping against the desk, came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice guidance task. Hidden reward, triggered novice gift pack. Gift pack content: 1 insight max passive. The host will possess top-tier learning abilities: photographic memory, the ability to infer by analogy, and self-taught mastery. Any knowledge or skill will be understood at a glance and mastered upon learning. Gift pack content: 2 skill upgrade card, 1 time. The host can designate any existing skill and directly upgrade it to max level. Ye Chen's breath caught slightly. Insight max. This was a divine ability tailor-made for him. He had once been the acknowledged genius of the finance department. Now, with this passive ability, it was like equipping a supercomputer with a quantum processor. More crucial, however, was the skill upgrade card. His gaze fell on the system panel, where the newly acquired Eagle Eye Analysis beginner skill was flashing. Beginner level could see through 72 hours. What about max level? System, use the skill upgrade card. Target Eagle Eye Analysis. He made his choice without hesitation. Rather than mastering 100 mediocre skills, it was better to polish the sharpest weapon to perfection. Ding. Eagle Eye Analysis has been upgraded to max level. Eagle Eye Analysis max level. The host can perceive the core data trends, key turning points, and all potential opportunities and crises of any target enterprise project individual within the next year. The analysis results will be presented in the most concise causal logic chain, directly pointing to the essence of the problem. Boom. If the beginner skill was a pair of binoculars, then at max level the entire world instantly became a colossal clockwork mechanism composed of countless precision gears in his eyes. He could not only see the rotation of each gear, but also clearly perceive the underlying logic of their interlocking and the final time scale they pointed to. The vast data about Qingyan Group that had flooded his mind moments ago was now instantly sorted, dismantled, and reconstructed. The crisis was far deeper and closer than he had imagined. Ye Chen picked up the cold supplementary agreement on the desk. The clauses on the paper seemed laughable to him. Forbid him from interfering with the company and the child. Liu Yanan had indeed built a firewall she thought was impregnable. Unfortunately, she wasn't facing ordinary flames, but an earthquake capable of reshaping the entire ecosystem. He pulled open the study door and walked out. Liu Yanan was sitting on the sofa, the coffee table turned into a temporary office with a laptop glowing and several documents scattered around. Hearing the movement, she didn't lift her head. Her cold voice was like tempered ice. Finished reading. Sign it and leave it on the table. She was certain Ye Chen would sign. This agreement was essentially a hush contract with a sky-high salary attached. No one would turn down money. Ye Chen didn't walk toward her. Instead, he went to the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the dazzling night view of the city below. President Liu, have you ever thought that if Qingyan Group's stock price suddenly crashes within a week, would this agreement still hold any meaning? His voice was calm, as if discussing the weather. Liu Yanan's fingers on the keyboard stopped. She slowly raised her head, looking at the figure with his back to her, her eyes sharp as a knife. What do you mean? Nothing much. Ye Chen turned around, still wearing that sunny, harmless smile. I was just bored in the study, so I looked at some financial news. Haidu Capital has been making moves recently. Their newly appointed investment director seems to be named Gao Jun. Quite ambitious. Liu Yanan's heart tightened sharply. Haidu Capital was her biggest worry at the moment. And the name Gao Jun was a competitor she had just heard in this afternoon's board meeting, one that made her extremely uneasy. This matter, aside from a few top executives, no one outside the group could possibly know such details. How did he know? Coincidence. Which tabloid did you read that from? She forced herself to stay calm, her tone dripping with disdain. A delivery guy now cares about capital operations. Mind your own business. My business. Ye Chen shook the supplementary agreement in his hand, grinning even more brightly. Clause 1, Party B shall play the role of party as husband, maintaining a harmonious public image. President Liu, we're family now. If your company goes bankrupt, I as the husband would lose face too. Isn't caring about your career also my duty? He returned her own words, almost verbatim. You. Liu Yanan was so infuriated by his twisted logic that her chest heaved, and for a moment, she found no words to retort. But Ye Chen didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. He walked over casually, placed the supplementary agreement on the coffee table, and lightly tapped his finger on the words Qingyan Group. Qingyan Group's main business is cosmetics. Its core competitiveness lies in its anti-aging product line. The biggest advantage of this product line is that you have a monopoly on the exclusive supply channel in Southeast Asia for the core raw material fucus extract. His pace wasn't fast, but every word struck precisely at Liu Yanan's heart. These were trade secrets. Liu Yanan's face completely changed. She stared at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Who are you? What exactly do you want? My name is Ye Chen, Yin Yan's father, and your contract husband. Ye Chen withdrew his hand and spread his palms. As for what I want, it's simple. I just want to remind my employer that that so-called exclusive supply channel might have already been intercepted at the source. If I'm not mistaken, the price the other party offered should be 1.5 times Qingyan Group's procurement price with an exclusivity agreement. Once the raw material supply is cut off, the time factor production line will shut down. At the latest by Monday's opening, Haidu Capital will release news cooperating with malicious short selling in the secondary market, and your stock price will plummet. Then they'll launch a tender offer at a low price. Ye Chen didn't continue. The living room fell into death. Liu Yanan looked at him, feeling as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. What Ye Chen described was exactly the scenario she feared most in her heart. She had been deploying countermeasures all day, never expecting that this man she had never taken seriously would analyze the entire crisis with the detachment of an observer, dissecting it even more precisely and terrifyingly than her own deductions. He even guessed the other party's price multiplier. This was no longer coincidence. It was insight. A kind of terrifying insight that sent chills down her spine. How do you know all this? Her voice was a little hoarse, losing its usual coldness. Guessed it. Ye Chen shrugged, giving the most unlikely answer. He glanced toward the crib. Nian Yin seemed to have moved in her sleep. He immediately withdrew all his sharpness and turned toward the kitchen. Sister Wang, please hand me the bottle. Is the water temperature adjusted to 42 degrees? Let me prepare it. His voice instantly became gentle, as if the man who had just commanded the business crisis was merely an illusion. The monthly nurse, Sister Wang, was stunned for a moment before handing over the bottle. She watched Ye Chen skillfully scoop formula, shake it, and test the temperature. His movements so professional that even she, a gold medal nurse, felt inferior. Liu Yanan sat alone on the sofa, her body stiff. She picked up her encrypted phone and dialed her assistant, her voice barely suppressing a faint tremble. Investigate a person for me. Ye Chen. I want all his information from birth to now. Yes, everything. Hanging up, she looked at the figure earnestly preparing the bottle in the kitchen, then at the supplementary agreement on the coffee table that was now virtually worthless. For the first time, she was filled with immense doubt about her ability to control everything. Was this man a shield she had picked up casually, or an unknown variable inviting a wolf into the house? No, he was more like a riddle. A riddle she could not fathom at all. She had deployed countermeasures all day, never expecting that this man she had never taken seriously would analyze the entire crisis with the detachment of an observer, dissecting it even more precisely and terrifyingly than her own deductions. The kitchen's soft light outlined Ye Chen's focused profile. His wrist flicked gently, the milk swirling in the bottle, creating a perfect vortex with not a single bubble in sight. Liu Yanan sat on the sofa, her back straight, fingers cold. She felt like an intruder peering into a warm scene that did not belong to her. That man whom she had hired to act now appeared more like the master of the house than anyone else. Ye Chen walked over with the bottle, his steps light. He did not look at Liu Yanan, walking straight to the crib, leaning down to gaze at his sleeping daughter. Nian Yin, it's time to eat. His voice was kept low, carrying a soft, coaxing warmth. Little Nian Yin wrinkled her nose in her sleep, her small mouth smacking a couple of times. Ye Chen reached out a finger and gently brushed her cheek. The little one's eyelids fluttered slowly, opening her eyes. She did not cry out. Instead, she quietly looked at him, her dark pupils glistening like obsidian immersed in water. Ye Chen lifted her, cradling her securely in his arms, bringing the nipple to her mouth. Nian latched on instinctively, letting out a satisfied, soft, gurgling sound. Next to them, the postpartum nurse, Sister Wang, was nearly in shock. Having taken care of dozens of newborns, she had never seen a baby wake up without crying, nursing so obediently. She had also never witnessed a new father perform such miraculous feats. This Mr. Yi must be here to transcend tribulation, right? Liu Yanan's gaze fell upon Ye Chen's hands. They were a pair of hands with well-defined joints, perfectly angled to hold the bottle, ensuring the flow was just right, so as not to choke the child. In her mind, the investigation report that her assistant had just sent burned with every word. Ye Chen, male, 24 years old. Hometown Jiang City. Admitted to Haidu University of Finance and Economics with the third best score in the province, dropped out in the second semester of junior year due to his father's severe illness and family bankruptcy. For the next 3 years, occupations included food delivery rider, express sorting worker, local errand runner. Simple social connections, no suspicious background. A resume so clean it was almost pale. The fall of a genius, an ordinary person bent by life. Yet this ordinary man with just a few words had pierced through the greatest crisis of her entire business empire. This was more alarming than any background check. The light from her phone screen reflected on her face, making her expression increasingly inscrutable. The only sound in the living room was the soft swallowing of the baby. This tranquility should have been what Liu Yanan yearned for, but at this moment it left her restless. She felt her territory had been invaded, the rules broken. Finally, Nian finished her milk. Ye Chen held her upright, his palm arched, gently patting her small back. Soon a soft burp escaped. He beamed with a smile, walking her around the living room twice before placing her back in the crib and covering her with a blanket. After completing all this, he straightened up and finally turned to Liu Yanan on the sofa. Ms. Liu, can we? The sunny smile on his face had vanished, replaced by a calmness that was equal, even slightly scrutinizing. Liu Yanan flipped her phone face down on the sofa, leaning slightly forward, adopting a posture suitable for negotiation. Go ahead, what is your purpose? My purpose? Ye Chen pulled over a single armchair sitting directly across from her, separated by a cold glass coffee table. My purpose is to ensure my daughter has stable milk money, without worrying that her mother's company might suddenly disappear one day. This statement was delivered lightly, yet it struck Liu Yanan like a slap, burning hot on her face. Do you think you can exchange anything here with a few alarmist guesses? She scoffed, trying to regain the initiative. I have my own response to Haidu Capital's actions. No need for an outsider to worry. Outsider. Ye Chen repeated the term, then laughed. Ms. Liu, have you forgotten? We signed a contract. I am Yan's lead. If Qingyan Group encounters trouble as your spouse, I will bear the joint debts. Therefore, I am far from being an... Once again, he used the rule she had set to outmaneuver her. Liu Yanan's breath caught. She realized that her proud logic and rhetoric were utterly constrained in front of this man. What you mentioned is merely the worst-case scenario. I will personally negotiate with the suppliers. She spoke defiantly, but inside she knew the hope was slim. It's too late. Ye Chen directly shattered her illusions. I have studied Gao Jun. He is known as the vulture on Wall Street. He only strikes when necessary, and once he does, it will be a series of lethal moves, leaving you no breathing space. By the time you fly to Southeast Asia, the copies of signed contracts may already be on your desk. Liu Yanan's heart. Ye Chen's assessment of Gao Jun was identical to that of her internal think tank. She stared at him intently. This information is not something a delivery person could access. Why not? Ye Chen countered. Haidu Capital acquired 3 local logistics companies in Southeast Asia, which was reported in the Asian edition of the Wall Street Journal 2 weeks ago. There have been several abnormal large capital flows after Gao Jun took office, all of which are traceable on public financial data platforms. Qingyan Group's financial reports show that your raw material procurement costs have remained unchanged for 3 consecutive quarters, while the market price of Yachima cotton has risen by 15% during the same period. This indicates that your procurement contract is nearing expiration and has a strong path dependence. He paused, watching Liu Yanan's changing expression, continuing, Isn't it difficult to draw another conclusion by linking these seemingly unrelated pieces of information combined with Gao Jun's style of action? Ms. Liu, the information is there, it just depends on whether you have the ability to piece it into a complete picture. Liu Yanan was left speechless. She felt like a fool. She had a large commercial team handling countless pieces of information daily, yet a man who ran errands on foot had deduced the entire situation from a few public data. This was not a victory of intelligence, but a crushing defeat in cognitive dimensions. Her proud business acumen appeared so sluggish before him. Even if you guessed correctly. After a long pause, Liu Yanan regained her voice, speaking laboriously. Pointing out problems is something anyone can do. So I offer you a solution, Ye Chen said. Liu Yanan suddenly looked up. Do you think I would trust you? She instinctively became wary. Whether you trust me or not is unimportant. Ye Chen leaned back into the sofa, his posture relaxing. What matters is that you have no other choice. Or rather, your choices come at too high a cost. He looked at her, his gaze calm, yet sharp. I know a place that can produce Yuchuma extracts with higher purity than your current channels. It's a family-run small workshop located in a remote bay on Sulawesi Island in Indonesia, marked only by its name on Google Maps. They do not trust big companies and only do business with those who can show sincerity. Hongda Capital cannot find this place, and neither can your procurement team. Liu Yanan's heart raced. Her brain was working rapidly. A scam. But what would he gain? If he wanted money, he could easily sell this information to Hongda Capital for a fortune. Why would he present this invaluable bargaining chip right in front of her? Unless his purpose was never about. What are the conditions? She asked, her voice carrying an unnoticeable hoarseness. Very simple. Ye Chen extended 2 fingers. First, tear up that supplementary agreement. From today onward, I am no longer your tool, but your business consultant. I need to know the progress of all core projects in the company. Liu Yanan's pupils constricted. This meant stepping into the inner circle of her core power. Second, Ye Chen's gaze shifted toward the crib, his expression softening in an instant. I want 50% custody of Nian Nian. Not nominally, but actually. I must have the right to participate in and make decisions regarding her food, clothing, housing, and education. The first condition invaded her career. The second condition challenged her bottom line. She initially sought Ye Chen to use a controllable father image to maintain absolute control over her daughter. Now he wanted half. The living room fell into a dead silence. Liu Yanan looked at the man before her, his smile completely gone, replaced by an undeniable seriousness. He was not negotiating, but informing her. He laid all his cards on the table, forcing her to make a choice. Either cling to her absurd desire for control and watch her group collapse with her daughter's future thrown into uncertainty, or accept this enigmatic man, allowing him to fully intervene in her life and career, gambling on an uncertain tomorrow. Ms. Liu, before you make a decision, let me remind you once more. Ye Chen stood up, preparing to return to his room. Gao Jun's patience usually does not exceed 24 hours. By 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I need your response. He walked to the study door, then paused to add casually, as if discussing the weather. Oh, by the way, as your new consultant, my first suggestion, have your people start short selling 2 related stocks under Hongda Capital tonight. I will send you the code shortly. Close all positions by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. After saying this, he entered the study and gently closed the door. Liu Yanan sat alone in the vast living room, the light from the crystal chandelier shining on her, yet unable to dispel the chill deep within her heart. She picked up the supplementary agreement that Ye Chen had left behind on the coffee table. The paper was cold, and every word on it seemed to mock her naivety. Short sell Hongda. This man not only wanted to help her defend, but even take the initiative to attack. Had he gone mad, or had she gone mad? Liu Yanan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, all her doubts and confusion had faded, leaving only the resolve of a business queen. She picked up her phone and dialed her assistant. Notify the trading team to prepare funds. I will send 2 codes shortly tomorrow at the opening, regardless of cost. Short sell for me. The night was deep, yet the lights of the Cloud Summit mansion remained lit throughout. Liu Yanan had spent the entire night awake. She sat on the sofa staring at the 2 Klein graphs on her laptop screen, resembling 2 poised venomous snakes. Come dawn, they would determine the life and death of the Qingyan group, as well as the outcome of her high-stakes gamble. The study door opened at some point, and Ye Chen emerged holding a cup of warm water, placing it on the coffee table beside her. Staying up all night is a major taboo for decision-makers. It can reduce judgment by 30%. His voice resonated clearly in the silent living room. Liu Yanan did not look at him, her gaze still locked on the screen. My judgment does not require your assessment. Ye Chen was unperturbed and walked into the kitchen to check the ingredients in the fridge. He opened the refrigerator and saw neatly arranged imported mineral water, oat milk, and a few boxes of salads, slightly furrowing his brow. Ding. Detected that the host's daughter Yin 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 will soon enter a new growth phase, triggering side. Quest loves breakfast. Quest requirement: prepare a nutritionally balanced and delicious breakfast for the host's family. Liu Yanan Yin Yin Yin. Note: use only the ingredients available in the fridge. Quest reward: powerful energy pill X1 after consumption can maintain peak energy for 72 hours with no side effects. Ye Chen glanced at the meager grass in the fridge, his lips twitching. Making a nutritious breakfast for a woman who only drinks iced American coffee and eats grass was no less challenging than bringing Hongda Capital to bankruptcy. He closed the fridge and rummaged through the plastic bags from the supermarket he bought yesterday, pulling out eggs, flour, and a small piece of pork belly. At 6 in the morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Liu Yanan rubbed her swollen temples as an unfamiliar, aggressively fragrant aroma wafted to her. It was a mix of the wheat aroma from the dough and the burnt scent of oil, forcefully invading her nostrils, stirring her long-dormant appetite. Following the scent, she saw Ye Chen standing at the kitchen island with a few dumplings resembling white jade before him, beside a bowl of golden millet porridge and a plate of sizzling pot stickers. You? Liu Yanan was momentarily speechless. Her apartment, worth over 100 million, had a kitchen that had been as clean as an art exhibit since the day she moved in, now filled with the aroma of cooked food. Just make do with this, Liu Zong. Ye Chen placed a bowl of porridge and a plate of pot stickers on the coffee table in front of her. People are iron and meals are steel. One needs strength to look at the market. Liu Yanan looked at the food in front of her, and her stomach unexpectedly let out a slight grumble. She could not recall the last time she had a proper breakfast. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately picked up the spoon. The millet porridge was cooked perfectly rich and smooth. The pot stickers had a crispy bottom and soft surface with juicy and flavorful filling. Simple food, yet it carried a comforting power. Her movements while eating were delicate, but not slow. A bowl of porridge and 4 pot stickers quickly disappeared. How does it taste? Ye Chen's voice came from the kitchen. Liu Yanan put down the bowl and wiped her mouth with a napkin, restoring her ICCO demeanor. Mediocre. Too oily, unhealthy. A light laugh came from the kitchen. At exactly 9 in the morning, in Liu Yanan's secure communication channel, the trader's voice was calm and swift. Liu Zong, we have established a short position at the opening price, as instructed. Monitor the fund flow of all related accounts of Haidu Capital. Understood. Time passed second by second. The 2 stocks named by Ye Chen rose instead of falling after the opening, and one even showed a slight upward trend. Liu Yanan's heart leaped to her throat. Each second of rise meant millions of funds evaporating. Her hands resting on her knees unconsciously tightened. Liu Zong, should we cut losses? If it rises 2 more points, we will hit the warning line. The trader's voice revealed a hint of tension. Liu Yanan's gaze swept across the living room. Ye Chen was holding the just-awoken Nian by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the traffic below. With one hand supporting the child, and the other holding a rattle, he gently shook it, humming an off-key tune. Sunlight fell on him warm and leisurely, as if the terrifying capital slaughter happening outside had nothing to do. This carefree demeanor stirred an inexplicable surge of irritation within Liu Yanan, yet oddly quelled the panic deep inside her. She took a deep breath and spoke into the communicator, uttering 2 words, wait. The time reached 10:30, and just as the floating loss of the short position was about to reach the critical point, a push notification from the financial media suddenly popped up. Breaking news. A subsidiary of Haidu Capital is suspected of financial fraud and has been placed under investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Liu Yanan watched the 2 stubborn rising red lines on the screen, as if struck by an invisible giant axe, instantly reversing direction and plunging downwards with a decisive posture. Green, a screen full of green. They hit the limit down. Liu Zong. Both stocks have hit the limit down. The trader's voice changed pitch with excitement. The sell orders are massive, but we can't get out at all. Haidu is finished. Liu Yanan leaned back against the sofa, her nerves, which had been tense all night, relaxed completely at that moment. She won. No, Ye Chen won. Not only did he predict Haidu's moves, but he even accurately calculated the timing of their investigation. This was no longer analysis, it was prophecy. She lifted her head to look at the man. Ye Chen seemed to sense her gaze, turning back to her with a radiant smile, bright as the sun. Liu Zong, it seems today's breakfast gave you plenty of strength. Ding. The Love's Breakfast quest is completed. Reward, powerful energy pill, has been issued to the system space. A thought crossed Ye Chen's mind, and a pill the size of a longan exuding a faint fragrance appeared in his hand. Taking advantage of Liu Yanan's distraction, he tossed it into his mouth, like a jelly bean. The pill melted instantly, a warm current sweeping through his body, erasing the fatigue from a sleepless night, and leaving his mind clearer than ever. Good stuff, Ye Chen thought, no longer fearing staying up late with the child. Liu Yanan's personal phone rang. It was her. Liu Zong. We have closed the positions. According to your instructions, we sold everything the moment the second limit down opened. The assistant's voice carried a hint of tears, but it was a cry of excitement. After deducting all costs, our profit is 120 million. Liu Yanan responded with a brief, and hung up the phone. A profit of over 100 million was not an astronomical number to her. But tearing a piece of flesh from her biggest enemy in just one night felt unprecedented. She stood up and walked in front of Ye Chen. I have already instructed my assistant to destroy that supplementary agreement. Her voice remained cool, but no longer carried the icy prickle that kept others at bay. I agree to your first. From now on, you are a specially invited consultant for the Qingyan Group. How is the consultant's salary calculated? Ye Chen asked casually while playing with Nian. How much do you want? How about 10% of this profit as my first consultant fee? Ye Chen looked at her, grinning like a fox. 12 million. Liu Yanan's eyelids twitched. This guy really dared to ask. Okay, she surprisingly agreed, because she knew that the intelligence and strategies he provided were worth far more than 12 million. What's the second condition? Ye Chen pressed. Liu Yanan fell silent. Career can be shared, but her daughter was her everything. Ye Chen saw her struggle, but did not push her. No rush, you can take your time to consider. But as a consultant, I must remind you, although the crisis with Haidu has temporarily lifted, the issue of our raw material supply cutoff still looms overhead. Gao Jun, that vulture, will not let it go just because of one stock price setback. He emphasized the word we. Liu Yanan's heart tightened. Yes, the real crisis had not yet been resolved. About that small workshop in Indonesia, I will send you the address and contact information later. However, I suggest you go there in person. Ye Chen said, "The other party has strange rules. They only negotiate with the final decision maker." Liu Yanan nodded. Going there in person also meant she had to leave Haicheng, leaving her daughter behind. She instinctively glanced at Nian in Ye Chen's arms, who was happily playing with Ye Chen's finger, not even sparing a glance for her mother. A wave of bitterness mixed with a sense of defeat surged in her heart. "What about Nian while I'm away?" "Don't worry." Ye Chen interrupted her. "I'm her dad, right?" His words sounded so self-evident, yet they opened a crack in Liu Yanren's defenses once again. No longer hesitating, she turned and picked up her phone, beginning to arrange a trip to Indonesia. As she decisively issued a series of instructions to her assistant, the ruthless business queen returned. Only this time she was very clear that behind her stood a man she could not fully understand, yet had to rely on. After hanging up, she turned back to see Ye Chen, gently teaching Nian. "Come on," Nian called Daddy. Yeah, it's Dad. DY. Liu Yanran stood there watching the two figures, one large and one small, feeling as if this cold, empty apartment had gained a touch of warmth from home. This thought made her heart race, and she quickly turned and walked into her study. At the moment she closed the door, she leaned against the door panel, listening to Ye Chen's patient voice guiding their daughter in her first words, feeling a tinge of uncertainty about her future for the first time. Liu Yanran moved with astonishing speed. Overnight, the application for the private flight to Jakarta was submitted, the local reception team was assembled, and all proxy authorizations for company affairs during her absence were arranged. At dawn, she changed into a chic, beige trench coat and stood at the entrance delivering final instructions. "Wang Jia, I've posted Nianian's daily schedule on the fridge. I'll follow it strictly. Call me immediately if anything abnormal occurs." She addressed the nanny Wang Jia in a tone that brooked no dissent. Then her gaze shifted to Ye Chen, scrutinizing him like an intern about to start a job. "As one of her guardians, your sole responsibility is ensuring her safety. Do not arbitrarily change any feeding or sleeping habits. For unresolved issues, contact Wang Jia. If she can't handle it, then contact me." Her words erected a wall, clearly delineating the boundary between professional and amateur. Ye Chen was holding Nian with one hand while the other hand waved a soft giraffe-shaped teether before his daughter. Little Nian was drawn by the bright yellow, reaching out her tiny hand to grasp it, babbling, "Ahaya." "Got it, CEO Liu." Ye Chen didn't lift his head. His reply was somewhat absent-minded. "Take care on the way. It's humid over there. Remember to drink plenty of water." This casual reminder choked back the string of precautions Liu Yanran had prepared. It sounded instead like a husband seeing off his wife on a business trip. She said no more, opened the car door, and left resolutely. As the engine's sound faded, the vast apartment fell into silence. Wang Jia looked at Ye Chen at a loss. Mister, you, what should we do now?" "Wang Jia, go rest for a while. You worked hard last night." Ye Chen smiled, took his daughter to the kitchen, and glanced at the densely printed A4 paper on the fridge door. 700 wake up, change diaper, wash face with warm water. 730 feed 60 milliliters milk, water temperature 42 C. 800 abdominal gas relief exercises 15 minutes. Ye Chen shook his head in disbelief. This wasn't parenting, it was military management. Ding. Detected the host's solo child rearing mode activated, triggering a main quest chain, the Super Dad's training. First ring, scientific feeding. Quest requirements: abandon the rigid feeding plan, create a 7-day, personalized, nutritious complementary food menu based on Nianian's real-time physical data and emotional feedback, then successfully prepare and feed today's portion. Quest rewards: prime location, shop property deed X1, random skill, eidetic memory. Ye Chen, a shop property deed. That was far more practical than a consulting fee of over 10 million. Holding Nian, he took out his phone and operated it single-handedly. Wang Jia curiously leaned in to see. Ye Chen's fingers moved so fast on the screen, they left after images, various English papers, nutrition charts, and infant food chemistry analyses flashed by, all of which she couldn't understand. In less than 10 minutes, Ye Chen put down his phone, a perfect recipe already formed in his mind. He placed Nian into the baby rocker, fastened the seatbelt, then rolled up his sleeves. "Wang Jia, please take out that chilled cod along with some broccoli and pumpkin." Wang Jia, dumbfounded, retrieved the ingredients from the fridge. She watched Ye Chen's movements, her initial doubt slowly turning to shock. He skinned, deboned, and removed every tiny fishbone, then finally minced the paper-thin fillet with the back of a knife. The pumpkin and broccoli were steamed to perfection, retaining their nutrients, while reaching the softest, most digestible consistency. Then, instead of using a food processor, he employed the traditional grinding bowl, manually mixing all ingredients in specific proportions. Throughout the process, his focus was intense and his movements graceful. He wasn't making baby food. He was crafting a work of art. Wang Jia watched, utterly amazed. Having been a top-tier nanny for 10 years, she had never known that baby food could be made this way. Her proud empirical knowledge appeared crude before this science plus aesthetics approach, a dimensionality reduction strike. Half an hour later, a bowl of beautifully colored cod pumpkin puree, exuding a natural fragrance, was ready. Ye Chen scooped a small spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to Nianian's lips. The little one sniffed curiously, then tentatively opened her tiny mouth. The next second her eyes brightened as though she had discovered a new world. Her little mouth eagerly met the spoon, eating with delight. Ding. Scientific feeding quest complete. Reward prime location shop property deed stored in system space. Skill eidetic memory loaded. Shop info no. 103. Area A Haicheng High-Tech Education Park. 88 square meters permanent property rights. Note this park is a key international elite education base for the next decade in Haicheng with huge appreciation potential. Ye Chen smiled. There, Nianian's future tuition was secured. Just then Liu Yanan's video call came in. The background was the luxurious cabin of a private jet. How is she? Did she cry? Was she fussy? As soon as the call connected, Liu Yanan fired off rapid questions, her face filled with worry. No crying. She just finished lunch and is behaving well. Ye Chen turned the camera toward Nianian happily playing in the rocker. Liu Yanan saw her daughter's rosy cheeks and content expression and breathed a slight sigh of relief. But when her eyes fell on the empty bowl on the side table, her brow furrowed. Lunch. What did you feed her? Cod pumpkin and broccoli puree. She loved it. Liu Yanan was silent. She had imagined 100 scenarios of Ye Chen in a fluster, but never that he would tamper with the diet on the very first morning of her absence, and seemingly succeed. Didn't I tell you not to? CEO Liu, Ye Chen interrupted, his tone light. I'm your business consultant, and also Nianian's father. In parenting, I prefer to trust science rather than a printed sheet. As it turns out, science works better than paper. Liu Yanan was left speechless. This man always found the calmest way to say the most infuriating things. She took a deep breath, forcibly changing the subject to regain control. Before I left, I submitted Nianian's information to the affiliated Early Childhood Center of Eden College. They need a background check. Send a copy of your ID to my assistant. Is that all? Asked Ye Chen. What else? Her tone carried a hint of impatience. CEO Liu, you might have forgotten. Ye Chen said slowly. This level of international early education institution to ensure the child grows up in a complete and stable family environment usually requires a marriage certificate in addition to both parents' information. Especially for a case like Nianian's, the scrutiny will only be stricter. Dead silence fell on the other end of the video. Liu Yanan, the business empress who always had a plan B, who calculated everything to the extreme. Her expression froze. She had calculated Hongda Capital's stock price and the negotiation bottom line of the raw material suppliers, yet she had overlooked this one simple fatal detail. She wanted the best education for her daughter, but the contractual relationship she herself had established became the biggest obstacle. Then, she began, her voice strained for the first time, showing a hint of helplessness before Ye Chen. No rush. A faint, barely perceptible curve touched Ye Chen's lips. Holding his contented daughter, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. His voice came through the earpiece, gentle and clear. First, handle your business in Indonesia. As for matters at home, well, discuss them when you return. He said matters at home. Liu Yanan stared at the screen. The man holding their daughter bathed in sunlight. For the first time, she felt that the world she had so meticulously built was being gently, thoroughly reshaped by a force she could not resist. The engine of the private jet emitted a steady roar, leaving everything on the ground far behind. Liu Yanan leaned against the leather seat, her fingertips resting on her forehead, as the turbulent sea of clouds outside the window mirrored her current emotions. Marriage certificate. These three words struck her like a precisely guided missile, hitting the weakest link in all her defenses. She had meticulously planned every step for her daughter from birth to adulthood, yet she had completely forgotten that the first stepping stone to this elite path required her to hand over the very thing she wished to avoid. She picked up the satellite phone and dialed the director of Eton College in the UK, account with whom she had some acquaintance. Mr. Hall, regarding my daughter's application for admission. The voice on the other end was courteous but carried an inflexible formality. Dear Liu, we are very much looking forward to Nian's joining us. However, as you know Eton's tradition, we place great importance on the integrity of the family, which is crucial for the child's future psychological health. A valid marriage certificate is a necessary process. Liu Yanan hung up the phone and closed her eyes weakly. Ye Chen was right, this was not a problem that money could solve. Eton College sells a continuity of identity, a ticket into a certain social class. And she, a single mother with an illegitimate child, was seen as an unstable story in their eyes. In the Yunding mansion, Ye Chen was facing a new challenge. Ding. Detected that the host's daughter Ye Chen is about to enter a major developmental phase, turning over, crawling, and the current living environment has over 30 safety hazards. Trigger side mission: Safe Fortress. Mission requirements: conduct a comprehensive safety renovation of the apartment within 24 hours, eliminating all potential dangers. Mission reward: God-level craftsman, skill mastery of all handcrafting and mechanical repairs, home fund of 50 million. Ye Chen glanced at the minimalist apartment, filled with straight lines, glass, and sharp corners, feeling that this mission was tailor-made for him. Liu Yanan's aesthetic was fraught with pitfalls for a baby who would soon be crawling everywhere. He settled the sleeping Nian in the crib and activated his newly acquired God-level craftsman skill. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge about materials science, ergonomics, and structural mechanics surged into his mind. He looked at the cold glass coffee table in the living room, automatically generating a 3D model in his mind and marking all the sharp corners with red lines. Sister Wang, could you help me find the toolbox for the apartment? Sister Wang rummaged through the storage room and pulled out a brand new toolbox that had barely been touched. Ye Chen opened it, took one look, and shook his head in disdain. He took out his phone and ordered a full set of professional German tools, requesting delivery within an hour. While waiting, he began to explore with his bare hands. He knelt on the floor and crawled around the entire apartment from the baby's perspective. This outlet is too low, it needs a safety lock. The TV cabinet is not secured, posing a risk of tipping over. The curtain pull cord of the floor-to-ceiling window is too long, easy to cause entanglement and suffocation. Sister Wang followed behind him, quickly jotting down notes with increasing astonishment. She prided herself on her experience, but had never considered that the dangers in a home could be so detailed. Mr. Ye, it looked less like he was taking care of a child and more like he was conducting a space engineering project. An hour later, the tools arrived. Ye Chen immediately transformed into an all-around craftsman. He used the professional tools to dismantle the glass coffee table, finding a piece of smooth solid wood from Liu Yanan's room dedicated to storing idle art pieces, cutting, polishing, and waxing it on site. In less than 2 hours, a solid wood low table with rounded edges and just the right height for a baby to support themselves replaced the original. Next, he installed non-toxic silicone bumpers on all sharp table and cabinet corners, replaced all low-power outlets with safety sockets, shortened the curtain pull cord, and installed a fixer. When he completed the last step, using a cute plush giraffe taken from a delivery box as a doorstop between the study door and the door frame to prevent pinching, Sister Wang was utterly convinced. This was not merely a handyman, he was clearly Mr. Snail. In the evening in Jakarta, Liu Yanan stepped off the plane, and the humid, warm air enveloped her. The local reception team had been waiting nearby, ushering her into a bulletproof Mercedes. Ms. Liu, as per your instructions, I have arranged for that gentleman from Sulawesi, but he only sees you alone in an old wooden house by the sea, the assistant reported in a low voice. Liu Yanan nodded, indicating she understood. The information provided by Ye Chen had already detailed the other party's quirks. The convoy passed through the bustling city, heading toward the suburbs. As Liu Yanan gazed at the rapidly passing foreign scenery outside the window, her mind was occupied with those 3 words. She knew she had to make a choice. She dialed Ye Chen's number again. Is Nian Nian asleep? She asked first. Just fell asleep. Oh, she was a bit exhausted today from the activities. Ye Chen's voice was laced with amusement. I spoke with Count Hall. Liu Yanan no longer beat around the bush, her tone returning to its usual coldness. He said it's a must. As expected. Is there no other way? For instance, establishing an educational fund in the company's name and making a substantial donation to Eton. Ms. Liu, you are trying to bribe a noble school with a 600-year legacy. Ye Chen's voice was calm. What they lack is not money but a family model that aligns with their values. Donating 100 million would only make them think you are insecure, further doubting Nian Nian's background. Liu Yanan fell silent. Her proud problem-solving approach, solving it with money, had failed for the first time. Or perhaps we can forge a document. She proposed a suggestion that she herself found absurd. A light laugh came from the other end of the phone. And then let the president of Qingyan Group bear a credibility stain. Ms. Liu, your reputation is worth much more than an admission slot. And do you think they wouldn't verify it with the civil affairs system? Each possibility was casually dismissed by him. He did not force her. He merely peeled away her unrealistic fantasies layer by layer, like an onion, forcing her to confront the singular, yet most embarrassing reality. The car had stopped near the agreed location amidst a grove of coconut trees. Through the car window, a small wooden house with a dim yellow light could be seen on the distant beach. Liu Yanan took a deep breath. All right. She uttered a single word, as if exhausting all her strength. Let's go get the certificate. Have you come to terms with it? For Nian Nian, she emphasized as if to convince herself. Of course it's for Nian. Ye Chen echoed her words, his tone devoid of any emotion. I will send you scanned copies of my household registration book and ID in 5 minutes. You handle the paperwork on your end and have your assistant send over the scanned copies of your documents. I have already contacted a friend at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. We can go through a special approval channel for international marriages with online review and electronic certificates generated within half an hour. The paper version will be ready for you to pick up when you return. Liu Yanan was stunned again. He had even taken care of the processes and connections. It was as if he had known all along that she would eventually agree. All her struggles, deliberations, and unwillingness were merely a performance in the script he had written. You? She wanted to say something, but found every word felt superfluous. Go discuss your business consultant. Ye Chen's voice held a teasing note. Leave the family matters to me. After hanging up, Liu Yanan sat in the car motionless for a long time. She suddenly felt that her trip to Indonesia was not about negotiating raw material supplies, but rather a handover ceremony for her life. She personally handed over a part of her sovereignty. Ultimately, she pushed open the car door and walked towards the negotiation process was unexpectedly smooth. when she shared the Qingyan Group's future investment plan in marine ecological protection, according to Ye Chen's suggestions promising to sponsor the younger generation of the other party's tribe to learn modern marine science. The dark-skinned Sharp-eyed elder revealed a satisfied smile. He not only agreed to exclusive supply, but even offered a price 10% lower than Liu Yanan's previous supplier. On the return drive, the assistant excitedly reported the contract details, but Liu Yanan felt somewhat distracted. She won a beautiful business battle, yet felt she had lost her entire life. Her phone vibrated. It was a new email. The sender was the Haicheng Civil Affairs Service Center. The attachment was a red background PDF file. She opened it to find two ID photos side by side. On the left was her expression cold, taken hastily by her assistant with the phone. On the right was him smiling, radiating sunshine, sent from his life photos. Below the photos were two names: Liu Yanan, Ye Chen. She had become his legal wife. Just then a strange call from a Beijing number came in. Liu Yanan furrowed her brows and answered the phone. On the other end, a noble-sounding, yet slightly stern female voice came through. Yanan, have you forgotten that you still have a mother? How could I only find out about such a significant matter as your marriage to an unknown man through an internal alert from the civil affairs system? The female voice on the other end of the line was dignified, yet carried an undeniable authority, like a shard of ice that transmitted through the signal froze the humid air of Jakarta. Mom. Liu Yanan's fingertips tightened, and for the first time the composure of the Queen of Commerce cracked in her voice. Don't call me Mom. The voice on the phone turned icy. I can't bear it. The daughter of the Liu family without a word registered a marriage with some wild man who popped out of nowhere. How am I supposed to save face? I'll handle my own affairs. Liu Yanan took a deep breath, trying to maintain a shred of dignity. You'll handle them. The way you handled it is to let all of Beijing know that my Alan's daughter married a food delivery guy. Qinlan's voice abruptly rose, laced with anger. I'm telling you, Liu Yanan, tomorrow. No now? Get a divorce immediately. Otherwise you won't have a single channel for Qingyan Group in the north. A series of sharp beeps sounded as the call was rudely terminated. Liu Yanan held the phone, veins bulging on the back of her hand. She feared no business rivals, for that was a battlefield governed by logic. But she feared Qinlan, her mother, a suppression rooted in blood beyond reasoning. Qinlan, born into the top echelon of Beijing's elite families, was imperious by nature. Her words were never threats, but notifications. Cutting off Qingyan's northern channels would be like severing the group's arm. She thought she had found a convenient tool to solve an urgent problem, never expecting it would detonate a far larger bomb. If the marriage stood, her mother raged. If dissolved, Nyanyan's enrollment would fall through, and Ye Chen, who had just shown immense value as a consultant, might walk away. Trapped in a dilemma. For the first time she felt a panic slipping out of control. She dialed the only accomplice. Something's gone wrong. Her voice was urgent and cold. At Yunding Mansion, Ye Chen was fitting the last anti-pin. He straightened up, dusted off his hands, and asked with the ease of inquiring about the weather, what's up? My mom found out. 3 hours earlier than I anticipated. Ye Chen's reply left Liu Yanan speechless. She wants me to divorce you immediately, or she'll hit Qingyan Group. Ye Chen responded, walked to the baby crib, looked at their sleeping daughter, and lowered his voice. Seems this mother-in-law has a mother-in-law. Liu Yanan's temples throbbed at the term. How can you joke at a time like this? Ye Chen, this is trouble. She almost blurted recklessly. President Liu, we're legally married now. Your troubles are my troubles. Ye Chen's tone grew calm. Besides, you were the one who proposed getting the certificate. I just provided a solution. Legally, we're equal accomplices. Once again, he used her own rules to block her words. Ding. Detected major crisis in host's family relations. Triggering main quest chain. Super Dad's training path stage 2. Win over the mother-in-law. Quest requirement: within 72 hours preliminarily defuse mother-in-law Qinlan's hostility and have her proactively request a call with you. Quest reward: God level eloquence skill automatically generates optimal persuasion logic based on the psychological state of the conversation partner, and a Sihiyuan in Beijing's Ziyu Mansion. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. A Sihiyuan in Ziyu Mansion. That place, money alone couldn't buy it. Was the system trying to settle him at his mother-in-law's doorstep? Where are you now? Ye Chen asked. A hotel in Jakarta. Send me all the information on Ms. Qinlan, including her personal preferences, social circle assets, and her relationship with the Liu family over the years, within half an hour. Ye Chen's tone shifted instantly from a styrofoam dad to the mysterious consultant who orchestrated grand schemes. Liu Yanan was stunned. What are you going to do? Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Ye Chen said. Just focus on signing the contract and come back as soon as possible. I'll handle things at home. Those words again. I'll handle things at home. Liu Yanan leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel, staring at the unfamiliar traffic below her, heart a swirl of mixed emotions. She had never imagined that one day she would entrust such a thorny family matter to a man she had known for less than a month, but she had no other choice. After hanging up, she immediately called her assistant's direct line, her instructions crisp and concise: use every resource to dig up all public and non-public information on my mother Qinlan from the past 5 years. Compile a report, top priority. Half an hour later, an encrypted file reached Ye Chen's email. In the apartment, Ye Chen held Nyanyan in his arms, and opened his laptop with one hand. Chen Lan, 55 years old, direct descendant of the Qin family in Beijing. Married down to the Liu family in Haicheng at 18, gave birth to daughter Liu Yanan. Divorced Liu's father 20 years ago, returned to Beijing, took the helm of the Qin family's Confronting cultural tourism group. Known for iron-fisted management, dubbed the Iron Lady in Beijing's business circles. Personal preferences: Peking opera calligraphy, especially Wang Shiji's preface to the Orchid Pavilion antique, collecting, fond of Song dynasty ceramics, and a strong belief in data and authority. Social pain points: strained relationship with daughter Liu Yanan for years, due to overly aggressive business expansion in earlier years, has made enemies among some old-line families. Ye Chen scanned the text swiftly, and his newly acquired eidetic memory skill engraved every detail into his mind. He looked at Chen Lan's photo, a well-preserved woman with piercing eyes bearing a 7-part resemblance to Liu Yanan, but with a trace of sharpness etched by the years. An extremely confident mother with an overpowering need for control, Ye Chen concluded. Reasoning with such a person was useless, and showing weakness would only be seen as contempt. The only way was to defeat her on the very turf she prided herself most. He closed the file and opened a financial analysis software, typing Confronting cultural tourism on the search bar. Streams of data flowed by, swiftly constructing a complete business map in his mind. He smiled. This mother-in-law's seemingly unassailable business empire was not without its cracks. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Liu Yanan. Contract signed. Signed. I'll be on the first flight back tomorrow morning. Liu Yanan replied instantly, as if she had been waiting for his news. Good. Before you come back, do one. Ye Chen tapped on the screen. Use your personal account to buy 1% of Confronting cultural tourism's floating stock. Liu Yanan stared at the message, thinking she must have misread. Buying shares of her mother's company. At this tense moment, what kind of move was this? An olive branch. But a mere 1% stake in a group worth hundreds of billions wouldn't even make a ripple, more like a provocation. Why? She asked. Don't ask why, President Liu, Ye Chen replied. Consider it your new husband's first gift. He set down his phone, picked up Nian, who was growing restless, and gently bounced her. Nian, do you think Grandpa and Grandma will like Daddy's big gift? Little Nian blinked her bright, dark eyes, grabbed his collar, and let out a loud, satisfied burp. Liu Yanan finally carried out Ye Chen's instructions. In the hotel suite in Jakarta, she personally operated through her private offshore account to purchase 1% of the circulating shares of Confronting cultural tourism. At the moment she pressed the confirm button, she felt like a gambler bewitched in a casino betting on a game she completely failed to comprehend. This amount of money meant nothing to her, but this action at this critical juncture was akin to lighting a cigarette beside her. She couldn't make sense of it. Yet in her subconscious, that man's calm and casual voice seemed more trustworthy than all the experience she had accumulated in 10 years of business. This feeling was foreign to her and made her irritable. The next day at dusk at Haicheng International Airport, Liu Yanan dragged her weary body out of the VIP passage and immediately spotted Ye Chen in the crowd. He wasn't holding a sign like others picking up passengers. He just stood there casually, with a sleeping Nian strapped to his chest in a baby carrier. He wore a simple white t-shirt and casual pants. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded him with a soft golden edge, making him stand out incongruously yet conspicuously among the bustling business people around. He saw her, made no superfluous movements, just smiled at her, then pointed to his sleeping daughter and made a shush gesture. Liu Yanan's footsteps paused. The scene was like a frozen sketch of family life, so vivid that it left her somewhat. She walked over quickly and lowered her voice. Why did you bring her here? The airport is crowded. Picking up Mom to come home is an important ritual, Ye Chen said as he naturally took the suitcase from her hand. Let's go. Sister Wang has dinner ready at home. Liu Yanan watched him effortlessly pull 2 large suitcases with one hand while using the other to protect the daughter against his chest, his movements coordinated and fluid. She suddenly realized she had nothing to do. Back at Yunning Mansion, the entrance light turned on. Liu Yanan halted her action of changing shoes. The apartment was still the same apartment, yet it seemed completely transformed. The cold glass coffee table full of postmodern design that she had personally selected was gone, replaced by a warm solid wood low table with edges polished extremely smooth at just the right height for a toddler to hold onto while standing. All sharp corners of walls and cabinets were covered with good quality beige anti-collision strips that blended seamlessly with the wall color without any abruptness. The original curtain pull cords that hung to the floor were shortened and fixed high up. Even by the study door there was an extra cute giraffe-shaped doorstop. The entire home lost some of its repelling coldness and sharpness, gaining a warmth and softness of meticulous care. Liu Yanan looked around, temporarily at a loss for words. The baby's gross motor development stage is approaching. The previous design was too dangerous for her. Ye Chen set the suitcase aside, carefully lifted Nian out of the carrier, and placed her into the crib. A safe, growing environment is more important than expensive artworks. Liu Yanan watched his skilled actions. Some hard corner in her heart seemed to be gently tapped by all the details in the room, cracking open a crevice. Ding! Detected that the host's daughter Nian has been separated from her mother Liu Yanan for over 48 hours. Triggered side quest intimacy without bounds. Quest objective guide, Yin after waking up to proactively seek a hug from Liu Yanan, eliminating the estrangement caused by separation. Reward skill crisis PR master, enables instant analysis of optimal solutions to public opinion crises, additional 100 million to Love Family Fund. Ye Chen's lips twitched imperceptibly. After dinner, Liu Yanan sat on the sofa handling emails, but her heart couldn't help drifting toward the direction of the crib. Ye Chen sat on the carpet wiping Yan's toys with disinfectant wipes. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. At that moment, Liu Yanan's phone began to vibrate frantically. Push notifications from various financial news apps popped up one after another, each headline more alarming than the last. Breaking. Confronting Cultural Tourism's Yunming's resort project is exposed to have serious environmental assessment data fraud and has been ordered to suspend work for thorough investigation. Confronting Cultural Tourism's stock price flash crashed within 10 minutes after opening, hitting the daily limit down, with market value evaporating over 10 billion. Sources say that behind the environmental assessment scandal, multiple executives are involved in interest transfers, and the Securities Regulatory Commission has initiated an investigation. Liu Yanan abruptly stood up and opened the stock app. That harsh green line like a sword pierced straight into her heart. The stock she bought yesterday had now become a hot potato. She whirled around to look at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, as if he hadn't seen the news, continued leisurely wiping a duck-shaped rattle, even squeezing it to produce 2 quack sounds. Is this the welcome gift you gave me? Liu Yanan's voice tightened, carrying a tremor she didn't notice herself. Don't rush, Chief Liu. Ye Chen raised his head, his gaze as calm as water. The gift hasn't been fully unwrapped yet. You see, now everyone knows that Chief Liu of Qingyan Group, the day before the scandal broke, sincerely bought shares of her mother's company, trying to turn the tide. What a filial yet so ill-informed daughter image that is. Liu Yanan's mind bust. She instantly understood. The 1% she bought was not a provocation, but her alibi. It was the perfect smokescreen to sever any connection between her and this storm. Did you do this? She asked, her voice hoarse. I'm just a delivery guy, how could I have such power? Ye Chen smiled and placed the clean toy into the storage box. I just happened to know that an anonymous tip-off about the Yunming's project would appear punctually at 4 p.m. today in the inboxes of 3 major financial media and the Environmental Protection Department. And I before that just gave a wake-up call to the capital market and to certain people in my own way. He didn't say what he did, but Liu Yanan understood it all. Short selling. At the same time she bought that 1%, he mobilized funds and channels beyond her imagination, setting up a massive short-selling trap at the peak. He had calculated the exact time the news would break the market panic, and that Confronting Cultural Tourism stock price would plummet. This was a textbook-level financial sniping. Precise, ruthless, and lethal in one strike. And she, the president of Qingyan Group, was skillfully portrayed by him as an innocent, filial, even somewhat foolish, victim in this earth-shattering capital carnage. Liu Yanan looked at the man before her, feeling for the first time a chill from the depths of her heart, along with an indescribable, morbid sense of security. At that moment her phone rang. The caller ID showed that alto familiar Beijing number. Liu Yanan glanced at Ye Chen, who gave her a go-ahead look. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and answered the call. On the other end there was no thunderous rage from yesterday, only complete silence. After a long time, Qin Lan's voice, exhausted, yet still forcing authority, finally spoke. Is the crash of Confronting Cultural Tourism stock price a scheme by you and him? Mom, what are you talking about? I just came back from Indonesia. Liu Yanan, following the script Ye Chen had written for her, filled her tone with just the right amount of bewilderment and grievance. I even bought company shares yesterday, and now. Enough. Qin Lan interrupted her, her voice betraying a sense of helplessness. Put him on the phone. Liu Yanan held the phone and looked at the man in the living room. Ye Chen mouthed to her speaker. Liu Yanan pressed the speaker button. Chairman Qin, hello. Ye Chen's voice, neither servile nor overbearing, rang clearly in the quiet living room. I am Ye Chen. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, as if assessing the owner of the voice. What do you want? Qin Lan cut to the chase, her habitual negotiation style. I don't want anything. Ye Chen's answer caught her off guard. I just want to let you know that Yanan is now my wife and Yin is my daughter. Their affairs are my affairs. Whoever makes them unhappy, I will make that person unhappy, even if that person is my mother-in-law. These words, polite, yet arrogant, directly blocked all of Qin Lan's subsequent questions. You? Qin Lan nearly choked on her breath. The phone call ended, and the air in the living room seemed to solidify into a tangible form. Liu Yanan watched Ye Chen, the man who had just issued an ultimatum to the helm of the Qin family in Jingcheng, with the calmest tone, as he now bent his head, meticulously wiping the railing of the crib with a soft cloth, his concentration akin to polishing a rare treasure. Who are you really? Liu Yanan finally asked the question. Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable. This man had upended her entire worldview, which she had held for over 2 decades. Ye Chen lifted his head, gave her a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Nianian's father, your lawful husband, and he paused, his tone turning matter-of-fact, Ms. Qin Lan's newly acquired son-in-law. This answer choked all of Liu Yanan's deeper inquiries in her throat. He always managed to disarm the most complex issues with the simplest of role identifications. Wah! From the crib the well-rested Ye Chen stretched and let out a milky, endearing coo. Liu Yanan instinctively moved to step forward, but Ye Chen stopped her. Don't rush. He pointed at her business suit. You carry the scent of airplanes and hotels, she'll find it unfamiliar. Go change into home clothes first, and wash your hands with the shower gel she's used to. It was yet another command-like, yet professional instruction. Liu Yanan raised no objection. Silently, she turned and walked into the master bedroom. When she emerged in a soft cotton loungewear carrying the same faint milky fragrance as her daughters, and approached the crib again, Ye Chen had already lifted Yin into his arms. The little one, catching sight of her mother first, showed a flicker of confusion in her large grape-like eyes. Then her tiny nose twitched as if recognizing the familiar, reassuring scent. Her small mouth puckered, not into a cry, but she stretched her short arms toward Liu Yanan and let out a yearn. In that instant, Liu Yanan's heart was struck by a scorching emotion. She reached out somewhat awkwardly and pulled her daughter into her arms. The tiny body was warm and soft, pressing tightly against her, as if to squeeze out all the strangeness of their 2-day separation. Ding. Side quest, bonding without boundaries, completed. Skill Crisis PR Master, loaded additional 100 million in Family Love Fund credited. Ye Chen watched the scene, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He turned and walked into the kitchen, saying to Wang Jie, who was preparing dinner, Wang Jie, add a few more dishes tonight. We're expecting distinguished guests. The next afternoon, the doorbell rang right on time. Ye Chen opened the door to find a woman of formidable presence standing outside. She wore a sharply tailored Chanel suit, her hair pinned back meticulously with no trace of age save for a commanding authority that time had only refined. It was Chen Lan. Behind her stood 2 stern-faced bodyguards in black. Chen Lan's gaze swept past Ye Chen and landed directly on Liu Yanan, who was seated on the living room sofa. Her eyes held a mixture of anger, disappointment, and a barely perceptible weariness. Come back to Jingxing with me. Her tone was a command, not a request. Liu Yanan, holding Yin, rose to her feet, her lips moving but voiceless. Mother, you've arrived. Ye Chen's voice broke the stalemate at the opportune moment. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter, a flawless smile fixed on his face. Long journey. Please, those 2 big brothers outside can also come in and rest. The sun in Haicheng is quite relentless. With that single mother, uttered so naturally and smoothly, he nailed down his own position. Chen Lan's eyes finally settled on him. A gaze of appraisal, scrutiny laced with icy shards, as if she would dissect him from the inside out. But Ye Chen met her gaze, openly helping her carry the luggage inside. The 2 bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether to obey this son-in-law. Wait outside. Chen Lan ordered coldly and strode into the apartment where her daughter had fallen. When her eyes swept over the rounded table corners and meticulous safety measures, her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The dinner that night was suffocatingly tense. After Wang Jie placed the last dish on the table, she discreetly retreated to her room. At the dining table, only the occasional clink of utensils broke the silence. Chen Lan had only a glass of water before her, ignoring the sumptuous dishes. Ding. Detected that the family dinner atmosphere has dropped to freezing point, triggering the 3rd ring of the main quest chain, ultimate icebreaking. Quest requirement: make mother-in-law Chen Lan voluntarily taste the 3 dishes you prepared and receive at least 1 verbal acknowledgement from her. Quest reward skill: divine culinary mastery, mastery of all major Chinese and Western culinary traditions. Marrow cleansing pill X1. Marrow cleansing pill purges impurities from the body, drastically improves physical functions, remarkably effective against chronic ailments. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This reward was practically tailor-made for his mother-in-law, seemingly formidable, but whose body had long been drained by years of high-pressure work. He rose, personally ladled a small bowl of soup and set it before Chen Lan. The soup was golden rich, yet not greasy, wafting an extraordinary aroma. I never eat things from outside restaurants. Chen Lan didn't even glance, her tone distant. This wasn't made outside, Ye Chen said, returning to his seat, his voice calm. I slow-cooked it. A modified version of Buddha jumping over the wall, simmered for 8 hours with an old hen, dried scallops, and fish maw. But I replaced the high-fat, high-cholesterol sea cucumber and tendon with dendrobium for nourishing yin and moistening dryness, and American ginseng for replenishing qi and calming the mind. He looked directly at Chen Lan and continued, I reviewed your profile. You've suffered from neurasthenia for over a decade, and lately with the group's affairs your liver fire has flared, leaving you barely able to sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. This soup won't cure you, but it will let you have a good night's sleep tonight. The table fell into an instant hush. Liu Yanan stared at Ye Chen in shock. Even she hadn't known her mother's insomnia had become this severe. Chen Lan's fingers clutching the water glass paused almost imperceptibly. Her most private health condition had been laid bare by this young man, a revelation more disconcerting than any financial attack. Her gaze finally landed on the bowl of soup. Ye Chen said no more, but picked up a piece of steamed cod with his chopsticks, meticulously removed every possible tiny bone, and placed it into Liu Yanan's bowl. You just got back, you're tired too. Eat more. Then using the serving chopsticks, he took a piece of tender pumpkin and put it into Nianian's feeding bowl, mashing it into a puree with the small spoon. The whole process came as naturally as if he had repeated it 1,000 times. He didn't glance at Qianlan again, as though the fate of that bowl of soup had nothing to do with him. This utter disregard stirred Qianlan's competitive spirit. She gave a cold snort, then finally picked up the soup spoon with an expression that said, "Let's see what trick you're playing," lifted a spoonful of soup and brought it to her lips. In that instant, Qianlan's expression froze. The soup hit her palate. Not the expected grease, but an exquisite rich umami that slid down her throat like a warm current, instantly soothing her weary organs. The unique aftertaste of American ginseng further calmed her frayed nerves from the past days. Having been at the top of society for half her life, she had tasted countless state banquets and private dishes, but never anything like this. There was no ostentation in the flavor, no flattery, only a profound understanding of ingredients and the human body. She stared at the young man, now feeding his daughter, her expression turning immensely complex. Liu Yanan watched her mother's reaction nervously. Under the father-daughter pair's gaze, Qianlan in silence scooped a second spoonful, then a third, until the small bowl of soup was completely finished. She set down the spoon, dabbed her lips with a napkin, and raised her eyes to Ye Chen. Her voice was still cool, but missing some of its earlier edge. "That fish, how was it prepared?" Ye Chen's gaze shifted from Liu Yanran's bowl to Qianlan, his tone remaining that calm, straightforward demeanor. "The deep-sea silver cod from New Zealand is taken from the middle section. Instead of using high heat and abundant oil, it is slow-steamed at 65 degrees, maximizing the retention of unsaturated fatty acids in the fish meat. The sauce drizzled on top is not soy sauce. It is a reduction made from fish bones and matsutake mushrooms simmered for 3 hours to enhance the flavor without burdening your cardiovascular system." With each word he spoke, Qianlan's expression darkened. This was not a mere introduction to a dish, it was an analysis report on her health. Even her private doctor had never described her dietary restrictions with such precision. Liu Yanan put down her chop. She looked at Ye Chen. This man was like a bottomless abyss. Just when you thought you glimpsed a corner, he immediately revealed broader darkness and starlight. He had investigated her mother, even knowing her health status in detail. This meticulousness sent a chill down her spine, yet its intricacy left her speechless. Qianlan fell silent for a moment, her gaze shifting to another plate of vibrant green asparagus. "What about the jade asparagus?" Ye Chen responded quickly, using only the tender tips, blanched for exactly 15 seconds, then immediately placed in ice water to maintain its crispness. The seasoning consists of just a pinch of salt and a bit of olive oil. The asparagine in the asparagus helps with diuresis and lowering blood pressure, which is beneficial for you. Qianlan remained silent, extending her chopsticks to pick up a piece of asparagus. Upon tasting it, she found it sweet, crisp, infused with the most primitive fragrance of the plant, nearly imperceptible in oil and salt, yet bursting with flavor. It was a taste that returned to simplicity. Throughout her life, she had pursued more complex, expensive, and rare things, whether in business or on the dining table. Yet today, a young man delivering food had taught her a lesson using the simplest of ingredients. Qianlan's chopsticks reached for the seemingly ordinary stir-fried greens. Ding! The third link of the main quest chain, ultimate icebreaker, has been completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the God-level culinary skill. Cleansing Pill X1 has been stored in the system space. God-level culinary, you are now a walking master chef of Chinese cuisine, automatically cataloging all 8 major cuisines and any lost recipes in your mind. Any ingredient in your hands can be transformed from decay to marvel. Cleansing Pill, a complete transformation, washing away the old. Friendly reminder: the potency is overwhelming. It is recommended to dilute before use, or the subject may experience an unforgettable night in the restroom. The system prompt sounded, and Ye Chen nearly burst into laughter. This note was as always considerate, yet mischievous. Qianlan set down her chopsticks and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin. She hadn't eaten much, but she finished the bowl of soup, the piece of fish, and the several stalks of asparagus. Finally, she looked at Ye Chen directly, her scrutiny and criticism diminishing, replaced by a deeper curiosity. "Who did you learn your culinary skills from?" This question was the heaviest praise of the night. Liu Yanran's anxious heart quietly settled. She knew better than anyone that making Qianlan curious about an unfamiliar field was already a high compliment. "I figured it out myself." Ye Chen's response was casual. "I have to learn a bit since I'm raising a child. Nian has a weak stomach and I can't trust outside food." With that light remark, he redirected the conversation back to his role as a father, subtly mocking Qianlan as an incompetent grandmother. Qianlan clearly understood, her expression turning colder, yet she did not erupt. After dinner, Sister Wang tidied the dishes and discreetly took the dozing Nian back to the nursery. In the living room, only the 3 of them remained. Qianlan sat on the single sofa, regaining her iron lady demeanor, her aura once again oppressive. "Speak, what do you really want?" Her voice returned to its icy tone. "Shares in Changfeng Cultural Tourism? Or do you want to enter the management of Qinyan Group? Name your price." In her view, all the previous groundwork, whether the threat of financial sniping or the goodwill of this dinner, ultimately led to the endpoint of transaction. Liu Yanan also looked at Ye Chen nervously. She was just as curious about what this man sought after all this fuss. Ye Chen smiled. He took out an antique wooden box from under the coffee table and pushed it in front of Chen Lan. If I said I wanted nothing, you definitely wouldn't believe me. He opened the box, revealing a small handful of something that looked like tea leaves and emanated a strange medicinal aroma. So I want one thing. Chen Lan's gaze fell on the box, but she did not move. What I want is, Ye Chen's gaze passed over Chen Lan, looking towards the floor-to-ceiling window behind her, where the city of Haicheng sparkled with lights, for my daughter to receive a hug when she calls grandma rather than a cold, distant back. What I want is for my wife to no longer show fear and distance when mentioning her mother, but to express warmth that she can rely on and be spoiled. His voice was not loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer, hitting Chen Lan and Liu Yanan's hearts hard. Liu Yanan's eyes instantly turned red. She suddenly turned her head away, not wanting anyone to see her loss of composure. For over 20 years, this was the first time someone had spoken so plainly about her innermost desires. Chen Lan's body stiffened. Having fought through life and made critical decisions in business without ever experiencing defeat, yet Ye Chen's few words easily shattered all her psychological defenses. The mother-daughter relationship was her greatest failure and hidden pain in life. This is a kind of medicinal tea I had someone find for me specifically to treat nerve weakness and liver qi stagnation. Ye Chen brought the topic back, pointing at the contents of the box. Your condition can't rely solely on dietary supplements, it's too slow. This works quickly and has no side effects. Consider it a small gesture of filial piety from your son-in-law. He had already crushed the cleansing pill and mixed it with some calming herbs, looking like some kind of secret formula. You can try it tonight. Brew it with boiling water and drink a cup before bed. Ye Chen closed the wooden box, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Tomorrow morning, we'll talk again about whether you will return to the capital or whether Yanran will come with you. This was his way of issuing an eviction notice as well as a challenge. He was betting on a peaceful night's sleep to give Chen Lan a chance to reassess the situation. Chen Lan stared at the wooden box for a full half-minute. Her bodyguard stepped forward, seemingly wanting to say something, but she silenced him with a glance. In the end, she stood up, did not take the box, and walked straight towards the door. Liu Yanan's heart sank. Just when she thought the negotiation had completely collapsed, Chen Lan stopped in the hallway, coldly saying, without looking back, "At 9 tomorrow morning, I'll have the driver come to pick it up." After saying that, she opened the door, her high heels fading away in the corridor. The living room returned to silence. Liu Yanan remained frozen in place, her emotions still surging. Ye Chen walked over to her, placing a cup of warm water into her icy hand. "I told you I will handle matters at home." Liu Yanan looked up at this man who still wore a relaxed smile, as if he had just chased away not the head of the Chen family from the capital, but merely a neighbor who dropped by. For the first time, she realized that her proud business empire and decisive tactics seemed so pale and powerless within the small realm called home that this man had created. And she found herself strangely enamored by this feeling of powerlessness. "Ye Chen," she began, her voice carrying a hint of huskiness that she herself had not noticed. "Why are you doing this?" Because Ye Chen tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his movement natural and intimate. "You are the mother of my daughter. Making her happy is one of the duties of a super dad." He once again answered the most complex question with the simplest reason. That night, Liu Yanan did not sleep soundly. She dreamed of countless moments from the past 20 years with her mother, forever embodying a dignified figure demanding the highest standards from her and assessing her through the coldest of metrics. She ran tirelessly, becoming the youngest president of the Qingyan Group, yet she could never catch up to that figure. However, the dream eventually shifted, transforming into the dining table from last night. Ye Chen pushed the bowl of soup in front of his mother, speaking in a flat tone about health principles she had never cared for. His mother's tense profile seemed to soften slightly in the mist of steam. Liu Yanan suddenly opened her eyes. Dawn was breaking. The living room was quiet, with only the faint sound of the humidifier operating. She stepped out of her bedroom and saw Ye Chen standing on the balcony. He was not exercising, but was dressed in loose loungewear, holding a Rubik's Cube, his fingers flying over it so quickly that they left only an afterimage. In just a few seconds, all 6 faces returned to a uniform color. He seemed to sense her gaze, turned around, and casually placed the Rubik's Cube on the windowsill. "Awake. Do you want Chinese or Western breakfast?" Liu Yanan looked at him. The Rubik's Cube seemed to her like a metaphor. No matter how chaotic the situation in his hands, it could always be effortlessly unscrambled and restored. Before she could organize her thoughts, Ye Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the number, made a shushing gesture, and answered it. On the other end was a respectful yet stiff male voice. "Mr. Ye, I am Chairman Chen's driver. I am downstairs now. Got it, coming down." Ye Chen hung up the phone, picked up the ancient wooden box from the coffee table, and said to Liu Yanan, "I'll be back." Liu Yanan watched him go downstairs. The entire process had no unnecessary exchanges, resembling a precise, unspoken handover of goods. In the end, her mother chose to compromise. This realization shocked her more than the sudden drop in Chongfeng cultural tourism stock price. When Ye Chen returned, he was carrying freshly bought soy milk and fried dough sticks. He set the breakfast on the table as if it were the most ordinary task. At that moment, Liu Yanan's phone rang, the caller ID displaying mother. Her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Ye Chen, who was preparing formula for Nian Nian, and stepped aside to answer the call. Mom. The voice on the other end indeed lacked its usual sharpness, though still cold beneath that icy veneer was a hint of unspoken fatigue and complexity. I slept well last night. This was the first time Qianlan admitted almost as a statement of fact to a certain well. Liu Yanan did not know how to respond. Where did he get that herbal tea? Qianlan asked, her tone resembling an interrogation of a business rival. I don't know, Liu Yanan stated honestly. There was silence on the other end. Qianlan clearly did not believe her. In her view, there were no impenetrable walls in this world, only permissions that were insufficient. Her daughter's, I don't know, felt more like a defense of that man. Let him take the phone. Qianlan's tone hardened a bit. Liu Yanan handed the phone to Ye Chen. He held the milk bottle with one hand, feeding Nian Nian, while taking the phone with the other, appearing relaxed. Mom, good morning. That one word, Mom, stifled all the questions Qianlan had prepared. I'm not returning to Beijing for now. Qianlan's voice came through the receiver, carrying an undeniable finality. I need to stay here for a while to observe. What was she observing? Was she watching how her daughter was falling, or was she observing this suddenly appearing son-in-law's hidden cards? Sure. Ye Chen's answer was cheerful, as if he were agreeing to a picnic in the park on the weekend. Nian Nian should spend more time with her grandmother. The hotel you are staying at is a bit far, which is inconvenient. They'll have Yanran help you find an apartment nearby this afternoon, or if you don't mind, our guest room is ready. Qianlan was taken aback by his arrangement of filial piety. Her so-called observation carried a condescending scrutiny, but in his mouth it turned into an expected family joy. No need, I'll arrange it myself. Qianlan stiffly refused, then quickly changed the subject. What do you intend to do about Confronting cultural tourism? Mom, you're joking. We're family, what is there to discuss? Ye Chen smiled. The Yunming's project has too many loopholes. Even without me, it would eventually collapse. Stopping now to clear out internal pests is beneficial for both you and Confronting cultural tourism. As for the stock price, what falls can always be lifted again. Qianlan was silent for a long time. She understood the subtext of Ye Chen's words. He could not only bring it down, but also lift it up. The initiative had always been in his hands. They'll go see the child this afternoon. This was the last sentence Qianlan threw out before hanging up. The living room returned to calm. Liu Yanan watched Ye Chen as he gently wiped the milk stains from Nian Nian's mouth with a soft cloth. Ding. Detected that host daughter Yi Nian Nian's social circle is zero, lacking peer interaction, triggering the mainline task chain's fourth ring social butterfly cultivation plan. Task requirement: successfully organize a breaking the ice playdate for Yi Nian Nian within the next week, with no fewer than 3 peer infants participating, and receive at least one sincere compliment from another parent regarding the host child rearing ability. Task reward: God-level handicraft skill, able to create unimaginable toys and crafts using any common materials. 70 equity in Singularity Future Technology Laboratory. Ye Chen paused his feeding action. Singularity Laboratory. Wasn't that the AI research institution Liu Yanan had passionately advocated to acquire at the board meeting last quarter, which had stalled due to funding and technological barriers? It was said to be run by several geniuses returned from MIT, boasting several groundbreaking patents in artificial intelligence algorithms with immense potential. Was the system gifting him a future unicorn enterprise as a betrothal gift? What are you thinking? Liu Yanan couldn't help but ask, noticing the strange expression on his face. In considering a very serious topic, Ye Chen set down the milk bottle and looked at her with grave seriousness. What? The cultivation of our daughter's social skills cannot be delayed any longer. He spoke with righteous indignation. She needs friends, the company of peers. I've decided that this weekend we are to host her first social party. Liu Yanan was taken aback. A party? For a group of infants who couldn't even walk or speak clearly. She doubted her hearing. Ye Chen, are you? Director Liu, you may not understand. Ye Chen interrupted her, switching back to a consultant-like professional tone. The social enlightenment during infancy has a crucial impact on future emotional intelligence, communication skills, and collaborative spirit. This is a strategic issue that must be taken seriously. As he spoke, he had already picked up his phone, beginning to search for how to host a perfect baby playdate social etiquette guide for 1-year-olds and the 10 most popular snacks for babies. Watching the man who had just been discussing billion-dollar valuations with his mother on the phone, now frowning over brands of fruit puree and rice crackers, Liu Yanan felt as if the whole world had become unreal. She walked over to him, looking at his phone screen. You are serious? Of course. Ye Chen looked up and smiled at her. The responsibilities of a super dad involve not only feeding and changing diapers, but also fostering spiritual civilization. This is a top priority for our family. After saying this, he handed her his phone. Look, this organic farm's blueberries are nice. They're perfect for making blueberry pancakes for the babies. Also, shouldn't we change to a thicker, larger mat? So it's convenient for the babies to crawl on. Liu Yanan watched him enthusiastically planning this party, which seemed absurd to her, and a part of her felt like it had been warmed by the spring sun on a lazy afternoon, soothing and ticklish. She realized that she was unexpectedly not averse to it. In fact, she felt a little excited. Liu Yanan felt that all the business negotiations she had encountered in the past 30 years combined were not as absurd as the scene before her. The Haiqing Mingzuan Mansion Mothers Group, the group leader, is the wife of the owner of Xinghua Entertainment, and the members are all wealthy and influential. I've already screened 3 families. The babies are similar in age to Yin with gentle temperaments, and the parents have excellent educational backgrounds. Ye Chen, holding his phone like a professional headhunter, reported the background information of the party guests to her. Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock. The location is our home. I've already confirmed with the 3 mothers. Liu Yanan sat on the sofa looking at the information he had sent over. It listed in detail each baby's allergies, napping habits, and favorite types of toys. She felt as if she wasn't organizing a playdate for her daughter, but planning a state visit for 3 miniature heads of state. What do I need to do? She asked, her tone laced with a sense of detachment. Ye Chen looked up from a pile of freshly unboxed playmats, thought seriously for a moment, and said, you just need to stand by, with a smile showing the harmonious, loving atmosphere of our family. The corner of Liu Yanan's mouth twitched. As the president of the Qingyan Group, her function here was nothing more than a human-shaped signboard whose sole duty was to smile. On Saturday afternoon, following the instructions, Liu Yanan changed into a comfortable beige knitted skirt set, and for once, she let her hair fall softly over her shoulders instead of tying it up. She watched as Ye Chen transformed the living room into something she didn't recognize at all. Thick, soft imported play mats covered the entire area, with a castle made of eco-friendly materials in the corner and a small sensory zone filled with various plush toys and rattles. She had no idea when these things had appeared. The doorbell rang. Liu Yanan, the human-shaped signboard, took a deep breath and walked over to open the door. Outside stood 3 mothers, their nannies, and 3 little VIPs in strollers. Leading them was Mrs. Wang, dripping with jewelry, her gaze appraising. Her baby wore a Burberry onesie. Next to her was Cici, an internet-famous hot mom, with flawless makeup, phone in hand, seemingly ready for a selfie at any moment. Last was Amy, a new mother who looked a bit nervous. President Liu, I've long admired you. I didn't expect your husband to be so domesticated. Mrs. Wang's eyes flickered between Liu Yanan and Ye Chen, who was wearing an apron, her tone laden with meaning. Liu Yanan's professional fake smile almost slipped. The 3 babies were placed on the play mat, and the scene descended into chaos. Mrs. Wang's son, little tyrant, snatched the teether from Cici's daughter, while Amy's son started to pout and cry, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar environment. Liu Yanan instinctively wanted to step in, but had no idea where to begin. Watching the 3 mobile, uncontrollable sources of trouble, she felt for the first time that the CPU in her brain was overheating. Just then, Ye Chen approached, carrying a tray. It wasn't snacks, but a pile of ordinary-looking cardboard, colorful yarn balls, and a few plastic bottle caps. Little ones, how about we play a new game? His voice had a peculiar calming effect. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his hands moving so fast they became a blur. A few minutes later, under everyone's watchful eyes, a crude yet ingenious mystery box was born. Each side of the box had a different mechanism. Pull a piece of yarn, and a small ball popped out. Press a bottle cap, and it made a crisp sound. Open a tiny door, and inside was a safety mirror. This handmade creation precisely tapped into every curiosity point of babies that age. The once crying and toy-snatching little ones were instantly drawn to it, reaching out their small hands to explore. Even the usually proud little tyrant abandoned his teether and curiously poked at the bottle cap. For the first time, the living room enjoyed more than 30 seconds of peace. The 3 mothers were utterly stunned. Mr. Yi, did you come up with this yourself? Amy, the nervous new mother, was the first to exclaim in admiration. Was he a design major before? Cici's eyes lit up, sensing new live streaming material. Mrs. Wang was more direct. She leaned in to study the box, her voice full of disbelief. This craftsmanship. It's far more interesting than the German educational toys I bought for my son. Mr. Yi, where did you learn this skill? Ding. Detected sincere praise from parent Mrs. Wang. The 4th ring of the main quest chain social prodigy parenting plan is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the god-level handicraft skill. 70 equity of the Singularity Future Technology Laboratory has been transferred. Relevant documents have been sent to your encrypted email. A smile flickered in Ye Chen's heart, but his face remained expressionless. Just something I threw together. I'm glad the kids like it. He stood up and brought out an afternoon snack prepared for the babies. Pink rice cakes colored with beetroot juice, small stars made from pumpkin and yam and blueberry burst mini scones. Cute shapes and enticing aromas. Mrs. Wang initially wanted to maintain her reserve, saying her child only ate organic pureed fruit, but little tyrant had already grabbed a pumpkin star and stuffed it into his mouth, eating with gusto. Unable to resist, Mrs. Wang also picked up a mini scone and took a bite. Soft and sweet, with the slight tang of blueberries perfectly balancing the sweetness. It was better than any tea pastry she had ever tasted at 5-star hotels. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Wang completely dropped her aloofness, her attitude doing a 180. With skills like yours, not opening a private bakery is a waste of talent. Could I add you on WeChat? Let's exchange parenting tips in the future. Ye Chen smiled, took out his phone, and instantly became the new parenting guru in the mother's group. Liu Yanan stood to the side watching this man surrounded by 3 women calmly sharing tips on how to remove the fibers from pumpkin stars to make them softer. She felt like an outsider who had stumbled into a foreign world. She saw Yan under Ye Chen's guidance share her toy with Amy's son for the first time, receiving a damp hug in return. She saw Ye Chen use the simplest materials to defuse a small social crisis, and in the process win over these most discerning mothers. She had always believed that a home was a fortress built with money, status, and material possessions. But today she realized that a home could also be like this. Laughter on a playmat, the sweet aroma of baking in the air, a paradise full of warmth and ingenuity, created by a man's hands. Somewhere deep in her heart, a part of her quietly collapsed, melting into incredible tenderness. Just as the party reached its peak, the doorbell rang again. Ye Chen said, "Excuse me," and got up to open the door. Liu Yanan thought it was building management and didn't pay much attention. As the door opened, Chen Lan stood at the entrance dressed in a sharp gray suit. The laughter in the living room died abruptly. Mrs. Wang and the others didn't know Chen Lan, but the commanding aura she exuded made them instinctively fall silent. Liu Yanan's heart leaped into her throat. Why was she here? Chen Lan's gaze swept across the room's mess, or rather its warmth. She saw the toys on the floor, the exquisite pastries on the table, the 3 strange women and their children, and finally her eyes rested on the mystery box made of cardboard and bottle caps which the children were currently playing with. A highly complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Mom, you're here. Ye Chen reacted with astonishing speed. There was no surprise on his face, only perfectly timed delight. I was just about to call you. We have some new friends over. Come meet them. He introduced them naturally. This is Mrs. Wang, this is Cece, and this is Amy. And this is my mother-in-law, Ms. Chen Lan. Mrs. Wang and the others gasped. Mother-in-law. Chen Lan. The Chen Lan from financial magazines. The atmosphere instantly became delicate. Chen Lan ignored the others, walked straight over to Liu Yanan, and said in a low voice, "Is this what you call handling work?" Liu Yanan's cheeks burned as she was rendered speechless. "Work is done, and one needs some family life," interjected Ye Chen's voice. He was holding a cup of freshly brewed lemon black tea and handed it to Chen Lan. "Mom, perfect timing. Try the cookies I just baked. There's a baby-friendly version for Yan too." His demeanor was so natural, as if Chen Lan weren't an inspector on a surprise visit, but an ordinary grandmother joining her granddaughter's party. Chen Lan stared at him for a few seconds, ultimately refrained from making a scene, and accepted the tea. Liu Yanan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She looked at Ye Chen, who gave her a reassuring glance. In that moment, she suddenly felt that this chaotic scene of babies, toys, snacks, and uninvited guests wasn't so overwhelming after all. As long as this man was here, even if the sky fell, he seemed capable of propping it back up with his handicrafts and cookies. At that moment, the cold yet pleasant prompt of the system echoed in Ye Chen's mind. 70 equity of the Singularity Future Technology Laboratory has been credited. He glanced at Liu Yanan, who was holding a teacup and scrutinizing her own daughter, and then at his formidable mother-in-law Chen Lan, who seemed helpless against him. He knew that from this moment on the rules of this game were about to change again. Chen Lan's arrival was like a block of dry ice dropped into a hot spring, instantly generating a cloud of awkward white mist followed by a dead silence. Madame Wang, who had just been enthusiastically sharing parenting tips with Ye Chen, now sat upright, her smile frozen like that of someone who had just received Botox. The influencer Cece put away her phone, losing even the desire to touch up her makeup. New mother Amy wished she could shrink herself into the baby stroller. "Oh dear, it's getting late. Our baby needs to be fed." Madame Wang was the first to stand, hastily nodding at Liu Yanan as a farewell. Her nanny swiftly picked up the little tyrant, stuffing him into the stroller with the speed of a fire evacuation. Yes, we need to head back too. There's a live stream tonight." Cece also got up, dragging her nanny along, fleeing the scene. Amy almost followed them out in a clumsy manner. In an instant, the living room that had been filled with laughter just 3 minutes ago was left with only the remnants of toys and snacks, as well as an atmosphere colder than freezing point. Chen Lan did not sit. She surveyed the area like a queen inspecting her territory, casting a critical eye over the crawling mat and the cardboard castle in the corner, finally resting on the plate of uneaten pumpkin stars. "Liu Yanan, this is your improvement." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an icy chill. "I thought you merely married and had children, but it seems you've also learned to play house." Liu Yanan's face flushed and paled, and turns, her fingers clenched tightly at her sides. Before Chen Lan, she was forever the student in need of judgment. "Mom, this was my idea." Ye Chen spoke casually while tidying up the cups and plates on the table, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. Nian needs friends, and Yanran is too busy with work and needs to unwind. Family life, is it not all about this? Chen Lan finally turned her gaze to Ye Chen, her eyes sharp as a scalpel. Family life. Ye Chen, I don't care what means you use to get Yanran to sign that agreement, but you better understand your position. The daughter of the Liu family, her value lies in the decisions of the board and the growth rates of financial reports, not in wasting time at meaningless gatherings with women who only boast about their handbags and children. She paused, changing her tone to directly target Liu Yanan. I've heard that the Singularity Laboratory has found a new controlling party, an offshore fund registered in the Cayman Islands. After you've been involved in the project for half a year, you don't even know who the other party is, yet you're here throwing a party. Liu Yanan's face turned even paler. The Singularity Laboratory was a thorn in her heart. It was the most crucial piece in the future blueprint she had planned for Qingyan Group. She had used all her resources, but couldn't even knock on the door of the other party, and in the end watched helplessly as it fell into someone else's hands. This was the greatest setback she had faced since taking office. Her mother bringing it up now was like pouring salt on her wound. In business, winning and losing is normal. Ye Chen's voice interjected. He had already cleaned up the leftover food and was now wiping the table with a wet wipe, his movements leisurely. Perhaps the other party was just better prepared than President Liu. Better prepared? Qianlong scoffed. In the face of absolute capital and power, so-called preparation is just the fact that the other party could quietly acquire 70% of the shares indicates their strength far surpassed Qingyan. Yanran, that is the opponent. You should be wary of not wasting energy on these trivial matters. Liu Yanran could not lift her head under the reprimand. Ye Chen finished wiping the table, straightened up, and glanced at his phone, the screen lighting up with a notification of a new email. He frowned slightly as if disturbed. What's wrong? Liu Yanran instinctively asked, trying to seize any opportunity to change the subject. Nothing. Ye Chen tucked his phone back into his pocket. The laboratory is urging me to confirm next week's online shareholder meeting agenda. A few old professors are even more anxious than I am. Laboratory. Liu Yanran was momentarily taken aback. Qianlong also cast a scrutinizing gaze. Yes, just took over, and there's a lot to deal with. Ye Chen spoke casually as he walked over to the play mat, noticing Nian struggling to fit a piece back into the mystery box, unable to align it properly. He squatted down, gently holding his daughter's small hand, guiding her to push the piece, and while making clicking sounds which made Nian giggle joyfully. Liu Yanran watched him, suddenly overwhelmed by an absurd thought. She walked over, her voice a bit dry. Which laboratory are you talking about? Ye Chen looked up, his eyes clear as if answering an utterly simple question. The Singularity, of course. Which? Boom. Liu Yanran felt as if her brain had been struck directly by a thunderclap, buzzing and blanking out. She thought she must have misheard. She looked at Ye Chen, trying to find a trace of jest on his face. But he had none. His expression was as calm and natural as saying dinner will be rice today. The living room fell into an extreme silence. For the first time, cracks appeared on Qianlong's always impassive face. She stared at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The Singularity Laboratory. Is it him? The mysterious investor who used an offshore fund to bypass all business giants and quietly acquired the future technology unicorn. Is this man in front of her wearing an apron and tidying up toys for the child? How is this possible? Qianlong, having experienced countless storms in her life, found this scene utterly overturning her understanding. This is not a commercial strike. This is a celestial being descending a dimensional attack. Liu Yanran held onto the sofa armrest, barely managing to stand. She looked at Ye Chen. The man she thought she was beginning to understand now seemed incomprehensibly strange. He had conquered her mother's appetite with his culinary skills, making her feel he was meticulous. He had resolved the social crisis with handmade toys, making her feel he was clever. She thought all his capabilities were confined to the realm of home. She even felt a secret sense of superiority over his homely talents. Yet now he casually informed her that what he had effortlessly acquired was the commercial empire she had longed for, but everything she took pride in, her business acumen, her thunderous methods, her billionaire assets, had truly become a joke. Liu Yanran's throat tightened, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Ye Chen, however, seemed completely oblivious to the petrified state of the mother and daughter. He checked the cardboard toy and found that a small piece had been broken by the little tyrant. He casually picked up a piece of leftover colored paper and a small length of yarn, his fingers flying. This time his movements were even faster and more skillful. In less than a minute, a three-dimensional butterfly made from paper that could flap its wings appeared in his hand. He tied the butterfly to a small stick with yarn, giving it a gentle shake, and the butterfly began to dance gracefully in front of Nian. Nian's eyes sparkled as she reached out her small hands to catch the butterfly, completely forgetting the earlier setback. Ye Chen handed the new toy to his daughter, then stood up, looking at the dazed Liu Yanran and Qianlong with a slightly apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, where were we? Oh right, Mom, are you staying for dinner tonight? There's a fish in the fridge, and steaming it won't take long. Qianlong did not respond. She looked at the man who was making her daughter laugh heartily, and for the first time felt a sense of powerlessness. Her so-called observation, her so-called assessment appeared so ridiculous in the face of absolute She was not observing a son-in-law who had intruded into her world. She was looking up at a being from a higher dimension that she could not comprehend. The Eastern Star was ultimately not steamed. Qianlong left without saying a word, only casting a deep glance at Ye Chen in response to his inquiry, will you stay for dinner tonight? Before turning decisively and leaving. That silhouette, no longer carrying the imposing aura it once had, instead conveyed a sense of panic, as if eager to escape. The living room was eerily silent. Liu Yanran remained standing in place, her body slightly stiff. She watched Ye Chen, who was bent over picking up the pumpkin star discarded by the little overlord, casually tossing it into the trash can as if everything that had just happened was merely an inconsequential illusion. Singularity Laboratory. Why? Her voice was soft, carrying a barely perceptible tremor, like a string. There's no reason. Ye Chen lifted his gaze, his expression calm. Yanran, you are a very capable businesswoman, but you are too impatient. You desire the singularity to make the stock price of the Qingyan Group look better, to prove your vision to the board. Whereas I want it simply because I believe the things being researched there can make the world in which Yan lives a bit more interesting. Once again, he casually explained a commercial layout worth billions with the irrefutable reason of Yan. Liu Yanan felt a wave of dizziness. All her efforts, all her ambitions, all her pride transformed in his words into short-sightedness driven by immediate gains. And he, merely to make his daughter's future world a bit more interesting, casually plucked the stars she could not reach. This cognitive oppression made her feel more defeated than any commercial failure. I need some time alone. She dropped this statement and almost fled into the study, shutting the door behind her. Ye Chen looked at the tightly closed door and shrugged. He walked over to the crib where Yan had played herself out, gripping a paper butterfly, her eyelids fluttering. He leaned down gently, taking the butterfly from her hands and covering her with a light blanket. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden milestone achievement, King Bomb. Forming an absolute strength oppression against key figures Liu Yanan Qin Lan in the core domain, completely reversing the family status. The system is about to undergo a major upgrade. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Is there such a good thing? 3, 2, 1. Upgrade completed. The system name has officially changed from Super Dad All-Purpose System to Super Dad All-Purpose System. New function 1, Personal Attribute Panel. The host can view their own status and skills at any time. New function 2, System Mall. The host can use star elements to purchase items in the mall. Calculating initial star elements based on the host's past task performance. Task Lullaby for Father, completed reward star elements x 100. Task Breakfast of Love, completed reward star elements x 200. Task Scientific Feeding, completed reward star elements x 500. Task Dealing with the Mother-in-Law, including Ultimate Ice Breaking, completed comprehensive rating S reward star elements x 5000. Task Social Cow Kid Development Plan, completed comprehensive rating A reward star elements x 1000. Initial star elements calculation completed. With a thought, Ye Chen summoned a semi-transparent blue light curtain that only he could see. Super Dad All-Purpose System. Host Ye Chen. Title Newbie Dad, Next Level Advanced Dad. Skills Eagle Eye Analysis, Max Level Comprehension, Max Level God Level Craftsman, Beginner God Level Eloquence, Beginner God Level Culinary Skills, Beginner God Level Handicrafts, Beginner Photographic Memory, Passive Crisis Public Relations, Master Beginner. Items Powerful Energy Pill X1, Washing Marrow Pill Diluted Version X1. Assets Cloudtop Mansion Residence Rights, Haicheng High-Tech Education Park Shop X1, 70 Equity, in Singularity Future Technology Laboratory Love Family, Fund 5 million Beijing Purple Imperial Mansion Courtyard X1. Mall Currency Star Elements X 6800. Ye Chen looked at this resplendent panel with delight. With a thought, he clicked on the Golden System Mall icon. A dazzling array of products instantly popped up, divided into several categories: daily consumables, skill books, black technology, special items. Ye Chen directly opened the black technology category. Future Technology Parenting Set Infant Version priced at 5,000 star elements. Includes intelligent constant temperature sleeping bag, real-time nutritional analysis, baby bottle brainwave emotion translator, allowing you to grasp all the baby's needs at the first moment. Gene optimization liquid beginner priced at 10,000 star elements. Slightly optimizes target genes, enhances immunity, improves physical constitution. Note ineffective for the host. Portable space folding storage compartment priced at 8,000 star elements. A carryable subspace with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, no more need for large bags when going out with the baby. Ye Chen looked on eagerly, especially at the emotion translator and space storage compartment, which were simply the ultimate tools for parenting. Unfortunately, he didn't have quite enough star elements. It seems he still needs to work hard to complete tasks to earn more star elements. He closed the system panel, feeling cheerful as he hummed a little tune, starting to clean up the aftermath of the party in the living. In the study, Liu Yanan sat in the darkness without turning on the light. She repeatedly recalled the moments since she met Ye Chen. The first time he held Yan humming a soothing. He casually pointed out the crisis facing the Qingyan Group and offered solutions. He used his exceptional culinary skills to break through her mother's tightly closed heart. You're going to be the CEO? Ye Chen's voice was like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up ripples in Liu. She leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching the man before her. He wore an apron adorned with cartoon ducks, holding a spatula, and had just casually extended an invitation that could shake the entire tech industry. Liu Yanan's throat moved, and her stomach emitted a slight sound at the most inopportune moment. It was the aroma of the stir-fried shrimp with snow peas. A project I personally let slip away, and now I'm supposed to become its CEO. She regained her voice, laced with self-mockery. The board will think I've lost my mind. Let them think so then. Ye Chen brought the dishes to the table serving 2 bowls of rice. Let's eat, don't keep the CEO of me and my daughter hungry. Liu Yanan remained still. She looked at Ye Chen trying to find even a hint of joke on his face. But there was none. He simply untied his apron and walked to the crib, gently checking the forehead of Yin. His movements so natural, as if they had been living this way for many years. Ultimately, Liu Yanan still sat down at the dining table. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of shrimp. The shrimp was tender, and the snow peas crisp, the flavor so delightful it made her a bit annoyed. She ate absent-mindedly, yet more than she ever had before. After that night, neither of them mentioned the topic of Singularity Lab again. However, the atmosphere in the apartment had quietly changed. Liu Yanan remained busy but increasingly spent her time in the study handling work. Sometimes during video conferences, she would subconsciously lower the volume as laughter echoed from the living room, where Ye Chen was teaching Yin to clap. One time she got up in the middle of the night for a drink and found Ye Chen still awake, sprawled on the living room floor, studying a huge blueprint. It was an antique architectural blueprint. What's this? She walked over curious. Oh, it's the renovation plan for the Ziyu Mansion's courtyard. Ye Chen didn't look up, marking the blueprint with a pencil. I was thinking we should plant a grapevine in the yard and set up a little swing for Yin. It's also closer to your mom, making it easier to take the kids over on weekends. Liu Yanan watched him plan their future in Beijing so matter-of-factly that she momentarily found herself speechless. Her mother Qianlan had also stopped bringing up the matter of returning to Beijing. She was like a vigilant feline lingering nearby in Haicheng. Occasionally she would send a brief message as short as a telegram. How much does Yin weigh? What new flavors have you added to her solid food? Liu Yanan would relay these questions to Ye Chen, who would film Yin eating or send over new recipes for solid. There were no replies, but Liu Yanan knew her mother had seen them. Time passed in this peculiar balance, and soon it was the eve of Yin's first birthday. I've already instructed my assistant to contact the best event planning team in all of Haicheng for Yin's first. Liu Yanan announced during dinner, shaking her phone, the screen displaying the opulent banquet hall of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. They will provide the best proposals for the venue schedule and guest list. This was her usual solution, efficient, dignified, and flawless. Ye Chen was feeding Yin a small piece of steamed cod with a spoon. Upon hearing this, he looked up and shook his head. Not good. Not good. Liu Yanan frowned. Isn't the Ritz-Carlton banquet hall good enough? For a 1-year-old baby, that place is too big, too empty, and too crowded. Ye Chen set down the spoon and looked at her earnestly. What she needs is not a social show for outsiders, but an afternoon where she can grab cake with both hands and laugh with drool. The birthday party should have the taste of home. Liu Yanan was stunned by his taste of home theory. At that moment, the familiar system notification sound echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Ding. Detected that the host's daughter Yin is about to reach an important milestone in her life, triggering the 5th link of the main quest chain. 1 faking birthday party. Quest requirements: plan and host a birthday party full of love for Yin. The party must include at least 3 elements made by the host, such as cake, decorations, gifts, etc. Oh, and receive heartfelt recognition and blessings from Liu Yanan and Qianlan. Quest reward: corporate lifeline skill card X1 can be designated for any enterprise, providing a chance to turn the tide when it faces a fatal crisis. Cooldown 1 year. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This reward was essentially the ultimate insurance for Liu Yanan. So what do you think we should do? Liu Yanan's tone softened. She recalled the last Playhouse-style baby party. Chaotic, yet surprisingly warm. Let's just hold it at home. Ye Chen said, I'll bake the cake, I'll do the decorations, I'll prepare her gifts. We'll only invite the closest people. The closest people. Yes, Ye Chen nodded. You mean Sister Wang and our mom. The phrase our mom made Liu Yanan's cheeks heat up slightly. She picked up her water cup and took a sip to mask her. Will she come? She will. Ye Chen's tone was unwaveringly certain. Liu Yanan ultimately conceded. Or rather, she discovered that deep inside, she was actually looking forward to the birthday party filled with cake scents that Ye Chen spoke of. From that day on, the atmosphere in the apartment changed completely. Expensive imported flowers were replaced by bundles of colorful paper and ribbons. With his newly acquired supreme crafting skills, Ye Chen spent just 2 evenings creating a dreamy fairy tale forest-themed backdrop from these simple materials. A 3-dimensional mushroom house, paper butterflies that could flap their wings, and a wish tree adorned with little stars. When Liu Yanan first saw the finished product, she was speechless for quite a while. She felt that any top-tier banquet designer's work would pale in comparison to this heartfelt handcrafted creation. She even found herself, after a day of busy work, sitting on the carpet with interest, helping Ye Chen inflate balloons, or clumsily trying to learn how to cut a 5-point star. Ye Chen didn't mock the starfish she cut out. He simply took it, trimmed it into a perfect shape in a few snips, and then placed it in the most conspicuous position. Look, this is the star Mom made for you, he said to Yin in the cradle. Liu Yanan looked at that crooked star treated with such seriousness and felt a strange, bittersweet emotion filling a certain place in her heart. The night before the birthday party, Ye Chen was busy baking cakes in the kitchen. Liu Yanan sat on the sofa in the living room with her laptop, but could not focus on a single word. Her gaze kept drifting toward the busy figure in the kitchen. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of butter, and suddenly she felt that this might be what Ye Chen referred to as the taste of home. She picked up her phone, hesitated for a long time, and ultimately opened that familiar number, sending a message. Tomorrow is Nian Nian's birthday at 12 noon at home. Will you come? After sending the message, she nervously stared at the screen like a prisoner awaiting judgment. A minute later, her phone vibrated. On the screen was just one word. Okay. Ye Nian Nian's first birthday celebration was held without a resplendent banquet hall, without elegantly dressed guests, and even without a professional photography team. The living room had been transformed by Ye Chen into a miniature fairy tale forest. Green ribbons in varying shades hung from the ceiling like forest vines adorned with stars and moons he had cut from cardstock. On the wall hung a handmade wishing tree festooned with oddly shaped yet meticulously smoothed starfish that Liu Yanan had cut out. The air was filled not with expensive fragrances, but with the buttery, milky aroma wafting from the oven, sweet enough to soften the heart. Holding their daughter, Liu Yanan gazed at all this, feeling it was more surreal than any top-tier gala she had ever attended. At exactly noon, the doorbell rang. Liu Yanan's heart skipped a beat as she walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was Chen Lan. She was still dressed in a sharply tailored suit, yet she uncharacteristically carried a gift bag tied with a pink bow emblazoned with the logo of a top luxury brand. Her gaze swept across the living room, and when it landed on that somewhat childish yet vibrant forest, the iciness in her eyes seemed to freeze for a moment. Mom, Ye Chen called out as he walked out of the kitchen, still wearing an apron and dusted with flour, his face beaming. You're here. Please come in. Chen Lan did not respond. She changed her shoes, stepped inside, and placed the gift bag on the cabinet in the entryway, her movements somewhat stiff. Wang Jie greeted her with a smile, intending to say some auspicious words, but was chilled back by Chen Lan's untouchable aura and retreated to the side. Wah. Little Nian Nian in her arms seemed to sense the change in atmosphere, curiously observing this grandmother who never smiled, and pointed a small finger in Chen Lan's direction. All right, our most important guest has arrived. Let's start the feast, Ye Chen said, clapping his hands to break the momentary silence. Lunch was simple. A few home-style dishes Ye Chen had prepared, plus a bowl of colorful vegetable porridge specially made for Nian Nian. Chen Lan still ate sparingly, but Liu Yanan noticed that today she did not merely drink plain water. She tasted the plate of stir-fried shrimp that Ye Chen had cooked exceptionally soft and tender. After the meal, Ye Chen, like a magician performing a trick, brought out a cake from the kitchen. The cake was not large, only a single layer without elaborate frosting or artificial coloring. It was adorned with fresh strawberries and blueberries, and in the center a cute little duck was drawn with chocolate sauce. Simple yet so clean it sparked joy. Come, little birthday star, blow out the candles. Ye Chen placed a candle shaped like the number 1 on the cake and lit the tiny flame. The family gathered around the small dining table. Liu Yanan held her daughter. Ye Chen stood protectively by her side, while Chen Lan and Wang Jie stood opposite. The flickering firelight cast a glow on everyone's faces, softening the hard lines of Chen Lan's expression. Happy birthday to you. Ye Chen led the song. Liu Yanan's lips moved, and she began to hum along softly. It was the first time in her life she had sung this song she knew by heart. Next came the item-grasping ceremony. Ye Chen, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a red cloth spread on the floor upon which lay an assortment of objects. A fountain pen, a thick English original book, a delicate abacus. These were the traditional items. Beside them lay a computer mouse, a toy stethoscope, and a shiny golden mini spatula. Liu Yanan's mouth twitched at the sight of that spatula. Nian Nian was placed in the center of the red cloth, curiously eyeing the array of items, blinking her big eyes. Everyone's attention was fixed on her. Nian Nian, grab that book and become a scientist, Wang Jie whispered encouragingly from the side. Chen Lan's gaze, however, was locked on the pen and the abacus, symbols of power and wealth. The little one sat still for a moment, then reached out her chubby hand, first touching the glittering spatula. Chen Lan's brow immediately furrowed. Then, as if deciding the spatula wasn't fun, she turned around, ignored the objects laden with her elder's earnest expectations, and crawled straight in one direction. She crawled to the edge of the red cloth where Ye Chen had casually placed a photo frame. Inside the frame was a picture of their family of 3, a candid shot Ye Chen had taken with his phone a few days ago. In the photo, he held Nian Nian, and Liu Yanan stood beside them, a soft, unconscious smile gracing her face. Nian Nian stretched out her little hand, patting the small photo frame with a pawpaw sound, and uttered indistinct, yet crystal clear syllables, "Ba Bie, Mama." The living room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Liu Yanan's heart felt as though it was squeezed by a warm hand, aching yet swollen. She looked at her daughter, and her eyes instantly reddened. Chen Lan watched this scene, her expression extremely complex. She had schemed and calculated all her life, yet she could never have foreseen that a child's most instinctive choice would be those very things she had long left behind. All right, it's time for the gift-giving, Ye Chen said, breaking the poignant moment with a smile. He picked up an exquisitely wrapped box and handed it to Liu Yanan. This is my present. Liu Yanan opened the box. Inside was not a toy or clothes. It was a thick hand-bound album. On the cover, in beautiful calligraphy, were the words Nian Nian's first year. Her fingers trembled slightly as she turned to the first page. The album contained no words, only vivid, endearing illustrations drawn with colored pencils. The style was warm, the strokes delicate. The first picture showed Nian Nian wrinkled and tiny lying in an incubator. The second was Ye Chen clumsily changing her diaper for the first time. The third was her first taste of Ye Chen's homemade baby food, her face smeared all over. The fourth showed the mystery box Ye Chen had made for her out of cardboard. The fifth depicted her sleeping peacefully on Liu Yanan's shoulder. Turning page after page, it was a condensation of 365 days and nights. Liu Yanan's vision gradually blurred. She had never realized how much she had missed, nor that someone had so carefully preserved all these moments for her. The last page of the album featured a three-dimensional pop-up design. When opened, a cut paper figure of a family of three popped up, holding hands, their smiles radiant. You. Liu Yanan looked up at Ye Chen, her throat as if stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. How thoughtful. A cool voice sounded. It was Chen Lan. She had somehow come to stand behind Liu Yanan, her eyes resting on the album, her voice stripped of its usual judgment, replaced only by a weary complexity, as if she had shed all her armor. Liu Yanan abruptly closed the album, as if guarding a precious treasure. She looked at Ye Chen, who was smiling at her, his gaze tender as a lake. Thousands of words finally condensed into one. Thank you, she said softly. Ding. The main quest chain's fifth link, the unique first birthday, is complete. Detected that Liu Yanan and Chen Lan have both offered their sincere recognition and blessings. Quest rating S. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward corporate lifeline skill card X1. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's lips. Just then the doorbell rang again, inopportune. Wang Jia went to answer it. Outside stood a man in a suit followed by two bodyguards carrying an enormous gift box. Is Mrs. Liu Yanan at home? I have been sent by Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital. Hearing that your young miss is celebrating her first birthday, I have prepared a modest gift and come to offer congratulations. Hongda Capital. Liu Yanan's face instantly turned cold. Wasn't that her archrival? Ye Chen's brow also furrowed. He had not expected their information to be so timely. The arrival of the uninvited guest instantly chilled the one-swarm atmosphere. A glint of sharpness flashed in Chen Lan's eyes. She was curious to see how this son-in-law would handle this trouble that was beyond family matters. Chairman Zhao. Hongda Capital. These two words were like blocks of ice, instantly quenching the warmth that had just risen in the living room. The softness on Liu Yanan's face faded, replaced by the icy frost of a business queen. She carefully set aside the art album in her arms, stood up, and positioned herself in front of Ye Chen and Chen Lan. This was her battlefield. Sister Wang, show them out. Her voice was low but carried an unyielding command. The manager's surnamed son wore a professional fake smile, indifferent to Liu Yanan's cold reception. Instead, his gaze swept past her and lingered on Ye Chen and Chen Lan. Why must President Liu keep others at arm's length? Chairman Zhao mentioned that rivals in business need not be enemies in private. Today marks the first birthday of your precious daughter, and we have come with sincere congratulations. As he spoke, he signaled the bodyguard behind him. One of the guards stepped forward and opened the enormous gift box. A dazzling golden light flashed. Inside lay a longevity lock, made of pure gold. That lock was larger than an adult man's palm, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, supremely ostentatious and tacky to the extreme. This was not a gift, it was blatant display and provocation. Liu Yanan's eyes turned even colder. We appreciate the gesture, but take it back. Qingyan Group is not accustomed to receiving such generous gifts. Don't say that, my dear. A lazy voice came from behind Liu Yanan. Ye Chen had somehow untied his apron, stepped forward, and naturally put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her back half a step. That single "my dear" froze manager's son's smile on his face. Liu Yanan's body tensed instantly. She wanted to break free, but Ye Chen subtly held her still. A guest is a guest. How can we drive them away? Ye Chen flashed a bright sunny smile at manager's son, as if he were a neighbor dropping by. Sorry, manager's son. My wife is a bit tired today and not in the best mood. The child just fell asleep. Let's keep our voices down. With just a few words, he turned a business confrontation into a family matter of a wife sulking, a husband mediating, and even characterized the opponent's behavior as disturbing a child's sleep. Manager's son was momentarily stunned by this combo move and did not know how to respond. Ye Chen's gaze fell on the golden lock, and he let out an exaggerated wow. Chairman Zhao is far too kind. He walked over, reached out with both hands, and with a show of great effort lifted the gold lock, even hefting it. Must be 5 caddies. If we put this on the kid, it would break her neck. A safety hazard, definitely a safety hazard. He shook his head with a serious expression. Manager's son's mouth twitched. Mr. Yi has quite the sense of humor. This is mainly for good luck. Good luck is fine, but it's a bit too substantial. Ye Chen placed the lock back into the box, then turned to manager's son, his smile, so genuine it revealed no flaw. Tell you what, manager's son, when you go back, please thank Chairman Zhao on my behalf. Our little Nian Nian is still too young for something so valuable. We appreciate the sentiment truly. As for this gold lock, we'll have it appraised by the most authoritative institution and then donate the full amount in Chairman Zhao's personal name to the Haicheng Children's Welfare Home. Chairman Zhao is deeply committed to charity, truly a role model in the business community. The living room fell silent, so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Manager Sun's fake smile shattered, completely turning pale. Donate it. And in Chairman Zhao's name. If he dared to say no, tomorrow's financial headlines would read Hongda Capital Chairman's gift stunt shows utter lack of compassion. If he agreed, this errand would become a monumental joke, and he wouldn't be able to explain it to Chairman Zhao. This wasn't a refusal. It was roasting Hongda Capital over an open fire in front of everyone, then peeling off their face to make a banner for himself. Liu Yanan stared blankly at Ye Chen's profile. She had imagined 100 ways to counter, forcefully, mockingly, dismissively. But she had never imagined this method, winning without bloodshed, destroying the enemy's spirit. Qinlan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Now she picked up the tea, already cold, and took a gentle sip. The curiosity in her eyes shifted into an almost imperceptible admiration. This son-in-law wasn't playing business warfare. He was playing open schemes. Mr. Yi. Manager Sun broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. What's wrong? Is Chairman Zhao unwilling? Ye Chen's expression turned into exaggerated surprise tinged with just the right amount of embarrassment. Oh dear, this is a bit tricky. Our family has no background. We're just ordinary people. This gift is too heavy. We really dare not accept it. Perhaps you should take it back. Take it back. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Manager Sun felt as if he were caught between two red-hot iron plates, neither advancing nor retreating, losing on all fronts. Finally, with a face almost crying, he bowed deeply to Ye Chen. Mr. Yi is right. Chairman Zhao has always been passionate about public welfare. Then, they'll leave it to you, Mr. Yi. Sure. Take your time, no need to see you out. Ye Chen patted his shoulder cheerfully and personally saw him to the door. With a click of the security door, the bloodless war ended. The gaudy golden box sat in the living room like a massive. Qinlan set down her teacup and stood up. She didn't look at Ye Chen but said to Liu Yanan, "It seems you still have." With that, she walked straight to the door without even saying goodbye. But as she passed the entrance cabinet, she paused. From her luxury gift bag, she took out a simple rectangular box and placed it next to the art album. Then she left without looking back. Liu Yanan walked over and opened the box. Inside was not jewelry, but a Parker fountain pen that seemed to have some years on it. Engraved on the body was an elegant character lawn. This was the first pen Qinlan used when she started her business. Liu Yanan held the pen. Her fingertips were cold, but her heart felt as if something had scalded it. She turned around to see Ye Chen cleaning up the red cloth from the first birthday item-grabbing ceremony, carefully putting away the mini spatula and the toy stethoscope. You? She began, her voice a little hoarse. Did you have this plan from the start? Planned what? Ye Chen looked up with an innocent expression. I just didn't want anyone to ruin my daughter's birthday party. Anyone who makes Nian unhappy gets the same treatment, even if the King of Heaven himself comes. He said it with such righteousness, as if he had merely shooed away a noisy neighbor, not foiled the provocation of a business giant. Liu Yanan looked at him, and suddenly felt that the business rules and jungle laws she had once believed in seemed childish and ridiculous before this man. She walked over, crouched down, and silently picked up the heavy English original book. Ye Chen watched her clumsy movements and smiled. He said nothing but placed the spatula toy into her hand. Liu Yanan looked down at the small golden spatula in her palm, then at the pen that carried her mother's half-life glory and the album that recorded her daughter's first year. For the first time, she felt that her life was not just about the red and green clines of shares and cold financial statements. Perhaps gripping this spatula once in a while wasn't so bad. As the clamor of the birthday banquet faded, only the faint scent of milk and the sweetness of cake lingered in the living room. Liu Yanan squatted on the floor, one hand clutching her mother's heavy Parker pen, while the other held a ridiculous golden mini spatula. These two items represented her past and present, absurdly, yet harmoniously coexisting in her palm. Ye Chen tidied up the last block and placed it back into the toy box. He glanced at Liu Yanan but remained silent. In his mind, the cold system interface quietly unfolded. Super Dad All-Purpose System Host Ye Chen Title Newbie Dad Next Level Advanced Dad Skills Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level Comprehension Max Level God Level Craftsman Beginner God Level Eloquence Beginner God Level Culinary Skills Beginner God Level Handicrafts Beginner Photographic Memory Passive Crisis Management Master Beginner Items Powerful Energy Pill X1 A Diluted Wash Marrow Pill X1 Corporate Lifeline Skill Card X1 Assets Cloud Top Mansion Residency High City High Tech Education Park Shop X1, 70 Equity in Singularity Future Technology Lab Home, Fund 1. 5 billion Beijing Purple Royal Mansion, Courtyard X1. Shop Currency Star Coins X6800. That Corporate Lifeline skill card lay quietly in the inventory, like an ultimate talisman. Ye Chen closed the panel, his gaze falling on the gaudy gift box containing a golden lock. They'll have my assistant handle this tomorrow, Liu Yanan said, standing up and solemnly placing the pen and sketchbook back in the study, as if that were her territory. No, Ye Chen stopped her. How can I let my assistant take care of such a good thing? What do you want then? Tomorrow, I'll personally visit the Children's Welfare Institute. Ye Chen smiled like a cunning fox with a plan. By the way, I'll have Sister Wang help me record a short video to thank Director Zhao from Hongda Capital for his generosity. I believe Director Zhao would be delighted to see his good deed recognized by more people. Liu Yanan looked at him, wanting to say that it was too much, but the words turned into, the camera is in the study cabinet and the battery is full. A few days later, Liu Yanan's peaceful life was once again disrupted. She received a golden embossed invitation, High City's annual Starlight Charity Gala. This was the top social event for business elites in High City and a battleground of capital without gunpowder. The invitation read Ms. Liu Yanan and partner. In previous years, she always attended alone. But this year the word partner was like a sharp needle poking at her. Holding the invitation, she sat on the sofa, her brows furrowed. Ye Chen was lying on the mat playing joyfully with Nian Yin, who had just learned to roll over. He built a small door with several soft blocks while Nian Yin struggled to crawl through, and the father and daughter laughed together. Noticing Liu Yanan's expression, he pointed his chin at the item in her hand. What's wrong? Did you receive a collection notice? Liu Yanan tossed the invitation onto the coffee table. Just a boring business gala. Her tone was flat, trying to hide something. It's all insincere pleasantries, it's pointless, you don't have to go. Ye Chen crawled over and took a glance at the invitation. Starlight Charity Gala. I've heard of it, the tickets are being resold for 6 figures each. He looked at Liu Yanan with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Such a great opportunity to see the world, how can you bear to let me miss it? That kind of occasion is not suitable for you. Liu Yanan spoke a bit hurriedly, her mind already envisioning Ye Chen in a t-shirt and jeans standing among guests dressed in high-end evening gowns. That would make him a laughingstock, and it would make her a laughingstock too. Ding. Detected that the host family is about to face a significant social challenge for the first time, triggering the main storyline task chain. 6th ring, the most dazzling partner. Task requirement: accompany Liu Yanan to the Starlight Charity Gala as the perfect partner, becoming the center of attention and prompting Liu Yanan to invite you to dance the first dance. Task reward: God-level tailor skill mastering all clothing design and production. Husband and wife unity halo passive, significantly enhancing the mutual understanding and affection of the couple in public. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. An invitation to dance. This is a challenge. He looked at Liu Yanan's face filled with worry and don't make trouble for me, and suddenly smiled. Wife, are you afraid I'll embarrass you? He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Liu Yanan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly leaned back, creating distance. I'm not. Her denial sounded weak. Don't worry. Ye Chen sat up straight, lazily stretching. I promise I won't use lobster claws to pick fruit at the time. That's not the point. Liu Yanan was infuriated by his nonchalant attitude. The gala requires formal wear and your suit. She wanted to say he didn't have a suit appropriate for such an occasion at all. Suit, huh? Ye Chen stroked his chin, looking as if he had just realized something. That is indeed a problem. Seeing him admit defeat, Liu Yanan felt a sense of relief in her heart, just as she was about to say, so you might as well not go. Ye Chen continued. Looks like I need to make one myself. What? Liu Yanan doubted her ears. I said I'm going to make myself a suit. Ye Chen said it as if it were a matter of course, pulling out his phone and starting to search for Seville row top fabric suppliers and handmade suit sewing techniques guide. You don't need to worry about it on the day of the gala, just make sure to dress beautifully, and he'll take care of the rest. Liu Yanan was completely speechless. Cooking handicrafts, and now making his own suit. What else could he not do? She felt her worldview was being repeatedly rubbed against the ground by this man. The day before the gala, Ye Chen locked himself in the study, and didn't come out all day. Liu Yanan wanted to check several times, but couldn't bring herself to do it, and could only anxiously handle her work in the living room. On the afternoon of the gala day, the study door finally opened. Ye Chen came out yawning with a hint of fatigue under his eyes, but his spirit was high. He was holding a huge dust cover bag. Liu Yanan had already done her makeup and changed into a light blue evening gown prepared for the gala, the hem adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights, making her look like a snow goddess under the moon. Go change, my queen. Ye Chen handed her the dust cover bag, then turned and entered the kitchen. He'll warm up some milk for Nian Yin first, and by the time I come back, we should be ready to head out. Liu Yanan walked into the bedroom with a hint of skepticism and unzipped the dust cover bag. In the next second, her breath caught. Inside was a midnight blue tuxedo for men. The fabric shimmered with a velvety depth under the light, perfectly tailored like a piece of art, with every line flowing smoothly and powerfully. What startled her most were the details on the inner collar. A small, almost invisible pattern was embroidered with silver thread, a crooked 5-point star. It was the starfish she had helped him cut a few days ago. Liu Yanan reached out her fingertips, gently brushing over the star, as if she could feel the warmth and heartbeat hidden beneath the fabric. Half an hour later, when Ye Chen emerged from the nursery, Liu Yanan was standing in front of the floor-length mirror. He wore the tuxedo as if it was always meant to be his. The midnight blue color accentuated his tall stature, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, revealing the sharp quality of a financial genius usually concealed by casual attire in this moment. He didn't wear a tie, but casually tied a silk scarf in the same color scheme, losing a bit of stiffness, gaining a touch of elegant nonchalance. He stood there as if he had stepped out of the cover of a top fashion magazine. Liu Yanan looked at the two people in the mirror, one in ice blue, the other in moon white, one cool as the moon, the other deep as the night. So compatible it made her heart race. How do I look? Ye Chen walked up behind her, looking at her in the mirror. My craftsmanship, is it acceptable? Liu Yanan didn't answer, just gazed at him through the mirror for a long time. Let's go. She turned around for the first time, actively reaching out to link arms with him. Ye Chen smiled, holding her hand in return. Her hand was cool, while his was warm. At the Haidu International Convention Center, the light from crystal chandeliers cascaded like a river of stars. At the Starlight Charity Banquet, the air was thick with elegance and clinking glasses where behind every smiling face might lurk $100 billion game of intrigue. When Liu Yanan entered the banquet hall, on Ye Chen's arm the bustle at the entrance froze for 3 full seconds. Every gaze was drawn to them. Eyes first landed on Liu Yanan. As always, she was like a walking iceberg, her ice blue gown accentuating her ethereal, aloof beauty. So exquisite it seemed inhuman. But today beside the iceberg stood a fathomless sea of night. The man wore a midnight blue tuxedo, his figure as straight and tall as a pine. His handsome face bore a hint of carefree amusement in his brows and eyes, the composed ease of one long accustomed to wielding power. He wasn't eclipsed by Liu Yanan's radiance. Instead, like a powerful magnet, he drew all light to them both, creating an impenetrable aura that excluded everyone else. Who is that? Liu Yanan's date. Am I seeing things? Hasn't she never brought a date to any event? What's this man's background? Doesn't look like someone from the circle, but his presence is overwhelming. Whispers spread like a rising tide. Liu Yanan could feel the steady warmth radiating from the arm she held. She straightened her back, her face still wearing that expression of keeping others at arm's length, but only she knew that her palms were slightly damp. It wasn't nervousness. It was a strange thrill of being watched. In the past, people looked at her as the president of Qingyan Group. Today they looked at her as the woman by that remarkable man's side. Just then an untimely voice cut in. President Liu, what a rare guest. Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital approached with a fake smile glass in hand. Behind him followed several CEOs from rival companies, their eyes glinting with schadenfreude. Chairman Zhao's gaze swept over Ye Chen, assessing him like a commodity waiting to be priced. This gentleman looks quite unfamiliar. Where did President Liu dig up this secret weapon? Thinking of breaking into the entertainment industry? With this image you're far better than the stars under you. His words were laced with insinuations hinting that Ye Chen was a kept man relying on his looks. Liu Yanan's face darkened. She was about to speak, but Ye Chen gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to stay put. He stepped forward, flashing Chairman Zhao a standard 8-tooth smile, one that outshone every light in the room. Chairman Zhao, it's an honor, he said, extending his hand with the warmth of greeting a long-lost relative. I've been meaning to thank you in person. Those gold locks you donated to the children's welfare home last time. The kids absolutely love them. The director specifically asked me to pass along her regards to you, the anonymous philanthropist. Chairman Zhao's smile froze instantly. Behind him, one of the CEOs couldn't help it. A snort escaped before he covered it with a cough. Ye Chen's words weren't loud, but everyone present was sharp as a tack. The phrase anonymous philanthropist had brutally peeled off Chairman Zhao's mask, framed it, and shone a spotlight on it. Chairman Zhao's face flushed purple, his fingers trembling around the glass. He forced himself to maintain face, just a small gesture, nothing worth mentioning. Mr. Yi seems quite passionate about charity. Well, I have a little one at home, so I can't bear to see other children suffer. Ye Chen withdrew his hand, sighing with the weary air of a father. I'm not like you big shots, Chairman Zhao, making tens of billions in deals. I'm mainly in charge of logistics and long-term investment planning at home. I recently put some money into a small project, still in its infancy. Every day, I'm up to my ears in work, losing hair by the handful. As he spoke, he even ran a hand through his thick hair with mock seriousness. Behind him, Liu Yanan nearly lost her composure. Logistics and planning. Did that mean cooking and childcare? Long-term investment planning. Nian's education fund. And that small project he just invested in. Was it the Singularity Lab? A real estate tycoon beside Chairman Zhao, intrigued by Ye Chen's down-to-earth talk, asked, Oh, Mr. Yi is in investments. Which sector? Maybe we can find a collaboration. Ah, don't get me started. Ye Chen waved a hand modestly. Just a tiny biotech lab run by a few homebodies. Nothing impressive, nothing impressive. He said it so casually that to Liu Yanan and Chairman Zhao, it was like a thunderbolt. A biotech lab. Could it be? Chairman Zhao's pupils constricted sharply. He thought of the recent buzz in the circle about the Singularity changing hands. He stared hard at Ye Chen, trying to read something in his face, but the man's smile was flawless, his openness unsettling. Just as the atmosphere sank into a strange speculation, the lights over the dance floor flared, and a graceful waltz began to play. It was the first dance of the evening. By tradition, this dance belonged to the highest-ranking guest or the night's biggest donor. Liu Yanan looked toward the dance floor, then back at Ye Chen beside her. He was taking a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray and handing it to her, his movements elegant, as if the verbal sparring just moments ago had been merely an appetizer. She looked at him, at her reflection in his deep eyes. She saw the undisguised amazement and curiosity from the socialites and wealthy wives around them. She heard her own heartbeat, once twice, pounding against the dike of reason. Suddenly she no longer wanted to be the commanding President Liu. At that moment, she just wanted to be Ye Chen's Liu Yanan. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Liu Yanan placed her champagne back on the waiter's tray. Then she turned to face Ye Chen, meeting his slightly surprised eyes, and slowly extended her hand. Her voice was cool and clear, yet carried a faint trembling invitation she herself didn't notice. Mr. Ye, may I have this dance? Ye Chen paused, then smiled. Without a word, he bowed gracefully, took her hand, and pressed a gentle kiss upon her. Ding. Main quest chain 6th ring, the most brilliant male companion completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Divine Tailor skill. The One Heart One Soul aura passive has been activated. When Ye Chen's hand rested on Liu Yanran's waist, she felt a peculiar warm current flow from the point of contact. Her body, once stiff, instantly relaxed. The music swelled, and they glided onto the dance floor. Not a single word was exchanged, not even a glance. Every turn he made, she followed flawlessly. Every time she leaned back, he provided perfect support. Their steps were synchronized as if they had rehearsed 1,000 times, an uncanny chemistry. The ice blue skirt and midnight blue tuxedo intertwined like an embrace of frost and night. They became the sole focus on the dance floor. Everyone stopped talking, holding their breath, to watch the perfect pair. Liu Yanan rested her head lightly on Ye Chen's shoulder, inhaling the clean scent of his clothes mixed with his subtle body warmth. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in such a bustling setting, she felt an unprecedented peace. The world seemed to shrink to just the two of them, and this waltz that would never end. She thought maybe surrendering like this wasn't so bad after all. Super Dad All System. Host Ye Chen. Title Novice Dad. Next Advanced Dad. Skills. Eagle Eye Analysis Max. Comprehension Max. Divine Artisan Beginner. Divine Eloquence Beginner. Divine Culinary Beginner. Divine Handicraft Beginner. Divine Tailor Beginner. Eidetic Memory Passive. Crisis PR Master Beginner. Aura One Heart One Soul Passive. Item Strong Energy Pill X1. Marrow Cleansing Pill Diluted X1. Corporate Lifeline Skill Card X1. Assets Cloud Top Mansion Residence Rights Haicheng High-Tech Education District Shop X1. Singularity Future Technology Lab 70 Equity Love Home Fund 1. 500 million Beijing ZU Mansion Sihiyuan X1. Shop Currency Stellar Coins X6. The music ended, its lingering notes resonating in the air. Ye Chen released his hand from Liu Yanran's waist, and the two separated in the center of the dance floor. Applause surged like a tide, mingled with countless probing and admiring gazes. Liu Yanran's cheeks flushed. Subconsciously avoiding Ye Chen's gaze, she slightly nodded to the crowd and turned to descend from the dance floor. Honey, why are you walking so fast? Ye Chen's voice came from behind, and he naturally took her hand again, intertwining their fingers. The banquet isn't over yet. The charity auction is about to start. His palm was warm and dry, enveloping her slightly cool fingertips. Liu Yanan paused, but did not pull away. In the car on the way back, the atmosphere was subtly quiet. The driver drove smoothly, isolating the two in the back from the flowing brilliance outside. Liu Yanan leaned against the window, watching the rapidly receding street, seemingly lost in thought. After tonight, Qingyan Group stock price will probably rise by 2 or 3 points. Ye Chen suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Liu Yanan came back to her senses and looked at him. Your joint appearance with me and gaining advantage over Chairman Zhao. The market will interpret it as Qingyan Group gaining a new powerful ally. Ye Chen analyzed. The capital market loves such stories. Liu Yanran's thoughts were seen through, and she felt embarrassed. I don't need to rely on such tabloid news to boost this. Of course I know, Ye Chen smiled. But free profit is not to be refused. By the way, remember to have the trader buy long a stock called Haidu New Materials half an hour after the market opens tomorrow. Why, oi? Liu Yanan asked instinctively. Chairman Zhao lost face so badly tonight. Tomorrow he will definitely try to make up for it in other ways. Haidu New Materials is a company he secretly controls. Pushing up its stock price is the fastest way for him to regain his dignity. Liu Yanan looked at him. This man could even predict his opponent's next psychological moves with pinpoint accuracy. Compared to him, her own business schemes felt like child's play. Returning to Yunding Mansion was already late at night. Sister Wang tiptoed out of the nursery. President Liu, Mr. You're back. Nian was very good today, as she fell asleep at 9. Thank you, Sister Wang. Go and rest. Ye Chen said, taking off his suit jacket and casually draping it over the sofa, then heading straight to the nursery. Liu Yanan switched out of her high heels, and the exhaustion of the day surged over her the moment she stepped in. She watched Ye Chen lean over the crib, carefully tucking the blanket around their daughter. The man who had shone brilliantly at the banquet instantaneously transformed back into the styrofoam dad. This seamless role switch left her dizzy. That night, Liu Yanan slept deeply until she was awakened by a suppressed, anxious cry. She snapped her eyes open. The cry came from the adjoining nursery. Grabbing her phone, she saw it was 3 in the morning. She practically sprang up and dashed to the nursery. Only a dim nightlight was on. Ye Chen was already there, holding Nian, who was squirming in his arms, her little face flushed with fever. Her cries were hoarse mixed with pained whimpers. What's wrong? Liu Yanran's voice tightened, her heart clenching. She has a fever, Ye Chen replied calmly, but his brows were furrowed. He pulled an electronic thermometer from Yan Yan's ear. The screen showed a glaring 39. 2C. Liu Yanran's mind buzzed, instantly going blank. All her composure and rationality crumbled before her daughter's flushed cheeks, and that number. Quick. Hospital. Call an ambulance. She fumbled for her phone, but her fingers trembled so much she couldn't unlock the screen. Don't panic. Ye Chen held her hand, his voice steady as a rock. This temperature doesn't require an ambulance. The more you panic, the more scared she'll be. It's almost 40 degrees. How can you say not to panic? Liu Yanran's voice choked for the first time. Ye Chen, this is my daughter. She needs a doctor. She is my daughter too. Ye Chen looked at her with unprecedented seriousness. Liu Yanran, trust me. Ding. Detected that host's daughter Yin Yan is in a high fever state. Triggering emergency Quest father's fever reduction technique. Quest requirement within 1 hour without using any medication, reduce Yin Yan's body temperature to a safe range below 38°C. Quest reward divine pediatric medicine basic. Proficient in diagnosis and non-drug treatment of all common pediatric diseases. Ye Chen took a deep breath, carried the child to the living room, and laid her on the soft mat. He quickly unbuttoned Yan Yan's pajamas to allow her small body to dissipate heat better. Sister Wang, bring a basin of warm water around 35 degrees and several dry towels. He called toward the maid's room. Sister Wang, also awakened, quickly brought the water. Liu Yanran watched Ye Chen's actions, utterly baffled. What are you doing? Physical cooling. That's useless. We need to go to the hospital. Going to the hospital, queuing, registering, checking. The whole process takes at least 2 hours. The biggest danger of high fever is convulsions. What we need to do now is immediately make her comfortable, Ye Chen said without looking at her, his full attention on their daughter. He soaked the towel, wrung it out, and began wiping Yin Yan's body with a highly professional, almost rhythmic technique. Forehead, neck, armpits, groin, palms, soles. He avoided the chest and abdomen, only wiping areas where major blood vessels passed. His movements were gentle, and he hummed a low, out-of-tune lullaby. The little one in his arms gradually stopped crying, though still whimpering, but her body noticeably relaxed. Liu Yanran stood aside, watching, feeling helpless. She felt useless, able to do nothing but panic. She watched the man clad only in thin pajamas kneeling on the mat, his expression focused, a fine sheen of sweat. His hands were so steady, his voice so gentle, as if he were not wiping a baby, but cherishing a pure. Time passed, feeling like an eternity. Ye Chen picked up the thermometer and measured again. 38. Proceed, he said softly. Liu Yanran leaned in to see the number, and the nerves that had been stretched to breaking finally relaxed. Ye Chen didn't stop. He continued wiping with warm water. After another 10+ minutes, he measured again. 37. 5C. Liu Yanran's legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed to the floor. Ye Chen finally stopped. He wrapped Yan Yan's tiny body in a dry towel and held her in his arms. The little one's breathing had calmed, the fever had broken, and she was slightly sweaty, sticking to his chest, sleeping. Ye Chen looked up and gave Liu Yanran a tired smile. It's okay, she'll be fine. The temperature might fluctuate after dawn, so we'll go to the hospital for a thorough check to confirm the cause, but tonight she can sleep well. Liu Yanran looked at him, her lips moving, but no words coming. Tears fell without warning, and she hurriedly wiped them with the back of her hand, not wanting him to see her losing composure. She had always been strong, never showing weakness in front of anyone. But in this early morning before this man, all her pretense and defenses shattered completely. Ding. Father's fever reduction technique, quest completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining divine pediatric medicine basic. Ye Chen, holding their daughter, stood up and walked to Liu Yanran. He offered no comfort, no extra words. He simply placed the warm, soft little person in her hands, gently and solemnly. Mommy, hold me. Super Daddy all-round system host, Ye Chen, title novice dad, next advanced dad skills, eagle eye analysis max, comprehension max, divine artisan basic, divine eloquence basic, divine culinary skill basic, divine craftsmanship basic, divine tailoring basic, divine pediatric medicine basic, photographic memory passive, crisis PR master basic, aura husband-wife unity passive items, enhanced energy pill X1, marrow cleansing pill diluted X1, serving corporate lifeline skill card X1. Assets, Yunding Mansion Residence Rights, Haicheng High-Tech Education Park Shop X1, Singularity Future Tech Lab 70 Equity, Love Family Fund 1. 5 billion Beijing ZU Mansion Courtyard House X1 Mall Currency, Star Yuan X68. The little one in her arms was warm and soft, breathing steadily and gently. Liu Yanran stood motionless in the living room, cradling her. The city was still asleep at 4 in the morning, with only a few scattered streetlights outside, casting a dim yellow light into the room. She looked down at her daughter's sleeping face, the tiny nostrils fluttering slightly, with each breath still marked with traces of unshed tears. Just an hour ago, she had thought she might lose her. The kind of fear that surged from the marrow of her bones was something she had never felt, even in the face of a crisis threatening her billion-dollar corporation. Ye Chen did not disturb her. He quietly cleaned up the water basin and towels on the floor, then went to the kitchen to warm a cup of milk, placing it on the coffee table beside her. Have some, it will help calm your nerves. Liu Yanran's gaze shifted from her daughter to the cup of warm milk, giving off. She held the child and sat down by the sofa, her body still a bit weak. Thank you. Her voice was soft, tinged with the hoarseness of having survived a calamity. We are family, there's no need for thanks. Ye Chen sat down beside her, maintaining a respectful distance. She is my daughter. I will not let anything happen to her. He had said this twice tonight. The first time she thought he was arrogant. This time she believed him. She picked up the milk, and the warm liquid slid down her throat, dispelling the last trace of chill in her body. She looked at the man beside her, dressed only in a thin nightgown, his eyes betraying fatigue, yet his back remained straight, like a mountain. A mountain that could shield her and her daughter from all storms. The morning broke, the dawn light brightened. When Liu Yanan awoke, she found herself unknowingly leaning against the sofa covered with a light blanket. Ye Chen and Yan Yan were not in the living room. Panic gripped her heart, and she sat up abruptly, only to see Ye Chen walking out of the bedroom, signaling her to be quiet. I just fed her, and she fell asleep again. Her temperature is normal at 36.8, he said in a low voice. Liu Yanran's heart finally settled back. She glanced at her phone. It was 7:30. Several reminders from her assistant popped up on the screen, the first being the high-level morning meeting at 8:30. She dismissed all reminders and replied with 2 words, cancel. Then she looked up at Ye Chen and said, we should go to the hospital. At the Haicheng First Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the pediatric outpatient clinic was like a battlefield filled with noise, even on a weekday morning. The cries of children, the soothing voices of parents, and the calls of nurses mixed together, sending shivers down her spine. Liu Yanran held Yan tightly, her brows furrowed. She despised this chaotic environment and instinctively thought to call her assistant to clear the area, but the thought flickered and was extinguished by herself. Ye Chen completed all the formalities and walked over with the medical record book, naturally taking the child in his arms. He'll hold her. You look like you might explode at any moment. Liu Yanran shot him a glare, but did not retort. The doctor attending them was a young man, wearing black-rimmed glasses, heavy bags under his eyes, clearly overwhelmed with work. He rapidly typed on the computer while asking without looking up, what seems to be the problem? She had a fever of 39.2 last night, and after physical cooling her temperature is normal now. We want to run some tests to confirm the cause of her illness. Ye Chen succinctly explained the situation. The doctor finally raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Ye Chen with mild surprise. He faced countless parents each day who could only panic, rarely encountering someone who could describe the situation so clearly and calmly. The likelihood of Rosella is quite high. Let's start with a blood test. The doctor wrote up the order. There was a long queue outside the blood draw room. A 3 or 4-year-old boy was crying heartbreakingly, struggling desperately in his parents' arms, refusing to let the nurse touch his arm. It's okay, sweetheart, it doesn't hurt, just like getting bitten by a mosquito, his mother said, sweating profusely. I don't want it. I don't want a shot. You're all bad people. The boy's voice rose an octave. Liu Yanran, standing behind them, felt irritated by the noise, and Yan in her arms seemed to sense it beginning to squirm uneasily. Just then Ye Chen suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but cutting through all the noise. Little friend, are you afraid that the shot will take away your superpowers? The crying boy was momentarily stunned, his tear-streaked face turning towards Ye Chen, asking through sniffles, how do you know? Because I used to be an Ultraman, Ye Chen said with a serious expression. Let me tell you a secret, the nurse's needle will only take away the bad virus in your body, it won't take away your superpowers. And the braver you are, the stronger your light power will become. The boy looked at him with a mix of belief and doubt. Ye Chen squatted down to meet his gaze. If you don't believe me, try it. After the shot, close your eyes and silently think Diga 3 times. If you can still feel the light, it means your superpowers are still there. The parents and nurses around them were stunned, and for the first time, there was an eerie silence at the entrance to the blood draw. The boy's mother seemed to have found a lifeline, hurriedly saying, Yes, sweetheart, let's try the method Uncle Yi suggests. A miracle occurred. Although the boy was still scared, he actually extended his arm, tightly closing his eyes and muttering to himself. The nurse seized the opportunity and swiftly completed the blood draw. The moment the needle was pulled out, the boy let out a wail, and Ye Chen immediately said, quick, feel your light. The boy sniffed, closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, joyfully shouting to his parents, it's still there. My light is still here. And so a commotion was resolved, just like that. Ding. Detected that the host used parenting knowledge to successfully resolve the angel's dilemma, triggering and completing the hidden task Ultraman in the pediatric clinic. Task rating S. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level psychology beginner skill reward, star coins X 2000. Ye Chen smiled inwardly, standing up without showing any expression, waving goodbye to the still excited little boy. Liu Yanran witnessed everything and felt as if she were looking at a monster. What other skills does this man possess that she does not know? When it was time for Yan to have her blood drawn, the little one naturally felt some fear, pouting her lips and about to cry. Ye Chen did not coax her like other parents. He simply held Yan and whispered in a light, rhythmic tone, Look, the nurse is planting a seed of bravery in your little arm, and soon a little red flower will bloom here. As he spoke, he pressed a specific point on the inner side of Nian Yan's wrist with his finger applying pressure with a unique rhythm, neither too hard nor too soft. Nian Yan's attention was completely captured. She curiously watched her arm forgetting to cry. The blood draw went unbelievably smoothly. The young doctor happened to pass by and paused when he saw this scene. He approached, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Ye Chen with a studying gaze. This parent, what you just used were the Qing Tian, He Shui, and Nei Laogong acupoints from pediatric massage, right? Your technique is quite professional. Ye Chen was taken aback, not expecting to meet an expert. Oh, just a lecture on parenting by an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, you know, the kind where you scan a code for eggs, and I learned it casually. He casually made up an excuse. The doctor clearly didn't believe it. His eyes behind the lenses sparkled with curiosity. Mister, would you be interested in giving a few lectures at our hospital's parenting class? We are in need of someone with both theoretical knowledge and practical experience like you. Liu Yanan, listening from the side, suddenly felt a sense of absurd crisis arise within her. She stepped forward, placing herself between Ye Chen and the doctor, her tone returning to its usual coldness. I'm sorry, he's busy. He is my daughter's exclusive parenting tutor. After saying that, she grabbed Ye Chen and almost fled the scene. In the car on the way back, Liu Yanan remained silent. The blood test report showed everything was normal, just a common viral infection. But her mood was even more complicated than when she arrived. She looked out the window and suddenly asked, where did you learn all those skills? From books, from the internet. I learn a little bit of everything. Ye Chen answered casually as he drove. Liu Yanan did not press further. She knew that could not be the whole answer. This man was like a bottomless treasure. Every time she dug a little deeper, she would uncover a broader and more astonishing world. She felt exhausted, not physically but mentally. For the past 30 years, she had been accustomed to controlling everything, using her calculating mind to tackle all problems. But now she realized that all her pride and armor had become mere decorations, utterly vulnerable in front of this man. Perhaps it was not so bad to not be the one in control. She closed her eyes slightly, leaned her body, and gently, with a hint of testing, rested her head on Ye Chen's shoulder. Ye Chen's driving motion paused for a moment before returning to a steady rhythm. Super Dad All-Purpose System. Host Ye Chen. Title: Novice Dad. Next Level Advanced Dad. Skills: Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. God Level Pediatric Medicine Beginner. God Level Psychology Beginner. God Level Craftsman Beginner. Assets: 70 Equity in Singularity Future Technology Laboratory. A traditional courtyard in the capital, Ziyu Mansion, X1. Ijiao Fund 1. 5 billion. Right of residence in Yunding Mansion. A shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park, X1. Store currency, Star Coins, X8800. The car fell silent, filled only with the steady hum of the engine. Liu Yanan rested her head on Ye Chen's shoulder, an action that began tentatively, then surrendered its tension, and finally became an almost instinctive reliance. Her eyes were closed, her long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath them, blocking out the neon lights that sped backward outside the window. She wasn't asleep. She simply didn't want to move. This shoulder, though not as broad as she had imagined, was extraordinarily steady. Like a ship battered too long in a storm, finally finding a harbor to anchor in. For the first time, she realized what it truly felt like to lean on someone. When they returned home, Sister Wang had already prepared warm water and towels. Seeing them enter, especially Liu Yanan leaning on Ye Chen, her eyes widened in surprise. Then she quickly lowered her head, a smile plastered on her face that screamed, I saw nothing. I need to review a document in the study. Liu Yanan's cheeks burned. She straightened up like a startled cat, quickly distancing herself from Ye Chen, and fled into the study. She didn't turn on the light. She simply walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the dazzling city lights below. Her phone displayed the complex equity structure of Qingyan Group, but she couldn't focus on a single word. What replayed over and over in her mind was Ye Chen kneeling on the mat, carefully wiping Nian Yan's body, his composure in defusing the clinic's commotion with a few words, and the certainty in his voice when he held their daughter and said, she's my daughter too. This man was invading her world in a way she could neither understand nor resist, dismantling the order she had always prided herself on. Liu Yanan felt an unprecedented bewilderment. In the living room, Ye Chen settled his daughter in and hummed a cheerful tune, his mood light. The tension of last night, the rush to the hospital, all had earned him Liu Yanan's docking just now. This trade was a bloody steal. Just then the familiar blue panel unfurled in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has initially mastered several advanced parenting skills and established deep trust with core family members. The novice phase is about to end. Now officially issuing the advanced dad mission. Mission name: First Family Trip. Mission background: a true family needs not only a roof that shelters from wind and rain, but also the irreplaceable memories created together. Your daughter needs a wider world, your wife needs to shed her heavy armor, and your mother-in-law also needs a stepping stone. Mission requirements: plan and execute a family trip of at least 3 days. Participating members must include Ye Chen, Liu Yanan, Yin Yin Xin Lan. Upon mission completion, the system will evaluate based on the comprehensive score of Liu Yanan and Chen Lan's trip satisfaction and inner harmony. If the score exceeds 90, the mission succeeds. Mission rewards 1. Host title upgrades from Novice Dad to Advanced Dad. 2. Unlock a new system module asset management. 3. Reward star crystals X10000. Failure penalty revoked the god-level psychology skill. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow at the mission requirements. Taking Liu Yanan and Chen Lan on a trip together. The difficulty was no less than persuading Buffett and Soros to hold hands and sing karaoke. Especially the failure penalty. The skill he had just acquired, still warm, would be taken away. The system was forcing him to go all in. He dismissed the panel, walked to the study door, and knocked. Come in. Liu Yanan's cool voice came from inside. Ye Chen pushed open the door and saw her standing by the window, her silhouette looking somewhat fragile against the city backdrop. This weekend, let's go out for a few days. He got straight to the point. Liu Yanan turned around, frowning. I don't have time. You do. Ye Chen walked to her side and stood with her, gazing at the night view outside. I've seen your schedule. You've just gotten used to filling every moment. It's not that you don't have time. It's that you're afraid of having time. Liu Yanan's body stiffened. Look at yourself, Ye Chen said softly, but his words cut through her disguises like a precise scalpel. Wearing this armor every day, aren't you tired? Xingyan Group won't collapse without you. But Nian Nian's childhood comes only once. She needs a mother who smiles, not a president forever staring at reports. Liu Yanan pressed her lips into a thin line, offering no rebuttal. And Mom, Ye Chen shifted gears. That pen last time was her olive branch. You can't keep her standing out in the cold on that branch forever, can you? Those words became the last straw. A violent turbulence flickered in Liu Yanan's eyes. The hard armor finally showed a crack. She was silent for so long that Ye Chen thought she would refuse again. Where? She finally spoke, her voice low, as if asking him, or asking herself. Ye Chen smiled. He knew she had agreed. A place where you can trade your heels for flats, where Nian Nian can roll on the grass, and where Mom is willing to sit down for an afternoon tea. He pulled out his phone, showing a picture of a scenic spot. It was a hot spring resort surrounded by bamboo groves. Classical architecture, steaming open-air pools, tranquil and comfortable. I checked. It's not far from hiking, a 2-hour drive. Very private, no unwanted interruptions. Ye Chen's tone was like presenting a flawless business plan. I've already booked the largest standalone courtyard. It has 3 separate rooms and a small children's play area. Liu Yanan looked at him at his air of everything under control and suddenly found it amusing. She realized she had grown accustomed to being arranged by him. The feeling was strange, but not unpleasant. What about my mom? She hesitated. Leave it to me. Ye Chen's smile radiated unshakable confidence. He dialed Chen Lan right in front of Liu Yanan. The phone rang for a long time before being picked up. Chen Lan's characteristically cool voice came through. What is it? Mom, it's me, Ye Chen. His tone was as natural as if he were calling his own mother. This weekend, Yanan and I are planning to take Nian Nian to a hot spring resort in the suburbs for a couple of days. Would love for you to join us. The air there is good for your health. Nian Nian misses you too. A long silence fell on the. Liu Yanan held her breath nervously. Send me the address. The call ended abruptly. Ye Chen waved his phone at Liu Yanan, mouthing the word done. Looking at him, Liu Yanan suddenly felt that the worldview, values, and sense of order she had built over 30 years might truly need to be dismantled. And then rebuilt. Then, what do I need to prepare? She asked. It was the first time in a domain outside work that she had actively sought someone's opinion. Ye Chen's smile deepened. You don't need to prepare anything. He put away his phone, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, you just need to be ready to be Liu Yanan for 3 days, not President Liu. Nestled amidst a bamboo grove, the hot spring resort was fronted by an ancient wooden archway, the air steeped with the scent of rain-soaked grass and damp earth. A black Bentley and an ordinary family SUV pulled up almost simultaneously before the entrance of a standalone courtyard. The car door swung open and Liu Yanan stepped out, clad in a crisp white trouser suit, towering 7-centimeter heels, and sunglasses exuding an overwhelming aura. On the other side, Chen Lan emerged in a dark Chanel skirt, suit, her expression as aloof as ever, as if she were not here for a vacation, but to inspect her own properties. Wang Jie got out with Nian in her arms, curiously surveying the surroundings. The resort's butler, already waiting nearby, respectfully opened the trunk. Inside the Bentley's trunk lay 2 exaggeratedly large Rimowa suitcases. The butler and another server struggled to lift them down. Liu Yanan frowned. Careful, there's a computer inside. Chen Lan's gaze swept over, saying nothing, but her assistant had already directed someone from the other car to haul down an even larger Louis Vuitton hard case. 3 enormous suitcases stood before the courtyard gate, like 3 fortresses refusing to communicate. Ye Chen descended from his own car, carrying only a bulging hiking backpack. He walked over to the 3 fortresses and shook his head. It's just a vacation. Do you really need to move the entire office here? Liu Yanan removed her sunglasses and shot him a glance. I have an international video conference tonight. Ms. Chen needs to stay on top of several projects in the capital, her assistant added quietly. Fine, you're the bosses, you call the shots. Ye Chen shrugged, set down his large backpack, and unzipped it. The scene unfolded like a magician opening his prop trunk. First he produced a portable crib, snapped it open, in a few motions laid down soft bedding, and placed Nian Nian inside. Then came formula, a bottle warmer, diapers, little toys. Everything was there arranged in perfect order. After finishing, he straightened up and pulled out 2 pairs of shoes from the side pocket of his backpack. One pair was a simple, comfortable Todd's flat driving shoe which he placed directly at Liu Yanan's feet. Change into these. The paths here are all cobbled, high heels won't work. Liu Yanan looked at the shoes at her feet, then at her own Jimmy Choo heels that could serve as weapons, her expression stiffening. Ye Chen paid her no mind, instead taking out an item wrapped in a silk pouch from his backpack and handing it to Chen Lan. Mom, I prepared something for you too. It gets chilly in the mountains at night. This will be comfortable after the hot spring. Chen Lan's assistant reached out to take it, but Chen Lan stopped her with a look. She accepted the pouch herself and opened it. Even she was taken aback. Inside was a hand-stitched silk qipao, not flashy but elegant, in a deep indigo blue. Embroidered on it with the same color thread were a few refined orchid sprigs, and the frog buttons were made of warm, smooth white jade. The style, color, and fabric, every detail flawlessly aligned with her aesthetic. She glanced down at her own 6-figure outfit and suddenly felt constricted. Liu Yanan watched her mother hold the qipao, then looked at the flats at her own feet, and finally fixed her gaze on the 3 massive suitcases crammed with work. For the first time she felt like a fool. Ye Chen acted as if he hadn't noticed the mother and daughter's dramatic expressions. He pulled a thin sun protective jacket and a tiny straw hat from his backpack, dressed Nian Nian in the crib, and said to the butler, "All right, this is all our luggage. Please put those 3 suitcases back into the cars, just as they are." The butler opened his mouth, looking from Ye Chen to Liu Yanan, uncertain whom to obey. "Do as he says." Liu Yanan's voice came out husky. In the courtyard, afternoon tea had been laid out. A 3-tier English pastry stand displayed macarons, opera cake, and various tarts delicate as works of art. The butler was introducing the origin of each pastry, and the chef's illustrious resume. Chen Lan sat upright at the stone table, about to lift a silver teaspoon. "Sorry, we might not be able to eat this." Ye Chen's voice cut in. He somehow produced a compact travel tea set and a thermos. He set the tea set on the stone table, rinsed it with hot water from the thermos, and took out his own tea leaves. "This is this year's Preming Longjing. I got it from a friend on Lion Peak Mountain." As he brewed, he said to Chen Lan, "Your stomach is weak. Those sweets are too rich. I brought you some homemade." He opened a food box, revealing several glistening osmanthus cakes and tempting red bean pastries, simple in shape but sweetly fragrant. Chen Lan's hand holding the teacup paused in midair. Ye Chen opened another small container, scooped out a spoonful of pale yellow fruit puree, and brought it to Liu Yanan's lips. "Mango and pear, low sugar, moisturizing. You've been prone to irritability lately. This is perfect." Liu Yanan instinctively opened her mouth and took it. The refreshing silky sweetness melted on her tongue, inexplicably warming her cheeks. "Odd." Nian Nian in the crib waved her little hands in protest. "Yours is coming, don't worry." Ye Chen smiled, pouring warm pumpkin paste from a thermal pot and feeding his daughter spoonful by spoonful. A family of 4, 3 adults and a child, enjoyed entirely different afternoon teas. Nearby, the award-winning butler and the ornate pastry tower stood awkwardly out of place. Chen Lan eventually set down the resort's special Dahong Pao tea and picked up the cup of Longjing Ye Chen had brewed. The tea was clear and mellow, and the taut lines of her brow seemed to ease somewhat. The afternoon sun was just right, not harsh, carrying warmth. In a corner of the courtyard's lawn lay a small children's play area with soft mats, a slide, and a rocking horse. Liu Yanan put down the documents she was holding. She had finally given in and asked her assistant to bring in the laptop. She walked over to Nian Nian, wanting to carry her to the slide, but her movements were clumsy. "Nian, Mommy will take you to play." She tried to make her voice sound gentle, but it came out more like a command. Nian Nian seemed unimpressed, squirming to break free. "Don't hold her so tightly, children's bones are soft." Chen Lan had approached unnoticed. She pulled out a stack of character flashcards from her pocket. Playing with useless things, better to teach her a few words. She selected a card with an apple on it, held it in front of Nian Nian, and said in a didactic tone, "Nian Nian, look." One wanted to take her on a play mission, the other wanted to give her early education initiation. The mother and daughter, like 2 opposing armies, formed an invisible standoff around the child. Nian Nian was startled by the commotion. Her lower lip trembled, about to burst into tears. All right, leave her alone." Ye Chen approached, holding something in his hand. It was a simple kite he had made from bamboo and colored paper, one wing painted with a sun, the other with a moon. He ignored the mother-daughter standoff, simply spread a large picnic blanket on the grass, and placed Nian Nian. Then, facing the gentle breeze wafting from the valley, he gave a light toss, and the crude kite wobbled into the sky. It didn't fly high, just circled above the courtyard. Its colorful tail traced graceful curves against the blue sky. Nian Nian's attention was instantly lying on the blanket. She stared wide-eyed at the flying multicolored object above, waving her tiny hands in the air and letting out gurgling laughter. Liu Yanan and Chen Lan were both stunned. One had devised a meticulous play plan, the other a rigorous teaching scheme, and both were defeated by a crudely handmade kite, that wasn't even worth 10 yuan. Ye Chen handed the kite string to Wang Jia, asking her to watch over it. He sat down on the blanket and patted the spot beside him. Why stand around? Aren't you tired? Sit down, enjoy the view. The sky isn't falling. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Yanan finally slipped off the flats that kept her standing so erect and sat down barefoot beside Ye Chen. The grass felt cool against her skin, carrying the warmth of the sun, a pleasant sensation rising from the soul. Qianlan stood still, looked at her daughter, then at her granddaughter laughing carelessly on the grass. Eventually she too slowly sat down on the other side of the blanket. For the first time the three of them sat together in such a vulnerable, unguarded posture. No work, no lectures, only the vast blue sky overhead, the wobbly kite soaring above, and the child's crisp laughter in their ears. Liu Yanan and Qianlan accidentally met each other's gaze, then quickly looked away. In that fleeting moment the emotions in their eyes were complex. Embarrassment, relief, and a hint of a long-lost ease, even they hadn't noticed. Liu Yanan leaned back against her backpack and let out a long exhale. She felt that this trip might have only just begun. The evening mountain breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispersing the heat of the day. Ye Chen gathered the kite and picked up Nian Yin, who was rolling on the mat like a small glutinous rice ball, and asked the two women still sitting, "What do you want for dinner?" The restaurant here specializes in fusion cuisine, but I noticed there are fresh bamboo shoots and stream fish in the kitchen. Liu Yanan was still immersed in the strange sense of relaxation from earlier and instinctively replied, "Anything is fine." Qianlan then stood up, dusted off the non-existent dust on her elegant dress, and her tone regained a hint of coldness as she said, "Guests are free to choose." "All right, then I'll take care of it." Ye Chen smiled as he embraced his daughter and walked towards the kitchen in the courtyard. This standalone courtyard came with a semi-open kitchen fully equipped. Ye Chen exchanged a few words with the butler, and soon clean ingredients were delivered. Liu Yanan and Qianlan sat by the stone table in the courtyard, one pretending to check the stock market on her phone, while the other sipped tea, yet their gazes involuntarily drifted towards the busy figure in the kitchen. He tied on a cartoon duck apron, instantly transforming from a leisurely vacationer back into a home-loving dad full of life. The knife skills were swift and precise, and the flipping of the pan flowed like water. Before long, the savory aroma of oil-braised bamboo shoots, the freshness of steamed stream fish, and the rich scent of chicken stew, with bamboo fungus intertwined, dominantly occupying the entire courtyard. On Liu Yanan's phone screen, the Klein chart had not moved for half the day. The Longjing tea in front of Qianlan had long cooled, and she forgot to refill it. Dinner was laid out on the stone table in the courtyard. 3 dishes and a soup along with a bowl of fish and meat porridge specially made for Nian Yin, simple, yet colorful and fragrant. "Try this bamboo shoot, it was just dug up from the mountain. I had them prepare it in the simplest way to taste its freshness." Ye Chen served a pair of chopsticks to Liu Yanan and Qianlan. Liu Yanan silently ate the tender freshness of the bamboo shoot exploding on her tongue, reminding her of the taste she had at her grandfather's house when she was young. Qianlan also moved her chopsticks, eating slowly. She didn't comment, but her pace was noticeably faster than usual. After the meal, as night deepened, the mountain villa lit up with twinkling lights. Ye Chen handed the bowls and chopsticks to Sister Wang, and then like a magician pulled out several sealed medicine packets from his treasure bag backpack. The villa's hot spring is a sulfur spring, but soaking directly can be a bit irritating to the skin. He handed the medicine packets to Liu Yanan and Qianlan. "This is a formula I prepared using Angelica ligusticum and white atractaloids to invigorate blood and moisten dryness. I have already had the butler prepare the water in the private hot spring in the backyard. You can try it." Liu Yanan looked at the medicine packet in her hand, which had the ingredients noted in elegant handwriting. Qianlan held the cloth packet that emitted a faint herbal fragrance, her expression complex. The outdoor private hot spring in the backyard was surrounded by a circle of bamboo fences with steam rising and floating lotus lamps on the water's surface. Liu Yanan changed into a swimsuit, draped a bathrobe over it, and when she walked into the courtyard, she wore the dark blue qipao that Ye Chen had prepared. Although she hadn't entered the water, just sitting on the stone by the pool, she blended into the night. The mother and daughter faced each other across the pool, shrouded in white mist, momentarily silent. Liu Yanan untied her bathrobe and slowly stepped into the water. The warm spring water enveloped her body, dispersing all her fatigue. She placed the medicine packet that Ye Chen gave her into the water, and a stronger herbal fragrance spread out. "He is quite thoughtful," Qianlan suddenly spoke, her voice sounding somewhat muffled in the mist. "He has always been this way." Liu Yanan leaned against the pool wall and closed her eyes. "I saw the project from the Singularity Laboratory," Qianlan continued. "He has handed over the CEO position to you, and he has already smoothed everything out with the board. You don't have to do anything, you just take over." Liu Yanan's body stiffened for a moment. This was something Ye Chen had never mentioned to her. "What do you think he's after?" Qianlan asked. This question was one Liu Yanan had asked herself countless times. Money. The projects he casually took on were worth far more than the entire Qinyan. Power. He seemed utterly uninterested in the power of a business empire. She opened her eyes and looked at her mother across the mist for the first time, speaking with an equal tone rather than one of judgment. "Perhaps he seeks nothing at all. He is simply living the life he desires. Qianlan fell silent. She looked at the blurred reflection of her daughter in the pool, and after a long while she finally said, "Your father used to enjoy tinkering with these herbs and plants." At that moment Liu Yanan's heart felt as though it had been gently struck by something. This was the first time her mother had taken the initiative to mention her father since she could remember. Just then Ye Chen's voice came from the courtyard entrance. "Your Majesties the two queens, it's time to come out. The humidity in the mountains is high. I've brewed some ginger tea for you." He didn't enter, just placed 2 thermoses on the stone bench at the door, then walked away with. That night Liu Yanan slept exceptionally soundly. The next morning she was awakened by the crisp sound of birds singing. Upon opening the window, she was met with lush greenery, and the fresh air compelled her to take a deep breath. They did not return immediately. Ye Chen somehow rented 2 mountain bikes, one equipped with a child seat at the back. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the sunrise." Liu Yanan put on her flat shoes, and Qianlan also rarely donned a comfortable set of sportswear. The bicycle team, carrying 2 generations of business queens, and the future heir wobbled along the mountain path, facing the dawn. As the first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, bathing the entire valley in gold, they arrived at the viewing platform at the mountain's peak. Nian excitedly waved her little hands in the child's seat, while Qianlan stood by the railing gazing at the sea of clouds in the distance. The corners of her mouth, which had been tightly wound for a lifetime, seemed to lift slightly. Liu Yanan took out her phone, not to capture the scenery, but quietly focused the lens on the 3 people beside her. In that moment, as the photo was taken, a celestial melody echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Ding! Dad's progression task, first family trip, completed. Calculating task settlement. Liu Yanan's travel satisfaction 95. Inner harmony 92. Qianlan's travel satisfaction 92. Inner harmony 90. Overall rating 92. 25. Task rated S. Congratulations host, the title has upgraded from novice dad to advanced dad. Congratulations host, new system module unlocked, asset management. Congratulations host, you have received a task reward star essence x 10,000. With a thought, Ye Chen summoned the familiar blue light screen before him. Super Dad all-round system host Ye Chen title advanced dad, next level ace dad skills eagle eye analysis max level insight max level god level pediatric medicine beginner. God level psychology beginner, God level tailoring beginner, crisis management master beginner, aura, united couple passive items, powerful energy pill x1, cleansing pill diluted version x1, corporate lifeline skill card x1, assets 70 equity, in Singularity Future Technology Laboratory 1 courtyard in the capital's ZU Mansion, Love Home, Fund 1. 5 billion. Residence rights in Yunding Mansion 1 shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park. Module unlock shop currency star essence x18800. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was entirely different from when they arrived. The 3 huge suitcases still lay in the trunk, yet they no longer felt like fortresses, but rather 3 ordinary. Liu Yanan leaned back in her seat, not looking at any documents or taking any work calls, simply wearing headphones and quietly listening to music. Qianlan sat in another car and sent Ye Chen a message containing a photo. The photo showed the dark blue qipao from her room neatly folded next to that Parker pen. Ye Chen looked at the photo, smiled, and replied with 2 words, "Fits perfectly." He glanced at Liu Yanan beside him through the rearview mirror. She seemed to sense his gaze, took off one earbud, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Ye Chen replied casually, his tone light. "I was thinking, where should our next stop be?" "Where to next?" Ye Chen's question was like a stone cast into the lake of Liu Yanan's heart, its ripples lingering until they returned to Yunding Mansion. The aftermath of the journey was unmistakable. Qianlan did not bring up returning to the capital again, but as she left she glanced at Ye Chen, who was preparing milk powder for Nian, and said, "That Chong Sam. If the size were adjusted by half an inch narrower, it would be perfect." Liu Yanan, however, discovered a new habit. During meetings her mind would wander, and she would unconsciously open her phone album to gaze at the photo taken on the mountaintop. In the photo, bathed in the first light of dawn, Ye Chen held their daughter in his arms. Qianlan was unusually relaxed, and she herself, with her arm linked through Ye Chen, smiled like an innocent schoolgirl. She set that photo as her phone's lock screen wallpaper. On Monday morning, for the first time, Liu Yanan did not leave the house at 7 sharp. She sat at the dining table, sipping the millet porridge Ye Chen had cooked, watching as that man, wearing a cartoon apron, hummed a tune and made funny faces at Nian. "I have a meeting this afternoon. I might be home a bit late." Liu Yanan said, her tone far softer than before. Ye Chen didn't turn his head. "He'll make squirrel-shaped mandarin fish for dinner tonight." Such ordinary spousal dialogue sent a strange warmth surging through Liu Yanan's heart. She even thought that spending every day watching him bustle around their daughter and the kitchen wouldn't be so bad. Yet the peace was soon shattered. At 3 in the afternoon, in the top-floor meeting room of Qinyan Group, Liu Yanan had just wrapped up a dreary quarterly review when her assistant Linda rushed in with a ghostly pale face, forgetting even to knock. "President Liu, something terrible has happened." Liu Yanan frowned. "What's the panic?" "Our stock price, without any warning, has plummeted by 8% in the last half hour. And it's still falling." Linda's voice trembled. "Massive short-selling orders have suddenly appeared on the market, and several financial media outlets are publishing negative news about our group's cash flow crunch. Liu Yanan's face instantly turned cold. She strode to her office where a giant electronic screen displayed Qingyan Group's Klein chart plunging vertically at a staggering angle. This was a textbook premeditated financial ambush. Investigate. Find out where these shorts are coming from. Her voice regained its icy razor-sharp edge. Notify PR for an immediate rebuttal. Legal prepares a cease and desist. The trading team must defend the stock at all costs. A cascade of orders was issued and the entire Qingyan Group shifted into high gear like a precision war. Liu Yanan sat in her chair, her eyes locked on that green, ever-dipping line. She knew this was a brutal battle. The adversary was formidable and clearly well prepared. Meanwhile, at Yunding Mansion, Ye Chen was playing a game of train with Nian Yin on the playmat. He made hoo-hoo and chugga-chugga sounds, making the little one giggle. During a break, he had a sudden impulse and opened the system panel. The newly unlocked asset management module glowed with a pale golden light. Curious, he tapped into it. What appeared before him was no longer a simple list of assets, but a dynamic star map brimming with futuristic sci-fi allure. Each shining star represented an asset under his name. Singularity Lab gleamed as a brilliant blue giant, while Xiu Mansion Courtyard shone as a steady yellow dwarf. As he focused his mind on the star map, countless golden threads weaved between the stars, and vast streams of real-time data surged into his consciousness in a way he could comprehend. Global stock indices, commodity trades, currency exchange rates. It felt as if the pulse of the entire financial world was beating at his fingertips. He even discovered he could virtually restructure and leverage these assets, and the system would instantly simulate the potential cascading effects on global financial markets within the next 24 hours. This was no mere asset management. It was a god's eye view. Just as Ye Chen was enjoying himself, a dim fading star linked to Qingyan Group caught his attention at one corner of the star map. The star was being fiercely corroded by a mass of black mist, its light visibly weakening. His brow furrowed. At 7 that evening, Liu Yanan dragged herself home exhausted. Without a word, she changed her shoes and collapsed onto the sofa, still in her coat. Her face was pale, her eyes concealed a crushing defeat. The defense had failed. The opponent's capital far exceeded her imagination. Qingyan Group stock had hit the daily limit, and its market value had evaporated by nearly 10 billion in a single day. The old directors on the board had almost blown up her phone. "You're back." Ye Chen emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming plate of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, the dish exquisitely presented and fragrant with sweet and sour aroma. "Eat first. Even in a war, you need to fill your stomach." Liu Yanan did not move. She stared at the dish, which suddenly felt glaringly out of place. She was fighting a bloody battle outside while this man was at home, leisurely studying recipes. "Ye Chen, can't you stop acting as if nothing's wrong?" Her emotions finally began to crack. "Do you have any idea? Qingyan is about to be finished." "It's not that serious," Ye Chen said, placing the dish on the table. "He went to fetch the rice. Someone just wants to use very little money to pry away your family's big house. If you try to outspend them, Haidu, of course, what you should do is break the lever in their hands first." Liu Yanan jerked her head up. "How did he know?" "You? I took Nian Yin for a walk downstairs this afternoon and overheard some Andes talking about how the Qingyan stocks they bought had hit the limit," Ye Chen explained seamlessly. "I also glanced at some financial news." He set a bowl of rice in front of Liu Yanan, his tone as casual as discussing the day's weather. "I've played this kind of game before on a school simulation platform. To win, you just need to find someone richer and more ruthless than the opponent, storm in, and buy up all their short positions as physical shares, forcing them to deliver. If they can't deliver, they have to buy back from you at a high price. Then you get to name your terms." Liu Yanan listened stunned. She understood the logic. This was a classic squeeze. But where could she find that richer, more ruthless person in all of Haicheng who would dare cross the mysterious capital force behind the attack to defend Qingyan? "Eat. The fish will get cold." Ye Chen pressed the chopsticks into her hand. Agitated, Liu Yanan forced down a couple of bites, tasteless and mechanical. Just then her phone buzzed frantically. It was Linda, her voice trembling with a near hysterical excitement and disbelief. "President Liu, check the market. Oh my God, it's a miracle, a divine act." Liu Yanan's heart sank, fearing more trouble. She unlocked her phone and opened the stock app. The next second, her pupils contracted violently. On the screen, the Klein that should have been stuck at the limit had rebounded at an almost 90-degree angle, soaring upward with a ferocious momentum. One after another, astronomical buy orders swept in like an unstoppable iron army, devouring every sell order in their path. The stock price not only recovered all losses, but charged toward the upper limit in a wild frenzy. President Liu, Linda's voice trembled on the phone. A fund we've never seen before has suddenly, they're indiscriminately buying everything. All shorts have been obliterated. We found the fund's name. It's called Nian Yin Sunshine Savings Jar. Liu Yanan's mind went blank. Slowly, inch by inch, she turned her head to look at the man patiently spoon-feeding fish to their daughter. "Nian Yin Sunshine Savings Jar. Was it you?" Her voice was light as a feather, yet heavy as a mountain. Ye Chen looked up, a beaming, triumphant smile on his face. Isn't that name both auspicious and adorable? He pulled out his phone, which displayed the star map interface of asset management. He tapped one of the newly lit. I just used some of our family savings and bought a little. I saw your company's stock on sale today, a huge discount. So I thought I'd bottom fish and save it as Nian dowry. Liu Yanan stared at him at his utterly composed demeanor. All her pride, her struggles, her strategic maneuvering, in the face of this man's so-called family savings and bottom fishing, became a complete farce. She suddenly recalled the question he had asked after the trip, where to next? It turned out she didn't need to go anywhere. She had thought she had found a temporary harbor to rest in. Only today did she realize she had married the vast ocean. In the living room, the beautifully shaped squirrel fish was still emitting the last traces of heat. The sweet and sour aroma clashed fiercely with the molecules known as absurdity that permeated the air, ultimately succumbing. Liu Yanan gazed at Ye Chen, her eyes moving from the praise-me smile on his face to the cartoon duck apron he wore, finally settling on the small spoon in his hand used to feed the fish. Her business empire had experienced tumultuous waves within hours, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, he was in the kitchen shaping a fish. Her team fought desperately, deploying billions to protect their shares, but failed. He, on the other hand, used a so-called piggy bank to obliterate the opponent. Dowry. Liu Yanan finally found her voice dry as if sandpaper was rubbing against her. Yes. Ye Chen did not look up, carefully bringing a small piece of boneless fish to Nian's lips. Daughters must be raised in wealth, so they have high standards and won't be deceived by some brat with a piece of candy in the future. Nian smacked her lips in satisfaction. Liu Yanan's breath caught, feeling a heavy blockage in her chest. Our family's savings. What else? Ye Chen finally raised his head, looking at her innocently. What private money do I have? Every penny I earn must be submitted to my lady wife. Liu Yanan was utterly speechless. Her proud business acumen, the logical system she relied on for survival, was shattered in this moment by the words dowry and submit to the wife. She felt as if she were not sitting on the sofa of the cloud-top mansion, but rather trapped in a bizarre dream. Just then her phone rang again at an inopportune moment. A strange number flashed on the screen. Liu Yanan glanced at it, feeling utterly exhausted and not wanting to answer. Ye Chen, however, reached for the phone, naturally swiping to answer and pressing the speaker button. Let Liu Yanan take the call. A frantic roar came from the other end. It was Director Zhao from Honda Capital. You're behind this. You're maliciously manipulating this. I'm going to report you to the Securities Regulatory Commission. Good evening, Director Zhao. Ye Chen spoke in a relaxed tone, as if greeting a neighbor. It's late. Don't be so angry. It's not good for your heart and blood vessels. What are you going to report us for? Ye Chen interrupted him, leisurely wiping Nian's mouth with a napkin. Are you going to report us for having too much money or for buying shares of my wife's company to prepare her dowry? It seems the law doesn't specify that this is illegal. The breathing on the other end instantly became heavy. Ye Chen continued, Director Zhao, if you ever find yourself short of funds and want to short sell someone, feel free to let me know. I can lend you some and we can negotiate the interest. After all, we're all businessmen helping each other out. We're all doing this for the kids, I understand. Oof. A strange muffled sound came from the other end of the call, like something had been spat out in anger, followed by the chaos of chairs and tables falling, and finally the phone was slammed down violently. Ye Chen put the phone aside, shook his head, and commented to Liu Yanan, you see, your psychological quality is too poor. In investing, this is a big taboo. Liu Yanan watched him as he calmly delivered the final blow to his opponent, then nonchalantly picked up the spoon, coaxing their daughter to have another small bite. Suddenly she felt that all the business rivals she had faced in the past, including Director Zhao, seemed as innocent as a flock of little rabbits compared to Ye Chen before her. She stood up and walked to the dining table, picked up the bowl and chopsticks that Ye Chen had left there, and silently took a piece of fish that had cooled a bit, placing it in her mouth. The sweet and sour sauce, the crispy exterior, the tender fish. The taste was exquisite, pulling her back to reality. She ate slowly, taking small bites as if trying to digest all that had happened today along with the piece of fish. After dinner, Sister Wang swiftly cleared the dishes. Ye Chen carried the drowsy Nian back to the nursery. Only Liu Yanan was left alone in the living room. She did not turn on the lights, but walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the myriad lights of Haicheng outside. The stock price of Qingyan Group had ultimately surged and hit the limit. Tomorrow's opening would only be higher. The old fellows in the boardroom were probably celebrating with champagne at this moment. Yet she couldn't feel any joy. Because she had won, but it was a win that made no sense. A win that felt like a joke. All her pride and persistence were utterly crushed tonight by a cartoon apron and a piggy bank. Footsteps approached from behind. Ye Chen came over, still carrying a faint scent of milk. He said nothing, merely stood beside her, looking at the night view in the same direction. After a long silence, Liu Yanan finally spoke, asking the question she should have asked long ago. Ye Chen who? This time she was not asking about his identity nor his background. She was asking about the man he was. Ye Chen turned his head and looked at her. The colorful lights outside the window converged into a deep, starry river in his eyes. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a gentle yet determined seriousness Liu Yanan had never seen before. I am Yin Yin's father. He paused, then reached out and gently held her slightly cold hand. And also your husband. I am, and I will be. As long as you are here, I won't let anyone bully you. His hand was warm, the heat from his palm continuously transmitted to soothe her cold and chaotic heart. Liu Yanran's eyes suddenly turned red without warning. She did not pull away, but instead reached back and held his hand. At that moment, the cold system notification sound echoed in Ye Chen's mind as expected. Ding. Detected that the host's family relationship has entered a new stage, with core members developing deep dependency and trust, and the core family assets facing exposure risk. The mainline task chain's 7th link is officially released, the family safety deposit box. Task background: a true family requires not only emotional bonds, but also a solid material foundation and absolute security guarantee. The Nian Sunshine Piggy Bank is just the beginning. You need to establish an unbreakable safety deposit box for this family that can withstand any risks. Task requirements: within a month, in the names of both spouses, establish an irrevocable family trust fund and inject shares of Singularity Laboratory and Xinyan Group into it, formulating a comprehensive asset inheritance and protection plan. Upon task completion, full recognition from Liu Yanan is required, and she must actively sign the final document. Task rewards: divine financial maneuver. Beginner level can perceive and influence the financial aura within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Absolute safety aura passive, reducing the risk of physical and non-physical malicious attacks on the host and family by 50. Failure penalty: all financial skills and assets of the host will be frozen for a year. Ye Chen looked at the task panel, then at the woman beside him, who had finally let down all her defenses and placed her hand in his palm. The next day, when Liu Yanan woke up, the sun had already streamed into the bedroom. She glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table, 8:15. This was the first time she had slept in so late since taking charge of the Xinyan Group. The living room was devoid of the usual tension and busyness. Only the sounds of Ye Chen bustling in the kitchen and Nian babbling and baby talk could be heard. Liu Yanan stepped out of the bedroom to find Ye Chen tying on an apron, cradling their daughter in one arm, while skillfully whisking eggs with the other, as if he were a professional acrobat. Upon seeing her, he lifted his chin, gesturing toward the dining table. A simple breakfast was laid out: a fried egg, toasted bread, and a cup of warm milk. Awake. Come eat. I made you a heart-shaped egg this morning. Liu Yanan walked over, and indeed the fried egg in the plate was molded into a heart-shaped childish, yet it made her unable to feel angry. She sat down, picked up the knife, and fork, her movements slightly hesitant. About last night. She wanted to speak, but didn't know where to start. Oh, that. Ye Chen poured the egg mixture into the pan, and it sizzled. I checked this morning, it has risen another 5 points. Your year-end bonus should be secured. Liu Zong's year-end bonus. These words struck Liu Yanran's nerves like a small hammer. She looked at the man before her. He was placing a freshly fried star-shaped egg onto Nian's plate, mumbling, "Our little princess is eating little stars." He seemed completely unaware that behind his words about the 5-point rise lay the fluctuations of tens of billions in market value and the wild celebrations and laments of countless capitalists. Liu Yanan silently cut a piece of the heart-shaped egg and put it into her mouth. Ye Chen. She swallowed the food, finally resolved, and spoke in a businesslike tone. "We need to discuss the funds in the Nian Sunshine Savings Jar." "Discuss what?" Ye Chen, holding Nian, sat across from her. "Isn't that all your money? I'm just helping you manage it." "My money?" Liu Yanran's fork froze in midair. "Yes," Ye Chen said matter-of-factly. "As a delivery guy, where would I get that much money? All of that was earned by me investing with your salary card. Rounded off, of course, it's all your money." Liu Yanan felt her CPU was about to overheat. Her salary card. Even if she saved every penny from the salary given by Xinyan Group for 100 years, it wouldn't cover even a fraction of the stakes from last night's gamble. This man, when he lied, remained unflustered with a logic that was damnably self-consistent. "That's not what I meant." Liu Yanan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "This money, including the shares of the Singularity Laboratory, we must make a proper arrangement. Their volume is too large. Holding it under personal names poses a high risk." You make a valid point." Ye Chen nodded in agreement. He rummaged through the mommy bag beside him and pulled out not a milk bottle or a diaper, but a beautifully bound folder, placing it in front of Liu Yanan. On the cover of the folder, in embossed gold letters, were the words, "Ye Family Trust Fund Draft. I had some free time last night while you were asleep and casually drafted it. Take a look to see if it makes sense." Ye Chen spoke casually, as if he were discussing not a trust plan worth hundreds of billions, but a picnic plan for the weekend. Liu Yanran's fingers trembled slightly as she opened the folder. Inside was not a rough sketch, but a nearly perfect legal document. From the trust structure, asset injection plan, beneficiary rights, risk isolation clauses, to the long-term appreciation strategy of the assets, each point was clear, rigorous, and impeccable. The more she read, the faster her heart raced. The core of this plan was to establish an irrevocable offshore trust. The grantors were Ye Chen and Liu Yanan, with the sole beneficiary being Yin. All shares of Singularity Laboratory under Ye Chen's name, as well as all assets he promised to inject into the savings jar in the future, would serve as trust property, completely isolated from their personal assets. This meant that regardless of any future commercial or personal changes between Ye Chen and Liu Yanan, this vast asset would remain safe and sound solely belonging to their daughter. Liu Yanan saw the most crucial point: the protector of the trust would be jointly held by her and Qin Lan. This meant that any significant changes to the trust would require the unanimous consent of the mother and daughter. He had given a portion of the family's core wealth control to their daughter and entrusted another portion to her and her mother's hand. You? Liu Yanan looked up at Ye Chen. Her throat felt blocked with cotton. When did you prepare this? Just last night after you fell asleep, I casually sketched it out. Ye Chen pointed to his head. I memorized things quickly here. Liu Yanan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. To conceive such a vast and intricate trust plan in one night. This was beyond genius. Why? She asked, her voice trembling with an unrecognized fear. You locked everything away. What about yourself? Ye Chen laughed, pointing to the apron on himself, then to Liu Yanan and their daughter, who was nibbling on the star-shaped egg. Aren't you too my entire fortune? As long as I take good care of you, I'm richer than anyone else. Moreover, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of mischief. Isn't the key to this safe still in your and your mom's hands? If I don't perform well, you can cut off my allowance at any time. Liu Yanan felt her eyes warm at his playful remark. She closed the folder tightly in her arms, as if holding a heavy yet incredibly warm dowry. This is just a draft. Many details need a professional lawyer to perfect. Liu Yanan's rationality was still making a final struggle. Oh, a lawyer. Ye Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. Uncle Su, it's Ye Chen. Yes, I have something I want to consult with you. Are you available to come to Yunding Mansion now? Okay, we will wait for you. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Liu Yanan opened the door to find an elderly man standing outside, dressed in a gray hand-tailored suit with meticulously combed hair. She recognized him at a glance. Su Wenchang, a towering figure in the field of trust law in the country, serving only the top-tier wealthy families, requiring at least 6 months' notice for an appointment. Su Wenchang nodded politely upon seeing Liu Yanan, his gaze passing over her to focus on the man in the living room who was holding a child and still wearing a cartoon apron. Xiao Chen, long time no see, you are becoming more lively, Su Wenchang said with a kind smile. Uncle Su, please come. Ye Chen greeted him with a smile. The house is a mess, please don't mind it. Liu Yanan felt completely numb. The next 2 hours became the most surreal time of her life. She, the president of Qingyan Group, sat beside them like an intern, listening as the towering lawyer Su Wenchang respectfully reported the modifications to the trust plan one by one to a man in an apron. Xiao Chen, your design regarding the phased unlocking of rights for beneficiaries upon reaching adulthood is brilliant, ensuring asset safety while allowing the child room to grow. Regarding the veto mechanism for the Protector Committee, I suggest adding an emergency response clause to prevent. As for the equity injection of Singularity Laboratory, I have already communicated with the offshore team, and with this SPV structure, we can perfectly evade tax and regulatory risks. Ye Chen listened while cradling their daughter in the living room, occasionally asking a question, each one pinpointing the essence. Finally, Su Wenchang solemnly handed a revised document to Liu Yanan. Ms. Liu, this is, as long as you and Mr. Yi sign this, trust will take effect immediately. Legally, it will become the most solid fortress for your family, unbreakable. Liu Yanan looked at the document, then at Ye Chen. She didn't know when he had already lulled their daughter to sleep, carefully placing her in the crib. After finishing all this, he walked to her side, without urging, simply picking up the ordinary pen on the table and placing it beside her. Wife, go ahead and sign, he said, to lock up our family. Liu Yanan grasped the pen, her fingertips cold. She suddenly realized this was not just a safe. This was a home he had built for her and their daughter, with the whole world an unsinkable one. The ordinary pen weighed 1,000 pounds in Liu Yanan's fingertips. She stared at the 2 blank signature lines at the end of the document. One already bore Ye Chen's flamboyant signature, while the other awaited her pen. This was not a contract or an agreement. It was a lock. A familial lock that bound her, Ye Chen, Yin and the immense wealth behind them. Wealth capable of shaking the world, together. She raised her eyes to look at Ye Chen. He wasn't looking at her or the document, his gaze was fixed on their sleeping daughter in the crib, his eyes as soft as a spring lake. As if only he and his daughter existed in this room, along with those insignificant sheets about to be signed. It was a complete surrender, a dizzying sensation of handing over the highest authority of his world to another. But what followed was not fear, but an unprecedented, grounded sense of security. She hesitated no more. The pen tip fell stroke by stroke, and she wrote her name. Liu Yanan. As the final stroke was completed, something in her heart settled once and for all. Ding. Main quest chain, 7th ring. Family safe. Completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained divine financial acumen, beginner. The absolute safety aura passive has been activated. In Ye Chen's mind, the system notification rang crisp and pleasant. The smile on his lips deepened. He turned his head and met Liu Yanan's gaze. Done. All settled. He picked up the signed document and casually handed it to Su Wenchang, who had been standing in a daze. Uncle Su will trouble you. No trouble at all. Su Wenchang snapped back to reality, carefully taking the document as if it were a priceless treasure. He looked at Ye Chen, his eyes filled with emotion and relief. Xiao Chen, seeing you two like this, I can rest easy. Old Master Yi, if he knows in heaven, will be comforted. Ye Chen smiled and didn't follow that line. Instead, he asked Uncle Su stay for a simple meal. No, I need to hurry back and handle the follow-up procedures. Su Wenchong waved his hand, walked to the door, then turned back and bowed solemnly to Liu Yanan. Ms. Liu, if anything comes up, feel free to contact me anytime. The old man, who commanded respect in the legal world, now exhibited a humility that left Liu Yanan somewhat at a loss. After seeing Su Wenchong off, the living room fell silent again. Liu Yanan remained seated on the sofa, feeling as if she had just run a marathon, both physically and mentally drained. What do you want for lunch? Ye Chen's voice brought her back to reality. She looked up and saw that he had already taken off the cartoon apron and was rolling up his sleeves, ready to step into the kitchen again. Anything's fine, Liu Yanan said. That won't do. A woman in confinement can't just eat anything, Ye Chen retorted seriously. Liu Yanan's cheeks flushed. I'm long past confinement. In my book, you'll be in confinement for the rest of your life. Ye Chen chuckled at his own words, then turned and entered. Liu Yanan watched his retreating figure, and the budding feeling of being moved was instantly replaced by a mix of amusement and helplessness. This man always had a way of dragging the atmosphere back to everyday trivialities with a single sentence, just when she was at her most serious and emotionally stirred. She stood up, walked to the kitchen door, and leaned against the doorframe, watching him wash vegetables. Ye Chen, what kind of man was your father? She finally asked the question. Su Wenchang's mention of Old Master Yi made it impossible for her to avoid the topic any longer. Ye Chen's hands paused for a moment as he washed the vegetables. He turned the tap back on, his voice sounding calm. He was an idealist. Always thought he could change something all by himself. In the end, he pushed too hard and screwed himself over. His tone was light, as if he were telling someone else's story. He taught me a lot, Ye Chen said, turning off the tap and leaning against the counter facing Liu Yanan. Like how to leverage the smallest amount of money to move the biggest board. He also taught me that family matters more than any board. He reached out and gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek. So I won't become him. I just want to guard our little patch of land. Liu Yanan's heart trembled slightly at his gesture and the warmth in his words. Just then Ye Chen's phone rang. He glanced at it. An unfamiliar number from the capital. He casually pressed speaker and placed it on the counter. An old authoritative voice came through the line, carrying an unquestioning tone of command. Is this Ye Chen? Speaking. Who is this? I am Chen, the steward of the Chen family ancestral hall. The elderly voice carried a condescending scrutiny. The old master has spoken. The Chen family ancestral worship will be held at the end of this month. You, Miss Yanran, and the child must come back. This is the rule. The Chen family, one of the true top-tier aristocratic houses in the capital. Liu Yanran's face instantly turned pale. Although she bore the Liu surname, her mother Chen Lan was a direct descendant of the Chen family. Because she insisted on marrying Liu Yanran's father, who came from an ordinary background, Chen Lan had nearly severed ties with the family. For so many years, the Chen family had shown no concern for mother and daughter. And now they suddenly wanted them to return, to attend the most solemn occasion of ancestral worship. Sorry, we're busy. Ye Chen's voice was lazy. He picked up a tomato and started slicing it. The three of us are planning to soak up the sun in the Maldives at the end of the month. Tickets are already booked. Clearly taken aback by such an answer, Chen choked for a moment, then his tone turned harsh. How dare you? This is a family matter for the Chen family. An outsider like you has no say. Is Liu Yanan there? Put her on. Liu Yanan clenched her palms, nervously about to speak. But Ye Chen shook his head at her, then laughed into the phone. Steward Chen, let me correct 2 points. First, Liu Yanan is my wife and Yin 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 is my daughter. Their affairs are my affairs. So I am not an outsider. I am their family. Second, whether we return or not depends not on the Chen family's rules, but on my wife's mood. If she wants to go back, we'll go back. If she doesn't, not even the heavenly king himself could move us. With that, without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone and tossed it aside. Then he brought a slice of the cut tomato to Liu Yanran's lips, coaxing her like a child. Here, wife, taste it. Is this tomato sweet? Liu Yanan gazed at him blankly, opened her mouth, and accepted the cool, sweet slice of tomato. Suddenly, she felt that the so-called top-tier Chen family wasn't so frightening after all. Super Dad All-Around System Host Ye Chen Title Advanced Dad Next Level Ace Dad Skills Eagle Eye Analysis Max Comprehension Max Divine Financial Acumen Beginner Divine Psychology Beginner Divine Tailoring Beginner Crisis PR Master Beginner Auras United Hearts Passive Absolute Safety Passive Items Potent Energy Pill X1 Diluted Marrow Cleansing Pill X1 Corporate Lifeline Skill Card X1 Assets Ye Family Trust Fund Beneficiary Yin 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 Sihiyuan In Ziyu Mansion Capital X1 Love Home Fund 1 5 billion Residence rights at Cloud Summit Mansion Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1 Module Unlock Shop Currency Star Credits X18800. The sweet and sour juice of the tomato melted on Liu Yanran's tongue, yet it seemed to carry a peculiar and unreal flavor. She watched Ye Chen as he casually tossed his phone aside, then picked up a kitchen knife, continuing to chop vegetables with a rhythmic bang bang bang, as if he had just hung up not on a call from a top family in the capital, but from an insurance salesman. You just Hung up. Liu Yanan's voice sounded somewhat ethereal. What else? Should I keep him waiting for the new year? Ye Chen didn't even look back. A housekeeper shouldn't act more important than the master. The corporate culture of the Chen family is unacceptable. Liu Yanan's lips twitched slightly. Corporate culture. He actually used such a term to describe the Chen family. They won't give up easily, she reminded as the sense of stability that had just settled in her heart began to waver. She knew the Chen family's style of doing things better than anyone else. Domineering and unyielding. I know, Ye Chen said, pouring the chopped tomatoes into a bowl and sprinkling sugar on top. So they will send someone who can negotiate with us. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yanan's phone rang. The name flashing on the screen was the most familiar yet complex to her. Qianlan. Liu Yanan's heart sank heavily. Just as expected. She took a deep breath, preparing to answer the call, ready to face the anticipated questioning and pressure. However, Ye Chen was one step ahead of her, drying his hands, grabbing the phone, and pressing the answer and speaker buttons. On the other end of the line, Qianlan's voice was devoid of anger or joy, yet carried an undeniable weariness. Did you make Ye Chen hang up? On Qian's desk call. Mom, I made him hang up. Ye Chen interjected calmly with the respect due to an elder, yet neither humble nor arrogant. As you know, Yanran has just come out of confinement. Her body is still weak, and the doctor said she needs to rest and is unfit for long-distance travel. While paying respects to ancestors is important, Yanran, and the child's health is of utmost importance. He succinctly turned the rudeness of not wanting to go into the filial piety and consideration of cannot go. There was silence on the other end of the line. Qianlan clearly did not expect that what awaited her was not Ye Chen's provocation, but such a watertight argument. The old man hasn't seen you in a long time. Qianlan's voice echoed again after a long pause. This time beneath the icy armor a hint of pleading emerged. He is getting old. Liu Yanan's body stiffened. She could stand against the Chen family's authority, could ignore their rules, but she could not refuse her mother's words laced with vulnerability, nor could she overlook the weight behind the words grandfather. She looked at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with struggle. Ye Chen did not make the decision for her. He simply held out the phone in front of her, silently conveying, this is your family matter, you choose. But no matter how you choose, I will be here. Liu Yanan took the phone, the cool body pressing against her palm. Mom, it's me. Her voice was steady, more stable than ever. Yanran. We are going back. Liu Yanan interrupted her, speaking clearly word by word, but not to be summoned back for ancestor worship. We are going back as Nian Yan's parents to visit her great-grandfather. Liu Yanran's gaze turned towards the nursery, her voice carrying a mother's newfound determination. The Chen family can decide when they want to see us, where to meet, and what to discuss. That's fine. Let the Chen family's legal advisor schedule a time with my lawyer. She paused and added, my lawyer is Su Wenshang. On the other end of the phone, there was a dead silence. Liu Yanran did not give them time to react, continuing, as for ancestor worship, we will only do it at our convenience, as juniors, to offer incense to our ancestors. We have no time or interest to participate in any other formalities. After speaking, she calmly hung up the phone. Throughout the process, she did not hesitate for a moment. She transformed a forceful summons from her family into an equal reciprocal business meeting. She did not refuse, instead she redefined the rules of the game. After doing all this, she realized her palms were sweaty. A warm, dry hand covered the back of her hand. Wife, you were amazing just now. Ye Chen's face showed unabashed admiration and pride. Liu Yanran looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile was like ice and snow melting, bringing a sense of relief and brilliance after a calamity. You taught me that. I didn't teach you to kill the conversation. Ye Chen teased, squeezing her hand. I just wanted to tell you, if we don't want to go, we won't go. If we want to go, we will go grandly. You don't have to fear anyone. I'm not afraid. Liu Yanran shook her head. I just suddenly feel that my past self was quite ridiculous. She always thought of escaping, always thought of resisting, but she had never considered standing at a higher vantage point to look down at those things she once feared. All right, let's not think about it anymore. Ye Chen pulled her to sit at the dining table. No matter how big the issue is, it's not more important than our family's meal. Tomato scrambled eggs with rice. Happy, right? Childish, Liu Yanran complained, but picked up her chopsticks. They had a calm and steady meal. After dinner, Ye Chen went to clean the kitchen, while Liu Yanran held Nian Yan in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, watching the bustling traffic outside. The prosperity of Haicheng sharply contrasted with the oppressive and rule-bound mansion in the capital. She knew that this return would not be easy. It would be an entirely new battlefield, 100 times more complex than the business wars of Qingyan Group. But in her heart, the fear of those years was gone. Because she knew this time she was not going back alone. Behind her, he might be washing dishes in a cartoon apron, humming an off-key song while changing their daughter's diaper. But he could declare war on the entire world for her at any time. Ding. Detected that the host family is about to face a new challenge. The complexity of the external environment has increased. Officially announcing the second phase of the dad upgrade mission. Mission named the first son-in-law of the capital's storm. Mission background: a true strongman not only protects his small family, but also earns the respect of everyone towards that family. The Qin family's disdain is the first label you must tear off. What you need is not their recognition, but their admiration. Mission requirement: accompany Liu Yanan back to the Qin family in the capital. Within a week, transformed the comprehensive evaluation of the core members of the Qin family, Old Master Qin Lan, and at least 3 influential family members from disdain unknown to recognition. At the time of mission settlement, the system will scan and assess the brainwaves of the evaluation subjects for a comprehensive assessment. Mission reward: divine level national art, beginner proficient in Bajiquan and Taiji, internal strength, can strengthen the body and defeat enemies. Reward: star essence x 20,000. Failure penalty: the host's title is downgraded to newbie dad, and all skills are temporarily sealed for 3 months. Ye Chen dried the last plate, closed the system panel, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With 2 days remaining until the journey to the capital, the atmosphere at Yunding Mansion felt like a pot heated by both a gentle simmer and a roaring flame. In the study, the fire blazed fiercely. Liu Yanan had virtually relocated her entire office here. Her assistant Linda, along with a 3-person team, was on standby around the clock. The massive electronic screen no longer displayed stock charts, but an intricate network of relationships with the Qin family at its center. President Liu, patriarch Qin Jingxiong, has 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Qin Zhangwo, is in politics, the second, Qin Jianjun, is in the military, and the third, Qin Jinshan, true to his name, handles all of the family's overt business ventures. Ms. Qin Lan is the eldest daughter and the youngest. Qin Feng married into a family in Hong Kong. Linda's report was delivered with machine gun speed, as if briefing intel on a battlefield. Liu Yanan, dressed in silk loungewear, wore an expression even colder than when she was in a suit. She pointed to an inconspicuous name on the screen. Investigate this Qin Da. I want his complete dossier from birth to now, including the route he takes to walk his dog every day. Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, in the living room, a gentle simmer was at work. Ye Chen was conducting the final pre-departure inspection of his magic bag backpack. Spread out on the floor was a large picnic mat with items neatly categorized and arranged. Zone A was for their daughter Dutch, imported formula pre-portioned in sealed bags, a constant temperature water flask, stage-appropriate pureed baby food, teething biscuits from Germany reputed to ease gum pain, a brand new tiger-patterned onesie for visiting grandma deserves new clothes, and a full set of children's medication for every emergency from fevers and colds to diarrhea and allergies. Zone B was for his wife. Several herbal sachets had blended himself to promote calm and sleep, a rechargeable silk heat mask, and a rare out-of-print book on modern architectural aesthetics Shed once mentioned in passing. Had somehow managed to hunt it down. Zone C was for his mother-in-law, a small jar of hand-roasted millet, specially nourishing for the stomach, and a cashmere shawl of exquisite quality in a tranquil pine green hue. Qin Lan's favorite color palette. Humming a tune like a schoolboy on a field trip, he methodically stuffed each item into the backpack, utilizing every pocket and crevice with a spatial management prowess that would shame any organization guru. Just then the doorbell rang. Wang opened the door, and Qin Lan strode in sleek in a black trench coat. Her gaze first swept over the closed study door, catching the tense, hushed discussion within. A flicker of barely perceptible complex emotion crossed her brow. Then her eyes fell on the living room, where a man sat cross-legged on the floor, stuffing a giraffe plush into his bag. Utter nonsense. Qin Lan's voice was low but icy. You think this is a picnic? Mother, you're here. Ye Chen looked up, beaming. You're right, it's not a picnic. It's a visit to my wife's family home, so it demands even more careful preparation. He then reached into the corner of the mat and produced an intricately carved rectangular box made of rosewood. The box was unpainted, retaining the warm luster and grain of the wood. What's this? Qin Lan frowned. A gift for grandfather. Ye Chen opened the box. Inside were no gold jewels, antiques, or calligraphy scrolls. Only an ordinary-looking brush and a small, quaint bronze paperweight. Qin Lan's eyes revealed undisguised disappointment. My father lacks nothing. Giving him these is far too. I made this brush myself, Ye Chen said, picking it up and handing it to Qin Lan. The shaft is golden Namu wood, and the bristles are made from the finest weasel tip hairs plucked from the tail of a yellow weasel. But that's not the crucial part. He pointed to the end of the brush handle, where a miniature gyroscope stabilizer was embedded with near-invisible precision. I heard from Uncle Sue that father-in-law's calligraphy was once exceptional, but in recent years his hands have been unsteady, and he hasn't touched a brush in a long time. This device can cancel out most involuntary hand tremors. He won't be able to write large characters, but small regular script or annotating documents should be manageable. Qin Lan's breath caught in that moment. She reached out, her fingers trembling slightly as she took the brush. The shaft felt warm and smooth, the weight perfect. She couldn't imagine that such a fusion of traditional craftsmanship and cutting-edge technology had come from the hands of this man before her. And this, Ye Chen picked up the bronze paperweight. This isn't ordinary bronze. I had someone source memory metal from an aerospace lab. When warmed by body heat, it molds to the curvature of father-in-law's wrist, forming a perfectly fitted brace. Once it cools, it hardens and provides support. Silence filled the living room. Qin Lan looked down at the 2 objects in her hand, then back up at Ye Chen. She suddenly felt that all the business analysis, equity penetrations, and relationship mapping her daughter had been doing in the study seemed like a child reciting multiplication tables, while what Ye Chen had produced was akin to a thesis on calculus. My father. Qin Lan's voice grew hoarse. After a long pause, she finally spoke. What he values most in his life isn't how much wealth the Qin family has amassed, but whether the family's roots still endure. In his study hangs a scroll. Harmony in the home brings prosperity. He has looked at it all his life and recited it all his life. She carefully placed the brush and paperweight back into the box, closed the lid, and handed it to Ye Chen. This gift is very good. It was the first time Qin Lan had ever used the phrase very good to describe Ye Chen. On the day of their departure to the airport, Liu Yanan finally emerged from her war room. She had changed into a bespoke white pantsuit. The fabric crisp, the tailoring sharp. The neckline revealed a sliver of fair skin paired with a diamond collar necklace, making her look like a jewel-studded sword drawn from its sheath. This was her battle armor. When she stepped into the living room and saw Ye Chen, she nearly choked. Ye Chen was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans with sneakers on his feet. Strapped to his chest in a comfortable baby carrier was Nian Yin, who was yawning. Behind him was the bulging backpack, looking as if it might burst at any moment. You're wearing that. Liu Yanran's brow furrowed into a deep V. It's comfortable. Ye Chen adjusted the carrier so his daughter could rest more securely. What else should I wear? A dragon robe. I'm not a crown prince. Liu Yanan was left speechless by his retort. Qin Lan emerged from her room, also dressed in an elegant suit. She looked at her daughter, then at her son-in-law, and finally said, It's fine. The family looks close and warm. Liu Yanan. In the private car heading to the airport, Liu Yanan still couldn't relax. She pulled a stack of cards from her clutch and handed them to Ye Chen. These are the profiles of the Qin family's key members. Memorize them before we board. Especially third granduncle. He has a poor memory but hates being forgotten. Ye Chen took the stack without even glancing at it and pulled out one card from the middle. Qin Jinshang, third uncle. Hobbies: golf, deep-sea fishing, and spending 2 hours at board meetings arguing for a project guaranteed to lose money just to show his disregard for family assets. Correct. Liu Yanan was stunned. He pulled out a second card. Qin Fengyat. Permanently resides in Hong Kong, avid attendee of charity galas, owns 3 barely surviving PR firms that rely on the family trust fund. Her greatest achievement is marrying a husband who spends even more than she does. Correct. Liu Yanan was utterly dumbfounded. These were the critical details Linda's team had spent 48 hours digging up. How could he possibly know them? Ye Chen saw her expression, as if she had seen a ghost, and laughed. He fanned the cards in his hand, then, with a flick of his wrist like a magician, transformed them into a paper origami. Darling, scouting enemy intelligence before a battle is essential. He handed the paper rose to Liu Yanan and lowered his voice. But what's even more important is to make sure your enemy knows your cannon has a bigger caliber. Outside the VIP channel of Beijing International Airport, the air was drier and heavier than in Haicheng. A dozen black Audi A6 LS stood silently in a row, their license plates consecutive like a line of well-trained soldiers. The display was grand, but those in the know could see at a glance that this was not the highest standard of reception the Qin family could offer. Liu Yanran's fingers unconsciously tightened around the metal chain of her handbag, a habitual gesture of hers when nervous. Qin Lan stood beside her expressionless, yet her rammered straight back betrayed her inner tension. Only Ye Chen, he had Nian Yin strapped to his chest in a baby carrier. The little one had just woken up and was dazedly gnawing on her own tiny fist. Ye Chen occasionally lowered his head, gently tickling his daughter's nose with his finger, making a soft pop sound. At the channel exit, the steward Qin Da, who had spoken arrogantly on the phone, stood waiting with several black-suited bodyguards. When he saw Qin Lan and Liu Yanan, he forced a stiff smile and gave a slight bow. Eldest miss, second miss, you've had a long journey. The old master ordered that a suite be prepared for you and the child at Junhua Mansion. Please go there first to rest. His gaze never lingered on Ye Chen for more than half a second. It was as if Ye Chen were merely a mobile baby carrier. Liu Yanan was about to respond when Ye Chen stepped. He smiled at Qin Da and nodded, thank you for making the trip. But the hotel is crowded and full of prying eyes, and the air is poor. The child is small and might not adjust. We've already arranged our own lodging, so we won't trouble the mansion. Qin Da's face darkened. Mr. Ye, this is the old master's wish. He emphasized the words old master, the pressure in his tone unmistakable. The old master wants us to rest well, and we also want to rest well. Same goal, different paths, Ye Chen said, his smile unchanged. Look, the car is here. He tilted his chin toward the distance. A seemingly ordinary Toyota Alphard had glided silently to the curb. The door opened, and a young man in a polo shirt jumped out, quickly pulling open the electric sliding door in the back. Qin Da's gaze swept over, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. A minivan. Any car in the Qin family garage was more impressive than this. Yet when the door fully opened, even Qin Da was stunned. The interior was almost completely modified. On one side was a fixed baby safety seat with a bottle warmer and cup holder on the small table beside it. On the other side, next to a spacious aviation seat, was a small car air purifier humming silently. The entire cabin was a mobile, fully equipped top-tier nursery. Mom Yinran get in, Ye Chen said, bending to sit inside first. He expertly placed Nian Nian in the safety seat and took a small blanket from the storage compartment to cover her. Qingde's face turned pale then red. The Audi fleet he had prepared was like a meticulously designed show of force, but the other party hadn't even entered his track. They'd taken a shortcut in a tractor and arrived first. Liu Yanan glanced at Qingde, then at the excessively comfortable minivan. For the first time she felt that her carefully prepared 20-page Qin family game theory PPT might be less effective than Ye Chen's car-mounted bottle warmer. She said no more, took her mother Qinlan's arm, and walked straight toward the Alfred. Qingde stood there watching the ordinary Toyota merge into traffic and disappear. Behind him, the dozen Audis standing at attention looked like an awkward backdrop. Inside the car it was quiet and smooth. Qinlan stared at the receding Beijing street scenes outside the window, and after a long while finally asked, "Where are we going?" "Home," Ye Chen replied. The car did not head to any five-star hotel, but turned into a quaint hutong. Blue bricks, gray tiles, lush green trees, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Eventually the car stopped before an inconspicuous vermilion gate. Liu Yanan gazed at this typical old Beijing Sihiyuan. The facade was low-key yet exuded a weight born. Suddenly she recalled the item in Ye Chen's asset list that she had overlooked. Beijing Ziyu Mansion Si. A kindly old woman opened the door. Seeing Ye Chen, her face immediately broke into a wide smile. "Xiao Chen, you're finally back. Aunt Fu, this is my wife Yinran. And this is my mother," Ye Chen introduced. "Oh my, come in. The rooms are all prepared as you said, and the heating is on early, so the little miss won't catch cold." Stepping through the gate, a different world unfolded. A screen wall at Chuehua Gate east and west wings. Everything was in place. In the courtyard stood a huge pomegranate tree with rugged branches. The entire compound had been exquisitely restored, preserving ancient charm while incorporating modern convenience. Underfloor heating, a fresh air system, full home smart technology, all were present. Liu Yanan stood in the center of the courtyard, feeling as if she had stepped into a dream where time and space intertwined. This place was more luxurious and more human than the most opulent presidential suite at the Junhua mansion. Wang Jie carried Nian Nian into the east wing, which had been arranged as a cozy children's room. The floor was covered in soft carpet, and on a large heated Kong were scattered all kinds of toys. Liu Yanan and Qinlan were invited into the main hall. Aunt Fu had already brewed hot tea and set out several exquisite plates of Beijing-style snacks. Xiao Chen specially mentioned that the eldest miss has a weak stomach, so I reduced the sugar in the Luda gun and pea cake, Aunt Fu said cheerfully to Qinlan. Qinlan held her teacup, her hand pausing slightly. At that moment the courtyard door was shoved open with a bang. A man in a meticulously tailored Zegna suit, a Patek Philippe on his wrist, strode in arrogantly with two assistants. He looked around, a mocking sneer on his face. "Oh, so that's why the hotel said no one was received. Hiding a beauty in a golden house, got a little love nest here." The newcomer was none other than the Qin family's third son, Qin Jinshang. His gaze swept over Liu Yanan and finally landed on Ye Chen, who was leisurely sipping tea. "So you're the Ye Chen who makes paper flowers. Quite the skill. What, you think the Qin family's hospitality isn't good enough, or are you afraid we'll eat you alive?" Liu Yanan's face instantly turned cold as she was about to speak. But Ye Chen looked up, smiled at him, and then said to Aunt Fu, "Add another pair of chopsticks. My third uncle is here. Probably hasn't had lunch." He stood up, walked over to Qin Jinshang, and naturally patted his expensive suit jacket on the shoulder, as if greeting a long-lost junior family member. "Third uncle, since you're here, don't be so formal. My place is small compared to the mansion, but it's quiet." He shifted his tone, his voice low, yet clear to everyone. "Just now, I heard you're having a headache over those iron mines in Australia with the local unions. Perfect chance to relax here and cool down that fiery temper. Too much liver fire can cloud your judgment." The smile on Qin Jinshang's face instantly froze. The Australian iron mine project was his private venture, bypassing the family. It had been a disastrous loss, and he was scrambling to fill the hole. No one except his most trusted assistant could possibly know about it. He stared at Ye Chen, at those clear, smiling eyes. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Ding. Detected host completing an urgent task. Now settling. Task named First Impression in Beijing. Task requirement: refuse the Qin family's initial arrangement, establish an independent and equal stance, and take the dominant position in the first contact with a core Qin family member. Completed task. Evaluations grade. Task reward: divine negotiation technique, beginner, star coins, x 5,000. A light screen flashed across Ye Chen's mind. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. "Third uncle, why are you standing? Have a seat. Try Aunt Fu's cooking. The Luda gun is sweet, but not cloying, won't hurt your liver." Super Dad all-round system host Ye Chen. Title: Advanced Dad. Next: Ace Dad skills: Eagle Eye Analysis Max, Insight Max, Divine, Financial Maneuvering Beginner. Divine Negotiation Technique Beginner, Crisis PR Master Beginner, Divine Martial Arts Beginner, Auras, Couples Unity Passive, Absolute Safety Passive, Items, Strong Vitality Pill, X1, Diluted marrow cleansing pill X1 portion Enterprise Lifeline skill card X1 assets Ye Family Trust Fund beneficiary Yin Yin Beijing Ziyu Mansion Sihiyuan X1 Love Family Fund 1. 5 billion. Cloud Top Mansion Residency Haicheng High-Tech Education District Shop X1 Module Unlock Shop Currency Star Coins X23800. In the courtyard the wind rustled through the pomegranate trees, branches the sound amplifying the eerie silence. The sneer on Qin Jianshang's face froze like an oil painting not yet dried splashed with cold water, the pigments smeared into a mess leaving only disgrace. His Zegna suit seemed to lose its shape instantly clinging tightly to his back soaked with a layer of cold sweat. The Australian iron mine. Those 4 words struck like a precision-guided bullet piercing through all his pretenses and arrogance. This venture, his high-stakes gamble bypassing the family with his entire fortune on the line, was now mired in a quagmire losing astronomical sums every day. How could he know? Third uncle, don't just stand there, the food's getting cold. Ye Chen's voice pulled him back to it. The smile on Ye Chen's face remained. It held no mockery or boastfulness, only a pure earnest warmth of a younger generation toward an elder. Yet that warmth in Qin Jianshang's eyes cut deeper than the sharpest blade. He felt he hadn't come to demand accountability, but a desperate beggar seeking help at a stranger's door. I am not hungry. Qin Jianshang squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth, turning to leave. He couldn't bear another second in that yard. Don't rush. Ye Chen stepped forward, his hand gently resting on Qin Jianshang's shoulder. Qin Jianshang stiffened. The palm felt light, yet pressed down like a mountain, rendering him immobile. Aunt Fu stewed chicken soup. You've been up all night, so I'll help. Besides, Ye Chen leaned close to his ear, dropping his voice, so only the two could hear. The Australian unions aren't beyond negotiation. All they want is money and respect. Sometimes a change of perspective and yielding a trivial concession can turn the whole situation around. Don't you agree, third uncle? Qin Jianshang's pupils contracted sharply. Change perspective. Yield interest. He had hired the best negotiation team from the capital and spent tens of millions in public relations only to be told the situation was irreconcilable. Yet this man with a single offhand remark had pinpointed the key to breaking the deadlock. He whirled around, staring hard at Ye Chen, trying to read something in his face. But that face still wore a harmless. Liu Yanan and Qin Lan sat at the old-fashioned 8 immortal table in the main hall, too far away to see, yet she could see that her ever-arrogant third uncle's face was draining of color, visibly replaced by a pallor mixed with terror, doubt, and struggle. Qin Lan held her teacup, her fingers tightening slightly. She knew her younger brother better than Liu Yanan did. Qin Jianshang had limited ability, but a huge temper riding on the Qin family's name to act recklessly. For him to show such an expression could mean only one thing. His lifeline had been seized. Aunt Fu served the meal. Ye Chen's voice broke the stalemate. He pulled the now weak-legged Qin Jianshang like a marionette and seated him at the lowest position of the table. Mom Yanran, let's eat. Thus began a lunch laden with tension. On the table were 4 dishes and a soup. All homely home-style fare: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised sea cucumber with scallions, dry-fried green beans, vinegar-sauteed cabbage, and a steaming pot of black-bone chicken soup. Ye Chen ignored Qin Jianshang, ladling a small bowl of chicken soup, skimming off the oil, carefully blowing it cool, then handing it to Liu Yanan. Have some soup to warm your stomach. He then picked up the tenderest cabbage heart and placed it in Qin Lan's bowl. Mom, only after that did he serve himself a bowl of rice. As if suddenly remembering there was a 4th person at the table, he looked up at Qin Jianshang and smiled. Third uncle, make yourself at home. Aunt Fuss cooking beats any state banquet chef. Qin Jianshang's lips moved, but no words came out. Make himself at home. This was clearly the other man's home. He watched Ye Chen naturally take care of Qin Lan, and Liu Yanan watched the mother and daughter, though, with different expressions, both silently accept that care. He suddenly realized that he, a member of the Qin family, was the true outsider in this yard. He picked up his chopsticks and mechanically shoveled rice into his mouth, tasting nothing. Liu Yanan sipped the soup quietly. She watched Ye Chen, her heart in turmoil. She had thought this return to the capital would be a fierce battle. She had prepared armor, sharpened her sword, ready to charge. Yet the battle hadn't even begun, and the opposing commander had been disarmed by Ye Chen's few words and invited to dine at their own table. It felt as if she had meticulously rehearsed a Shakespearean tragedy only for Ye Chen to walk on stage and turn it into a northeastern comedy sketch, earning a roaring applause. Absurd, yet damned effective. The iron ore from Australia has good quality. Ye Chen spoke again, still in that chatty tone, just that transport costs are a bit high. If the new route through Southeast Asia can be opened, costs could drop at least 15%. I heard Singularity Lab is recently negotiating with several ports there over an automated port scheduling project. Cough. Cough. Qin Jianshang choked on a mouthful of rice, coughing until his face turned red. Singularity Lab. That mysterious tech giant hailed by Wall Street as the light of the next era. He dreamed of connecting with Singularity. Even a minor collaborative project would let him stand tall in the family. But he couldn't even find the door. And now Ye Chen, in the same tone one might say nice weather today, was discussing Singularity Lab's core project and linking it to his own mess. Qin Jianshang wasn't stupid. He understood instantly. This wasn't a threat, it was a fishhook. A golden, irresistible, and unrefusable hook. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, walked before Ye Chen, and bowed deeply. The gesture stunned Liu Yanan and Chen Lan alike. Mr. Ye, he changed form of address, his voice hoarse and humble. I failed to recognize your greatness. My sincerest apologies. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense. As for the Australian project, I beg you. Enlighten me. Ye Chen smiled, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth with a napkin. Third uncle, you're being too formal. He helped Qin Jinshang up and guided him back to his seat. We're one family. No need for enlighten me. How about this later? I'll have Yanran's legal team liaise with yours and see if there's any way to help. He smoothly passed the matter to Liu Yanan. He gave Qin Jinshang a graceful way out while crediting this enormous favor to his wife's account. Qin Jinshang, as if pardoned, thanked him repeatedly. When he sat down again, his demeanor had completely changed. He served Qin Lan dishes and poured tea for Liu Yanan, his attentiveness surpassing that of his own assistant. After lunch, Qin Jinshang fled the courtyard. In the yard, Aunt Fu cleared the table, while Sister Wang held the awake Nian under the pomegranate tree basking in the sun. You're giving him the Singularity Project? Liu Yanan finally asked. Not giving, collaborating, Ye Chen corrected. He provides capital and manpower, we provide the technology. He gets out of a jam, we open a new market, a win-win. And ITLL solidify your standing in the Qin family. Liu Yanan looked at him suddenly at a loss for words. Just then Qin Lan's phone rang. She answered her, just a sentence, and her face changed. She hung up, looked at Ye Chen, her eyes incredibly complex. The old master sends word, her voice was faint. Tonight's family banquet is cancelled. He says he'll come in person tomorrow morning to see Nian. From summon to personally pay a visit. All within the span of one lunch. Ye Chen smiled, walked over to the stroller, and teased the giggling baby girl. See, I told you we came back for a family visit. Qin Lan held her phone as if it were a piece of scalding hot iron. She stood there motionless, her gaze piercing through the courtyard, resting on the man who was playfully teasing her daughter. He said he would come in person. Qin Lan's voice was soft, as if it could dissolve with a gust of wind. Liu Yanan felt her heart leap to her throat. Qin Jingxiong, a figure that existed only in legends, and was occasionally mentioned by her mother as symbol of authority. The anchor of the Qin family, one of the true behind-the-scenes giants of the capital. He is coming in person. This is not just a visit, it is an inspection. Then what should we prepare? Liu Yanan instinctively looked at Ye Chen, her question flowing out so naturally that she hadn't even realized she had begun to see him as her pillar of support. Prepare. Ye Chen stood up from beside the baby stroller, clapped his hands. Prepare for a meal. A meal? Liu Yanan thought she had misheard. Yes. Ye Chen walked over to her, and naturally put his arm around her shoulder. Since grandfather is visiting for the first time, we can't let him leave with an empty stomach, can we? Aunt Fu, please prepare a couple more dishes for lunch tomorrow. Choose ones that the old man can eat, something soft and light. Okay. Aunt Fu replied loudly from the other end of the courtyard. Liu Yanan felt a wave of dizziness. Her mind was already racing, contemplating how to arrange the meeting environment, what materials could showcase the strength of Qinyan Group and Shijian Laboratory, even considering whether to have lawyer Su Wenchang make another trip. Yet all he planned was to add 2 more dishes. Ye Chen. Liu Yanan couldn't help but grab him. Do you even understand who is coming? My grandfather, your grandfather, Nian Yan's great-grandfather. Ye Chen looked at her, his gaze clear. Yanran, first and foremost, he is an elder, and only then the head of the Qin family. If we treat him like family, he will treat us like family. If you see him as a negotiating opponent, then he will only treat you as a business partner. Liu Yanan opened her mouth, unable to retort a single word. Qin Lan quietly listened from the side, watching Ye Chen as the glacier that had frozen in her eyes for many years began to melt at an astonishing speed. The next morning the sun shone brightly. There was no trace of tension in the courtyard. Ye Chen, dressed in casual attire, was under the pomegranate tree teaching Sister Wang a set of baby massage techniques he had created. Liu Yanan had changed out of her battle gear and was wearing a cream-colored cashmere sweater, holding Nian in the corridor, basking in the sun. Qin Lan sat by the stone table holding a cup of hot tea, but her gaze occasionally drifted towards the courtyard entrance. At 10 o'clock sharp, the vermilion door was gently knocked upon. Aunt Fu went to open it, and outside was not the imagined convoy and bodyguards. Only a very understated Hongqi sedan was present, beside which stood an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, spirited and leaning on his eaten cane. It was Qin Jingxiong. Following him was Qin De, but at this moment Qin De kept his head bowed, not daring to make it. Qin Zhengxiang's gaze did not linger on anyone in the courtyard. His weathered, yet sharp eyes immediately locked onto the small, delicate infant in Liu Yanan's arms. What are you all doing standing at the door? Grandfather, please come in. Qin Lan was the first to react, her voice trembling. Ye Chen smiled and walked over, seamlessly taking over the conversation. Grandfather, hello, I am Ye Chen. It's windy outside, please come in. His manner and demeanor were like that of welcoming a regular visiting relative, devoid of flattery or fear. Qin Jingxiong finally shifted his gaze from the child to Ye Chen's face. He scrutinized the young man for a good He let out a sound through his nose in acknowledgement, then with Qin Lan's assistance, slowly walked towards the... His steps were slow, each one steady. When he reached Liu Yanan, he paused. May I hold her? Qin Jingxiong asked, his voice carrying a hint of cautiousness he hadn't anticipated. Liu Yanan instinctively looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded at her. Only then did Liu Yanan cautiously pass Nian Nian into the old man's embrace. Qin Jingxiong's body visibly stiffened. It had been too long since he had held such a soft, vibrant little life. Nian Nian too was not shy, as she opened her big round eyes and curiously looked at the unfamiliar white-haired elder before reaching out her small hand to grab one of the buttons on his Zhongshan suit. In that moment, the sharpness and authority in Qin Jingxiong's eyes melted away, replaced by something called tenderness. Good child, he murmured, his eyes glistening slightly. The group entered the main room. Qin Jingxiong sat in the main seat holding the child, as if he were cradling the most precious treasure in the world, unwilling to let go. Ye Chen did not rush to curry favor or discuss any serious matters. He simply had Aunt Fu serve the freshly brewed Dahongpo tea along with some easily digestible snacks. Grandfather, this is a little gift for you. Once the atmosphere had calmed down, Ye Chen placed the Zeton wooden box on the tea table beside Qin Jingxiong. Qin Jingxiong glanced at him, signaling Qin to open it. When he saw the brush and paperweight inside, a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed his eyes. At his level, what rare treasures had he not seen? Grandfather, please try this brush, Ye Chen said with neither humility nor arrogance. Qin Jingxiong frowned slightly, but still took the brush. The sensation of the brush in his hand was peculiar, warm, and imbued with an unusual sense of stability. He instinctively made a motion as if to write, and his hand, which trembled slightly due to Parkinson's, surprisingly steadied the moment he grasped the brush. The penholder has a miniature gyroscope stabilizer added, just something I tinkered with. Ye Chen explained casually, it can't write large characters, but it should help you regain the joy of writing. Qin Jingxiong's breath hitched. He stared intensely at the pen in his hand, then looked up at Ye Chen, his eyes filled. Aunt Fu had already laid out the ink paper and inkstone beside them. Qin Jingxiong said nothing. He handed Nian Nian back to Qin Lan, stood up, and walked to the writing desk. He took a deep breath, dipped the brush in ink, and let the tip fall. Harmony in the family brings prosperity. The 5 characters flowed like clouds and water, retaining their essence. Though it couldn't compare to his peak, it was undoubtedly the best piece he had written in nearly a decade. Once finished, the old man stood in place, staring at the wet ink, silent for a long time, his shoulders slightly trembling. And this paperweight? Ye Chen's voice timely chimed, and it's made of memory metal. When you warm it with your hand, it will transform into a wrist brace that fits you perfectly, alleviating fatigue while writing. Qin Jingxiong slowly turned around, no longer looking at the gift, but at Ye Chen, and after a long moment said, 3 words, you are thoughtful. Ding. The second phase of the Progressive Dad mission, first son-in-law of the capital, has been completed. Calculating mission rewards. Qin Jingxiong's overall evaluation or recognition. Qin Lan's overall evaluation, recognition dependence. Qin Jianshang's overall evaluation, awe conviction. Overall assessment strength. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, you have gained the God-level National Skill Beginner Skill Reward, 0 coins. In Ye Chen's mind, a screen flashed by. Lunch was served at the stone table in the courtyard. 6 dishes and a soup, all the most ordinary home-cooked meals. Qin Jingxiong ate little, but it was evident that he had a good appetite, even drinking 2 bowls of the pigeon soup Aunt Fu had stewed. After the meal, Qin Jingxiong did not leave immediately. He sat under the pomegranate tree watching Ye Chen skillfully change Nian Nian's diaper and prepare her milk, observing Liu Yanan awkwardly hand him wet wipes and noticing the gentleness on Qin Lan's face that he had never seen before. I am old. He suddenly spoke, as if to himself, yet also to everyone. I used to think that without me at the helm, the Qin family's great ship would capsize. Now it seems I was overthinking it. His gaze ultimately landed on Ye Chen. Yanan has always been strong-willed. Her temperament resembles mine. I entrust her to you without worry. This was both a trust and an acknowledgement. Liu Yanan's eyes turned red in an instant. Qin Jingxiong stood up, leaning on his cane, preparing to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said to Qin Lan, your father's death anniversary is approaching, isn't it? Take them back home to visit. After saying that, he got into the car without looking back. The courtyard fell silent for a long time. Super Dad All-Purpose System Host Ye Chen Title Progressive Dad Next Level Ace Dad Skills Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level Comprehension Max Level God Level National Skill Beginner God Level Negotiation Beginner God Level Tailoring Beginner Crisis Management Master Beginner Aura Couples Unity Passive Absolute Safety Passive Assets Ye Family Trust Fund Beneficiary Ye Nian Nian Capital Cities ZU Mansion Courtyard X 1 Love Family Fund 1 5 billion Yunding Pavilion Residency Rights Haicheng High-Tech Education Park Shop X1 Module Unlocked Mall Currency Star Coins X 43800. Qin Jingxiong's red flag car vanished at the mouth of the alley, carrying away nearly half a century of the Qin family's prestige, yet leaving behind a stirred pool of spring water in the courtyard. Qin Lan stood under the eaves, her gaze fixed on the pomegranate tree in the yard, remaining silent for a long time. Her crisp suit now seemed somewhat empty on her. Liu Yanan approached her wanting to say something, but not knowing where to start. Your father. He also liked to plant flowers and grass in the yard. Chen Lan's voice was very soft as if afraid to disturb something. He always said that bricks and tiles make a house, but grass and trees make a home. Liu Yanran's heart tightened slightly. In her memory, her father Liu Yunfeng was a blurry figure, a man wrapped in layers of labels, like mediocre, unambitious, and unworthy of Chen Lan. This was the first time she had heard such a concrete and tender description of her father from her mother. He was a very used. Chen Lan turned to look at Liu Yanran, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. He had the entire Chen family's resources at his disposal, but instead he chose to study the more Tiziantan structures of ancient architecture, sketching in the countryside, drawing blueprints no one wanted. In his whole life, he didn't make much money and didn't amount to much. She said useless, yet there was no trace of contempt in her eyes. Ye Chen came over holding Yin Yin in his arms. The little one had just finished her milk and was burping contentedly. He handed his daughter to Sister Wang, then said to Chen Lan and Liu Yanran, Mom Yanran, let's go see Dad. Chen Lan's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Liu Yanran was also stunned. The word Dad spoken so naturally by Ye Chen as if they had always been one family. I've had Aunt Fu prepare the car and also packed some of Dad's favorite foods. Ye Chen continued, his tone as calm as if arranging an ordinary weekend outing. Chen Lan closed her eyes, and when she opened them again the frost in her gaze had completely melted, leaving only exhaustion and relief. All right. Fuan Cemetery on the western outskirts of the capital was not as imposing as the mausoleums of dignitaries, just a quiet and modest resting place. Liu Yunfeng's gravestone was in an inconspicuous corner. The stele was made of the plainest bluestone, engraved only with beloved husband Liu Yunfeng's grave and his birth and death dates. The man in the photo wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, his smile gentle and scholarly with a strong air of literati. Chen Lan gently placed a bunch of white chrysanthemums before the grave. She did not cry as she simply reached out her hand over and over, caressing the face of the man in the picture. Liu Yanran stood aside, gazing at the photo on the stele, trying to search her mind for memories of her father. She recalled that when she was very young her father had taken her to the Forbidden City, pointing at the watchtower and explaining the intricacies of its 9 beams, 18 pillars, and 72 ridges. She had found it boring at the time and clamored to go eat candied hawthorn skewers. So he wasn't telling a story, he was talking about what he loved. Ye Chen did not step forward to disturb them. From his backpack he took out not flowers or offerings, but a long cylindrical painting case. He walked to the side of the grave, opened the case, and pulled out a roll of yellowed blueprints, slowly unfurling it. It was a hand-drawn architectural design of a Jiangnan garden of extremely complex structure, pavilions and terraces, bridges, and flowing water, every detail rendered with pinpoint precision. Beside the drawing, tiny calligraphy noted various data and ingenious designs. In the lower right corner of the blueprint, the signature read Yunfeng. Is this? Liu Yanran and Chen Lan both looked over at the same time. I asked Uncle Su to help find some of Dad's belongings a couple of days ago. Ye Chen explained, most of them are books and blueprints. I thought this one was the best, so I brought it along. Let him see that his life's work is still remembered by us. Chen Lan looked at the blueprint, at the familiar handwriting on it, and finally her tears broke through. Just then a middle-aged man in cemetery worker uniform came over, followed by 2 young toughs who did not look agreeable. You're the family of Liu Yunfeng, right? The middle-aged man cleared his throat, his attitude far from polite. Just so you know, this whole area is set for relocation starting next month. Move the grave as soon as possible. Move? Liu Yanran's face instantly turned cold. Why, oi? Upper-level plans. They want to build a resort here. Nothing we can do, the man said, spreading his hands in a show of bureaucratic duty. Hey, raise the notice. Take a look. If you don't move it by the end of the month, we'll treat it as an unclaimed grave. Chen Lan's body swayed, almost unable to stand. How much? Liu Yanran's voice was as cold as ice. They'll buy this plot. Miss, it's not a matter of money, the younger man beside him sneered. This is Yuanhong Group's project. The boss is Chairman Zhao. Do you think you have more money than Chairman Zhao? Chairman Zhao? That same Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital. A relentless specter. Liu Yanran trembled with. She could accept losing in business, but she could not tolerate her father's final resting place being so contemptuously trampled. He'll handle it. Ye Chen pressed her shoulder, signaling her to stay calm. He walked up to the middle-aged man, a warm smile on his face. Brother, thanks for the trouble. This is indeed sudden. Let us discuss it. Moving a grave is troublesome. Could you cut us some slack and let us talk to your supervisor? Nothing to discuss. The documents are already issued. The man waved his hand impatiently. Ye Chen's gaze did not rest on him. Instead it fell on the yellowed blueprint, then swept across the layout of the surrounding tombstones. He suddenly smiled. He took out his phone, not calling some high official, but dialing a number that looked perfectly ordinary. Hello, is this Editor Li from the magazine Chinese Ancient Architecture? Hi, I'm an ancient architecture enthusiast. I have a discovery here and want to share a lead with you. Editor Li on the other end was clearly surprised. Oh, go ahead. Do you know Zone C of Fuan Cemetery on the western outskirts? I've found that the overall layout there subtly conforms to a rare specification from the Song Dynasty work, Ingzhao Fashi Treatise on Architectural Methods. Moreover, the design of several tombstones perfectly reproduces the principle of adapting to natural vitality from the Ming Dynasty classic Yuan Yi, The Craft of Gardens. I suspect this is an experimental work by an unsung folk architectural master with extremely high academic research value. Ye Chen's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. The cemetery staff exchanged bewildered glances, all seeing confusion in each other's eyes. What Ingzao Fashi? What Yuan Yi? Was this man speaking gibberish? I have the original design draft here that can prove my conjecture. Ye Chen's eyes swept over the blueprint. If you're interested, you can send a reporter right away. Oh, and I heard that Yuanhong Group plans to level this place and build some tacky resort. If such a valuable cultural artifact is destroyed, it would be a great loss for the entire architectural community. Editor Li's voice on the phone instantly became excited. Sir, where are you? Please secure the site. Ye Chen hung up the phone and smiled at the stunned staff. Brothers, how about we talk later? At that moment, his mind's familiar blue light panel unfurled. Ding. Detected that the grave of the host's father-in-law Liu Yunfeng is facing relocation with deep regret in the hearts of family members. Triggering main quest, a father's dignity. Quest requirement: within 1 week, not only must Liu Yunfeng's grave be preserved, but it must also become a respected site, fully remedying the regret in Qin Lan and Liu Yanan's hearts. Quest reward: Divine Garden Design Beginner, Star Coins X25000. Failure penalty: host Divine Craftsman skill downgraded to novice level. Liu Yanan and Qin Lan stared at Ye Chen in shock. They could not fathom how a brutal commercial land grab had with a single phone call been turned into a cultural heritage defense battle. Ye Chen put away his phone, walked to the grave, and carefully rolled up the blueprint. He turned around and said to Liu Yanan and Qin Lan, "Don't worry, Dad's designs won't be buried." The wind in the cemetery carried the dampness of soil and grass brushing against everyone's faces. The cemetery staff looked like poorly animated characters frozen in time, their expressions comically stiff. The middle-aged man in the lead murmured to himself, "The Ingzao Fashi, Yuan Yi." He had only studied the orientation and feng shui of graves in his life, and those two titles were more incomprehensible to him than Martian. Liu Yanan and Qin Lan stood to the side watching Ye Chen. Their feelings shifted from initial anger and helplessness to a profound, absurd confusion. They knew Ye Chen always had a solution, but they never expected it would involve elevating his father's grave to the level of academic research. In less than 20 minutes, a van emblazoned with the words Chinese ancient architecture screeched to a halt at the cemetery entrance. The door swung open and an elderly professor with graying hair and reading glasses jumped out, followed by 2 young reporters carrying cameras. "Editor Li, I'm the one who called you." Ye Chen stepped forward. "Is it you? That's wonderful." The professor, surnamed Qian, was an authority in the field of ancient architecture in China. He immediately spotted the yellowed blueprint in Ye Chen's hands, his eyes lighting up as he rushed over in a few strides, carefully lifting a corner of the blueprint. "Heavens, this brushwork, this drafting. It's in the style of the Republic of China. Quick, let me see." Professor Qian and his team were like Columbus discovering a new land, completely ignoring the people around them. They spread out the blueprint, comparing it with the surrounding tombstone layout, sometimes bending down to measure, sometimes engaging in heated discussions. "Exactly. Look here at the borrowed scenery technique, cleverly integrating the distant mountain contours into the visual axis, and the arrangement of these tombstones appears random, but actually aligns with the Tian Yuan number. This is a typical Song-style garden layout, yet infused with the expressive style of the Ming and Qing dynasties." The cemetery staff were utterly dumbfounded. They watched as the experts became flushed with excitement over a few broken stones, feeling their worldview shaken like never before. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he took out his phone and dialed his superior. Soon the irritable voice of Director Zhao from Yuanhong Group came through the line. "What? Ancient architecture experts? Reporters? Nonsense. What cultural value can a shabby graveyard have? Tell them all to get lost. I'm coming over right now." Half an hour later, Director Zhao's Maybach arrived with a flourish. As the door opened, his hefty figure squeezed out of the car, his face filled with impatience and disdain. Who was in charge? Who was causing trouble? His opening words exuded a haughty arrogance born from immense weight. Professor Qian, deeply engrossed in his research, was displeased at being interrupted. He glanced up at him and said, "We are from the Chinese Ancient Architecture magazine, conducting an academic investigation. Please speak politely." "Academic investigation?" Zhao scoffed, pointing at Liu Yunfeng's tombstone. "Just for this thing? Let me tell you, I bought this land. I don't care about your style, whether it's Western or Chinese. Next week, when the bulldozer comes, it will all be flattened." Liu Yanran's anger flared up again, and she stepped forward about to speak. But Ye Chen held her back, walking up to Director Zhao with an innocent smile on his face. "Director Zhao, there's no need to be so angry. You see, you're here to build a resort and promote tourism. Isn't tourism all about cultural depth and storytelling?" "What story? I can buy a story with money," Zhao retorted dismissively. "Stories bought with money are dirt." Ye Chen shook his head and presented the blueprint to Zhao. "My father-in-law, Mr. Liu Yunfeng, spent his life pursuing ideals and loved to ponder these matters. His greatest wish in life was to see the gardens he designed come to fruition. Now that you are here, isn't this a golden opportunity? Zhao was momentarily taken aback, not understanding his meaning. Ye Chen pointed at the cemetery and then towards the distant mountains. Director Zhao, look here. Your original plan was to flatten this place, build a few Western-style villas, and create an artificial lake, right? Too mundane, far too mundane. It's lacking in vision. He casually borrowed paper and pen from a reporter squatting on the ground, using Liu Yanfeng's original draft as a base, and quickly sketched away. You see, we preserve this core area, using my father-in-law's concept of growing with the environment as the core, transforming it into a memorial Chinese garden. Then rather than building Western-style villas for your resort, we surround this garden with independent courtyards, each linked to the garden's main body by a winding path. This way your resort will no longer be a simple lodging, but a cultural spot where guests can experience seclusion and elegance. Ye Chen sketched quickly with just a few strokes. A vision of a serene, elegant resort emerged on the paper. The design far surpassed the plans made by the expensive design team Zhao had hired. Professor Qian and his team gathered around looking at Ye Chen's sketch, excitedly slapping their thighs. Genius. This is simply a genius design. If this is built, it will absolutely be a benchmark for cultural tourism projects in the country. You're not just building a resort, you're leaving a valuable cultural heritage for the capital. The reporters' cameras clicked away incessantly, all aimed at the sketch beneath Zhao and Ye Chen's feet. Zhao's face turned as red as liver. He found himself in a brilliant dilemma. If he refused, tomorrow's headlines would scream ruthless businessman, Zhao destroys precious cultural relics for personal gain. The stock price of Yuanhong Group would likely plummet for several days. If he agreed, it meant admitting that his previous plan was trash and that he would have to follow Ye Chen's ideas. What was even more frustrating was that the project's highlight would forever bear the name Liu Yanfeng. He'd be spending money to erect an everlasting monument to his wife's deceased father, his greatest rival. Director Zhao, what do you think of my proposal? Are you satisfied? Ye Chen stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and smiled at him. To show support for the cultural cause, we can grant you the use of my father-in-law's design for free. I can also offer my services as a free consultant for the design. After all, this is to fulfill my father-in-law's lifelong dream. Zhao coughed, almost spitting out blood. Free. That's more painful than squeezing out 10 billion from him. He looked at Ye Chen's smiling face, and then at the reporter's eager gazes, finally squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Fine. Let's do it your way. After saying that he could no longer stay, and turned to dive back into the car, fleeing in disgrace. Qin Lan and Liu Yanan stood by the tombstone, watching the dramatic scene unfold, speechless for a long time. Qin Lan reached out and touched her husband's face in the photo again, tears silently sliding down her cheeks, but this time they were tears of joy. Her husband, the man who had been looked down upon by the Qin family all his life and deemed useless, had proven his worth in such an unexpected way years after his death. His name was about to become a respected landmark, along with the career he cherished for a lifetime. Liu Yanan looked at Ye Chen, who was bending down to pick up the sketch, carefully blowing off the dust on it. Suddenly she understood. What Ye Chen did for his father was not just to preserve a piece of land, but to defend the last dignity of an idealist. What he won back for his father was not a piece of land, but a Longo Virtue world-renowned recognition. This was the best tribute to him. Ding. The main quest, father's dignity, has been completed. Congratulations, host, for perfectly compensating the inner regrets of family members and establishing an everlasting monument for father-in-law Liu Yanfeng. Quest evaluation S-grade. Exceeded expectations. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill God-level garden design beginner and a reward of 2500 star elements. Super Dad all-round system. Host Ye Chen. Title Advanced Dad Next Level Ace Dad. Skills Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level Perception Max Level God Level Financial Acumen Beginner. God Level Negotiation Beginner. God Level Garden Design Beginner. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura Harmonious Couple Passive Absolute Safety Passive. Assets Ye Family Trust Fund Beneficiary Ye Nian Nian Beijing Purple Royal Mansion Courtyard X1 Love Home Fund 1. 5 billion. Cloud Top Mansion Living Rights Haiching High-Tech Education Park Shop X1 Module Unlocked. Mall Currency 68800 star elements. Chairman Zhao's Maybach stirred up a layer of dust in a clunky retreat, vanishing at the end of the cemetery like a bumbling clown making a disgraceful exit. Professor Qian and his team were still huddled around the sketch as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. The journalists, meanwhile, were excitedly discussing the headlines for tomorrow's news. Phrases like business tycoon bows his head and posthumous masterpiece of a folk genius sees the light of day, each one highly sensational. The clamor gradually faded, leaving only the family before Liu Yanfeng's tombstone. The wind blew, stirring the loose strands of hair at Qin Lan's temples. She reached out her fingertips, lightly tracing her husband's name on the tombstone, the touch as gentle as if she were handling a fragile piece of porcelain. She did not weep again, as she simply stood there gazing as if she wanted to etch that gentle smile from the photo into her very soul. Liu Yanan stood behind her mother, watching her no longer tense silhouette. She suddenly realized that she had never truly understood her mother, nor had she ever known her father. What she had once regarded as weakness and mediocrity was redefined by Ye Chen with a single blueprint into integrity and perseverance. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Ye Chen. He was neither basking in the joy of victory nor stepping forward to claim credit. He simply crouched down, rearranged the few pastries he had placed as offerings earlier, and straightened the white chrysanthemums that the wind had tousled. His movements were focused, as if the most important task before him was to ensure everything here was perfectly arranged. On the ride back, the atmosphere was no longer oppressive. Qianlong leaned back in her seat with her eyes closed, her face bearing the exhaustion of having shed a 1,000-pound burden, yet a faint smile flickered at the corners of her mouth. He always said that the best architecture is one that can converse with heaven and earth. Qianlong suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. I never understood before. I always thought it was just a bookworm's nonsense. Now I realize he was simply walking too fast for any of us to keep up. Liu Yanan felt her heart lightly jolted by those words. She turned to look out the window. The bustling traffic of the capital was racing backward, blurring into a stream of light before her eyes. She recalled how she had fought tooth and nail in the business arena for Qinyan Group, treating everyone as pawns or opponents. She had thought that was strength. But today Ye Chen showed her that true strength lies not in destruction, but in creation, not in making opponents fear you, but in making them willingly work for you, even cheer for you. Where did you learn all that knowledge about ancient architecture? Liu Yanan finally couldn't help asking. Ye Chen, who was adjusting the temperature of Nianian's pacifier, looked up, thought for a moment, and answered seriously, when you are raising a child you have to tell stories. After fairy tales are done I talk about history, about architecture. Although Nianian can't understand, I think it's excellent prenatal education. Liu Yanan. She felt that the emotions she had carefully cultivated were once again undone by his words. Prenatal education. Using Ingzao Fashi and Yuanya as prenatal material. He was probably the only person in the world who would do such a thing. Qianlong, listening to their exchange from the side, let the smile at the corner of her mouth deepen. Back at the Ziyu mansion courtyard, Aunt Fu had already simmered the soup, and the yard was filled with the warm fragrance. Sister Wang came out holding Yin. The little one had slept the whole way and was now full of energy. Spotting Ye Chen, she immediately reached out her tiny hands, babbling to be held. Ye Chen deftly took his daughter, planted a kiss on her cheek, and instantly transformed from the strategist who had orchestrated everything into a doting dad revolving around his baby girl. Liu Yanan watched the scene. Watched him take off his jacket, roll up his sleeves, hold their daughter with one arm, and use the other to test the soup's temperature. She suddenly felt that the worldview she had built over the past decade or so was crumbling bit by bit, then being reconstructed by this man in a way she could not resist. Her battle armor might be sharp, but it could not block the warmth of everyday life. Her business logic might be impeccable, but it could not calculate the trajectory of people's hearts. Just then Liu Yanan's phone rang. It was her assistant Linda. President Liu, there's an urgent situation, Linda said rapidly. Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital just publicly announced that he will collaborate with a deceased folk architecture master to create a brand new high-end cultural tourism project in the western suburbs. At the press conference, he also publicly thanked you and Mr. Yi, calling you both visionary and passionate entrepreneurs. Liu Yanan opened the financial news. The headline featured Chairman Zhao's pudgy face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Behind him on the backdrop, the words Liu Yunfeng Memorial Garden were clearly visible. He also said he wants to invite Mr. Yi to serve as the project's chief advisor. Linda's voice carried a hint of suppressed amusement. Liu Yanan hung up and looked out into the courtyard. Ye Chen was holding Yin under the pomegranate tree, patiently teaching her to recognize leaves. This is a pomegranate tree. In autumn it bears red fruits, sweet and delicious. Yeah, that's right, sweet. Just as sweet as our Yin. Liu Yanan suddenly felt that the role of chief advisor for Chairman Zhao's 100 billion yuan project might in Ye Chen's eyes be far less important than teaching his daughter to recognize a leaf. She walked over and stood beside him. Chairman Zhao wants you to be the project's chief advisor. No time, Ye Chen replied without turning his head. I have to be with Yin as she grows up. Liu Yanan looked at his profile. The sunlight filtering through the leaves cast dappled shadows on his face. She was silent for a long time before whispering, Ye Chen, thank you. That thank you was not for Qinyan Group, nor for the Qin family. It was for herself, for her father, for the heart that had once been frozen. Ye Chen turned to look at her. Her eyes no longer held the coldness and distance of before. They were like a lake stirred by spring breeze, glistening with rippling light. Why be so polite with me? He smiled, reached out his free hand, and gently tapped her nose, just as he did when teasing Yin. I'm your husband, Nianian's father. Protecting you is both my armor and my Achilles heel. Liu Yanan's face instantly flushed red. She felt her heart skip a beat. She had once thought her career was her armor and family her weak spot. But this man told her that family is both the Achilles heel and the most indestructible armor. After dinner, Qianlong went to rest early. She had been away from the capital for too long, and the day's emotional roller coaster had drained all her energy. As night deepened, warm ground lights glowed in the courtyard. Ye Chen put his daughter to sleep and walked out of the room to find Liu Yanan still sitting under the eaves. He went over and draped a thin blanket over her shoulders. It's cool at night. Liu Yanan pulled the blanket tighter, saying nothing. What are you thinking about? Ye Chen sat down beside her. Thinking about our contract, Liu Yanan said softly, gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky. What about the contract? Is there a problem with the terms? I think it's a bit unfair. Liu Yanan turned to look at him earnestly. You've done so much for me, for this family, and I seem to have done nothing for you. Ye Chen laughed. Who says that? He leaned closer, meeting her eyes. You gave me the most adorable daughter in the world. No contract in the world could exchange for that reward. There was no trace of jest in his gaze, only pure sincerity. Liu Yanran's heart felt as if something had slammed into it, sour and swelling. She opened her mouth to say something, but found all words pale and feeble at that moment. Suddenly she reached out and took his hand. His palm was broad and warm with calluses that brought a sense of security. Ye Chen, she gathered her courage and said softly, when the matters in the capital are settled, let's go take a family portrait. It was not a requirement of the contract, nor was it to satisfy anyone else. It was simply because she wanted to. Ye Chen turned his hand over and interlaced his fingers with hers. All right, he replied, only one word, but it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The words good uttered in the night took root in Liu Yanran's heart like a seed. The next morning the sun shone perfectly in the courtyard. Ye Chen was busy in the kitchen with millet porridge bubbling in the pot, releasing steam. He was trying to shape a steamed egg custard into a Peppa Pig design using carrot puree and spinach juice, muttering to himself, society must start from the children. Liu Yanan sat in the corridor holding her phone with the homepage of a top domestic photography studio displayed on the screen. The chief photographer Ma Liang was known for capturing the essence of people, with bookings scheduled until the year after next. Her fingertips hovered over the appointment button for a long time, yet she did not press it. The thought of taking a family portrait felt more foreign and required more courage than signing a contract worth billions. It was not merely a photo, but a declaration announcing her willingness to step out from that cold contract and truly reach for the outline of a family. As she was lost in thought, a low rumble of an engine echoed from outside the courtyard. A black Hongqi sedan devoid of any insignia quietly parked at the entrance. The car door opened, and a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man stepped out. He wore a perfectly pressed dark suit, his hair meticulously styled, and his brow carried the weight of someone accustomed to authority. He was neither as flamboyant as Qin Jinxiang, nor as reserved as Qin Jingxiong, but exuded an oppressive sense of authority inherent to the system. Qin family eldest son Qin Zhangguo. Qin Lan was in the room reviewing the sketches left by Liu Yunfeng when she heard the noise and came out, her expression slightly changing upon seeing the visitor. Elder brother. Qin Zhangguo nodded at her as a greeting. His gaze swept across the entire courtyard before finally resting on Liu Yanran and the baby stroller beside her, his brow furrowing slightly. I came to have a private conversation with Yanran and this Mr. Yi. His tone was flat, yet carried an air of command that brooked no refusal. Qin Lan glanced at Liu Yanran, then at Ye Chen, who was peeking out from the kitchen, ultimately saying nothing and turning back into the house. The atmosphere instantly froze. Ye Chen wiped his hands and stepped out of the kitchen, his Peppa Pig apron creating an absurd contrast with the lethal aura surrounding Qin Zhangguo. Uncle, you're here. Have you had breakfast? The millet porridge just finished cooking, Ye Chen greeted with a smile. Qin Zhangguo ignored his pleasantries. He walked to the stone table, sat down unceremoniously, and scrutinized Ye Chen with a gaze as sharp as a scalpel. I don't have much time, so let's get straight to the point. I've heard about your relationship with Yanran, including your actions at Qinyan Group and the project with Director Zhao. He paused, picked up the tea poured by Aunt Fu, but did not drink. Your methods are good, but too wild. Wild tactics are not appropriate. The Qin family does not need a son-in-law with an unclear background and flamboyant actions. His voice was not loud, but every word felt like a cold stone striking at the heart. Yanran is the daughter of the Qin family. Her marriage concerns the family's reputation. You are not worthy. Liu Yanran's expression darkened instantly, and she was about to retort. Ye Chen, however, raised his hand and gently pressed down on her hand. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from Qin Zhangguo, still smiling. What Uncle said is true. A delivery person like me really is not worthy of Yanran. His candid admission left Qin Zhangguo's prepared remarks stuck in his throat. However, Ye Chen shifted the focus. Who is worthy or not is not for you to decide, nor for me to decide. It is Yanran who decides, and it is Nian who decides. He pointed to the baby stroller where his daughter was curiously watching everything. You came today because you were worried that my wild nature might affect your career, right? Qin Zhangguo's pupils constricted. Rest assured, I understand the rules. Ye Chen slowly peeled a tea egg and placed it on the plate in front of Liu Yanran. I will not cause you any trouble. On the contrary, I can help you solve many troubles. Ridiculous. Qin Zhangguo snorted coldly. Uncle, you must be quite troubled recently over the renovation project for the old industrial area in the southern city, right? Ye Chen blew on the eggshell fragments, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. There is a large funding gap, significant resistance in relocation, and most importantly, there isn't a satisfactory industrial upgrade plan for all parties. Qin Zhangguo's expression changed completely. This project was under his direct supervision and was crucial for his advancement. Only a few at the highest level knew the intricacies involved. The Singularity Laboratory is currently developing a city smart nerve center system. Ye Chen continued, seemingly oblivious to the utter shock it can integrate all urban data, such as transportation, energy security, and environmental protection for optimal resource allocation. If this system were applied to the renovation in the southern city along with our autonomous logistics and high-end manufacturing modules, do you think the higher-ups would promote this project as a model for future cities? Qin Zhengwo's hands clenched into fists under the table. He was not the fool that Qin Jinshang was. He instantly understood the immense value this held to change his political career. What do you want? He asked in a low voice. I want nothing. Ye Chen smiled, turning to Liu Yanan with a gentle gaze. I only want to be a chef and bodyguard for Yanan and Yin for a lifetime. He stood up, walked to Qin Zhengwo's side, and leaned down to speak in a voice only they could hear. Uncle, family is not a bargaining chip for transactions, but something to protect. If you wish to achieve great things, I will support you. But if anyone wants to use my family to trade for their future, then I can only dig a few more trenches in his moat. After saying that, he straightened up, patted Qin Zhengwo's shoulder with a bright smile. Uncle, the porridge is getting cold, won't you have? Qin Zhengwo sat there motionless. He felt that he was not facing a young man, but an unfathomable monster. All his pressure-probing and bargaining chips had become a joke before the other person. After a long while, he stood up, said nothing, and turned to walk toward the courtyard gate. As he reached the door, he paused, not looking back, and simply said, Your father is an extraordinary man. This statement was directed to Ye Chen, but also to himself. The courtyard returned to calm. Liu Yanan watched Ye Chen, who had already taken off his apron, and was soothing their just-awoken daughter. His earlier words and their subtlety had neutralized the threat from a top politician, and even turned the situation around, leaving her feeling an unprecedented shock and reassurance. She picked up her phone without any hesitation and dialed that number. Hello, is this Ma Liang Photography Studio? Her voice was clear and firm. I would like to make an appointment for wedding photos, as well as a family portrait. On the phone, it seemed they were a bit surprised by her directness. Liu Yanan added, As for the time, we can be flexible. The location will be at my home. Money is not an issue. Ding. Detected that the host's family relationship has further solidified. External threat level has increased, and a new moat needs to be established for the family. Now officially launching the 8th ring of the main quest chain, the family's business card. Quest background: a true noble family not only possesses wealth and power, but also an impeccable social image. You need to create a perfect business card for this new little family that can withstand any rumors. Quest requirement: within 1 month, complete a public appearance that attracts nationwide attention, showcasing a positive. The format is flexible, e.g. accepting interviews from top magazines, shooting a family documentary, participating in a significant charity event, etc. And upon completion, must achieve over 10 million positive interactions, likes, positive comments, shares on mainstream social media platforms, and elevate the family's reputation index to above 90 points. Quest reward: God level director, beginner level, can control camera language and guide audience emotions, reward of X300 star coins. Failure penalty: all of the host's assets, excluding family trust, will be forcibly used to purchase Brain Platinum stocks and held for 3 years. Ye Chen looked at the last line of the task panel regarding the failure penalty, his mouth twitching. This system is getting increasingly cheeky. Super Daddy all-purpose system host: Ye Chen, title Advanced Daddy, next level Ace Daddy, skills Eagle Eye Analysis, max level Insight, max level God level National Arts, beginner level God level Landscape Design, beginner level God level Negotiation, beginner level Crisis Public Relations, Master, beginner level Aura, Couple Harmony, passive Absolute Safety, passive Assets, Ye Family Trust Fund beneficiary, Yin Yin Beijing, Purple Imperial Mansion, Courtyard X, 1 Ija, Fund 1. 5 billion. Haicheng High-Tech Education Park, Shop X1 Module, unlocked mall, currency X9800 star coins. Liu Yanan's efficiency in making calls was astonishingly high. Just 1 day later, the legendary photographer Ma Liang appeared at the entrance of Ziyu Mansion with his team. True to his name, Ma Liang was tall and slender, sporting a small goatee and wearing a faded linen shirt. 3 Leica cameras of different models hung around his neck, exuding an artistic aura of "I am here to create, not to work." His team moved boxes of equipment into the courtyard, from reflectors to track lights, creating a setup that rivaled. Liu Yanan changed into a high-fashion gown specially airlifted from Milan, adorned with delicate pearls on ivory white silk, softening her cool demeanor. This was prepared for the wedding photos. However, the first hour of shooting turned out to be a disaster. President Liu, relax, let your shoulders drop. Ma Liang shouted from behind the camera, grabbing his hair. Your gaze. I want love, tenderness, not the look of reviewing quarterly financial reports. Liu Yanan's fingers tightened. She was accustomed to the camera, but that was for the cover of a financial magazine, where she needed to display authority and ambition. Now she had to portray something she was completely unfamiliar with. Ye Chen, on the other hand, existed in a completely different dimension. He wore a simple white shirt and casual pants, cradling a drowsy Yin who had just finished her milk. Mr. Yi, look at your wife. Your gaze needs to have light. Ma Liang aimed the camera at him. Ye Chen lifted his head. There was indeed light in his gaze, but it was the light of a loving father-teacher. Ma, could you please draw the curtains first? The light is too strong, it's hurting Yin Yan's eyes. Ma Liang. Mister. You, we need to take a photo of you kissing President Liu's forehead. It needs to be heartfelt. Ye Chen leaned down and gently touched Liu Yanan's forehead, before quickly straightening up, lowering his voice. Did you not drink the soup I made for you this morning? Your lips are a bit dry. Liu Yanan's face instantly flushed. Ma Liang behind the monitor covered his face in anguish. He had photographed movie stars and political figures, but he had never encountered such a challenging combination. One turning wedding photos into board meeting pictures, the other turning wedding photos into parenting diaries. Stop. Everyone stop. Ma Liang finally couldn't take it anymore. 10-minute break. The team breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Yanan walked to the corridor, picked up a cup of water, and felt waves of frustration wash over her. She could handle the most difficult opponents, yet she couldn't manage a simple photo shoot. Don't listen to him. Ye Chen walked over with their daughter in his arms. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. Liu Yanan frowned. He is the best photographer in the country. He understands light and shadow, he understands composition, but he doesn't understand home. Ye Chen carefully placed their sleeping daughter into the stroller and pulled down the blackout curtains. Home cannot be. He walked in front of Liu Yanan, took the cup of water from her hand, took a sip, and then handed it back to her. You must be thirsty after standing for so long. His movements were as natural as breathing. Liu Yanan watched him, observing the wrinkles in his shirt sleeves from holding the child, and the tension in her heart inexplicably eased. 10 minutes later the shoot resumed. Ma Liang had lost all hope, and was ready to snap a few casual shots just to get through it. Let's take a family photo first, he suggested. He paid no attention to the set and lights, simply pushing the stroller to the pomegranate tree in the courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Yanan, come over here. He waved to her. Liu Yanan hesitated for a moment, but eventually lifted her skirt and walked over. Ye Chen took a small rattle out of the stroller. Look, Yin Yan is still holding this while she sleeps. He showed the rattle to Liu Yanan, and indeed the little girl's chubby hand was tightly holding onto it. Liu Yanan bent down to gaze at her daughter's tranquil, sleeping face, and her lips unconsciously curved into a smile. She reached out her finger and gently touched her daughter's small face. Ye Chen stood beside her, looking down at the mother and daughter. His gaze was as soft as the sunlight in the courtyard. A faint sound of the shutter echoed. Ma Liang, holding the camera, felt as if he had been electrocuted. His goatee. This is it. He no longer shouted, look here, or smile. He moved around the family like a stealthy hunter, constantly shifting to find angles. The shutter sound soft and frequent. He captured the tenderness that Liu Yanan revealed while adjusting her daughter's little hat. He photographed Ye Chen reaching out to brush the leaves off Liu Yanan's shoulders, capturing her momentary surprise. He took a photo of the two exchanging smiles, that moment of tacit understanding. Not a single shot was posed, yet each one was more touching than all the meticulously crafted images he had ever designed combined. All right, now for the wedding photos. Ma Liang's voice was filled with creative excitement. He cleared all the assistants away, leaving only the three of them in the courtyard. You don't need to look at me, just do your own thing, Ma Liang said. Liu Yanan stood under the tree, suddenly feeling a bit at a loss. Ye Chen walked up to her. He didn't utter any sweet nothings. Instead, he reached out to help her adjust the slightly disheveled pearls on her gown. This outfit suits you very well, he said. Really? Yes, but he leaned closer to her, lowering his voice. The Qipao from last time in Haicheng looked even better. Liu Yanan recalled that Qipao, remembering Qin Lan's words, if you adjust the size down by half an inch, it will be perfect. Her cheeks involuntarily heated up. She glared at him, her gaze no longer that of a cold president, instead carrying a hint of girlish petulance. Ye Chen smiled and gently held her hand. Wife, let's go home. He said, go home, not we're done shooting. Liu Yanan's heart felt as if it were gently cradled in a... She did not pull away, allowing him to hold her hand. She looked at him, and he looked back at her. Their eyes met, and at that moment time seemed to stand still. The wind in the courtyard and the light on the trees became their backdrop. Click. Ma Liang pressed the shutter. He looked at the photo on the camera screen, and at the man's gaze was gentle, the woman's smile graceful, as they held hands and gazed at each other with the ancient courtyard and dappled sunlight behind them. There was no intense expression of love, but rather a quiet power of peaceful years nurturing life in silence. Damn, this is not a wedding photo. Ma Liang murmured to himself, his eyes becoming slightly misty. This is love itself. He knew that today marked the birth of the pinnacle of his career. And this photo, along with all the material shot today, was about to become the first cornerstone of the most solid moat Ye Chen was building for this family. Ma Liang and his team arrived like a gust of wind and left just as swiftly. Before departing, he solemnly handed over a hard drive containing all the negatives to Liu Yanan, his expression unusually serious. Liu Zong, this is the most satisfying set of works I've created in my 20 years of profession. He pushed up his Leica glasses, the air of an artist dissipating, leaving only the sincerity of a creator. I don't want any remuneration. I have only one request: allow me to display 3 of them at my personal exhibition at the end of the year. The title will be Home. Liu Yanan nodded at the light in his eyes. The next day, in the conference room on the top floor of the Qinyan Group, assistant Linda stood confidently in front of a gigantic display screen. Behind her, a 50-page PPT titled Liu Zong's Family Image Public Relations Promotion Plan was crafted by her and the PR team through a sleepless night. Liu Zong, our plan is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to grant exclusive rights to the domestic top fashion magazine Fengshang to feature it as their cover story next month. This will ensure our appearance exudes style and authority. The second step is to collaborate with 30 mainstream financial media outlets on the day the magazine is released to issue a press release emphasizing your family's dual success in career and home life, subtly tying it to the group's new strategy of humanistic care. The third step is to launch a social media matrix, purchase trending topics, and invite KOL's key opinion leaders for multi-angle interpretations, maintaining the buzz for at least a week. Linda spoke rapidly, every detail timed to the hour, making for a textbook-level public relations plan. Liu Yanan listened quietly, but her gaze involuntarily drifted to the corner of the conference room. Ye Chen was also there. He had been ordered by Liu Yanan to attend as an observer. However, he clearly did not take it seriously, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, with an open hiking backpack in front of him, sorting various baby supplies into it. He had just accomplished a remarkable feat, folding a small outfit for his daughter in 3 seconds with one hand, his technique so smooth that it left all the female assistants present feeling inadequate. Ye Chen, what are your thoughts? Liu Yanan unexpectedly spoke up. Linda's report was interrupted, and everyone, would Liu Zong really seek the opinion of a styrofoam dad during decision-making? Ye Chen looked up, stuffing a giraffe teething toy into the side pocket of his backpack, thought for a moment, and said earnestly, Assistant, Linda's plan is excellent and professional. It's like preparing for the Normandy landing for 3 months, steady step by step. A hint of pride appeared on Linda. However, Ye Chen changed his tone. We're not going to war, we just want to let everyone know that our family is doing well. Pulling off such a grand plan, those who don't know might think we're going public. With a the young assistant couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Linda's face darkened instantly. Then what are your brilliant insights? She asked irritably. No brilliant insights, really. Ye Chen pulled out a phone from his bag, swiped a few times on the screen, and turned it towards the large display. On the screen appeared a Weibo homepage belonging to a blogger named Confronting, with a profile picture of an orange cat. The bio was simple: food, cuddling cats, occasional rants. With 98 million followers. I met this blogger while delivering food. Their orange cat has a huge appetite, always ordering a double meal. Ye Chen explained, she never takes advertisements and only posts things she finds delicious or fun. Her follower engagement is exceptionally high. If she says east, her followers will never go west. The conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at Ye Chen as if he were an alien. Handing Liu Zong's invaluable family debut over to a food blogger, let alone one who cuddles cats. This is simply madness. Ye Chen, Liu Yanan's brows furrowed into a frown. She felt her blood pressure rising. Yanan, let me explain. Ye Chen stood up and walked to her side. Linda's plan is a proclamation, a high-handed notification. Everyone will discuss, but they won't believe it, because it feels too distant from them. But if it comes from a fae, it's different. It's sharing its discovery. People will feel, oh my, the treasure blogger I follow has uncovered another side of the Ice Queen. They will feel a sense of participation and the thrill of treasure hunting. This isn't public relations, this is ignition. Liu Yanan was taken aback. The word ignition was like a spark, instantly igniting a certain area in her mind. She looked at Ye Chen, seeing no jest in his eyes, only a certainty that understood people's hearts. Liu Zong, no. Linda panicked. This is too risky. What if public opinion spirals out of control? Let's do as he says. Liu Yanan interrupted her voice calm, yet resolute. Linda's mouth formed an O. That afternoon, Confronting updated a Weibo post. There were no lengthy discourses or flowery language, just a photo and a sentence. The photo was precisely the one Ma Liang captured, showing Ye Chen brushing leaves off Liu Yanan's shoulder. In the sunlight, the man looked down, his gaze focused and gentle. The woman looked up, slightly startled, her cold brows hinting at a barely perceptible softness that had been touched. The caption read, I won't be eating today. I just want to say the best kind of love isn't grandiose, but rather when you help me brush off the dust from my shoulders and I see the light in your eyes. No names were mentioned. In the first minute after the Weibo post, it was calm. By the third minute, comments began to trickle in. Has a fae turned into a relationship blogger today? This photo is so well taken, is it a celebrity? In the 5th minute, a keen-eyed fan shouted in the comment section, look at this woman's profile. Isn't she Liu Yanan from Qingyan Group? This comment was like a drop of water thrown into a frying pan. The entire Weibo exploded. It really is Liu Yanan. Oh my, she actually looks so tenderly at a man. Who is this man? Isn't he too handsome? That look of pampering him gone. This is the divine love of the wealthy. 1,000 times sweeter than industrial sugar. Wedding photos. Family portraits. A fae, do you have any more hidden gems? Bring them all out. The heat skyrocketed at a geometric rate. Liu Yanan, divine love, what is this divine husband? Confronting a fae accomplishes great things. These 3 hashtags surged to the top 3 trending topics within half an hour, purely fueled by netizens' enthusiasm. The PR department of Qingyan Group was inundated with phone calls. Linda held the receiver, her hands trembling. Liu Zong. The editor-in-chief of Fengshan personally called saying they don't want the cover anymore, they just want an inside page. Liu Zong, our official website server, crashed due to excessive traffic. Liu Zong, the stock price. Our stock price has surged by 12% in pre-market trading on the U.S. stock exchange. Liu Yanan sat under the corridor of the courtyard, also holding a phone. She wasn't looking at the financial data, but was reading the comments section. Oh, I used to think Liu Zong was a fairy who was above worldly affairs. Now I realize she has just given all her tenderness to the right person. Did you not see? The creases on the man's cuffs. That's the mark of carrying a child. This is life. Not to mention, just based on Liu Zong's choice of husband, I'm all in on Kinjian stock. Liu Yanran's cheeks flushed. For the first time she discovered the wonderful feeling of being praised by strangers. Ye Chen walked over with a plate of cut fruit. Little Nian nestled in his arm, happily munching on a piece of apple. What are you looking at so intently? Nothing. Liu Yanan quickly locked her phone screen. Oh. Ye Chen set down the fruit plate, glanced at his phone again, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In his line of sight on a blue screen, only he could see numbers were rapidly fluctuating. Progress on the family's business card task, positive interaction volume 954712810, family reputation index 8990. Wife, he suddenly spoke. Tomorrow let's take Nian to the amusement park. Liu Yanan was taken aback. Why the sudden desire to go to the amusement park? Because Ye Chen lifted their daughter in front of her, the little one laughing so much that drool was coming out. I want the whole world to know that my wife is the most tender mother in the world. He referred to her as mother, not president. Liu Yanan gazed at her daughter's smiling face, then looked at Ye Chen, feeling a gentle jolt in the softest part of her heart. She nodded slightly and whispered, okay. Ding. Progress on the family's business card task, positive interaction volume 100 completed. Family reputation index 9090 completed. Task assessment S grade. Achieving the mode effect at minimal cost, perfectly igniting public opinion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God Level Director Beginner Skill Reward Star, currency, X30. Super Dad All-Round System Host, Ye Chen. Title Advanced Dad, Next Level Ace Dad Skills, Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level, Comprehension Max Level, God Level Director Beginner. God Level Negotiation Beginner, God Level Garden Design, Beginner Crisis Public Relations, Master Beginner, or a husband and wife, United Passive Absolute Safety Passive Assets, E Family Trust Fund Beneficiary, E Nian Beijing, Purple Royal Courtyard X1 Family Fund 1. 5 billion. Haicheng High-Tech Education Park Shops X1 Module Unlocked Marketplace Currency, Star Currency X128800. The largest theme amusement park in Jingqing buzzed with cacophony, its colors splashed like an overturned palette. Liu Yanan stood at the entrance wearing a pair of sunglasses that nearly covered half her face and a minimalist beige trench coat with sharp tailoring. She gazed at the surging crowd before her, the oversized cartoon mascots and the cloying sweetness of popcorn wafting through the air, feeling of visceral discomfort. To her, every decibel here was nothing but noise pollution, every hue of visual offense. Her world was composed of the red and green of candlestick charts, the black and white of contracts, and the cold gray of conference rooms. Let's go. The carousel is in the east zone, it's less crowded now. Ye Chen's voice came from beside her. With one hand, pushing a top-tier stroller, its hooks laden with 2 bulging diaper bags, he naturally reached out with the other hand, taking Liu Yanran's wrist and leading her out of the crowd. His stride was unhurried, as if he knew the layout of the park like the back of his hand. Liu Yanan was pulled along by him. The warmth radiating from his grip felt almost scorching. She wanted to pull free, but found herself utterly powerless. How did you know? She asked. Before we came, I memorized the park's map, peak crowd periods, and the locations of all nursing rooms, and first, Ye Chen answered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Taking Nian out means you can't go into battle unprepared. Liu Yanan. She looked at his face, which bore an expression of everything is under control, and suddenly felt that if she handed Qinyan Group over to him, he could probably within a week figure out where every competitor's family plot was. The music of the carousel began to play, and Liu Yanan found herself seated on a white wooden horse adorned with rhinestones, its eyes vacant. Nian was secured to Ye Chen's chest with a baby carrier. Seeing such a magnificent, enormous toy for the first time, the little one flailed her arms and legs in excitement, letting out cheerful aha cries. Ye Chen didn't ride. He stood beside Liu Yanran's horse, one hand on the saddle, the other protecting his daughter. Liu Yanan watched him. His tall, straight silhouette revolved in the colorful lights and shadows to the rhythm of the music. His gaze never left his daughter. Those eyes were warmer than the brightest crystal lamp on top of the carousel. Nearby, some young girls recognized them, raised their phones, and let out soft, distant gasps. It's CEO Liu and her husband. While they look even better in person than in photos, their eyes when they look at the baby are so gentle. No camera flashes, no mobbing. Only kind, blessing-filled looks. The moat Ye Chen had been building was silently taking effect. Liu Yanran's heart inexplicably settled down. She took off her sunglasses, looked at her baby daughter laughing gleefully in her arms, and the icy mask on her face melted away, lost in the tinkling music. After the carousel, Ye Chen's goal was clear, the shooting gallery zone. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, didn't even raise his eyelids when he saw Ye Chen pushing the stroller over. 10 yuan for 3 shots. Want to win a doll for your girlfriend, handsome? Liu Yanan stood to the side, eyeing the shoddily made plush toys with crooked expressions hanging on the wall, frowning slightly. In her view, this was an extremely inefficient business model. Boss, let's aim for something bigger. Ye Chen pointed at the top. A pink, adorably silly rabbit, a full meter tall. The owner scoffed. That. 50 yuan a shot. 10 shots, all bullseyes, and it's yours. It was clearly a deliberate challenge. Fine. Ye Chen pulled out his phone and scanned 500 yuan. He took the toy-looking air rifle weighted in his hand. Without aiming, without preparation, he raised it and fired. Bang. 10 rings. The owner's cigarette ash dropped onto his pants. Bang. 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 Ye Chen didn't even glance at the target. His eyes were on Liu Yanan, a smile curling his lips, but his hands moved like lightning. The shots came in rapid succession like a string of firecrackers. 10 shots finished in under 30 seconds. On the target paper, there was only one hole, right in the center of the bullseye. The entire shooting area fell into dead silence. The owner's mouth hung open. The cigarette fell from his lips without him noticing. He stared at Ye Chen as if looking at a monster. Boss, the rabbit. Ye Chen handed the gun back. Until the giant pink rabbit was shoved into her arms, Liu Yanan was still in a daze. She looked at Ye Chen. Just how many hidden skills did this man possess? How did you? When I was in the military, I trained. Ye Chen explained casually, then tied the silly rabbit to the top of the stroller with a rope. And so a top-tier baby stroller paraded through the park, topped with a giant pink rabbit, swaying in the breeze. Liu Yanan found it a bit embarrassing, but when she saw her daughter reaching out her little hand to grab the rabbit's long ears, she thought, maybe this scene wasn't so hard to accept after all. Night fell, and the lights of the Ferris wheel lit up one by one like a crystal tower leading to the stars. The cabin slowly rose, sealing off the clamor of the ground. Nian Yin had played herself out, and was sleeping soundly in Ye Chen's arms. Liu Yanan looked out the window. The entire nightscape of Jingxing unfolded beneath her, a river of flowing light. This was the altitude she knew best. From the top-floor office of Qingyan Group, she used to overlook this city every day, contemplating how to conquer it. But now her state of mind was utterly different. I've never been on this before, she suddenly said, her voice very soft. When I was little, my parents brought me here once. Ye Chen looked out the window. My dad was afraid of heights. He kept his eyes shut the whole time. My mom kept laughing at him. That was the happiest I ever saw them in my memory. Liu Yanan's heart was gently touched. She turned her head and looked at Ye Chen's profile. Under the colorful lights of the Ferris wheel, his features were softened beyond belief. Just then her phone buzzed. It was an urgent message from Linda, followed by a string of exclamation marks. A news link popped up. Scandal exposed. Qingyan Group's new product, Radiance Essence, found to contain harmful substances, may cause disfigurement. The article was published by a little-known online media outlet, but it included a seemingly professional third-party test report whose conclusion directly indicated that Qingyan's products posed serious safety hazards. Within 10 minutes of publication, the article had been crazily reposted across major platforms. Qingyan Group's stock price in after-hours trading plummeted, instantly dropping by over 20%. Liu Yanan's blood ran cold in that instant. This was a sniper attack, a meticulously planned, precise, and lethal business assault. It struck at the peak of her public image, using the most vicious means to plunge both her and her group into the abyss. Her first instinct was to pull out her phone and dial the PR director. A warm hand covered hers. Don't call. Ye Chen's voice was very calm. The enemy wants you to panic now, to act flustered, and start explaining, denying. The more anxious you are, the happier they are. But this is slander. It's fatal. Liu Yanan's voice carried suppressed fury. I know. Ye Chen took her phone and slipped it into his pocket. But today is our family day. He pointed outside. The Ferris wheel had just reached its highest point. Look what a beautiful view. Liu Yanan followed his finger and saw the city lights spread out like a brilliant sea, but she no longer had the heart to appreciate it. The sky won't fall, Ye Chen said, looking at her with unwavering eyes. And even if it does, we'll deal with it after I change our daughter's diaper. Trust me, when the sun rises tomorrow, everything will be different. His words carried a strange magic that gradually calmed Liu Yanan's frantic heartbeat. She looked at him, then at their sleeping daughter in his arms. The Ferris wheel began its slow descent. Just as the cabin was about to touch the ground, in Ye Chen's mind, the familiar blue light screen abruptly expanded. Ding! Detected that host's core family member Liu Yanan and her career Qingyan Group are under malicious business attack. Family stability and reputation face a major crisis. Triggering main quest, the CEO's shield. Quest background: no matter how solid the moat, it cannot block betrayal from within or arrows from the dark. A carefully orchestrated storm of public opinion is trying to destroy everything you've just built for your family. Quest requirements: within 72 hours, identify the mastermind behind the scenes, reverse public opinion, crush the opponent's conspiracy, and restore Qingyan Group's brand reputation and market value to pre-crisis levels, or even higher. Quest reward: God-level hacker, beginner stellar coins, x 50,000. Failure penalty: the system will forcibly reclaim all of the host's God-level skills and randomly, select one for permanent removal. The moment the elevator doors slid open, the carnival's clamor swept in like a storm brewing on the horizon. The phone in Liu Yanan's pocket vibrated violently, like a red-hot branding iron searing into her skin. On the way back to Ziyu Mansion, the car was filled with a suffocating silence. The giant pink rabbit lay carelessly in the back seat, its head tilted, its stitched bean-like eyes bearing witness to the icy inferno within the vehicle. The cotton candy sweetness of the amusement park had been torn to shreds, leaving only the cold, sharp skeleton of reality. The moment the car came to a halt in the courtyard, Ye Chen unbuckled his seatbelt without a second of hesitation. He leaned forward first with a reverence bordering on devotion and lifted the sleeping Nian from the child's seat. The little one's breath brushed against his neck like a feather. Then with one hand, he grabbed two bulging diaper bags, and with the other he casually picked up the silly rabbit. He settled his daughter in the nursery tucked in her small quilt, and tapped the smart panel with his fingertips, adjusting the room's temperature and humidity to the most comfortable state. The entire process was executed with a steadiness that seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. The vast courtyard house was eerily silent, creating a bizarre dissonance with the roaring storm of the outside internet. Liu Yanan stood alone in the empty living room, finally picking up the phone that had rung no fewer than 20 times. President Liu. Assistant Linda's voice came through the receiver, choked with tears and uncontrollable trembling. It's over. It's completely over. Those old farts on the board are going crazy, demanding an emergency meeting immediately. All the investors' phones have been blown up asking if we're about to declare bankruptcy. Liu Yanan's fingertips turned ice cold. The report. That test report. We checked. The legal department and our colleagues in Switzerland verified it right away. Linda's voice was filled with despair. That Truth Lab has a background as clean as a blank slate. It's a highly credible independent testing institution in Europe with no blemishes in its history. Any defense we make looks like a joke against their report. That was the deadliest blow. The enemy didn't just want you dead, they wanted you dead with utter clarity, making even your struggle seem foolish. Now the public opinion is boiling over. Everyone's saying that Qingyan has a mole who not only leaked the core formula, but also falsified data to deceive consumers. They're saying your trending topic yesterday was all paid for a stunt. Liu Yanan took a deep breath, hung up, and swiftly dialed the group's legal director. President Liu, the situation is extremely grave. The voice on the other end belonged to the company's chief counsel, cold as steel. My advice is first issue an official statement immediately expressing the group's high concern and that a special task force has been formed for an internal investigation. Second, apply for a retest of the product, but that takes time. Third, appease key investors and channel partners. A standard, correct, yet utterly useless, public relations procedure at this moment. The enemy had meticulously orchestrated every step, waiting for you to follow this exact protocol. By issuing a statement, you implicitly admit the problem exists. By launching an investigation, you give them more time to spread rumors and slander. By appeasing stakeholders, you only invite the capital vultures smelling blood to tear into you harder. Leaning against the rosewood desk in the study, Liu Yanan felt an unprecedented helplessness. She was like a lion trapped in an invisible net, powerful yet unable to break free. Slap. A hand reached out and ended her call. Liu Yanan looked up sharply. Ye Chen was standing before her, having appeared without a sound. He had changed out of his outdoor clothes into simple loungewear, exuding a faint scent of baby body wash. From now on, do nothing, he said, his tone as calm as if he were suggesting noodles for dinner. Are you insane? Liu Yanan's voice rose sharply, her emotions slipping. Do you know anything about business? Silence. In the capital market, 24 hours of silence is an admission of guilt. Enough to doom Qingyan forever. Then let it be doomed, Ye Chen replied. His answer left Liu Yanan speechless. He didn't analyze business pros and cons or offer grand speeches. He simply stepped forward, meeting her eyes, red with anger and anxiety. Remember that photo under the pomegranate tree? Liu Yanan froze. Remember how the Weibo post from Chubby Eater? His voice wasn't loud, but it struck like a hammer, hitting the tautest string in Liu Yanan's heart. Those weren't PR moves. They were real. Now they want to use a fake to defeat what we have that's real. If you go out and explain, declare, refute, you'll be jumping into their trap, playing by their rules. Ye Chen's gaze was calm as still water. So do nothing. Trust me one last time. Liu Yanan's heart pounded violently. In her mind, the business rationality built over a decade was screaming, warning her this was suicide. But before her eyes stood the man who had gently brushed leaves from her hair under the pomegranate tree, who had won the rabbit for their daughter at the shooting booth, who had calmly said on the Ferris wheel, the sky won't fall. Reason and emotion waged a war within her. This was undoubtedly the maddest, most absurd decision of her. A few seconds passed, or perhaps centuries. Liu Yanan finally picked up the internal phone and dialed Linda. The entire group awaited its CEO's instructions. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all emotions were gone, replaced by a desperate resolve. Linda, from now on, all departments and executives of Qingyan Group will maintain absolute silence. For 24 hours, no interviews, no statements, no responses to any inquiries. A dead silence on the phone followed by Linda's sharp intake of breath. Yes, President Liu. Hanging up, Liu Yanan felt all strength drained from her body. She collapsed into her chair, hands and feet ice cold. She couldn't tell if she was trusting Ye Chen or the version of herself he had gradually unearthed, the one yearning for family warmth. Ye Chen said nothing more. He turned and walked out of the study. He returned to his room and closed the door. Before him, the blue system interface unfolded automatically with the blood-red 72-hour countdown ticking mercilessly. Ding. Detected malicious commercial attack on core family member Liu Yanan and her enterprise, Qingyan Group. Triggering main quest, the President's Shield. Quest reward, God-level hacker beginner stellar coins, X 50,000. Confirmed. Accept reward, Ye Chen thought silently. The next second, an indescribable torrent of data, not a flood but like countless precise chips, was implanted into his cerebral cortex. Countless lines of code, complex network protocols, the topology of global backbones, the underlying logic of firewalls, algorithms for encryption and decryption. All knowledge of the digital world was parsed, reconstructed, absorbed, and became his instinct in an instant. Ye Chen opened his eyes. The world seemed unchanged yet utterly different. He could see the Wi-Fi signals flowing through the air, sense the operational status of every smart device in the room, as if a new sense had awakened. From under the bed, he pulled out an unopened box containing a brand new laptop with no markings. He powered it. There was no flashy desktop, no cluttered icons. The screen lit up to reveal only a pure black background and a solitary blinking green cursor. Ye Chen's long, clean fingers landed on the keyboard. Without a moment's hesitation, his hands became a blur, unleashing a silent storm across the keys. Lines of cryptic commands scrolled down the screen like a waterfall. As he struck the final enter key, the terminal window's title changed. A cold white character string glowed against the black background, exuding a chilling presence. Target locked, Truth Lab, Veritas Labs, Geneva, Switzerland. In Shanghai at Lujiazui lies a top-tier club with strict entry regulations. Unlike the dead silence of the Purple Royal Mansion in the capital, a raucous celebration is unfolding here. The air is thick with the rich aroma of Cuban cigars and the fruity notes of premium champagne. The sound of crystal glasses clinking is crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a cascade of shattered diamonds. Qin Feng, the young heir of Hongda capital, reclines comfortably in a large leather sofa. He gently swirls the Louis XIII in his glass, the golden liquid casting flickering shadows across his handsome, yet somewhat sinister face. Young Master Qin, impressive. Your moves are truly remarkable. A loyal subordinate wearing gold-rimmed glasses raised his glass, his face a mask of unabashed flattery. 6 months ahead of time, we found a shell company in Panama and acquired 30% of the Truth Laboratory. We've become its invisible backer. Then we just need that technician to sign a false report, and once the money is transferred, his whole family can pack up and leave. This chain is so clean that even Yama would find no trace. Not to mention, the best part is the timing. We deliberately wait until that Yi guy raises her image to the heavens, then kick her down. How are people criticizing her online? A venomous vixen using her husband and children as props for her acting. Tisk tisk, the higher she climbs, the harder she falls. Ha ha. Qin Feng listened to the flattery, the curve of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. He took a sip of his drink, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a wave of burning pleasure. Liu Yanan. She's still as clever as she was back then. He spoke slowly, his voice saturated with a sickly delight. She always thinks the business world is her chessboard, and everyone else are her pawns. She might have forgotten how 20 years ago her father nearly forced my dad to kneel in public at the board meeting. The loyal subordinates around him fell silent, knowing this was Qin Feng's true motivation. Bringing down Qingyan is just an appetizer. Qin Feng's tone suddenly turned harsh. I want her to lose everything. Her reputation, her wealth, and that ridiculous pride of hers. I want her to kneel before me begging. He drained his glass in one elegant motion, as if swallowing the blood of. Notify our people, the second step can begin. I want Qingyan to never rise again. Yes, young Master Qin. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the Purple Royal Mansion. In Ye Chen's room, there was a dead silence enveloped in darkness. Only the lonely flicker of the green cursor on his laptop screen illuminated his expressionless face. The combination of God-level hacker and eagle-eye analysis formed a new logic in his mind. He had no intention of directly confronting the firewall designed by national-level experts at the Truth Laboratory. That was something only a brute would do. His fingers lightly tapped the keyboard, the data flow on the screen flashing by. What he was looking for was a person. The report signatory Hans Muller, a senior technician at the laboratory. Ye Chen did not invade any confidential databases. His consciousness moved like a ghost, silently traversing the vast ocean of the public internet. Hans' social media accounts, the posts he liked, the gambling groups he joined, and the personal information he inadvertently leaked in the comments section. Under eagle-eye analysis, a clear digital persona was constructed in Ye Chen's mind. A middle-aged man addicted to gambling, deeply in debt, and being pursued by collection agencies had been found. Ye Chen's fingertips glided over the keyboard, leaving a fleeting shadow. He didn't directly attack the heavily guarded online casino, but instead like a surgeon infiltrated a third-rate company that provided underlying data services to the casino. Amid the chaotic data flow, he precisely located the record of Hans Muller's card game that night. Then he altered a line of code. Far away in Switzerland, Hans, who was preparing to go all in with his last bit of money, stared at his screen in disbelief. The game he had already lost to numbness was completely reversed in the last second of the river card, as if a card had appeared out of thin air. He won. He won a sum large enough to pay off all his debts, even allowing him to retire with dignity. Joy overwhelmed what little rationality he had left. Almost simultaneously, an email from Casino VIP customer service appeared precisely in his inbox. Dear Mr. Muller, congratulations on becoming our lucky star. To celebrate your great victory, we offer you an exclusive unlimited VIP channel. Click this link to activate. Hans Muller's hands trembled violently. Greed made him forget all the safety protocols emphasized countless times in his professional training. Without hesitation, he clicked the link. The moment the mouse clicked, a calm green prompt appeared on Ye Chen's screen. Maximum permissions have been obtained. Like a visitor holding the key to the owner's home, Ye Chen casually bypassed the so-called impenetrable firewall, using Hans Muller's personal computer as a springboard, and entered the internal servers of the Truth Laboratory. The vast amount of data, which would be an insurmountable labyrinth to ordinary people, appeared to Ye Chen like neatly arranged books in a library, clear and orderly. His fingers danced over the keyboard, the search commands precise and efficient. In less than 30 seconds, 2 PDF files stored in different paths were simultaneously retrieved. One was the original test report for Qingjian's revitalizing essence conclusion, all indicators perfect, meeting the highest safety standards in the EU. The other was the forged report published online. Conclusion contains harmful substances, severely allergenic. The generation time of the two reports was merely 10 minutes apart. The corners of Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold arc. He did not stop. Continuing to trace the server logs, he quickly locked onto an encrypted email connecting Hans Muller to the outside world. The email content was layered with encryption, yet before the skills of a god-level hacker, it was as fragile as thin paper. Attached was a record of a bank transfer. A huge sum of money flowed through 3 offshore companies registered in the Cayman Islands, the British Virgin Islands, and Seychelles, changing hands 3 times like shuffling cards, ultimately landing in an anonymous account at a Swiss bank. Eagle eye analysis activated. Ye Chen's brain operated like a supercomputer, instantly dismantling and reorganizing the intricate ownership structures behind these 3 seemingly unrelated companies. The flow of funds formed a clear map in front of him. The endpoint of the map pointed to a previously undisclosed secret investment account under Honda Capital. Account holder Qin Feng. The evidence chain was complete. Yet Ye Chen's fingers remained glued to the keyboard. In his dark pupils there was no joy of success, but rather a deeper chill. Following the traces he had just tracked like a shark infiltrating the deep sea, he silently and completely took control of Qin Feng's personal cloud server. Qin Feng's digital fortress, which he believed to be impregnable, stood wide open before Ye Chen. In a folder titled Personal Interests, Ye Chen discovered a subfile. The file was named Qingyan Final Plan. He clicked inside. The content within caused Ye Chen to pause his typing for the first time. The file contained not only all the planning details for this smear campaign, the list of hired internet trolls and budget expenditures, but also a more malicious and insane follow-up plan. Qin Feng had already bribed a workshop director at Qingyan Group's factory in the suburbs of the capital. Tomorrow morning at 6, the director would, under the pretext of equipment maintenance, pour a bottle of high-concentration chemical allergen into a whole batch of revitalizing essence raw liquid about to be packaged for shipment. They were going to create real victims. They aimed to crucify Liu Yanan and Qingyan Group with bloody facts. Ye Chen stared at the cold words on the screen. The air in the room seemed to drop several degrees. He slowly raised his head as if he could see through the walls towards Liu Yanan's study. That woman was currently bearing an immense pressure, thinking she was about to fall into the abyss. Little did she know her nanny husband had already dug a tunnel straight to hell for her. Moreover, he was preparing to personally kick the enemy down. Ye Chen's hands returned to the keyboard. This time his fingertips carried a chilling, murderous intent. 5:45 in the morning. The 24-hour silence period agreed upon by Qingyan Group is about to end. In the pre-market trading of the U.S. stock market, Qingyan Group's stock price inevitably triggered the circuit breaker mechanism, plummeting like a jagged scar piercing everyone's eyes. The market was filled with despair, and panic spread like a plague among every group of investors. In the president's office, Liu Yanan had not slept a wink all night. The coffee before her had gone cold, and her custom-tailored women's suit jacket casually draped over the back of a chair, while her pure white silk shirt was wrinkled. The skyline outside the floor-to-ceiling window was tinged with a hint of dawn reflecting off her pale, yet exquisite face. Her gaze showed no signs of defeat, but rather resembled the blade sharpened by the cold night, calm and sharp. The study door was gently pushed open. Ye Chen walked in holding a cup of warm honey water, instantly filling the air with a sweet aroma. He said no comforting words, merely placed the cup on the corner of the table, and then took out a black USB drive from his pocket, gently placing it in front of Liu Yanan. The time for counterattack has come. His tone was flat, as if stating the most ordinary of facts. Liu Yanan's gaze shifted from the window to the small USB drive, pausing for a full 3 seconds. She raised her eyes to look at Ye Chen, trying to read something from his face, but that familiar visage bore nothing but the usual tranquility. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the USB drive into her laptop. With a soft beep, a folder named gift. Inside there was no chaotic raw data, only a perfectly integrated evidence package. Liu Yanan's hand gripping the mouse trembled slightly. She clicked on the first file, revealing 2 parallel PDF reports. The left one was the original report with a flawless conclusion. The right one was a forged report with a malicious conclusion. The generation time of the 2 reports was clearly marked in red boxes, 10 minutes apart. She clicked on the second file, which was a dynamic cash flow chart. Funds started from Haidu Capital's secret account like a gluttonous snake, winding through 3 shell companies in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and Seychelles, ultimately flowing precisely into an anonymous account at a Swiss bank, perfectly matching Hans Muller's payment records. The third file contains several audio segments. Chen Feng's voice, mixed with pathological pleasure and ruthlessness, echoed clearly through the headphones. I want her to kneel before me, begging me. Inform our people the second step can begin. Liu Yanan's fingertips, when she clicked on the last document titled Final Plan, and saw the line about introducing high-concentration chemical allergens into the raw material tank, she suddenly stood up from her chair, her chest heaving violently. A mix of dread and fury made her body tremble uncontrollably. She abruptly turned around, her gaze towards Ye Chen filled with sheer horror and incomprehension. How did you get this? Her voice was strained. The firewall of the Truth Laboratory, the financial system of Haidu Capital, Chen Feng's personal encrypted communications. Any one of these should have stumped the world's top security teams. Ye Chen's response was simple, to the point of being dismissive. I have some friends. He offered no further explanation. The vast information gap itself was the most solid barrier. Liu Yanan stared at him intently, as if trying to see through him. But after a few seconds, the shock and inquiry in her eyes were replaced by something far more powerful. Cold fury and absolute confidence belonging to a business queen. She sat back down, her back straightened. The woman who had deteriorated in just a few hours disappeared, replaced by the decisive president of Qinyan Group. Secretary Yang, notify all core executives an online meeting at the highest level in 5 minutes. Her voice transmitted through the intercom, without a tremor, chillingly calm. 5 minutes later, the meeting started on time. On the screen, the faces of the pillars of the group were filled with anxiety and seriousness. Liu Yanan wasted no words and directly shared her screen. As the chain of evidence was presented before everyone, a collective gasp echoed in the meeting room. President, we need to release this immediately. The PR director exclaimed excitedly. We can turn this around right now. No. Liu Yanan interrupted him, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Public opinion is a battlefield, not a courtroom. Hastily throwing all the cards onto the internet will only give the opponent time to destroy other evidence. Her fingers lightly tapped on the table, each sound resonating like a war drum. We will split into 2 teams. First, the legal and PR departments will immediately take the USB drives, a copy, and in the name of the group submit all evidence to the National Market Supervision Administration and the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau. I want to initiate an official highest-level investigation and apply for a comprehensive audit of Haidu Capital, issuing a travel ban on Chen Feng. Second, the security department will immediately contact the police in the suburbs, taking the B copy targeting the Qinyan factory. I want you to capture both the person and the evidence. The orders were clear and decisive. The despair in the executive's eyes vanished, replaced by an excitement that anticipated witnessing a thunderous storm. Just as Liu Yanan's commanding fleet officially set sail, another storm was quietly brewing at Ye Chen's finger. He clipped the most arrogant and vicious lines from Chen Feng's audio of the celebration banquet and anonymously sent them to a food blogger on Weibo with millions of followers. Fan of good food. 1 minute later, fan of good food updated a Weibo post. No lengthy discussions, no emotional embellishments, only an audio file and a single sentence. Turns out there are really disgusting people like this. This Weibo post exploded across the internet like a droplet thrown into boiling oil. Netizens who were still indignant over the truth clicked on the audio, and Chen Feng's arrogant voice, mixed with the flattery of his cronies, spread clearly across the entire web. I'll wait for that ye fellow to elevate her persona to the heavens, then kick her down with one blow. A scheming vixen using her husband and child as props for her act. I want her to lose everything and kneel before me, begging me. The internet fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it erupted in a volcanic fury. What the hell? Am I being used as a pawn? Is this recording real? Is this even human? Husband and children as props. Turns out this line was concocted to lead us on. Puke. Chen Feng of Haidu Capital, right? I'll remember you. Ping and Jingxing National Market Supervision Administration, will you do something about this? The public opinion underwent a shocking 180-degree reversal. The hashtag Chen Feng recording surged to the top of the trending topics with unprecedented speed, accompanied by a glaring explosive symbol. In Shanghai, Qin Feng was still sound asleep in the silk sheets of the presidential suite. Bang, bang, bang. The violent knocking on the door jolted him from his sweet dreams. Who is it? Looking for death early in the morning. He cursed as he opened the door, only to see his father Qin Hongwei, the chairman of Hongda Capital, with a grim face. You beast. Look for yourself. Qin Hongwei hurled his phone at Qin Feng's face. Upon seeing the blood-red trending topic on the phone screen, Qin Feng was completely stunned. He could not comprehend why his flawless plan, a watertight chain, had been stripped bare overnight. Before he could recover from his shock, outside the door, several uniformed police officers had already blocked the entrance. The lead officer presented his identification, his tone devoid of any emotion. Mr. Qin Feng, we are from the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau. We suspect you of commercial defamation, unfair competition, and market manipulation. Please come with us. At the same time, at the Qingyan factory in the suburbs, a workshop supervisor was stealthily carrying a brown glass bottle towards the massive raw material tank. Just as he was about to twist open the bottle cap, several powerful flashlights shone on him simultaneously, and a number of police officers surged from behind the equipment, pinning him to the ground. The brown glass bottle rolled to the ground, the label clearly visible. High concentration pyrethroid. At exactly 9 o'clock, the stock market opened. Hongda Capital's stock price had no chance to struggle, immediately locked in the limit down on opening, with a mountain of sell orders piling up, no one willing to take them. At 10 o'clock, Qingyan Group held a press conference. Liu Yanan personally attended, and faced with the barrage of cameras from hundreds of media outlets, she clearly announced all the evidence, including the official red tape documents indicating an ongoing investigation. Once the news broke, Qingyan Group stock, upon resuming trading, shot up in a straight red line, violently surging and sealing at the limit up. In just half a day, the market value surpassed 30 of its pre-crisis level. In the capital city at the Ziyu mansion, Ye Chen's mind resonated with the system's prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, the President's Shield. Task rating S. Task reward: permanent skill, God level hacker beginner, star essence X 50,000. For him, a world-shattering commercial war was merely the completion of a system task. That night, the moonlight, Ye Chen sat on the swing in the yard, leisurely scrolling through his phone, watching the online avalanche of condemnation against Qin Feng, occasionally spotting a few comments praising the mysterious whistleblower. A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Liu Yanan had changed out of her formal attire, wearing a beige long dress suitable for home, quietly standing behind him. Thank you, she said softly. The two words were somewhat difficult for her to say, yet they were utterly sincere. Ye Chen turned around and smiled. We are family, no need for formalities. Liu Yanan did not respond to the jest. She was silent for a moment, took 2 steps forward, standing before Ye Chen. The cold moonlight spilled over her, illuminating her eyes sharp enough to seem as if they could pierce through everything. She looked directly at him, asking word by word, the friends who can accomplish these things are not ordinary people. Ye Chen, who exactly are you? The moonlight was cold, casting a frosty white sheen over the stone path in the courtyard. Liu Yanan's question rippled through the still air like a stone thrown into tranquil water. Ye Chen, who exactly are you? This question, sharp as ever, was mixed with a hint of confusion that she herself had not yet realized. Ye Chen's smile remained unchanged, yet he did not answer immediately. He stood up from the swing, his gaze drifting over Liu Yanan's shoulder towards the city skyline, shrouded in night. Silence. A full 10 seconds of silence. This was not a chaotic fluster, but a deliberate pause, firmly taking control of the conversation's rhythm. Liu Yanan did not urge him. She simply stood quietly, waiting for an answer. She had enough patience, especially when faced with a mystery that could overturn her understanding. I majored in finance in college. Ye Chen finally spoke, his tone flat, as if recounting an unrelated past. At Haidu University's finance department, my grades were quite good. Liu Yanan's eyelashes flickered imperceptibly. Haidu University, the top institution in the country, had an undeniable reputation for its finance program. However, I was more interested in coding. Ye Chen turned his head to look at her again, so I joined a computer club at school purely. His narration was calm, devoid of any hint of boasting. In that club, there were a few very special characters. Ye Chen paused here, seemingly choosing his words carefully. They were not ordinary students, their backgrounds were very mysterious, and their skills were exceptionally high. We had a good relationship back then, but after graduation they disappeared from my world, scattered across the globe, working in some unimaginable cybersecurity jobs. This statement was half true and half false. The abilities granted to him by the system were real, but the mysterious organization was a perfect facade he crafted to deal with the interrogation. Later, something happened in my family, and I dropped out. He brushed over the significant turning point in his life casually, but I still had some sporadic contact with them. This time, regarding Qingyan, I called in a very, very big favor to get them involved. He attributed all his astonishing abilities to a fictional organization, converting his own mystery into that of the background. This was far safer than admitting to being a god-level hacker, and easier for others to accept. Liu Yanan listened. She did not speak, merely gazing at Ye Chen. The scrutinizing meaning in her cool eyes did not wane in the slightest due to this explanation. As the queen managing a billion-dollar group, she understood the value of favors better than anyone. To mobilize such terrifying energy overnight and topple a giant like Hongda Capital was no ordinary favor. It was a massive bargaining chip that would draw the attention of any national-level consortium. Ye Chen, an adopted husband, a seemingly ordinary young man, how could he owe such a favor and repay it? This story was logically flawless, yet every link exuded immeasurable value. She cleverly chose not to She judged that continuing to inquire would only yield a more polished story, not the truth. Rather than entangling in futile words, it was better to bury this suspicion deep within and verify it in her own way. I understand. Liu Yanan suddenly shifted the topic, resuming her usual decisive demeanor as a president. Qingyan Group will immediately establish a special fund to reward the information providers in this incident. She looked directly at Ye Chen. The amount will not be less than 9 figures. I need your friend's account. This was not a test, it was her logic as a businesswoman. In her view, everything had a price. Such a colossal favor would undoubtedly require an equivalent return. Ye Chen, however, laughed and shook his head. They won't accept it. Why? Liu Yanan asked. Their identities cannot have any risk of exposure. Any flow of funds could be traced to the tiniest detail. Ye Chen's reasoning was impeccable. This is the rule. Since I requested their help, I must abide by their rules. Refusing the ties of interest further solidified the setting of that mysterious organization. They do not act for money, but for favors. This made the fictional organization seem even more profound and dangerous. Liu Yanan looked at him deeply. After a long while, she slightly nodded. All right. Just one word, no further insistence. She turned and walked towards the brightly lit main house, the sound of her high heels striking the stone path crisp and regular. The company still has many matters to handle. Qin Hongwei will not give up easily, and there will be many hard battles to fight in the future. She did not look back, merely leaving behind a sentence. A new tacit understanding formed between the two. A tension-filled understanding built upon enormous secrets and shared interests. Ye Chen watched her silhouette disappear at the door, the ease and comfort on his face gradually fading. Dealing with this woman was far more exhausting than handling Qin Feng. Qin Feng was an obvious fool, while Liu Yanan's every word and action were laden with countless layers of probing and analysis. He turned and walked back to his room, closing the door. In his mind, the system's prompt tone sounded at an opportune moment, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully maintaining your core persona and perfectly avoiding the risk of information collapse. Temporary task: the Queen's interrogation is complete. Task rating: A. Task reward star essence X 1000. It seems that successfully deceiving others also comes with rewards. Ye Chen lay on his bed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. At the same time, at the headquarters of Qingyan Group in the top executive office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the dazzling night view of Shanghai, like a flowing river of stars. Liu Yanan sat calmly behind her desk, her expression serene. She did not deal with the mountain of documents, but opened her computer, accessing a special database through an encrypted line. Her fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, pulling up a dusty academic record. The title of the record bore the 4 gilded characters, Haidu University. In the photo was a much younger Ye Chen with a youthful sharpness in his brow. Name: Ye Chen. Department: Finance. Admission score: 721, provincial top scorer, first in the major. A row of outstanding grades, various scholarships, and an excellent student leader's resume filled the first page of the file, dazzling to the point of being impossible to ignore. This corroborated part of Ye Chen's claims. He was indeed a genius in the finance department. However, when Liu Yanan's gaze slipped to the second page, all records came to a sudden halt. In the position for the second half of the sophomore year, there was only a cold line of annotation. Student status: dropped out. Reason for dropout: significant family changes. Liu Yanan's movements paused. Her fingertips gently tapped on the 4 words significant changes repeatedly. In Shanghai, news of Qin Feng's arrest traveled almost instantaneously via an encrypted channel to the apex of Hongda Capital. It reached his father, Qin Hongwei, whose demeanor stood in stark contrast to his son's flamboyant arrogance. At that very moment, Qin Hongwei sat alone in a serene antique calligraphy studio, so silent that even the fall of a needle would echo. No harsh lights pierced the room. Only a single replica imperial lantern cast a warm amber glow. The air hung thick with the refined fragrance of premium pine soot, ink subtly layered over the deep, grounding aroma of aged sandalwood. Dressed in loose hand-woven cotton linen Tang-style robes, he hovered his wrist above a vast sheet of rice paper, his brush dancing like a dragon through clouds. When his secretary entered and delivered the report in hushed, measured tones, Qin Hongwei's hand paused. Just once. That single pause was enough. A dense droplet of ink detached from the tip of his wolf hair brush and fell with uncanny precision onto the final stroke of the character, sure momentum instantly blooming into a stark, jarring blot. A masterpiece on the cusp of completion was ruined in an instant. The secretary's heart clenched. He dared not draw breath. After years in Qin Hongwei's service, he knew well the weight of this man's silence. Qin Hongwei never shouted. He never smashed objects. Yet his silence carried a terror far deeper than any thunderous rage. He did not glance at the ruined scroll or at the trembling secretary. Calmly, he laid the brush into the ink-washing tray and with deliberate slowness wiped each finger using a fine silk handkerchief. Rescue him, he did not ask. Make calls, he did not. Instead, in a voice utterly devoid of inflection, he spoke, compile every publicly available detail of this incident. Online public sentiment stock fluctuations for Ye Group and all our related assets. And deliver the full dossier to me without delay. Yes, Chairman. The secretary bowed deeply and withdrew as if granted reprieve. Silence reasserted itself across the calligraphy studio. Qin Hongwei walked to a side table and lit a fresh stick of sandalwood incense, watching the slender plume of blue-gray smoke rise. His expression untroubled, unreadable. Half an hour later, a thick stack of documents lay precisely aligned upon the crimson rosewood desk before him. He did not begin with the media reports detailing Qin Feng's arrest. He turned straight to the final page, Ye Group's stock price chart, a flawless deep V reversal curve. From precipitous collapse and panic-driven sell-offs to a sudden decisive counteroffensive at a precise inflection point culminating in a powerful rally that not only reclaimed all lost ground, but edged toward a new all-time high. Qin Hongwei's fingertip tapped lightly upon the exact origin of that counteroffensive curve. Too precise. Like a master hunter striking with lethal certainty the moment his prey grew most weary and most vulnerable. Not a trace of hesitation. Not a flicker of indecision. He turned the page again, to the audio file leaked across the entire internet. Adjusting his reading glasses, he clicked play himself. Qin Feng's foolish, arrogant, and hollow-raged outburst rang sharply through the stillness of the studio. When it ended, Qin Hongwei's face remained impassive. What concerned him was never his son's stupidity, but how that recording had been made and how it had been released with surgical timing precisely as public outrage peaked. Behind it all moved an invisible hand, orchestrating rhythm, tempo, and consequence with flawless control. Finally, his gaze settled on the printed dynamic fund flow diagram, the one that had left Hongda Capital's legal and technical divisions utterly stymied. The chart was unadorned, even rudimentary in appearance. Yet every labeled fund transfer path, every offshore shell company name, and even the final Swiss bank anonymous account code, each rendered with chilling clarity, elicited from Qin Hongwei for the first time a palpable sense of pressure. His hand stilled. To penetrate 3 layers of offshore corporate firewalls, and then trace funds to a Swiss anonymous account famed worldwide for impenetrable confidentiality. This was beyond the reach of ordinary hackers, beyond even elite financial intelligence agencies. The power behind it transcended mere commercial rivalry. After a long silence, Qin Hongwei closed the dossier. A soft, sharp snap echoed across the empty He lifted the internal line. His voice was steady, glacial, stripped entirely of paternal warmth. Issue the following directives. First, cease all bail efforts for Qin Feng. Let him remain inside. He will be released only when he fully comprehends where he erred. The secretary on the other end hesitated, but dared not question why. Second, alert trading division to activate the highest tier market defense protocol. Defend the share prices of our core assets at all costs, regardless of expense. Anyone who shorts our stock at this moment will forfeit their entire fortune. Third, Qin Hongwei paused, lifting the ruined calligraphy scroll and gazing at the glaring ink blot. Mobilize all resources under Xin Yuan. I want answers. Find out who is truly pulling the strings behind Liu Yanan. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Beijing, inside a heavily guarded traditional courtyard residence, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to Shanghai's tension, relaxed, languid, redolent of a recent satisfying meal. This was the ancestral home of the Liu family. Liu Yanran's mother Qin Lan and several uncles bearing considerable influence within the clan were holding an informal family council. Yanran handled this well. She has not disgraced the Liu family, remarked one uncle sipping tea with quiet satisfaction. That young man from the Qin family is still too green. He thought Hongda Capital gave him license to act without restraint, forgetting entirely who owns Ye Group. At bottom, it's our Liu family's foundation that holds firm. Even Qin Hongwei dares not truly sever ties with us, added another, his tone laced with inherited entitlement. They were pleased that Liu Yanan had won her comeback battle, but naturally attributed her victory to her own shrewd business acumen and, more importantly, to the unassailable prestige of the Liu family name. As for the young man, named Ye Chen, to them he was merely a white glove, a disposable frontman Liu Yanan had recruited in Shanghai, a pawn placed deliberately in the spotlight. Qin Lan, began the eldest uncle, turning to Liu Yanran's father. I hear your daughter has grown quite close to a food delivery courier in Shanghai. This is highly inappropriate. Indeed, outrageous, another interjected immediately. A daughter of the Liu family must marry only into equal standing. Such a person, unfit for polite society, may be indulged briefly but never introduced publicly. It would tarnish our family's honor. Qin Lan flushed, slightly nodding. You're absolutely right, uncles. The girl grows ever more headstrong. He took out his phone and dialed Liu Yanan directly. The call connected instantly. Yanan. It's me, Qin Lan said, his tone authoritative, unyielding. You handled the Shanghai matter admirably. Now that the storm has passed, dismiss that courier. Settle with him quietly. Give him a generous sum and send him away. Do not let such irrelevant people compromise the Liu family's reputation. In her office at Qingyan Group's Shanghai headquarters, Liu Yanan stared at Ye Chen's academic record displayed on her computer screen. Reason for withdrawal: severe family upheaval. Those words bore the weight of 1,000 tons. Calmly she responded to her mother's presumptuous command with 3 quiet words. Mom, I'm in a meeting. She ended the call before Qin Lan could reply. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night sky glittered with stars, but Liu Yanran's face was veiled in a coldness deeper than the surrounding darkness. The company she had saved, the battle she had won. To them, these achievements remained mere appendages to the Liu family's radiance. And the man who had truly rescued everything was dismissed as an unworthy delivery boy. Back at Hongda Capital's headquarters, Qin Hongwei crumpled the ink-stained rice paper and dropped it into the wastebasket. Then he smoothed a fresh, pristine sheet onto the desk. This time he did not choose bold, sweeping cursive. With profound solemnity, he steadied his breath and stroke by deliberate stroke inscribed 2 characters at the very center of the page. His brushwork was grounded, unwavering, each line penetrating deep into the fiber of the paper. The victory celebration of Qingyan Group has just concluded, with its lingering warmth still in the air. The capital market responded directly with 3 consecutive limit-up trades, pushing the company's market value to a new peak. Everyone was immersed in the joy of turning the tide, believing that the gloom hanging over the company had completely dissipated. However, in the president's office, Liu Yanan felt no relief whatsoever. She gazed out at the bustling urban nightscape, the flickering neon lights appearing to her like a multitude of prying eyes. President Liu. Her assistant secretary Lin knocked and entered, her pace somewhat hurried. The Fabesai Spice Company has sent a unilateral termination letter for our partnership. Liu Yanan turned around. The reason? They say, due to a strategic adjustment, they will have insufficient production capacity in the future. Lin's professional demeanor betrayed a hint of absurdity as she relayed this flimsy excuse. Fabesai, one of the largest spice suppliers in Europe, had cooperated with Qingyan Group for over 10 years, serving as the cornerstone of its high-end product line. Insufficient production capacity. Liu Yanan repeated these 4 words as if chewing on a cold joke. Have their president in Europe call me back. I've already called. The other party's secretary said the president is currently attending an important international conference and cannot take calls at the moment. Liu Yanan said nothing further and merely waved her hand, indicating for Secretary Lin to leave. A sense of indescribable unease began to grow within her. Just half an hour later, she received an urgent email from the South America branch in her internal inbox. A supplier providing a crucial plant extract for the group announced a 3-month suspension of exports to China, citing temporary tightening of local export policies. If the first termination letter was an accident, this email was a clear wake-up call. Liu Yanan immediately pressed, notify all executives we will hold an emergency meeting in half an hour. Additionally, have the procurement department immediately conduct a risk assessment on all our core suppliers in the global supply chain. I want a complete report. Her instructions were clear and swift, devoid of any hint of panic. But only she knew that a storm far more perilous than a public relations crisis was perhaps brewing. Half an hour later, in the conference room of Qingyan Group, the atmosphere was stifling. All the executives were present, their faces etched with gravity and confusion. This was a far cry from the exuberance displayed during the celebration just days prior. Just now we received 3 more notifications. Liu Yanran's voice was not loud, yet it penetrated clearly into everyone's ears. The North American company responsible for packaging materials, Weiss, needs to suspend its production lines, citing environmental audits. The farm in Australia providing base oils has declared it is facing a rare pest issue. Additionally, the cooperative lab in Japan has terminated our technical authorization for the next generation of products. With each statement, she made the temperature in the conference room seem to drop further. Within a single day, 5 out of the 7 core suppliers of raw materials and technology we rely on have simultaneously interrupted our cooperation for seemingly unrelated reasons. Liu Yanan scanned the room, each word deliberate. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think this is a coincidence? An eerie silence ensued. Everyone present were veterans of the business world. No one was naive enough to believe that this was mere coincidence. These 5 companies are distributed across 4 continents and belong to different industries. Their only commonality is that they are indispensable links in the production chain of Qingyan Group. The fact that they all encountered issues on the same day must indicate that an unseen hand is orchestrating this. This is a strangulation. The vice president of the production department spoke haltingly, a precise strangulation targeting our supply chain. His words echoed the sentiments of everyone present. Public opinion attacks are aerial warfare. The enemy is visible and counterattacks are possible. However, the strangulation of the supply chain is like a submarine under the surface launching lethal torpedoes from the foundations when you least expect it. What about backup suppliers? An executive urgently asked the procurement director. Don't we have a B plan? The procurement director's face was whiter than paper as he adjusted his glasses, standing up with a trembling voice. I've contacted them. The German company is asking for 3 times the price and requires full payment upfront with delivery in 6 months. How is that any different from robbery? 2 American companies that previously had dealings with us were very enthusiastic. But once they heard it was Qingyan, they flatly refused, saying their production capacities are fully booked. There are a few domestic companies as well, and they are all making excuses to back out. After finishing, the procurement director slumped down wearily. An invisible net had completely tightened around them. Not only had the other party severed your main artery, but they also blocked all possible blood vessels for a bypass surgery. If the raw materials cannot arrive, how long can our production line hold out? For the high-end line, at most 5 days. For the daily chemicals line, it can last half a month. But if raw materials are not replenished after half a month, the entire group's production will come to a complete halt. Halt. These 2 words struck each person like a heavy hammer. For a giant like Qingyan, a single day of production halt would result in astronomical losses. Stock prices would plummet, distributors would panic, consumers would lose confidence. All the advantages accumulated from winning that battle would vanish in a short time. This crisis was far more deadly than the last. The meeting ended on a sour note, yielding no effective conclusions. Late at night, at the Liu family villa in the study, Liu Yanan sat in a chair, a cup of coffee that had gone cold resting on the table before her. No longer relying on the company's team, she played her last card: connections within the Liu family. She dialed the first number. The other party was a family friend of her father, deeply rooted in South America. Uncle Wong, it's me, Yanran. Oh, it's Yanran. What's the matter at this late hour? The other party's tone was still somewhat polite. I wanted to inquire about the export policies regarding plant materials from South America. How about that? The other party's tone immediately shifted, speaking vaguely. How should I put this? The waters are very deep. Yanran, listen to Uncle's advice. Has your Qingyan recently offended someone you shouldn't have? Before Liu Yanran could ask further, the call was hurriedly ended. She continued to dial the second and third numbers. The responses she received were largely similar. Those who had once welcomed her with smiles, calling her sister and brother, were now avoiding her like the plague. They either spoke in riddles or hinted indirectly, suggesting that there was a presence behind her one even the entire Liu family could not afford to provoke. For the sake of our brother, we will certainly assist, but this time we really are powerless. Yanran, it's not that we're unwilling to help, but the other party's background is too large. We don't want to invite trouble. Take care of yourself. The last call ended coldly. Only the sound of a busy signal remained in the study. Liu Yanan leaned back in her chair, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. She finally understood how utterly insignificant the Liu family background mentioned by her father and those uncles was in the face of a true behemoth. Meanwhile, in another room, Ye Chen was seated in front of his computer. The screen displayed not a game or a movie, but an extremely simple audio monitoring interface. This was part of the intelligent security system he had previously deployed at home for Liu Yanran's safety. He heard every phone call Liu Yanan made in the study. He listened as she transitioned from calm composure at the beginning to a reasoned argument in the middle, and finally, to a barely perceptible sigh of fatigue. He remained still, simply listening. Just then his phone screen lit up, and a news notification popped up. Chairman Qin Hongwei of Hongda Capital invited to attend the World Energy Forum meeting with business giants from various countries. In the accompanying image, Qin Hongwei was dressed in a well-tailored suit, elegantly, holding a champagne glass, chatting amiably with a blond European man. The caption of the photo clearly identified the European man's position: CEO of Fagesi Spice Company. Dawn broke. Liu Yanan sat silently in her study throughout the night. Before her lay a table scattered with dozens of A4 papers, each representing an emergency plan. Plan A: regardless of cost, airlift raw materials globally. Yet this merely quenches immediate thirst. The exorbitant transportation fees would swiftly devour Qingyan Group's already limited liquidity, lasting at most a week. Plan B: seek alternative raw materials. However, the formulas for high-end cosmetics are core secrets. Changing any ingredient requires months of testing and approval and cannot resolve immediate crises. Plan C: initiate legal proceedings against those suppliers who have unilaterally breached contracts. Yet international lawsuits are protracted. By the time a verdict is reached, Qingyan Group would be long gone. Each plan is a dead end. Behind each plan lies a steep price, merely a struggle that addresses symptoms rather than root causes. For the first time, Liu Yanan experienced this profound sense of powerlessness. Her opponent stood right there, Qin Hongwei, Hongda Capital. His figure was clearly visible, his intentions unmistakable, yet she could not find his physical form, unable to mount any effective counterattack. He did not send anyone to disrupt the company, nor did he spread any negative rumors. He merely moved his fingers, mobilizing the power of capital, severing her lifeline. This was not a battle of the same dimension. This was a dimensional strike. Ye Chen closed the audio monitoring interface on his computer. The silence in the study was more unsettling than the desperate ringing of the phones. He was acutely aware that this crisis had transcended mere hacking skills. You can hack into a company's server, paralyze a region's network, but you cannot change a sovereign nation's export policies with code, nor can you combat the intricate web woven by a capital giant across the globe with a keyboard. Qin Hongwei played a game of open strategy. It was forthright yet impeccable. Ye Chen slowly opened another interface when only he could see radiating a soft blue glow. In the upper right corner of the interface, a string of numbers stood out. Star points 50,000. This was the substantial reward granted by the system after completing the S-level mission business spy elimination plan. He had never touched this sum. He skillfully opened the system mall, his gaze landing on the already unlocked skill tree of God-level hacker. Beside the originally gray upgrade option, a brand new icon radiating a golden glow was gently flickering, as if inviting him. God-level financial operator beginner. Ye Chen's fingertip hovered over the icon. A line of explanatory text subsequently appeared. Skill description grants the host a financial intuition and data analysis capability that transcends the times, enabling them to perceive the essence of capital flows and execute precise operations. Unlock price, 50,000 star points. The price was exactly all he possessed. This was almost a clear signal. The system was telling him that to deal with a capital tycoon like Qin Hongwei, he must employ the weapon he was most familiar with and proud of to utterly defeat him on his own battlefield. Defeat magic with magic. Defeat capital with capital. Ye Chen hesitated no more. His finger gently tapped the virtual screen. Unlock. In an instant, the 50,000 star points in his account were wiped clean. An incomprehensible torrent of information surged into his mind. It was not a stilted infusion, but an almost instinctive awakening. Dow theory, wave theory, Gans law, chaos theory. Countless classic financial models autonomously derived, fused, and evolved in his mind. Every fluctuation of the decline, every rise and fall of transaction volume transformed in his eyes from dull numbers into a symphony composed of greed and fear. In an instant he felt as if he had possessed the innate intuition of a top-tier trader who had immersed himself in the capital market for 100 years. Ye Chen closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them wide. The entire world in his perception had become. He reopened his computer. This time the screen displayed not code, but an overwhelming array of global supplier directories and corporate databases. Activate Eagle Eye Analysis. Combined with his beginner-level financial operator skill, his brain transformed into a super high-precision analyzer. He did not waste time examining those internationally renowned raw material giants. Those companies were either allies of Fagesai or had long been infiltrated by Qin Hongwei through capital. To seek them out now would be akin to walking into a trap. His target had been crystal clear from the very beginning. Those small factories that had been marginalized due to strategic adjustments after being acquired by giants, yet still retained independent production lines and core technologies. Those quality enterprises that were about to be packaged and sold off as bad assets due to financial crises faced by their parent companies. They were the hidden gems in the forest of capital treasures overlooked beneath the feet of giants. Data flowed madly across the screen, too fast for an average person to comprehend. A succession of company directories was filtered out and then swiftly eliminated. This one won't do. The equity structure is complex with Western capital's influence. This one has outdated technology and lacks acquisition value. This one has union issues. It's a hassle. Time passed second by second. Outside the window, the dawn was already breaking. At this moment, Ye Chen's actions came to a halt. His gaze locked onto a piece of information on the screen. Target Takeo chemical location, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Penang Free Trade Zone. Core technology possesses third-generation cyclohexanone derivative purification technology with a purity of up to 99.8, globally leading. Current status: its parent company Panasia Chemical Group announced bankruptcy protection last week due to excessive expansion leading to a broken debt chain. As a non-core asset, Takeo Chemical will be packaged and auctioned by the liquidation team to repay part of the debts. Auction date, 3 days later. This is it. A factory with top purification technology about to be auctioned off for scrap metal prices due to the foolish decisions of its parent company. This was practically a lifeline tailor-made for Qinyan Group. Ye Chen closed all the pages and stood up. He hadn't slept all night, yet felt no fatigue. He stepped out of the room. The villa was quiet in the morning, the air filled with the aroma of coffee and a faint sense of He walked to the kitchen where the maid had prepared breakfast for Liu Yanan, a simple sandwich and a cup of black coffee quietly placed on a tray waiting for the hostess to come down. Ye Chen picked up a note from the dining table along with a pen. With a few rustling sounds, he wrote down a line of text. There were no extra explanations, no comforting words. Only the name of a factory and an address. He gently placed the folded note beside Liu Yanran's breakfast plate, next to the cup of cold coffee. When Liu Yanan descended the stairs, what greeted her was not the morning sunlight, but the deathly silence of the entire room. The aroma of coffee in the air had long since cooled, mingling with a faint, almost imperceptible sense of despair. She immediately spotted the tray on the dining table. It was the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper, a sandwich and a cup of black coffee. The food remained untouched, and the coffee had gone cold. Beside the cold coffee cup lay a folded note. Liu Yanan walked over and picked up the note. On the paper was a single line of text, the handwriting not particularly elegant, yet it exuded an indisputable force. Takeo Chemical, Penang Free Trade Zone, Malaysia. No explanation, no consolation. Only a name and an address. This was left by Ye Chen. Liu Yanan was certain of it in an instant. At her moment of greatest despair, this man had offered no unnecessary words, only handed her this inexplicable address. What did he intend? Did he want her to take a trip and relax? A burst of inexplicable anger flared up, but was quickly extinguished by overwhelming exhaustion and helplessness. She no longer had the energy to be angry. She took out her phone and dialed her assistant, her voice slightly hoarse from a sleepless night. Miss Liu, you're awake. Investigate. Liu Yanan cut off the greeting directly. Investigate what, Miss Liu? The assistant was bewildered. A company. Liu Yanan read the words on the note one by one. Takeo Chemical in Malaysia, Southeast Asia. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Miss Liu, all our efforts should be focused on finding a new raw material supplier. This company. I told you to investigate, so investigate. Liu Yanan's voice suddenly rose, carrying an irresistible authority. I want all its information immediately, right now. After hanging up, she clutched the note tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She didn't know why she was doing this. Perhaps it was just a drowning person grasping at the last straw, even knowing it was utterly useless. Half an hour later, the core executives of Qingyan Group were summoned by an emergency call to the villa's meeting room. Fatigue and anxiety were written on every face. Liu Yanan sat at the head of the table, expressionless. Her assistant, holding a freshly printed document, walked in quickly, breathing heavily. Miss Liu, I found it. The assistant's voice trembled with disbelief. Takeo Chemical is located in the Penang Free Trade Zone, Malaysia. It is a factory specializing in the purification of cyclohexanone derivatives. Get to the point. Liu Yanan interrupted him. The assistant swallowed hard and flipped to the second page of the report. The point is, their core technology is the third-generation cyclohexanone derivative purification technology with a laboratory purity of up to 99.8. This data leads the world. What? Gasps of shock filled the conference room. Everyone knew what this number meant. It meant monopoly. It meant the power to define industry standards. If it's such an impressive company, why have we never heard of it? A vice president voiced everyone's question. The assistant's expression grew even stranger. Because it was wholly acquired by Panasia Chemical Group 3 years after the acquisition. Due to Panasia Group's strategic adjustments, Takeo Chemical's business was marginalized, leaving only the most basic production lines, and it almost never supplied the outside market. What about now? Liu Yanan pressed. Now. The assistant took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. Its parent company, Panasia Chemical Group, suffered investment losses in South America, leading to a debt chain rupture. It declared bankruptcy protection last week. Takeo Chemical as a non-core asset will be packaged and auctioned off by the liquidation team to repay debts. The auction date is 3 days from now. The entire meeting room fell into deathly silence. Everyone's mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Technology that leads the world, about to be auctioned off as scrap metal. Only 3 days left. This was like a miracle tailor-made for Qingyan Group. Their only chance. All eyes focused on Liu Yanan, burning with passion, excitement, and a hint of inquiry. But Liu Yanan, her thoughts were consumed by another question. How did Ye Chen know? Panasia Group's bankruptcy was last week's news, but the information about Takeo Chemical being auctioned as a non-core asset was definitely insider information, perhaps even unknown to many creditors. How could a stay-at-home dad taking care of a child before the information blockade was broken have accurately fished it out from the vast ocean of global corporate databases? How many more secrets did this man harbor? Liu Yanan felt a chill, but she immediately suppressed the emotion. Now was not the time to dwell on that. She stood up, looked around at everyone, and spoke decisively. Notify the flight crew, prepare the private jet. All relevant department heads form a negotiation team. Target Southeast Asia. They'll lead the team personally. This was Qingyan Group's battle for survival, and she had to be there in person. Before leaving, Liu Yanan unexpectedly pushed open the door to the nursery. Yin was sleeping deeply, her tiny chest rising and falling, a sweet smile lingering on her face. Liu Yanan stood by the crib for a very long time. She reached out as if to touch her daughter's cheek, but her hand stopped midair and finally withdrew. As she stepped out of the room, Ye Chen was leaning against the wall in the hallway, quietly waiting for her. I'm leaving the house to you. Liu Yanan's words carried a mixture of entrustment, apology, and a trace of dependence she herself hadn't noticed. Ye Chen nodded and said only one thing: take care. An hour later, a Gulfstream G650 private jet shot into the sky, cutting through the dawn over the capital city, flying towards the unknown battlefield in the south. The villa fell silent again. Ye Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the plane disappear into the horizon until the white that was completely gone. He slowly turned around. In that instant, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The gentle, languid stay-at-home dad aura receded like a tide. Replacing it was a cold and sharp ruthlessness. His hunt had now truly begun. Without any pause, he walked straight back to the study and sat down at the computer. The screen lit up. What appeared were no longer supplier lists, but real-time data streams of the global financial markets, madly fluctuating in red and green. In his eyes, these were no longer dry numbers. They were the blood vessels and pulse of the vast empire built by Qin Hongwei with capital. Every beat represented the flow of funds. Every expansion and contraction revealed the empire's breathing. Divine financial trader skill activated. Ye Chen's brain instantly synchronized with the global financial network. A torrent of massive data flooded into his consciousness. Hongda Capital, Qin Hongwei's flagship. He began to analyze the financial layout of Hongda Capital and all its affiliates systematically. Stocks, bonds, foreign exchange commodities. And those financial derivatives, futures contracts, and equity pledges hidden beneath layers of complex structures that ordinary people could never see. Qin Hongwei's defenses were built to near perfection. To stabilize the group's core assets, he had poured massive amounts of funds into seemingly stable sectors like energy infrastructure and biomedicine, forming a solid capital barrier. Any conventional short-selling tactic would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot against such a barrier. But, under Ye Chen's eagle eyes, even the most perfect structure had flaws. The data streams were continuously deconstructed, reconstructed, and simulated in his vision. Time passed minute by minute. Ye Chen's movements suddenly stopped. He found it. On the periphery of Hongda Capital's vast financial empire, in an investment portfolio completely unrelated to its core business. An extremely tiny, extremely well-hidden, yet lethally fatal structural vulnerability. It was a hedge fund meticulously assembled from multiple high-leverage financial derivatives designed to hedge against systemic risks in a specific market. The design was flawless. Only one problem. One of its underlying assets had a faint, almost negligible negative correlation linkage with an obscure small agricultural index futures contract in Europe. This linkage would never be triggered under normal market conditions. But what if the market experienced extreme? Ye Chen's fingertips tapped lightly on the keyboard. Using an anonymous overseas account with no connection to himself, he converted all the modest savings in his bank card into a high-leverage index fund. Then silently, he went Allen on the opposite side of that European small agricultural index futures contract. As he pressed the confirm button, a negligible sum of money like a drop of water merged into the vast ocean of the global financial market. It did not stir even a single ripple. In Southeast Asia, at the international airport of a certain country's capital, a wave of heat mixed with humidity hit them as soon as they stepped out of the corridor. The negotiation team, led by Liu Yanan of the Qinyan Group, felt a stark contrast to the dry heat of the capital. The airport announcements were played in an incomprehensible local language. The group appeared slightly fatigued, but more than that, they were filled with anticipation for the upcoming business negotiations. As agreed, a representative from the nearly bankrupt biopharmaceutical factory was supposed to be waiting for them at the exit holding a sign. However, when they exited the arrivals hall, they saw no sign bearing the words Qinyan Group or Liu Yanan's name. Instead, they were met by several local officials in white uniforms with badges on their shoulders. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with dark skin whose smile appeared particularly standard and warm. "Excuse me, are you Miss Liu Yanan from the capital of Huaxia?" he asked in fluent Chinese. Liu Yanan's assistant stepped forward politely and responded, "Yes, that's us. May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man maintained his smile. "I am an official from the Ministry of Economic Promotion. My name is Bong. We extend our warmest welcome to you, Miss Liu." At that moment, the people behind him presented a few garlands made of fresh flowers. The assistant was somewhat surprised, but accepted them, whispering to Liu Yanan, "Miss Liu, is this a bit too extravagant? We didn't receive any prior notice, though." Liu Yanan remained silent, merely nodding slightly as she accepted the garland. Her intuition sensed something amiss. This excessive enthusiasm from the officials exceeded the norms of standard business receptions. Bong gestured for them to follow and led them towards the fleet of cars outside the airport. "Miss Liu and all of you have traveled a long way. We have arranged your accommodation. Please follow me." Liu Yanan's deputy couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Basong, we had agreed with the factory to conduct a site visit." Basong's smile remained unchanged. "There's no rush for the site visit. You are important foreign guests and should rest first. Everything has been arranged for you." His words were impeccable, but the sense of being arranged against their will made everyone in the team feel uneasy. The fleet consisted entirely of black Mercedes, and there was even a pickup truck carrying armed police for protection in the front and back. This was far from a business reception. It was clearly a security arrangement fit for a head of state. The cars smoothly left the airport, passing through the city, ultimately heading towards the coastal suburbs away from the hustle and bustle. Half an hour later, the fleet stopped in front of a luxury resort hotel, surrounded by high walls and dense tropical plants. The hotel was magnificent, with 2 rows of armed guards standing at the entrance. Upon seeing this display, the youngest member of the team began to feel anxious. "Miss Liu, what is going on?" Liu Yanan did not answer, getting out of the car and calmly observing everything before her. It was beautiful here, but it also resembled a lavish prison. Bong continued to guide them into the hotel lobby with a cheerful demeanor. "For management convenience, and to ensure the safety of our esteemed guests, we need to temporarily hold onto your passports. We ask for your cooperation." This statement finally tore off all pretenses. It was a disguised soft detention. Liu Yanan's heart sank. "Mr. Basong, I want to know what this means." Her voice was cold. Baisong's smile faded slightly for the first time, but he still maintained his politeness. Ms. Liu, you will understand soon enough. Please believe we mean no harm. The team members exchanged glances, but under the watchful eyes of several armed guards no one dared to resist. They were forced to hand over their passports. Subsequently, each person was politely escorted to their respective luxurious suites. The moment the door closed, Liu Yanan immediately took out her phone. There was no signal. The signal bars in the top left corner of the screen were empty. She tried to connect to the hotel Wi-Fi, but the network list was empty with no available networks to be found. All communication had been blocked. She walked to the window and looked at the guards patrolling the garden below, confirming her situation completely. This was not a business negotiation. It was a meticulously designed trap. The seeds of hatred were sown at that moment by Qin Hongwei himself and were rapidly taking root. The next day, the atmosphere in the team had become extremely oppressive. A night of isolation made everyone realize the seriousness of the situation. At 10 in the morning, there was a knock on the door of Liu Yanan's suite. It was not a hotel staff member who entered, but a man dressed in a well-tailored suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared refined and courteous. Ms. Liu, hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Mr. Qin Hongwei's representative. The man smiled and spoke in nearly perfect Mandarin. Liu Yanan sat on the sofa, not standing up, simply looking at him coldly. Where is Qin Hongwei? Let him come and speak to me himself. The representative adjusted his glasses, unfazed by her attitude. Mr. Qin is quite busy and does not need to personally attend to such a trivial matter. He sent me to inform Ms. Liu that the auction for the biopharmaceutical factory was internally decided a week ago. He paused, appreciating Liu Yanan's increasingly cold expression. Therefore, your visit is destined to be a waste. Liu Yanan replied, so all this trouble to deceive us into being detained here is just to tell me this. The representative pulled out a chair opposite him and sat down, leaning slightly forward. This is merely an environment for you, Ms. Liu, to calmly listen to our terms. He took out a document from his briefcase and placed it on the table. Mr. Qin's intention is quite simple. As long as you agree to transfer 51 of your shares in Qinyan Group to Hongda Capital free of charge, I assure you that you and your team can board a flight back to the capital this afternoon. Liu Yanan looked at the share transfer agreement and suddenly laughed. It was a cold laugh born out of extreme anger. Free transfer. 51%. Qin Hongwei certainly has a big appetite. The representative seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, maintaining a professional smile. Mr. Qin believes that Qinyan Group in your hands is like a pearl covered in dust. Only by merging into the Hongda capital can it realize its maximum value. Go back and tell Qin Hongwei. Liu Yanan articulated each word to let him dream on. The representative did not get angry. He stood up, straightening his suit. Ms. Liu, you do not need to respond so quickly. Mr. Qin is very patient. You can take your time to consider here. The scenery is quite nice. Consider it a vacation in advance. With that, he turned and left. Inside, the sweet silence returned. The team members quickly learned of this news through their respective channels, and the entire team instantly fell into despair. They were trapped in a foreign land, crying out to the heavens with no response, and the earth did not heed their calls. The opposing force employed a power mixed with local semi-official backgrounds, rendering any conventional rescue methods ineffective. Are we doomed? A young female employee finally couldn't hold back her tears. Liu Yanan forced herself to remain calm. She quickly analyzed the possibility of escape. Breaking out. The outside was filled with armed guards. Calling for help. All communications had been cut off. Calling the police. That was a joke. The police were the very ones guarding them. The conclusion was that the chances were almost zero. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital, Ye Chen sat in front of the computer in his study, already over 24 hours. The Klein charts of the financial market still fluctuated on the screen, but he had stopped looking at it. His phone lay beside him, the screen showing his 10th call to Liu Yanan. No one answered. Since yesterday afternoon, Liu Yanan's phone had been unreachable. According to their agreement, losing contact for more than 12 hours meant something had gone wrong. Ye Chen's expression showed no change, only the coldness in his pitch-black eyes bore no trace of warmth. He closed the financial software window. In its place was a pure black terminal interface with only a line of green. Super hacker skills activated. There was no clamor of frantic key presses. Ye Chen's fingers danced gracefully and calmly across the keyboard, as if playing a prelude to death. Lines of complex code flowed across the screen. The global communication network lay before him like an unguarded backyard. The so-called signal jamming and physical isolation were nothing but a joke in his eyes. He effortlessly bypassed the national firewall of a certain Southeast Asian country, infiltrated its satellite communication system, and then reverse traced to the source of the deliberately concealed signal jamming. A high-resolution satellite map unfolded on the screen. The map quickly zoomed in, ultimately locking onto a scenic coastline. A red dot was silently blinking within the structure of a resort hotel. He had pinpointed the location, but Ye Chen did not stop. His fingers struck the keys again. Another command was entered. Activatemixtolf. Exe. He intended to activate a backup program in Liu Yanan's phone, one he had personally implanted, capable of being remotely awakened in any situation, to silently turn on the microphone. After completing all this, he put on a pair of black noise-canceling headphones. The world instantly fell silent. After a few seconds of electrical noise, a clear voice, polite, yet filled with menace, came through the headphones. It was the returning representative issuing Liu Yanan with a final ultimatum. Ms. Liu, Mr. Chen's patience is limited. By noon tomorrow we hope to see your signature. Just as he pressed the confirm button, a tiny earpiece, smaller than a grain of rice hidden in his collar, suddenly emitted a faint electrical noise. This earpiece was part of a tracking and audio pickup device hidden within a necklace that he had personally put on Liu Yanan before she set off. At this moment, it was transmitting intelligence in real time through a satellite link. A hoarse male voice, thick with an accent, came through the electrical current. Miss Liu, don't be nervous. We just asked that you be our guest at our boss place for a few days. Our patience is limited, and we hope you and your team will cooperate. Otherwise, it is quite normal for several tourists to go missing in this primitive jungle every year. A blatant threat, no disguise whatsoever. In the study, Ye Chen remained motionless. Yet centered around him, the temperature of the entire space seemed to plunge into an extreme chill. He did not contact the embassy, nor did he dial any official help numbers. Chen Hongwei, a cunning old fox who had immersed himself in the capital market for decades, was meticulous in his actions. Since he dared to take action abroad, he must have made all necessary preparations, and it was even possible he had bribed local contacts. Following official procedures would only lead him into the mire he had laid out, wasting the most precious time. And right now what he lacked the most was time. Ye Chen slowly straightened his body. He placed his hands back on the keyboard. This time his 10 fingers transformed into phantoms, no longer merely tapping lightly. The global financial data stream on the screen vanished in an instant, replaced by lines of rapidly scrolling code. Skynet system initiated. Global communication network, backdoor connected. Target locked, surrounding the signal source of Liu Yanan's necklace, all active communication devices. A line of commands was input. Almost instantly, a phone signal from a device currently in a call was accurately captured. Signal source identity matched. Chen Hongwei's overseas agent Mario Fernandez. Level 1 intrusion protocol executing. Ye Chen did not pause for a moment, directly penetrating the firewall of the other party's phone as if entering his own backyard. Call records, text messages, social media chat logs, private photos in the album, bank transfer records, encrypted memos. Everything was completely copied within less than 3 seconds, packed into an encrypted file quietly resting on Ye Chen's computer desktop. He even saw a recently ended call recording. It was a call to a powerful military figure in the area. The content was about how to deal with the entire team of Liu Yanan, disguising it as an accident. Ye Chen shut down the data stream. From that encrypted file, he found another number. A private number from Europe, heavily protected. Chen Hongwei's number. He took out a brand new encrypted phone with no records and directly dialed using a newly generated anonymous number. The signal jumped through dozens of relays worldwide, finally reaching its destination. Europe, a private lounge at a top economic forum. Chen Hongwei was holding a glass of red wine, chatting amiably with several European bankers. The vibration of his phone made him furrow his brow slightly. Upon seeing that completely unfamiliar number, he almost hung up immediately. Yet for some reason, an inexplicable sense of trepidation compelled him to press the answer button. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and waved to the others to temporarily step aside. Hello. On the other end of the line, there was complete silence. Chen Hongwei's patience was wearing thin. Who is this? Finally, a young male voice, processed in such a way that no emotion could be discerned, spoke up. Chairman Chen, it's time to tighten the leash on your dog. With those words, Chen Hongwei felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen for a moment. The composure and poise he had built over decades nearly crumbled at that instant. The other party knew his identity. The other party referred to his subordinates in this manner. This was definitely not a prank call. Who are you? Chen Hongwei struggled to keep his voice steady, but the slight tremor had already transmitted through the electrical current to Ye Chen's ears. Ye Chen did not answer his question. He merely began reciting in a flat, emotionless tone. 3 minutes ago, your agent Mario Fernandez was on a call with Colonel Juan Carlos of the local armed forces, lasting 1 minute and 30 seconds. The call content discussed how if the target did not cooperate, to create an accident of a mountaineering mishap at the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge in the Andes. For this accident, you authorized Mario to transfer $5 million from an anonymous Swiss bank account number XXXXXXXX to Colonel Carlos' secret account number XXXXXXXX. Every word struck like a heavy hammer against Chen Hongwei's heart. His prideful confidentiality measures and his supposedly flawless plan were completely stripped bare before this mysterious phone call. The other party was not a hacker. Hackers could only steal information. Yet this person gave him the feeling of real-time surveillance. He was like a ghost, hovering over every detail of his entire plan. This unknown factor brought a terrifying pressure far exceeding any commercial rival. What exactly do you want? Chen Hongwei's voice had completely unraveled, unable to maintain the authority of a chairman. On the other end of the line, that young ghost finally revealed his purpose. His ultimatum. Before sunrise tomorrow, I want to see Liu Yanan and her entire team safe and sound at the airport boarding a flight. Ye Chen's words were not fast, yet they carried an undeniable resolution. If you fail to do so, your agent Mario, the recording of his call with Colonel Carlos, the transaction record of that $5 million, and all the incriminating evidence that could land him and his family in prison for life, will simultaneously appear in every major media outlet, every social platform, in the inbox of the International Criminal Police Organization. I guarantee it. Chen Hongwei's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. He had no doubt that the other party could accomplish. Additionally, Ye Chen paused, delivering the final strike. I suggest you check on your family trust fund. The weather is bad. I'll be careful of avalanches. After saying that, the call was abruptly ended. In the study, Ye Chen casually tossed the encrypted phone into a nearby shredder. The machine roared, instantly turning it into powder. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away, in a VIP lounge of a European forum, Chen Hongwei stood frozen in shock, the wine glass in his hand slipping and shattering on the expensive carpet. Avalanche. Family trust fund. A fear even stronger than the earlier revelation of his plan seized. He paid no mind to the mess on the floor and frantically searched for another phone, dialing the number of his fund manager. The call was almost instantly answered. However, what came through was not the usual respectful greeting, but a panicked, "Chairman, it's bad. Something major has happened." Chen Hongwei's heart sank to the depths. "Take your time. What happened?" "The investment portfolio we used to hedge against the core asset risks of Hongda Capital. Just now it blew up." "What?" "The European natural gas index futures we used for hedging were saturated and precisely targeted by an incredibly mysterious fund using unbelievable leverage. Just now all our positions just collapsed. We've been liquidated. We're blown out." The fund manager's shriek pierced through tens of thousands of kilometers of physical distance, like a red-hot steel needle stabbing fiercely into Chen Hongwei's eardrum. "What's blown? Speak clearly, damn it." Chen Hongwei roared into the phone, the last thread of his sanity snapping completely. "Our hedging positions. European natural gas index futures. All gone." The man on the other end spoke with a sobbing voice, incoherent. "Just a minute ago, a completely untraceable phantom capital, using a model we cannot fathom at all, leveraged 1,000 times on an utterly insignificant agricultural index." Agricultural index. Chen Hongwei's mind went blank. Natural gas and agriculture. Completely unrelated. Yes. A South American agricultural index that everyone looks down upon, with a daily trading volume pitifully small. The opponent used only tens of millions of dollars to create a negligible fluctuation, but this fluctuation threw a neglected risk exposure in our hedging model. Theoretically, with a probability lower than 1 in 10 million. Triggered a cascading flash crash. The fund manager's voice had completely distorted. "Our system was breached in an instant. All stop-loss order." Their attack was so precise, as if they had personally written our trading model. They knew every weakness of ours. All our positions just now were forcibly liquidated. Margin evaporated in an instant. Chen Hongwei was utterly unable to comprehend these words. That hedging model was a financial fortress built over 3 years by a top-tier team he poached from Wall Street at great expense. It was the stabilizer of Hongda Capital's financial empire, the absolute safe ballast. How could it collapse entirely because of a tiny fluctuation in an agricultural index? This defies financial logic. This defies mathematics. This is theology. Replenish the margin. Chen Hongwei roared, his last instinctive reaction. Sell off other assets. At any cost, hold the line. Too late. Chairman, it's too late. The fund manager's voice was filled. The market is panic selling all the stocks and bonds we hold. There's an invisible net, and at every price point we are forced to sell, there are massive buy orders hanging. They are devouring us. They are harvesting us. Chen Hongwei lunged like a madman to his computer and opened the real-time monitoring interface of the family trust fund. The curve representing his lifetime wealth was now diving toward hell at a terrifying, almost vertical angle. Red. The screen was full of piercing red. Every flicker of a number meant tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars vanishing into thin air. The liquidation of one position triggered a domino collapse. To cover the astronomical margin calls, the fund manager was forced to sell the most liquid, high-quality assets. And as soon as these blood-drenched chips appeared, they were swallowed whole by the sharks lying in ambush. 1 hour. Chen Hongwei watched helplessly as the figure behind total assets, once a 10 billion level that made him stand proudly above the crowd, was brutally slashed by 30%. And the decline continued. Bad weather, beware of avalanche. The young phantom's words exploded once again. So this was the real avalanche. Not a metaphor. It was a living, happening reality. The opponent not only knew about his assassination plan, but also launched a dimensionality-reducing strike against him in the very financial domain he prided himself on. It wasn't a sniper attack. It was a verdict. Chen Hongwei stared at the wealth evaporating on the screen, and the blood in his veins seemed to freeze. He had struggled all his life, walking on the edge of law and morality to build this vast empire. And now this empire was crumbling before an enemy he couldn't even see. He had provoked not a man, but a monster. A monster in human skin from the abyss. Fear. Unprecedented fear instantly overwhelmed greed, anger, and all reluctance. Lost wealth could be earned again. But if his life was gone, everything was truly lost. He finally understood. That phone call from the other side was not a negotiation, but a notification. It was the final mercy. Qin Hongwei grabbed another phone, his fingers trembling so violently, he couldn't dial the number correctly several times. The call finally connected. How's the matter going? A gloomy male voice came through his agent Mario in Southeast. Qin Hongwei used all his strength to squeeze out a few broken syllables from his throat. Release them. Now. Immediately. He screamed into the phone like a madman. Using the highest level of courtesy you can manage. In person. Escort President Liu and her entire team unharmed to the airport. See them board the plane back to China. Now. Right now. Meanwhile, in a hotel suite in a Southeast Asian country under de facto house arrest. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Liu Yanan's team members were all wearing worried expressions, anxiety about their uncertain future hanging over everyone. Suddenly, a dong knock on the door. A security guard from the team immediately stood alertly, but the voice from outside was one they were extremely familiar with and detested, yet now, it was filled with flattery. President Liu, are you there? It's me, Kunsai from the Immigration Bureau. Liu Yanan's assistant opened the door. The official Kunsai, who had previously confiscated their passports with an arrogant face, was now standing at the door like a lapdog, sweating profusely, holding a stack of passports, his back bowed almost 90 degrees. President Liu, a misunderstanding. A tremendous misunderstanding. Kunsai bowed repeatedly to Liu Yanan as he entered. Your visa and inspection procedures are completely fine. It was a mistake by our subordinates. I have severely punished them. Here are your passports, please keep them safe. He respectfully handed over the passports. The entire team was stunned. Such a sudden change of face, faster than turning a page. Although full of suspicion, Liu Yanan knew clearly this was not the time to ask questions. She didn't waste a single word of nonsense, calmly took the passports. Can we go to the airport now? Yes, of course. Kunsai nodded like a chicken pecking rice. I have arranged a VIP passage, a private car is waiting downstairs. I guarantee you and your team will board the fastest flight. Liu Yanan didn't hesitate. Everyone pack up immediately, we leave in 10 minutes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity was her only thought at that moment. Half an hour later, as the chartered flight to Beijing soared into the sky, Liu Yanan looked at the white clouds outside the window, and her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. But her mind was plunged into deeper confusion. She absolutely did not believe this was Qin Hongwei having a change of heart. That old fox never gave up until he achieved his goal. For him to make such a complete and humiliating retreat, something earth-shattering must have happened behind the scenes beyond her wildest imagination. Who was helping her? Just then her personal assistant hurried over and handed her a backup tablet. President Liu, please take a look at this. The assistant's face bore an undisguised shock. Liu Yanan took the tablet. On the screen, a freshly pushed international financial news flash was starkly visible. Mysterious capital precisely strikes. Hongda Capital's overseas trust fund suspected of avalanche, billions of dollars wiped out in a single day. Liu Yanan's breath suddenly came to a halt. This financial news hit her heart like a hammer with every word. She immediately bound together the frantic call from Qin Hongwei, his extreme humiliation and retreat, and the news before her. This was no longer a coincidence, it was causation. Qin Hongwei, that old fox, must have given up the tempting bait on his lips, even willing to cut off his own arm to seek peace for only one possibility. His foundation had been shaken. Moreover, it was struck with a thunderous blow in a way he could neither resist nor comprehend. An absurd yet seemingly singular explanation surged madly in her mind. She suddenly recalled the note she had tucked into her notebook. Nanyajinghua. Those 4 characters were written casually by Ye Chen before her departure. At the time she thought it was some sort of reminder, even dismissing it. But now reflecting back, Nanyajinghua was indeed one of the core assets Qin Hongwei had laid out in Southeast Asia, and an important component of the Hongda Capital Overseas Trust Fund. Could it be? The thought emerged so suddenly that even Liu Yanan found it hard to believe. Ye Chen, a house husband taking care of children, a son-in-law regarded as a waste by everyone including herself, could mobilize a mysterious fund of billions of dollars, creating a perfect storm in the international financial market, striking at Qin Hongwei's backbone. How could that be possible? This was more bizarre than a fairy tale. Yet apart from this explanation, there were no other possibilities. Investigate. Liu Yanan's voice trembled slightly. Utilize all our resources. I need to know every detail of this financial strike. Source of funds, operational methods, everything. The assistant immediately took action, utilizing the company's intelligence network to begin an urgent investigation. However, 10 minutes later, the results brought back by the assistant left Liu Yanan in deep confusion once more. Liu Zong, we can't find anything. What do you mean by can't find anything? I mean, there are no records of this capital in the databases of the major international information providers. It's as if it were a ghost appearing, executing the kill, then vanishing into thin air. leaving behind only chaos for Hongda Capital and the stupefaction of Wall Street. All analysts were driven mad. They couldn't even reconstruct the entire attack process as all critical data had been wiped clean. It appeared out of nowhere. It vanished without a trace. Clean and neat without leaving a single mark. Liu Yanan's mind exploded with realization. This method, this style of controlling everything with a mere clap, resolving matters, and departing without a trace concealed in success and fame. She thought of Qin Feng. She recalled the evidence chain that had almost nailed Qin Feng to the pillar of shame, perfect to the point of being flawed. That evidence had appeared suddenly, as well, with no source to be found. The two events were identical. It was the same person behind them. Liu Yanan was almost certain. She slowly leaned back in her seat, the clouds outside the cabin shifting unpredictably, just like her current emotion. She thought she had married a gentle sheep, perhaps just hiding some small secrets. But now she realized that it might not be a sheep at all. It was a giant dragon lurking in the abyss, occasionally blowing a gentle breath at those who offended it. And that breath was enough to turn a business magnate like Qin Hongwei to ashes in an instant. The plane landed at the capital's international airport. As she stepped out of the VIP passage, Liu Yanan immediately spotted that familiar figure. Ye Chen, dressed in simple casual attire, cradling the peacefully sleeping Yin in his arms, wore a warm smile as he stood on tiptoe, looking towards the exit. Over the phone, her mother's breath caught, distinctly followed by a suppressed, shocked inquiry. Yanran, what? Say it again. Liu Yanan did not repeat herself. She calmly ended the call and placed her phone on the desk. Throughout the process, her movements were devoid of any ripple, as if she were merely handling an inconsequential document. The deathly silence in the study was broken only to descend into another deeper stillness. Ye Chen gazed at her silhouette, that resoluteness, that unyielding demeanor, surprising him, yet also feeling within reason. After all, she was Liu Yanan, the business queen who single-handedly elevated Qin Group to new heights. She might not see through the fog, but she had made her choice. Trust her own judgment, and then walk the path to the end. Liu Yanan turned around without a single glance at Ye Chen and strode out of the study. No interrogation, no probing, not even an extra word. She temporarily buried all questions deep in her heart. Ye Chen's consciousness returned to the system space. The brand new skill tree named Web of Power radiated an alluring glow, each node representing a power beyond the reach of mortals. He knew that from tonight onward, everything would be different. The next day, at the Qin Group headquarters top-floor conference room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. All the group's senior executives sat upright, their faces etched with gravity. The raw material crisis was the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone. They all knew that President Liu's personal trip to South Asia would likely yield grim results. The conference room door swung open. Liu Yanan entered clad in a well-tailored black business suit. She scanned the room, and everyone instinctively straightened their backs. Ladies and gentlemen, she stood at the head of the table, without sitting, cutting straight to the point. Regarding the group's raw material supply issue, I have already found a solution. Everyone held their breath. Liu Yanan's next sentence instantly set the entire conference room ablaze. I have decided that the group will fully acquire Nanya Jinghua, which is undergoing bankruptcy auction. What? Acquire Nanya Jinghua? President Liu, this is impossible. Their parent company Hongda Capital is as solid as a rock. How could it go bankrupt? Doubts and exclamations erupted one after another. To them, this decision seemed nothing short of a fantasy. Liu Yanan offered no explanation, she simply projected a document onto the big screen. It was a real-time chart of Hongda Capital's stock price collapse and the official announcement of Nanya Jinghua's factory entering bankruptcy liquidation. The irrefutable facts silenced all clamor. Only the sound of sharp intakes of breath remained. Had Hongda Capital really fallen? That colossal entity, that unrivaled business empire in South Asia, had crumbled silently. Then came news of the auction. With the biggest competitor Hongda Capital in ruins, no other company had the capability or the audacity to bid against Qin Group. In the end, Nanya Jinghua, an upstream factory with top-tier production lines and core purification technology, was acquired by Qin Group at a near-insulting bankruptcy liquidation price. When the news reached home, the entire Qin Group erupted. The crisis was not only resolved, but the group now owned its own core upstream factory, forever breaking free from the threat of being strangled by others. This masterstroke of cutting off the fuel supply was sheer genius. For a time within the group, all executives and employees looked at Liu Yanan with fervent adoration. In their eyes, it was President Liu alone who had ventured into the lion's den, not only defusing the crisis, but executing a stunning counterattack and harvest. What boldness and finesse! Amid the overwhelming praise, Liu Yanan accepted it calmly. She offered no explanation, because she simply could not explain. All she knew was that she had left with despair and returned with a victory so incredible it baffled even herself. And behind it all pointed to the man she increasingly could not fathom. Meanwhile, a financial news alert quietly popped. Hongda Capital's stock has traded below par for 20 consecutive trading days, officially entering the delisting period. The accompanying image showed a chaotic scene of investors crowding outside Hongda Capital's headquarters demanding debt repayment. Another more shocking social news story was buried beneath. Qin Hongwei, founder of Hongda Capital, was found dead by hanging in his office early this morning. The news report mentioned that police found a suicide note at the scene. But the note contained no curses, no resentment, not even a word mentioning Qingyan Group or Liu Yanan. The entire sheet of paper was repeatedly inscribed with the same word: ghost. 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 The handwriting was twisted, the ink biting through the paper, filled with boundless fear and despair. Qin Hongwei's death drew a bloody full stop to the collapse of that once glorious business empire. At Ziyu Mansion, Ye Chen sat on the living room sofa browsing news on his tablet. When the news of Qin Hongwei's suicide popped up, he merely swiped past without emotion. Just a loser. For an enemy who had tried to harm his wife and daughter, he harbored no superfluous feelings. He closed the news page, tapping lightly on the tablet. A complex financial trading interface unfolded. In that financial sniper campaign against Hongda Capital, he had leveraged a pool of funds unimaginable to ordinary people. Now that astronomical profit silently rested in dozens of offshore accounts. Ye Chen's fingertip glided, issuing one instruction after another. The vast torrent of funds was instantly split into countless tiny droplets flowing through several overseas charitable foundations and complex equity investment projects already registered around the globe. His skill as a divine-level financial trader made this all second nature. In just over 10 minutes, a sum of black money that would make any national financial regulatory agency's scalp tingle was thoroughly laundered into clean, readily available legitimate wealth. After finishing, Ye Chen shut down the tablet and stretched. Tonight he should spend time with his daughter properly. As night deepened, when Liu Yanan finished all company affairs and dragged her weary body home, it was already late. The villa was very quiet. She changed her shoes, but unlike usual, did not head to the study or her own bedroom. She stood in the living room, hesitated for a moment, and finally walked toward Ye Chen's room. It was the first time since their marriage that she had voluntarily set foot in that room. She pushed open the door. The room was not lit by the main light, only a warm floor lamp. Ye Chen was not reading or looking at his phone. He sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, his back to the door, patiently playing with building blocks with Yin Yin. Yin looked, "Daddy is building you a big castle, okay?" "Okay, castle." The little one responded in her babyish voice, her small hands clumsily grabbing a block, trying to place it on the tower Ye Chen had just built. The lamplight stretched long shadows of father and daughter, a warm and peaceful scene. Liu Yanan stood at the door, quietly watching this tableau. The day's clash of titans, the collapse of a business empire, the suicide note filled with ghost. All of it seemed unrelated to the gentle man before her, but she knew it all stemmed from him. Hearing the door, Ye Chen turned around. Upon seeing Liu Yanan, he showed no surprise, merely smiled. "Back." Liu Yanan did not answer. She slowly walked and stopped on the other side of the carpet, her eyes lowered, looking at him and the block castle at his feet. Ye Chen looked up, meeting her gaze. The air was thick with a complex, unspoken tension. Finally, Liu Yanan spoke, her voice soft, yet carrying an unavoidable penetration. "Nanya Jinghua, you planned that step long ago, didn't you?" The night was thick and heavy, while the warm yellow floor lamp cast a gentle halo of light upon the carpet. Ye Chen's reply consisted of a single word. "Yes." No explanation, no concealment. He was as calm as if stating a fact utterly unrelated to himself. Liu Yanan's breath caught sharply in her throat. This answer had been swirling in her mind for an entire day, yet when it finally left Ye Chen's lips, the impact it carried far surpassed her imagination. She had envisioned countless possibilities. He would make excuses, he would prevaricate, he would weave lie after lie to cover the truth. But what she had never anticipated was that he would admit it with such frankness, such directness. That very frankness itself was a proclamation from on high, a declaration that he deemed her unworthy of his lies. In an instant, all the scenes and details of the past few months came flooding into Liu Yanan's mind like a torrent. From the moment the Qingyan Group plunged into its supply chain crisis, from the moment she was overwhelmed and turned away everywhere she went, this man had already seen through everything. He had predicted every move Qin Hongwei would make. He had even predicted every reaction of hers, every struggle. He had turned the tables on them, weaving an inescapable net. Nanya Jinghua, the lifeline she had painstakingly tracked down, was no coincidence at all. It was the fatal bait he had long prepared. She thought she had carved a bloody path through despair, saving the entire Qingyan Group. She took pride in her spectacular billion-yuan acquisition of Hongda Capital. Yet in the end, she was merely the most important and most obedient pawn on his chessboard. The one charged with delivering checkmate to the opposing king. Her entire worldview was shattered in that moment. That ice queen who commanded a 100 billion commercial empire, that decisive warrior in the business arena, Liu Yanan, had merely been the protagonist in someone else's script. How laughable. How absurd. A deathly silence hung in the room, broken only by the occasional soft clatter of blocks as Yin Yin played. Liu Yanan stood there motionless. A long while passed. She thought she would feel anger, a sense of being deceived, but strangely none of those anticipated emotions surfaced. In their place rose something far more complex and indescribable, an overwhelming shock, and a trace of an unprecedented sense of security she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. That suicide note inscribed with the word phantom, the spectacular collapse of that colossal business empire, all bore witness to the terrifying prowess of the man before her. And such a man capable of summoning storms and shifting clouds had done everything to pave the way for her. He stood behind her, clearing every obstacle. This feeling was something she had never experienced since taking the helm of the Qinyan group. She had always been alone, holding the giant vessel steady through the tempest. Now, however, someone had raised the sky to shield her. Liu Yanan slowly lifted her head, no longer looking at the block castle on the floor. She abandoned the now meaningless questions. Who are you? How did you do it? Because the answers no longer mattered. What mattered was the motive. She changed the question to one more fundamental one that touched the very soul. Why? Her voice was quiet yet exceptionally clear. Why did you do all this? Liu Yanan gazed directly into Ye Chen's eyes, trying to find a crack in that profound calm. With your abilities you could obtain anything you desire. Wealth, status, all within easy reach. You don't need the Qinyan group, and you certainly don't need me. Yes, that was what baffled her most. Possessing the power to overturn everything, he chose to be a son-in-law scorned by all, silently staying by her side. What did he seek? Her money. He could command astronomical sums on his own. Her status. He could bring down Hongda capital overnight. He had no need for the Qinyan group's prestige. Ye Chen paused the movement of his hand stacking blocks. He did not answer immediately. He gently placed the last block atop the castle. The clumsy turret was slightly crooked from Nianyan's earlier attempt. He straightened it. Then he turned around and looked at Liu Yanan seriously. His gesture was light, yet it seemed to freeze the very air in the room. Yin Yanyan seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere as well. She stopped playing, her big dark eyes darting from her father. Ye Chen did not utter grand patriotic reasons, nor did he bring up any ethereal feelings. He simply extended a finger and pointed gently toward the little girl who was still babbling, blissfully ignorant of the adult world. Because she is your daughter, and she is also my daughter. One sentence, plain and unremarkable. Yet it made Liu Yanan's heart clench abruptly. Ye Chen gazed at her and continued speaking. His words were soft, but they reached her ears with crystalline clarity, piercing through all her defenses. I want her to grow up in a complete family where no one can ever hurt her mother. This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in Liu Yanan's mind. Hurt her mother. No one can hurt her mother. Qin Hongwei's threats, the boardroom's pressure, the cutthroat rivalries of business. Scenes flashed before her eyes one after another. She had always believed she was strong enough to withstand anything. But unbeknownst to her, this man had already intercepted every open arrow and hidden dagger meant for her. He did not do it for the Qinyan group. He did not even do it for Liu Yanan herself. He did it solely so that their daughter could have a mother whom no one could harm. Liu Yanan's heart felt as if struck by something heavy, a torrent of bitter and scorching emotions surging through every limb and bone. She looked at Ye Chen's eyes, clear, untainted, then turned to her daughter's innocent little mouth, pouting slightly out of curiosity. The demon who had churned up the financial markets, driving Qin Hongwei to write a suicide note bearing the word phantom before taking his own life. And the man before her, now patiently accompanying his daughter, vowing to protect her mother. The two figures at this moment eerily merged into one. That layer of impenetrable ice gold armor that had encased her for so many years, for the first time, sprang the tiniest of cracks. The room fell into a terrifying silence. That sentence, because she is your daughter, and also my daughter, still echoed in the air, each word turning into invisible threads that wrapped around Liu Yanan's heart. She looked at Ye Chen, her husband in name. There was no boasting on his face, no pride, only a stubborn calmness. She then looked at their daughter Yin Yanyan, who had already picked up another block, giggling, as she tried to stuff it into the castle her father had just built. The adult world was nothing but background noise to her. Liu Yanan stood there for a long time, so long that her legs grew numb. She wanted to say something, thank you or sorry. But the ice that had wrapped around her for so long, though cracked, still stubbornly locked her throat. In the end she said nothing. She only gave Ye Chen and her daughter a deep look, then silently turned and left the room. Her footsteps were light, carrying a fluster she herself hadn't noticed. The door was gently closed, separating two. Outside the door was the cold, solitary business empire she knew well. Inside was the unfamiliar home harbor that exuded a hint of warmth. The next morning, Ye Chen prepared breakfast as usual. When he set the fried eggs and milk on the table, he paused. On the table besides his and Nianyan's utensils, there was an extra set. Next to it lay a steaming plate of crab roe Xylon bao and a bowl of freshly ladled millet porridge. All his favorites. He looked up and saw Liu Yanan walking out of the kitchen wearing an almost brand new apron that had rarely been used before. Her movements were a bit clumsy, clearly not used to doing this. Sit down and eat. Liu Yanan's voice was still cool, without extra ripples on her face, as she placed the chopsticks in front of Ye Chen. But Ye Chen noticed a difference. In those beautiful eyes that were always shrouded in a layer of icy mist, the usual distance had melted away considerably. It was a very subtle change, like a snow-covered mountain meeting the warm sun in winter. The ice and snow had not yet melted, but the air was no longer so biting. Yin cheered, climbed into her baby chair, and awkwardly reached for the Xilong Bao with her small spoon. A quiet breakfast. No one spoke, but it wasn't awkward. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches on the table, stretching and intertwining the shadows of the family of three. After breakfast, Liu Yanan untied her apron and returned to being the decisive female CEO of Qinyan. The acquisition of Nanya Refining has been finalized. The board has decided to hold a celebration banquet and release the new product we developed together. She adjusted her cuffs as she spoke to Ye Chen. It wasn't like a discussion, more like a notification. Ye Chen nodded to show he understood. Liu Yanan paused, took out an exquisitely crafted invitation from her briefcase. The invitation was gilded, elegantly designed, exuding a low-key luxury. She handed the invitation to Ye Chen. He took it, his eyes falling on the header. There in graceful script it read Ms. Liu Yanan, accompanied by her husband Mr. Ye Chen, husband. These two words for the first time were so formally and publicly linked to him. It was not the cold marriage agreement, nor a simple title on the household registry. It was Liu Yanan's announcement to everyone at the upcoming grand banquet that would gather the entire upper class of Jing. Ye Chen held the invitation, gently rubbing his fingers over the gold-embossed words. He looked up at Liu Yanan. She wasn't looking at him, her face turned to the side, showing him a cool profile, as if focused on the view outside the window. But the faint redness on her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Ye Chen smiled. He didn't say thank you. He accepted the invitation and spoke calmly. They'll be there on time. He understood. This was her response. Her answer to yesterday's answer. In her own awkward yet earnest way, Liu Yanan hummed an said no more, picked up her briefcase, and left the villa in high heels. The crisp footsteps faded away, and only then did Ye Chen's smile slowly fade. He placed the invitation on the table and sank his consciousness into his mind. Post-congratulations. Your family status has significantly improved, successfully unlocking the hidden skill tree, Net of Power. The system's voice carried a hint of teasing. A brand new skill tree interface radiating a dark golden light unfolded in Ye Chen's mind. The structure of this skill tree was different from the previous wealth code and divine medical skill. It wasn't a linear upgrade path, but a complex network. The network had countless nodes, most of which were gray and inactive. Ye Chen tried to click on one of them with his mind. Ding. Unlocking the Net of Power node requires achieving a specific influence event and cannot be upgraded directly with stellar coins. Interesting. That is to say, the growth of this skill tree would no longer be a simple matter of stacking money. He needed to truly establish his own influence in this world. His gaze fell on a gray node closest to the starting point. Primary node recognition of circles, unlock condition in a formal setting of Jingcheng's top-tier circles. Obtain public recognition of your identity as Liu Yanan's husband from at least 3 core figures. Node reward, unlock the basic ability insight into connections, allowing you to view the target person's basic information, social relationships, and potential demands. A formal occasion of Jingcheng's top circles. Ye Chen's gaze fell on the gilded invitation on the table. The Qinyan Group celebration banquet was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity. Liu Yanan had given him a key to push open the door of the top circles. What he had to do was walk through that door and let everyone know that Ye Chen was not a Livian son-in-law to be casually looked down upon. Just as he was pondering the banquet details, a sharp alarm, audible only to him, suddenly exploded in his mind. Warning. High-risk encrypted information stream detected. Source: Ghost Program 07 Qin Hongwei's network. Ye Chen's thoughts were instantly pulled back. Ghost Program. That was a backdoor program he had casually implanted into Qin Hongwei's private network then to monitor him. The program was extremely stealthy, mainly used to copy and monitor all of Qin Hongwei's network data. After Qin Hongwei's death, Ye Chen did not revoke it, but let it continue lurking, hoping to dig out more. Unexpectedly, it had now stirred. Intercept the information and crack it immediately. Ye Chen issued the command. Instruction received: intercepting. Information stream intercepted. The email was set to send on a timer delay, automatically triggered by a specific program after Qin Hongwei's death was confirmed. Recipient address was a dark web anonymous mailbox. The path went through multiple encrypted jumps, untraceable. Initiating brute force, cracking. The system's voice turned serious. A series of complex, dizzying data streams flashed rapidly through Ye Chen's mind. With the system's computing power, it took nearly a minute to crack this level of encryption. Cracking successful. The content of the email was presented before Ye Chen. It was very simple. No text, no audio, not even any extra code. In the body of the email, there was only a small black emblem pattern. It was a scorpion. A pitch-black scorpion curving its body, fiercely stabbing its own tail with its venomous stinger, forming an eerie closed loop. The moment he clearly saw that emblem, it seemed as if all the blood in Ye Chen's body froze. The warm sunlight in the living room seemed to lose its warmth in an instant. A bone-chilling cold shot from his coccyx all the way to the top of his skull. That pattern. The pattern he thought he had forgotten, but was already etched deep into his marrow. Years ago on that stormy night, the files scattered all over the floor in his father's study. Among them, the top-secret document that directly led to the collapse and annihilation of the Ye family bore an identical emblem. A scorpion biting its tail. That scorpion emblem was clearly imprinted deep in his eyes, kindling two clusters of cold, eerie flames. The bone-chilling cold lasted merely 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the two clusters of icy flames in Ye Chen's consciousness quietly withdrew, hiding deep within the depths of his sea of consciousness. The sunlight in the living room seemed to regain its warmth. He stood up calmly, placing the gilded invitation back on the table, with steady movements, not a single tremor in his hands. The tail-biting scorpion. A code name that would make anyone aware of its existence tremble with fear. It was neither a mere assassin organization nor a commercial alliance. It was like a monstrous beast lurking in the shadows of the world. The occasional glimpse of its scales and claws sufficed to topple a prominent family, or even stir the fate of an entire nation. The annihilation of the Ye family was merely one of its countless masterpieces, insignificant and unremarkable. His current self in its presence was as weak as an ant. Confront it. Seek revenge. That would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot only to crush himself and those around him into dust. This clue must be buried deep within his heart, like the deadliest poison. He must not make any rash moves until he possesses absolute power. Grow stronger. He needed to become stronger and faster. Night fell, and the city lights began to glitter. The most luxurious 7-star hotel in the capital, the magnificent Sky Dome Banquet Hall, was booked tonight by Ye Group for a celebration feast. Crystal chandeliers cast a riot of colors, and elegant classical music echoed in the air. The hall was filled with distinguished guests, magnates of the business world, rising stars in politics, and fashionable elites from the capital, almost all present. Liu Yanan was undoubtedly the most dazzling jewel in the room. She wore a moon-white haute couture gown, its tailored hem outlining her perfect curves while scattered diamonds sparkled under the lights. Moving among the guests, every gesture exuded confidence and composure, the powerful aura of a business queen that made countless young talents admire her from afar, yet hesitant to approach. Ye Chen, in a well-fitted black suit, quietly accompanied her by her side. He neither sought attention nor showed any unease, only occasionally handing her a glass of warm water during her conversations. He was like a shadow, forming a sharp contrast with Liu Yanan's radiance. Such a pairing naturally attracted countless whispers. That's Liu Yanan's rumored husband. He looks quite ordinary. Not just ordinary. Look at the suit he's wearing. It's a brand name, but on him it just feels lackluster, missing that certain presence. I heard he's a Livian son-in-law with no background. To have married Miss Liu, he must have burned incense for 3 lifetimes. Huh. What era is this, still talking about Livian sons-in-law? Just luck climbing a high branch. These remarks were very quiet, but with his extraordinary hearing, Ye Chen caught every single word without missing it. His expression remained calm. The contempt of these people was exactly what he had anticipated. Just then a few middle-aged men and women approached, led by none other than Liu Yanan's mother, Qianlan, chairwoman of the Liu Group. Yanran, you did well tonight. Qianlan nodded approvingly at her daughter. Then her gaze swept over Ye Chen, and the warmth instantly turned cold, as if looking at an irrelevant stranger. Mom's second uncle, third aunt. Liu Yanan greeted them politely, and naturally linked her arm with Ye Chen's. Let me introduce you. This is Ye Chen, my husband. Liu Yanan's second uncle, a slightly chubby, middle-aged man, spoke with a forced smile. Yanran, today is a big day for Ye Group. The guests here are all distinguished. Some people should remember their place and not wander around here lest they offend the important guests and bring shame to the Liu family. Though he didn't name names, everyone present knew exactly who the some people referred to. Liu Yanan's delicate brows furrowed. Second uncle Ye Chen is not an outsider. Whether he's an outsider or not, we know well enough. The third aunt sneered, pulling Liu Yanan aside. Forget about him. Uncle Wang and Aunt Li are over there calling you. Come greet them. They're old friends of your father's and will be helpful for your future. Surrounding Liu Yanan, they whisked her away without allowing any objection, completely ignoring Ye Chen. Liu Yanan glanced back at him, a hint of apology in her eyes. Ye Chen gave her a reassuring smile, signaling that he was fine. In an instant, he was left isolated where he stood. The surrounding guests witnessing this scene now directed at Ye Chen not only contempt, but also undisguised pity and mockery. See, even the Liu family themselves don't welcome this Livian son-in-law. Ye Chen picked up a glass of champagne and swirled it gently, the blood-red liquid leaving streaks on the glass. His emotions remained utterly undisturbed. This was exactly what he wanted. Injustice, humiliation, these would serve as the perfect catalyst for completing his nodal mission. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall. The previously bustling venue fell silent, as if someone had pressed a mute button. All heads turned toward the door in unison. A distinguished middle-aged man flanked by a group of black-suited bodyguards strode in slowly. He appeared to be around 50, wearing a black silk tang suit with a mandarin collar. His gait was steady, his features refined, but his eyes were deep and forbidding, daring no one to meet them directly. He carried none of the mercantile taint of a businessman. Rather, he resembled a scholar who had long occupied a high position. Yet his arrival made every guest who prided themselves on being a big shot instinctively hold their breath. Liu Weigua, who had just treated Ye Chen with such cold disdain, froze upon seeing the newcomer. In the next second, a look of unprecedented respect and fear spread across his face as he almost jogged forward to greet him. Chairman Long, what brings you here? This is an honor beyond words. Qianlong bowed nearly 90 degrees. The newcomer was none other than Long Xiaoyan, the current head of the Long family, the foremost of the four great families in the capital, a man who truly stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. His business empire was several times larger than even the zenith of Hongda capital. With just a stamp of his foot, the entire business world of the capital would tremble. No one had expected that Liu Yanan's celebration banquet could have invited such a heavyweight. No, this could not have. Long Xiaoyan never attended business banquets of this caliber. Ignoring Qianlong's fawning, he walked straight through the crowd, which parted automatically for him. Everyone held their breath, wondering who this magnate's target might be. Then they witnessed a sight they would never forget. Long Xiaoyan stopped before the very Livian son-in-law whom everyone had scorned and whom the Liu family had isolated. He did not look at the radiant Liu Yanan. His full attention was fixed on Ye Chen. After a moment of silence, a playful smile appeared on Long Xiaoyan. Mister, ye have long admired your reputation. Boom. A dead silence fell over the entire hall. Every word was like a bomb exploding in everyone's mind. All eyes widened, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. What had they just heard? The Long family head Long Xiaoyan greeting that kept man. And with the phrase long admired your reputation, a term used between equals, even suggesting respect. Had the world gone mad? Qianlong stood frozen, the color draining from her face. Liu Yanan's second uncle and third aunt were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. Under the dead silence, Long Xiaoyan slowly extended his right hand, making a gesture of invitation to shake. As he raised his arm, the perfectly tailored tang suit sleeve slipped up an inch, revealing a delicate cuff link. The cuff link was shaped like a jet black scorpion. The scorpion curved its body, stinging its own tail with a strange closed loop. A strange closed loop. The scorpion, pitch black, was eerily curved, its venomous stinger at the tail viciously stabbing into its own body, forming a self-devouring closed loop. The moment he saw this cufflink, a tempestuous surge crashed through Ye Chen's heart. Yet his countenance remained the same, unruffled as a placid lake. So that was it. At last he saw through everything. The Qin family and Hongda capital were nothing but pawns discarded by this vast organization. And the man before him, Long Xiaoyan, was the true player behind Qin Hongwei's throne. An adversary 100-fold, 1,000-fold more terrifying than Qin Hongwei. Beneath the weight of a deathly silence, Ye Chen slowly extended his hand, giving a light clasp to Long Xiaoyan's impeccably manicured hand. The touch was warm and moist, yet carried an irresistible force. Patriarch Long, you are too kind. Ye Chen's tone was flat, devoid of any detectable emotion. Their hands parted swiftly. A more enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Long Xiaoyan's lips. He leaned slightly sideways, lowering his voice to a volume meant for only 2 ears. Young man, too sharp a blade easily snaps. His words were devoid of any mortal anger, yet each syllable struck the heart. Qin Hongwei is a waste, but what he has bitten, the Long family is accustomed to taking back. Boom. Those words were undoubtedly the most direct declaration of war. He admitted that Hongda capital was merely a vassal of the Long family. He confessed to being the mastermind behind the scenes. What's more, he was proclaiming to Ye Chen, you touched my dog, and now I, the master, will step into the arena myself. At that moment, Ye Chen's blood nearly reached its boiling point. Yet he merely raised an eyebrow slightly and said nothing. Liu Yanan, standing nearby, could not hear their words, but she could keenly sense the bizarre and tense atmosphere crackling between them. It was a confrontation sharp as needle points, as if the very air had congealed. She could not help but furrow her delicate brows, a wave of intense unease surging in her heart. The surrounding guests were utterly bewildered by this surreal spectacle. All they witnessed was the man at the pinnacle of the capital's elite, Long Xiaoyan, walking up to that Livian son-in-law, shaking his hand and whispering in his ear. What was going on? Who on earth was this man named Ye Chen? For Long Xiaoyan to personally call him out, he could not possibly be an ordinary man. Liu Weiguo's face had already turned ashen, his whole body drenched in cold sweat, barely able to stand. The connections he prided himself on, the scene he had painstakingly crafted, had all become a farce the moment Long Xiaoyan appeared. And the man he had just humiliated in every possible way had become the center of attention, even earning a second glance from Long Xiaoyan. The stark contrast made his face burn with shame. Liu Yanan's second uncle and third aunt stood with mouths agape, their eyeballs seemingly about to pop out, as if they were gazing upon some monstrous aberration. In that eerie stillness, Long Xiaoyan released his hand and gracefully picked up a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray. He turned, faced Ye Chen once more, and raised the glass in a high toast. I've heard that Mr. Yi is not only a financial genius, but also a master of the internet. His voice was not loud, yet it reverberated clearly through the entire banquet hall. My company is currently developing a new security system. I wonder if Mr. Yi would be interested in offering some guidance. The moment these words fell, the entire hall erupted in uproar. A financial genius. a master of the internet. Either of those titles was a world apart from the labels of Livian's son-in-law and kept man. Long Xiaoshan's words appeared to be a polite invitation, but in reality, they were a ruthless, overt scheme. He had semi-publicly revealed Ye Chen's hidden abilities, directly throwing him into the fire. If Ye Chen admitted it, he would expose his own cards, inevitably inviting relentless attacks and probing from the Long family in these very fields. If he denied it, he would appear hypocritical and cowardly before a figure of Long Xiaoshan's stature. It was a deadly dilemma with no way out. Every eye was fixed on Ye Chen, eager to see how he would handle the challenge thrown by this titan. Yet once again, Ye Chen's response surpassed everyone's expectations. He ignored the red wine, and instead picked up a glass of orange-yellow juice from a nearby table. Imitating Long Xiaoshan's gesture, he raised the juice glass and gently clinked it against Long Xiaoshan's wine glass from a distance. The crisp sound of glass was exceptionally distinct in the silent hall. "I have no interest in security systems," Ye Chen replied, simple and direct. "I'm just a full-time stay-at-home dad. All I care about is whether I have enough money for my daughter's milk powder." Someone in the crowd barely suppressed a laugh. A full-time stay-at-home dad, worried about milk money. Faced with the Long family patriarch's personal recruitment, he had actually fobbed it off with such an excuse. Was he playing the fool to hide his strength? Or was he simply too ignorant to appreciate the honor? However, Long Xiaodian showed no anger. He gave Ye Chen a deep, penetrating look, a flicker of complex light, unreadable to anyone, passing through his profound eyes. The next second, he burst into hearty laughter. The loud, resonant laugh echoed through every corner of the banquet. He downed the red wine in one gulp and casually placed the empty glass onto a passing waiter's tray. "A fine full-time stay-at-home dad." He left behind one last cryptic remark, then without another glance at anyone turned and strode briskly toward the exit with his entourage of black-clad bodyguards. He came like a gust of wind and left like a flash of lightning. Long Xiaoshan's arrival and departure, like a storm sweeping through the venue, came abruptly and passed swiftly, yet it had completely altered the atmosphere in the banquet hall. Not until his figure completely vanished through the doorway did the suffocating pressure slowly dissipate. A deathly silence reigned in the hall. Everyone's minds were still frozen. It was a long while before someone dared to breathe cautiously, and then whispers surged like a tide. But this time, every murmur and every gaze was firmly locked onto the man holding juice. His expression gone were the contempt and scorn of before. In their place were deep reverence, probing curiosity, and a barely concealed tinge of fear. The banquet eventually came to an abrupt end in an exceedingly bizarre atmosphere. On the ride home, the back seat of the Rolls-Royce was steeped in silence. Liu Yanan opened her mouth several times, but hesitated. The air inside the car was suffocatingly heavy. Ye Chen leaned against the window, staring at the swiftly receding street scene, silent. Suddenly, a small, cold hand gently covered the back of his own. Ye Chen startled, turning his head. It was the first time she had voluntarily initiated such intimate contact with him while fully conscious. Her hand was icy, trembling with an almost imperceptible quiver. In the dim light, her cool, clear eyes were fixed intently on him, brimming with worry and bewilderment. At last, unable to hold back, she asked softly, "That Long Xiaodian? He came for you?" Ye Chen did not withdraw his hand. The dim light in the car cast a shadow over his sharply defined profile. He turned his wrist, enveloping that slightly cool little hand entirely in his palm. The warm touch caused Liu Yanan's body to tense up instantly, instinctively wanting to retreat, but he held her firmly. His strength bore no ulterior motives. It was merely a silent reassurance conveyed through the warmth of his palm. "No." Ye Chen finally spoke, his voice soft, yet easily slicing through the suffocating silence in the car. His gaze withdrew from the fleeting lights outside the window, locking onto Liu Yanan's eyes filled with uncertainty. "He is not targeting me." After a pause, he enunciated clearly, "He is coming for us." Us. Those two words stirred up ripples in Liu Yanan's heart, like a stone thrown into an ancient well. She stared at him blankly, momentarily forgetting all reactions. Ye Chen did not give her much time to process her emotions, continuing to state a shocking fact in a tone so calm it bordered on cold. "Do you remember the Qin family?" Liu Yanan instinctively nodded. The Qin family, the one that once attempted to swallow Qin Group with overwhelming force only to collapse overnight. This matter had always been a huge mystery in her heart. The Qin family is just a discarded chess piece. Ye Chen's words exploded in her ears like a thunderclap. Behind them, there is a larger and more secretive shadow. For now I shall refer to it as the Tail Scorpion. The Tail Scorpion, a name that sounded laden with poison and the aura of death. This organization is accustomed to lurking in the shadows, devouring potentially powerful enterprises through the support of agents. The Qin family failed, so they were ruthlessly eliminated. Ye Chen paused for a moment, casting out the most crucial speculation, which was also the heaviest stone. And Long Xiaodian is likely a high-ranking core member of this Tail Scorpion organization. Perhaps. He did not mention any blood feud with the Yi family, nor did he reveal the secret buried for years. In his words, the impending storm was casually described as a deep-sea shark that one would inevitably encounter in the expansion of commercial territories. The growing fish of Qin Group had finally attracted the covetous eyes of top predators. The car once again fell into silence. This time, even the air seemed to freeze. Liu Yanran's breathing became somewhat rapid. A chill surged from her feet straight to the crown of her head. The Long family. They were not an opponent that the Qin family could compare to. They were a true behemoth standing atop the clouds, a giant that could shake the entire Nanjing business world with a stomp. In front of the Long family, the Qinyan group appeared as insignificant as dust. However, the anticipated fear and retreat did not appear on her face. After that bone-chilling coldness, a much colder flame ignited deep within her bright eyes. It was the will to fight. It was unyielding. She finally understood. She understood why Ye Chen had always concealed his strength and why he had responded to Long Xiaotian in that manner at the banquet. He was not pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, nor was he being mysterious. He was using his own way to protect this family, to safeguard Qinyan group, while grappling with a beast that she could not even see. And she until this moment had only caught a glimpse of this tip of the iceberg. Liu Yanan slowly began to speak, each word laden with unprecedented determination. I understand now. She turned her hand, equally gripping Ye Chen's hand with force. Her hand was still cool, but it no longer trembled. From now on, all resources of Qinyan Group, including everything under my name, you can mobilize unconditionally. No need to explain to me, no need to seek my consent. You just need to act. This was her first time betting everything she had built, entrusting her life and fate wholly into another person's hands. She was not seeking shelter. She was choosing an ally. Choosing to face the impending tumult that would engulf everything with this man. Ye Chen looked at her, seeing something named decisiveness in her fiery eyes. He nodded slowly. Good. A single word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. To resist the Long family and the vast organization behind it relying solely on his secret strength was no longer feasible. He needed a platform, a chessboard that could be placed on the table openly. Qinyan Group was the best choice. And Liu Yanran's absolute trust was the key to initiating this game. The Rolls-Royce smoothly drove into the villa. When the two entered the house, they were greeted by the warm lights of home and the crisp laughter of their daughter. The nanny was playing with little Yezi in the living room. The little one saw her parents return and immediately reached out her small hands for a hug. Ye Chen walked over, skillfully embracing his daughter. The soft body of the little one and the milky scent instantly dispelled all previous gloom and the aura of killing. He held his daughter and kissed her on her tender cheek, his entire being becoming gentle. Liu Yanan stood by quietly watching this scene. This man could cause a family to collapse with laughter, yet remain unperturbed in the face of colossal threats. But at this moment, he was merely a father cradling his daughter, his face full of tenderness. This extreme contrast made her momentarily dazed. After coaxing their daughter to sleep, Ye Chen returned to his room. Just as he closed the door, a light blue screen that only he could see automatically unfolded before him. Ding. Warning. Detected a qualitative change in the relationship between the host and the destined woman of this world, Liu Yanan. A line of gilded characters flickered at the top of the screen, carrying a hint of gossip. Evaluating relationship. Roommate, relationship dissolved. Business partnership established. Brotherhood budding. Seems like there's something else. Never mind, this system cannot calculate it. Congratulations, host. Successfully transformed the aloof female CEO into an absolutely trusted comrade. You have taken a solid step on the path of living off a woman. Ye Chen's mouth twitched, too lazy to argue with this nonsensical system. The junior node business partner of the web of power skill tree has been unlocked. Reward, new mainline mission initiated, foundation of the empire. Ye Chen's attention was firmly captured by the last line of text. With a thought, the mission details immediately unfolded. Mainline mission, foundation of the empire, mission description: 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain unless one is male and one is female. But the Long family is clearly not the host's type. A true empire never fears establishing a throne on the corpses of giants. Please assist Qinyan Group in seizing a core piece of the Smart City project led by the Long family within 3 months, laying the first bloody cornerstone for the future business empire. Mission reward: absolutely generous, no deception. Failure penalty: advising the host not to attempt it. The consequences are quite stimulating. Ye Chen's gaze finally settled on the 4 large characters, Smart City. The glow of the system panel illuminated his playful expression. So the real battlefield is here. The Long family. Smart City. Interesting. The next day, in the conference room at Qinyan Group's highest level, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip water. Liu Yanan sat at the head, surveying every core executive present. These individuals were the veterans who had fought alongside her, each loyal to Qinyan Group. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to announce the strategic goals for the next phase of the group. Her opening statement was direct, without any preamble. Everyone sat upright, their ears perked up. We will establish a brand new division aimed at entering the Smart City project. The moment her words fell, the entire conference room plunged into a dreadful silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, the silence was completely shattered. What? Manager Liu, I must have misheard. Smart City. This has nothing to do with our company. We are in beauty and daily chemicals venturing into high technology. Isn't this nonsense? Crossing boundaries isn't done like this. This is fundamentally two different worlds. Voices of doubt, astonishment, and disbelief instantly filled the space. The marketing director, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was the first to stand up, his face full of urgency. Manager Liu, please think it over. The Smart City project is governmental, but the main player is the Long family. The waters there are too deep. Moreover, our company has no technical reserves or relevant experience. Rashly diving in would be no different from courting death. Yes, Manager Liu, our new product line has just stabilized. Although our cash flow is healthy, we absolutely cannot afford to burn money in such an entirely unfamiliar field. This is even more absurd than asking us to build rockets. A clamor arose. Almost all the objections pointed to one core issue: Qinyan Group does not have this capability, nor should it harbor such ambition. This was no longer a business decision, it was a gamble with the entire group's fate. Liu Yanan listened quietly, not interrupting anyone's speech. Until the noise in the conference room gradually subsided, everyone looked at her with anxious eyes, waiting for her explanation. She slowly spoke, not allowing any interruption. I understand your concerns and know what we are facing. I am not crazy, and this decision is not a whim. I announced the establishment of the Smart City Project Special Action Group, which I will personally lead. She paused and threw out an even more astonishing personnel appointment. Additionally, I am hiring Mr. Ye Chen as the project's Chief Technical Consultant. Chief Technical Consultant. Ye Chen. This name and title, like an ice cube thrown into boiling oil, once again plunged the previously fervent conference room into an eerie silence. Those executives who only knew Ye Chen as the president's pretty boy husband wore expressions of absurdity and confusion. A man who relied on his wife as a chief technical consultant in such a top-tier technology project. Was the president completely out of her mind? However, others, those who had witnessed Ye Chen's methods firsthand or had some vague knowledge from certain channels, suddenly changed their expressions. Their mouths unconsciously shut. The marketing director, who had been the loudest in protest, was now like a duck with its neck grasped, unable to utter a word. He recalled that at a banquet, Ye Chen had merely made a phone call, causing a once arrogant rich second generation and his family business to vanish instantly. Chief Technical Consultant. This seemingly absurd title sounded entirely different in their ears. This was not merely a technical position. This was a signal. A signal telling everyone that this action was a collaboration between the president and her mistress. Those who realized this felt fine beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They no longer questioned or opposed, leaving only silence and compliance. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from fierce opposition to a stifled acceptance. In the president's office, Liu Yanan placed a thick stack of materials on the coffee table in front of Ye Chen. This is the most detailed planning document and bidding catalog for the Smart City project that I managed to obtain through connections. The two began to carefully study this massive plan. The more they looked, the graver Liu Yanan's expression became. This was a super project led by the Yanshan government, covering the entire city's development for the next decade. Traffic networks, urban security, smart healthcare, clean energy, government systems. Almost all aspects of modern urban life were covered. This was a colossal cake worth trillions. But the knife to cut the cake was firmly in the hands of the Long family. Look here, Liu Yanan pointed at one page. The most profitable core modules such as Intelligent Traffic Dispatch System Sky, iSecurity Network Hardware Deployment, and Smart Healthcare Data Platform were directly designated to subsidiaries of the Long family or companies deeply tied to them. They didn't even give outsiders a chance to compete. Ye Chen flipped through the materials in silence. Now look at these projects available for open bidding. Liu Yanan's fingertip traced another area: smart community waste classification terminals, public facility, energy-saving light, fixture replacement, maintenance of old community pipeline. All low-tech, low-profit, laborious tasks. Her analysis was calm and thorough, yet carried a hint of helplessness. This is the Long family's blatant scheme. They consumed the most succulent meat and then tossed out the bones and soup, presenting a welcoming posture for everyone to come and share. But everyone knew that these scraps of soup and water couldn't even cover the upfront investment costs. Want to get a piece of the pie? You can, but you must first be prepared to lose your pants. They established the rules of the game in this manner, causing all latecomers to hesitate and automatically give up. Ultimately, the entire project would still be a solo performance by the Long family. Liu Yanan leaned back on the sofa, rubbing her temples. She analyzed all the projects that could be participated in, from financial models to technical barriers, as well as the resources of Qinyan Group itself. The conclusion was singular. Not a single one was suitable for entry. Any of them, if Qinyan Group dared to touch, it would only end in total loss, becoming a laughingstock in the industry. She looked at Ye Chen, hoping to see a hint of seriousness on his face. However, Ye Chen maintained his playful expression. His fingers suddenly lightly tapped on the thick project planning document, stopping at the last and most inconspicuous page. That page contained only one project name, so simple that it lacked any detailed introduction. Urban Public Data Processing Center. Let's do this one, Ye Chen said. Liu Yanan was taken aback. She followed Ye Chen's finger and experienced a moment of cognitive dissonance. This one. Her reaction was even more shocked than when she had heard they would venture into Smart City. Ye Chen, do you know what this is? This is recognized as the hardest nut to crack among all projects. It's not even fair to call it a nut. She quickly pulled up the supplementary explanation about this project, almost snatching it to place in front of Ye Chen. Look closely, this project's technical requirements are the highest among all projects requiring the construction of a massive server cluster and a top-tier cloud computing platform. The upfront investment is astronomical. The most crucial point is it has almost no direct profit model. Its positioning is merely a public data storage service providing free data interfaces and storage space for all other smart modules. Doing this means we are spending money to serve the Long family and all participants as a data warehouse. Purely working for love, no working to incur losses. Liu Yanan finished her words in one breath, unable to comprehend Ye Chen's choice. This was not a bone at all. This was poison. Yet Ye Chen smiled. He withdrew his finger, leisurely leaning back on the sofa, watching Liu Yanan, whose cheeks flushed with excitement. The Long family eats meat, and everyone else can't even drink the soup, only able to watch. But they all overlooked one thing. Ye Chen's tone was very calm, yet carried a force that pierced through everything. Whoever controls the data controls the lifeblood of the entire future smart city. This is not a difficult nut. This is the heart of the entire project. Liu Yanan's excitement and rebuttals came to an abrupt halt the moment she heard these words. She stared blankly at Ye Chen, looking into his deep-set eyes. The heart. What he wanted was not to share a piece of the sumptuous feast from the Long family. What he wanted was to reach directly into the Long family's chest and pull out that beating heart whole. Heart. These two words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering all of Liu Yanan's preconceived business logic. She no longer refuted, nor did she question. Her chest heaved violently, not out of excitement, but from an unprecedented tremor. It was a madness that glimpsed the abyss, yet yearned to dance with it. I understand now. Liu Yanan stood up, shaking off the fatigue and helplessness from before, replaced by a burning determination. She picked up her phone and, in front of Ye Chen, directly dialed the numbers of the group's technical director and project director. Immediately assemble the company's top technical team and proposal team, drop all their current work, and convene a high-level meeting in half an hour. Her command was brief and clear, without a hint of hesitation. After hanging up, she looked at Ye Chen, her gaze filled with a determination that wagered everything. The most elite team of Qingyan Group now belongs to you. Half an hour later, in the top conference room of Qing, the atmosphere was so tense that it felt like it could drip with water. A dozen executives and technical core members urgently summoned war expressions of confusion and disbelief. They were the pillars of Qingyan, each responsible for projects worth billions, yet were gathered here at the highest urgency due to a single phone call. Liu Yanan sat in the main seat. Beside her was the seemingly overly young Ye Chen. To make a long story short, the group has decided to formally bid for the Urban Public Data Processing Center in the Smart City project. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a deathly silence in the conference room. Everyone thought they had misheard. The technical director, Mr. Wang, a middle-aged man nearing 50 with half-white hair, was the first to speak. Director Liu, are you sure it's the Urban Public Data Processing Center? That project with pure input and no output? I am certain. Liu Yanan's response was firm and decisive. This, Mr. Wang and the others exchanged glances, their faces full of absurdity. Director Liu, if I may speak frankly, we have evaluated this project internally in no less than 10 times, and the conclusion has always been the same: it is absolutely infeasible. Technical barriers, capital investment, profit model. Any one of these three mountains could crush us. Indeed, Director Liu, the Long family is clearly digging a pit. Whoever jumps in will perish. We have no need to be that scapegoat. Voices of opposition rose one after another. These individuals were the veterans who had fought alongside Liu Yanan. They had the right and responsibility to voice their doubts. Liu Yanan did not explain, but turned her gaze to Ye Chen. Ye Chen seemed unfazed by the fiery reactions of the crowd. He lazily stood up and walked to the large electronic whiteboard. I know what you're all thinking. He picked up a pen, too lazy even to say a greeting. In traditional centralized server clusters, when processing level data flows, the response delay will rise exponentially, and once the core node is attacked, the entire system will collapse. He casually drew a traditional star-shaped network topology, then heavily marked an X at the center point. Therefore, we won't do this. He erased the whiteboard and began to draw anew. His pen moved quickly, sketching out a structure that was not any existing network architecture. It was a series of hexagons tightly connected like a beehive, forming a vast, ever-changing dynamic structure. My proposal is called Decentralized Dynamic Data Hive. Ye Chen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. There is no absolute center. Each data node serves as both a storage unit and a processing unit. Once data flows into the hive, it will be fragmented by intelligent algorithms and dynamically allocated to different hive nodes for storage and computation. Nodes communicate in real time via quantum encrypted channels. If any node is attacked or fails, the system will migrate the data to other nodes within milliseconds and generate new nodes to complete the hive structure. It possesses self-learning and optimization capabilities. The more data it processes, the higher its operational efficiency and stability become. Upon finishing his explanation, Ye Chen put down the pen. The entire conference room fell silent. All the technical staff, including Director Wang, looked at Ye Chen as if he were an alien. Decentralized dynamic hive, quantum encryption, self-optimization. Every term was understandable, but combined they formed a script they could not comprehend. This was no longer a technical proposal. It was science fiction. After a full minute of silence, Technical Director Wang finally spoke with difficulty. Mr. Ye, the concept you proposed is very avant-garde. He carefully chose his words, but everyone could hear the implications. However, with our current technology, with the global technology level, this is impossible to achieve. This completely contradicts the fundamental laws of physics and computer science. We can't even produce the most basic dynamic node allocation algorithm, let alone self-optimization. Mr. Wang's emotions were somewhat agitated. This was not just a denial of the proposal, it was a challenge to his decades of professional knowledge. He felt like his intelligence was being rubbed into the ground. Director Liu. He turned to Liu Yanan. I must make it clear, if we take this concept to draft the bid, we will be seen as a joke by the entire industry. A colossal joke. Liu Yanan's heart sank. She trusted Ye Chen. But Mr. Wang was her most trusted technical expert. His judgment represented reality. The practical technical barriers loomed like an insurmountable iceberg in front of her. The immense pressure made it. Ye Chen noticed her wavering. He no longer explained a word to the technical personnel. It was pointless to play the lute to it. He simply walked to Liu Yanan's side and softly said, "Follow me." Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Ye Chen led Liu Yanan out of the conference room and into Liu Yanan's office next door. He went directly to her personal computer and sat down. Watch closely. Ye Chen did not connect any external devices, but began to type on the keyboard. His fingers moved so quickly that they almost left afterimages as lines of code that Liu Yanan could not comprehend cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. In just a few seconds he stopped. He opened a black program window which was empty. Then he pressed the enter key. In the next second, Liu Yanan's breath halted. On the screen, countless brilliant light points appeared out of nowhere like stars at the dawn of the universe. These light points quickly converged, transforming into vibrant streams of data, constructing a three-dimensional complex geometric structure under his command. This was the hive he had drawn on the whiteboard in the conference room. This hive was alive. It breathed, grew, and evolved. Countless data streams traversed, decomposed, and reorganized within it, forming a breathtaking dynamic picture that could not be described in words. In the corner of the screen, several key indicators fluctuated wildly. Data processing efficiency 987. 5TS. System security rating SSS, theoretically unbreakable, average response delay 0.001 ms. Each number exceeded the theoretical peak values that Mr. Wang's team could reach by over 100 times. Liu Yanan stared blankly at all of this, her mind a complete blank. This was no longer technology. It was a miracle, a future magic that existed only in fantasies. This. Her throat went dry, unable to utter a single word. This is just a basic simulation program. Ye Chen closed the program, and the screen returned to calm as if that shocking scene had never occurred. I will package the core dynamic algorithm and encryption protocol into a black box and deliver it to you. Your technical team does not need to understand it. They just need to treat it as a standard API according to the framework I provide, completing the peripheral proposal design and application layer development. Tell them that if they cannot produce it, it's not that the technology is lacking, but that their imagination is insufficient. At that moment, all of Liu Yanan's doubts and pressures dissipated. She looked at Ye Chen's profile, her heart filled with a single thought. He was not digging into the heart of the Long family. He was replacing it with a stronger heart from the future. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Long family estate, in the study, Long Xiaodian put down his cigar, listening to his subordinate's report. Oh, Qingyan Group, the one that sells facial masks. He was taken aback when he heard that Qingyan was preparing to bid for the Urban Public Data Processing Center, then let out a sneer. They really don't know their place. His subordinate bowed and asked, "Master, do we need to do anything?" "No need." Long Xiaodian waved his hand, his face full of disdain. "Let them bid. Ooh, I want to see what groundbreaking thing a company that sells facial masks can come up with. Such a clown, they don't even qualify to be our opponents. However, since they want to play, let's play along. At the time of the opening, have the judges take care of things so they don't lose too embarrassingly, leaving some face for Liu's girl." That dismissive attitude was as if deciding the fate of an ant. Time flew by. In the last minute before the bidding deadline, the legal director of Qingyan Group, under the witness of the notary, pressed the submit button of the electronic bidding system. A bid document over 1,000 pages thick was successfully uploaded. On the cover of the bid document, beneath the project title Urban Public Data Processing Center Technical Proposal, there quietly followed a line of inconspicuous small text. Designer YC. Jingqing International Convention Center. The bidding evaluation meeting for the Smart City project officially commenced. The venue was solemn and dignified, with every seat filled in the space capable of accommodating 1,000 people. In the front row sat leaders from various Jingxing departments and the evaluation expert panel. Behind them were delegations from the country's top tech giants. The Long family delegation occupied the most prominent first row directly facing the podium. The middle-aged man at the lead exuded a composed demeanor surrounded by several sharp-looking assistants and senior technical executives, each carrying an air of poised dominion over the proceedings. They were the undisputed protagonists of the day, the predetermined victors. In contrast, the Qingyan group's seats were relegated to the most inconspicuous corner of the hall, next to the emergency exit. Liu Yanan along with Wang Gong and the legal director had just taken their seats. Around them gazes converged, each carrying emotions that were unmistakably clear. Some showed confusion. Some were stunned. But mostly there was undisguised mockery. Qingyan group. The facial mask seller actually came. Are they insane? Can a group like them even touch a national project like this? They probably just wanted to show up and boost their brand awareness, but ended up making themselves a joke. The murmurs coalesced into an invisible pressure enveloping the tiny corner. Fine beads of sweat formed on Wang Gong's forehead. In his 20 years of professional career, he had never encountered such blatant industry discrimination at such a prestigious event. Liu Yanan straightened her back as if impervious to the noise. Yet her tightly clasped hands betrayed her inner. She knew this was only the beginning. The evaluation process soon commenced. On the podium, Professor Zhou from the School of Information Engineering at Haidu University, the head of the evaluation panel, cleared his throat. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke slowly into the microphone. Good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. This smart city project, particularly the core urban public data processing center, carries profound significance and demands extremely high technical expertise. We have received dozens of bids from across the nation reflecting your enthusiasm. Polite applause rippled. Professor Zhou gestured with his hands to quiet the crowd and continued. However, to ensure the professionalism and efficiency of the evaluation, the expert panel has unanimously decided to conduct an initial screening of all technical proposals. He paused, emphasizing his words. Those proposals with clearly unrealistic technical concepts, lacking basic feasibility studies, or having little relevance to the project requirements will not proceed to the subsequent public presentation stage. This is both a respect for the panel's time and a fairness to truly capable bidders. The moment the words fell, Wang Gong beside Liu Yanan instantly turned pale. The implication was too obvious. The theoretical framework of the black box, provided by Ye Chen, could not find any reference in any existing technological system. In the eyes of traditional experts, wasn't this the most typical, unrealistic proposal? Before he could dwell on it, the central screen in the venue lit up. Initial screening, proposed elimination list, urban public data processing center project. A cold line of title appeared at the top of the screen. Then one by one company names along with elimination reasons were mercilessly listed. Xinghe Technology, excessive design redundancy. Zhongke Zhiyun, core algorithm has security backdoor risks. The list scrolled quickly. Suddenly a familiar name leaped out and froze at the most prominent position in the first batch. Qingyan Group, elimination reason, technical proposal, too vague, lacking feasibility study. Boom. Wang Gong's mind felt like a thunderclap exploded, darkness flickering before his eyes. He had envisioned countless ways of failure, being left speechless during the public presentation, suffering a crushing defeat against the Long family in data comparison, or even being eliminated due to an outrageous price bid. But he had never imagined it would happen this way, a way bordering on humiliation. Not even a chance to step onto, thrown away like a piece of waste paper into the trash bin. How can this be? How can this be? He muttered with trembling lips. The surrounding laughter became piercingly clear, stabbing into his ears like sharp needles. Liu Yanan's body, she stared fixedly at the line on the screen, feeling a chill shoot from her soles to her crown. The Long family's special attention had arrived. More direct and more vicious than she had imagined. On the podium, Professor Zhou picked up the wooden gavel, ready to strike down and finalize the list. I concur with the panel's opinion. This list. Wait. Just as the gavel was about to fall, a steady male voice rang out, interrupting Professor Zhou. The voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire venue. Everyone looked toward the source. On the very center of the podium, a middle-aged man who had not spoken a word throughout slowly raised his hand. He wore a simple Zhongshan suit, exuding an elegant demeanor. But the words on his nameplate struck everyone's heart. National Development Strategy Committee Special Observer Song Zhangwo. The name of this institution alone represented the highest level of national will. Professor Zhou's movement froze midair, and he looked at Song Zhangwo with some bewilderment. Commissioner Song, what instructions do you have? Song Zhangwo did not look at him, but turned his gaze to the line, Qingyan Group, on the big screen. Professor Zhou, I have a slightly different opinion on this elimination reason. He spoke calmly. I just skimmed through the proposal summary of Qingyan Group, and a concept mentioned in it is quite interesting. The decentralized dynamic data hive. Song Zhangwo enunciated the term word by word. Although this theoretical framework appears somewhat advanced in the current commercial technology field, its core ideas resonate with certain aspects of the next-generation national security network architecture that our committee is exploring. The entire venue erupted in uproar. National security network architecture. What level of concept was that? The vast majority of people present had never even heard of it. A company that sold facial masks had actually gotten involved with such a national strategy. At the Long family's representative seats, a young man leaned over and whispered a few quick words into Long Xiaoshan's ear. Long Xiaotian remained unruffled, merely nodding slightly, with even a hint of amused anticipation on his face. He still didn't believe it. In his view, it was just a discarded, pretentious theory that the Liu girl had copied from somewhere merely by chance. Sweat broke out on Professor Zhou's forehead. He never imagined that an unexpected obstacle would emerge from this quarter. Song Jiangwo's status was not one he could afford to offend. Commissioner Song, your meaning is? He asked tentatively. Song Jiangwo tapped his fingers lightly on the table. My meaning is very simple. Whether this proposal is ultimately feasible or not, since it has raised a valuable direction for exploration, it deserves an opportunity for presentation and discussion. I suggest granting Qinyan Group the qualification for public presentation. His words brooked no argument. Professor Zhou's face turned purple, feeling as if he was being roasted over a fire. Agreeing would mean slapping his own face in public and breaking his promise to the Long family. Disagreeing would mean openly defying the special observer from the National Development Strategy Committee. Weighing the two options, he could only grit his teeth and force out a few words. Fine, since Commissioner Song has spoken, let's give Qinyan Group a chance. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. But he immediately added with a hint of vindictive sharpness in his tone. However, to avoid affecting the overall agenda, Qinyan Group's presentation time must be compressed to within 10 minutes. Furthermore, after the presentation, they must unconditionally accept the panel's on-site extreme stress test. 10 minutes. And also accept an extreme stress test. This was not an opportunity at all. It was a trap. A trap designed to tear Qinyan Group apart in front of everyone. Once again, all eyes in the venue swiveled to that remote corner. Everyone was eager to see whether this overconfident facial mask company would dare to accept this death challenge. Liu Yanan's heart leaped into her throat. Her palms were covered in cold sweat. Just then, from the tiny earpiece she was wearing came a clear, frighteningly calm instruction. Agree. Tell them 10 minutes is enough. It was Ye Chen. Liu Yanan took a sharp breath, as if that breath carried infinite power, instantly dispelling all her panic and fear. She slowly rose to her feet. Under the gaze of the whole venue, some mocking, some sympathetic, some curious, her voice rang out clearly across the hall. We accept. Amidst the intertwining gazes of countless spectators, Liu Yanan stepped onto the presentation stage that could determine the fate of the Qinyan Group. There was no reserved seat for her, only a solitary podium connected by a data cable resembling a sacrificial altar waiting for an offering. She ignored the complex stairs and calmly bent down to connect her black, encrypted laptop to the data cable. Behind her, a massive display screen illuminated, synchronizing with the computer's display. Everyone in the room held what they envisioned was a beautifully crafted PPT, a passionate speech, a woman's final struggle to save her company. However, what appeared on the screen was a pitch-black void. Only in the upper left corner a green cursor flickered quietly. It was the most primitive, fundamental program interface. There were no graphics, no icons, only a cold code input prompt. What the hell? Can't she even make a PPT? Is this supposed to be about decentralized dynamic data hives? What a joke. The audience erupted in suppressed discussions and snickers. A young man beside Long Xiaotian scoffed, Master, it seems we overestimated her. This is nothing but a farce. Long Xiaotian held his teacup, gently blowing on it, remaining silent. The amusement on his face deepened. He wanted to see what tricks this girl could still pull. Professor Zhou let out a cold snort, crossing his arms, adopting the stance of someone watching a clown's performance. Liu Yanan was oblivious to it all. In her headphones, Ye Chen's instructions came through clearly. Input start. Liu Yanan's slender fingers struck the keyboard, precisely entering the simple startup command before pressing enter. At the moment she hit enter, the lights in the entire venue dimmed for an instant. In the center of the black screen, a tiny light point suddenly flared to life. Immediately, the second, third, 10th, and 100th light points began to proliferate, connect, and combine at an exponential rate. In the blink of an eye, a massive and complex, three-dimensional hive structure made of countless hexagonal light points occupied the entire screen. It seemed to possess life, slowly rotating in three-dimensional space, with internal light points flickering like breaths and streams of data weaving through, forming dazzling light trails. It was a magnificence and grandeur that transcended the aesthetic of contemporary technology, shaking one's very soul. Heavens! What is this? A holographic simulation program. No, wait, look at those data streams. They're all real-time. The audience gasped. Those who had just been snickering now stared wide-eyed at the screen, unable to utter a word. Song Jiangwo leaned forward, sharply adjusting his glasses, his eyes bursting with astonishing light. This is it. The theoretical framework from the abstract that shook my heart has truly been materialized. Professor Zhou's cold snort caught in his throat, his pupils constricted as an absurd sense surged within him. Impossible. This must be a pre-recorded animation. Just a flashy gimmick. What good is it to be merely beautiful? He forcibly suppressed the tremor in his heart and issued a cold command. Immediately start a stress test. Tech team connect the data source. He pointed at the screen, nearly shouting. First item simulate the city's traffic monitoring network. A data flood of 10 T per second feed it in. I want to see how long your hive can hold up. The command was given. The technical personnel immediately began to operate a red torrent, symbolizing a terrifying data volume, surged onto the screen from the edges, crashing towards the rotating three-dimensional hive. 10 TS. What does this mean? It's enough to collapse any tech company's proud server cluster within just 0.1 seconds. Under such a data impact, traditional centralized server architectures would see system response times instantly soar from milliseconds to seconds, or even crash entirely. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The red torrent violently collided with the data hive. There was no spectacular, not a hint of stutter. The massive hive simply burst forth with brilliant light, and the internal hexagonal structures began to adaptively expand and reorganize at a visible speed, as if a giant mouth was swallowing that terrifying data flood in one gulp. In the lower right corner of the screen was an inconspicuous latency reading. At the moment the data torrent surged in, everyone fixated on that number. However, that number remained stable at 0.001 ms from start to finish. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. The entire venue fell into silence. Professor Zhou's face began to change color. How is this possible? An animation. This must be an animation. The latency reading is fake. He refused to believe it. Second test. He nearly ground through his teeth. Simulate a hacker saturation attack. Randomly destroy 10% of its nodes. Right now? Immediately. This was a devastating blow that could completely collapse any existing cloud data. Paralyzing 10% of the nodes meant that the entire data architecture would experience widespread logical failure, leading to a complete avalanche. The technicians' hands trembled slightly, but they still executed the command. On the screen within that magnificent hive structure, 1/10 of the hexagonal light points representing data nodes extinguished in an instant. The entire hive shook violently, as if a giant hammer had struck a crystal chandelier about to fall apart. Long Xiaodian finally set down his teacup and straightened his body. However, the collapse did not occur. In the next millisecond after the 1/10 of the nodes extinguished, all the neighboring nodes of the extinguished ones erupted in a dazzling brilliance. They completed the migration, cross-backup, and verification of all data in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the empty spots of the extinguished nodes, new nodes unexpectedly generated automatically, rapidly restoring the entire structure of the hive. The entire process from being attacked to self-healing took less than 0.01 seconds. Meanwhile, in the system security rating section at the top of the screen, a line of small text consistently displayed, theoretically unbreakable. Professor Zhou's breathing became heavy and veins bulged on his forehead. He refused to accept it. He couldn't lose. A frenzied thought consumed his mind. He suddenly turned around, snatched an encrypted USB stick from his assistant, and dashed to the technical control console, forcefully pushing the technician aside. Get out of the way. He forcefully inserted the USB stick into the interface, his eyes bloodshot. Professor Zhou, this is a violation of protocol. The head of the tech team exclaimed. Professor Zhou ignored him, his hands wildly striking the keyboard, calling up a hidden attack program. On the screen, a thin, seemingly living black worm appeared out of thin air. The young man in the Long family representative seat gasped. Pulse worm. How could Professor Zhou have this thing? Long Xiaoxian's previously calm smile froze on his face for the first time. That was a military-grade attack program developed in the Long family's secret laboratory, specifically targeting the foundational logic of data architectures. It didn't attack the data itself, but directly dismantled the foundational logic that constituted the server's operation. Ignoring any firewall, that black pulse worm twisted its body and burrowed into the data hive. Everyone expected to see the hive completely disintegrate next. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The data hive system seemingly did not recognize this worm as an attack. It merely classified the worm as a high-entropy data flow. In the next moment, the internal structure of the hive began to spin rapidly, as if an invisible cosmic grinding wheel was instantly breaking down, decomposing, and absorbing that black worm. All the foundational attack logic carried by the worm was completely parsed by the system. Then, it was transformed into a part of its own structure. In the center of the screen, a line of green text that made everyone's soul leave their body popped up, detected high-entropy data flow absorption, transformation completed. System stability improved by 0.1. The virus was treated as a supplement. Clatter. The sound of breaking was heard as the teacup in Professor Zhou's hand fell to the ground and shattered. He stood frozen in place, as if all strength and soul had been drained from him, his face ashen. For the first time, a feeling of shock appeared on Long Xiaoxian's frozen face. This Special Observer Song Jiangwo suddenly stood up from his seat. He completely lost composure, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance, staring greedily at the profound hive, trembling with excitement. A miracle. This is a miracle. Just as the entire venue fell into a bizarre silence and immense shock, Liu Yanan raised her wrist and glanced at her watch. 3 seconds remained until the 10-minute mark. She calmly extended her hand, typing the final keystroke on the majestic hive that had shocked everyone's worldview vanished in an instant, returning to pitch darkness, leaving only that solitary flickering green cursor. She did not say a word. No summary, no taunt, and no proclamation. She simply unplugged the data cable, closed the laptop, turned around, and walked down the deifying platform, calm under the stunned gaze of the entire audience. Inside the venue, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Time seemed frozen by that blackened screen, leaving everyone's thoughts trapped in the moment when the pulse worm was absorbed, unable to escape. Those high and mighty technical experts, scholars, and professors stood with their mouths agape, like fish out of water, their minds utterly blank. The knowledge system they had built over a lifetime was completely crushed in less than 10 minutes by a young woman of no renown, using a method they could not comprehend. Slap. The crisp sound of a chair scraping the floor shattered the suffocating silence. Song Jiangwo, the special observer, an old man who had maintained strict composure, suddenly stood up. His movement was so abrupt that the chair behind him slid half a meter backward. Instantly, everyone's attention was, I declare. Song Jiangwo swept his gaze across the audience, each word ringing with indisputable authority. The data hive system presented by Qingyan Group possesses extremely high and measurable strategic value. This technical review must be overturned and conducted anew. The final verdict struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in the deathly still venue. The bewildered expert judges instantly snapped awake, cold sweat oozing from their foreheads. They immediately understood the weight of Song Jiangwo's words. Strategic value. These two words had elevated the nature of this review from a commercial bid to the level of now. If they had truly shut out such technology earlier due to the Long family's influence, the consequences would have been Yet just as everyone focused on Song Jiangwo, a new stir came from the Long family's seats. Long Xiaodian, he did not look at Song Jiangwo, who had announced the result, nor at the panicked experts, nor even at Professor Zhou, the one who had made him taste failure for the first time. He adjusted his expensive suit with unhurried composure, as if nothing had happened. Then he turned and walked straight toward the venue's exit. His bodyguard team immediately sprang into action, forming a human wall around him, exuding an aura so intimidating that no one dared look directly at them. When passing by Liu Yanan, Long Xiaodian paused slightly. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. What would this heir of the Long family say? Would it be a threat or an overture? Yet Long Xiaodian did not even turn his head toward Liu Yanan. He turned his head slightly, looking past Liu Yanran's shoulder, past all the experts and representatives ahead, finally fixing his gaze on an inconspicuous corner at the back of the audience. There sat only an ordinary-looking young man, Ye Chen. Almost at the same moment Long Xiaodian stopped, Ye Chen in the corner slowly rose from his seat. The entire venue seemed to be muted. All eyes instinctively followed Long Xiaoshan's line of sight, finally converging on Ye Chen. Who was he? Why was Long Xiaodian looking at him? Although dozens of meters and hundreds of people separated them when their gazes met in the air. An invisible icy pressure instantly enveloped the whole venue. If Liu Yanran's appearance had been a technical apotheosis, then this was the first public confrontation between two true chess players. They were the core of this game. Long Xiaodian said nothing, merely looking at Ye Chen, his lips moving soundlessly. No sound came out, but Ye Chen understood. Those two words were interesting. The next second Long Xiaodian withdrew his gaze, lingering no further, turned, and with his entourage disappeared beyond the venue's doors. His departure was more powerful than any words. It signified that the Long family's attitude toward this matter had shifted from an initial intention to crush effortlessly to genuine regard. An opponent worthy of their attention had emerged. Long Xiaoshan's exit slightly eased the tense atmosphere. Song Jiangwo immediately presided over an emergency meeting. A dozen minutes later, the final review result was announced in a way that stunned everyone. After joint deliberation by the review committee and the special observer team, the technical lead stood on the stage, his voice somewhat trembling, still reeling from the earlier shock and the unexpected outcome. The Nanjing Smart City Data Center project will be jointly built by Confronting Group and Qingyan Group. A wave of uproar swept through the venue. Joint construction? What kind of move was that? Given Confronting Group's unparalleled advantages in hardware infrastructure construction, the data center's hardware build and site planning will be handled by Confronting Group. At the same time, in light of Qingyan Group's groundbreaking innovation in core algorithms, Qingyan Group will contribute core technology as equity, providing the data hive software system, and jointly establish an operation team with Confronting Group for long-term data center operations and maintenance. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only had Qingyan Group not been eliminated, but it had also risen to become a partner of the Long family. This was no longer simply winning a bid. It was driving a sharp blade straight into the heart of the massive, smart city. Everyone understood hardware was merely the shell, software and data were the soul. Qingyan Group, or Liu Yanan, had ascended to the sky in one leap thanks to the data hive given by Ye Chen. At that moment, Liu Yanran's status and prestige in Nanjing's business circles reached an unprecedented peak. Meanwhile, at the Liu family villa, The large LCD TV in the living room was broadcasting live news from the venue's press conference. The moment the technical lead announced the final result, Liu Weiguo, Liu Chuanxiong, and Liu Haoyang, all three of them, were frozen like statues. Joint construction, Liu Haoyang muttered, unable to comprehend the term. Liu Chuanxiong's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Slap. The remote control slipped from Liu Weiguo's hand onto the expensive carpet, yet he was completely oblivious. Only one thought whirled madly in his mind: how could this be? That was the Long family, the sky over Nanjiang. How could Liu Yanan snatch meat from the Long family's mouth? No, this was no longer snatching meat. It was sitting directly at the Long family's dining table, sharing the cake on equal terms. They could not understand. Even more incomprehensible was that behind it all seemed to be the shadow of that son-in-law they most despised and looked down upon. How had that worthless man helped Qinyan Group shake the Long family's foundation? This world had completely overturned their perceptions. Back in the venue, amid the murmurs, Ye Chen silently sat back in his seat, as if he had never confronted Long. His heart was utterly calm. Cooperation. That was merely a stopgap measure. Someone like Long Xiaotian would never allow another to share the fruits of victory. The real battle was just beginning. Just then a virtual panel visible only to him quietly materialized in his main quest. Foundation of the Empire has been updated. Current progress 30. Quest reward: the system store has unlocked basic Guardian module. Before Ye Chen could examine the new module's functions, a fresh line of information popped up with a crimson warning. New side quest released: Poison Scorpion Sting. Quest description: Long Xiaoshan's actions have drawn the attention of other members within the Tail Scorpion organization. A top-tier hacker codenamed Ghost has been activated, tasked with stealing your data hive core code. Quest requirements: without revealing your true identity, completely thwart Ghost's operation. The next day at the Nanjiang International Convention Center, the cooperation agreement between Qinyan Group and Longting Group was officially signed under the dazzling flashes of countless media cameras. Long Xiaotian displayed astonishing sincerity and magnanimity. Not only did he lavishly praise Qinyan Group's technical prowess in public, but he also announced on the spot that to facilitate seamless integration between the two technical teams, Longting Group would open its internal network ports for data center construction ahead of schedule. We believe that a powerful alliance can paint the most magnificent blueprint for Nanjiang's future. Holding Liu Yanran's hand, Long Xiaotian spoke eloquently before the cameras, exuding grace and charm. Liu Yanran maintained a professional smile, but only she knew that the force transmitted through his palm carried an unmistakable sense of oppression. To the outside world, this scene was a tale of two giants of Nanjiang setting aside past grievances and creating a shared future. But to the few in the know, it was nothing less than the opening of a Hongmen banquet. Inside the temporary work area specially arranged by Longting Group for the Qinyan technical team, the atmosphere. The programmers led by Chief Engineer Wang now looked at Ye Chen's back with an emotion that went far beyond. It was almost fanatical reverence. Listen up. The Great YC has encapsulated the core data hive into a black box API. All our development work must strictly revolve around this interface. Holding a thin document, Engineer Wang's voice trembled with excitement. Remember, we don't need to understand what's inside the black box. We just need to trust. What YC gives us is the most perfect work of art in the world. Our task is to build the most magnificent showcase for this masterpiece. Yes, Chief Wang. The team members responded in unison, every one of them pumped up. They had already been utterly conquered by the unfathomable architecture of the data hive. In their eyes, the YC who created this system was no longer a mortal, but a god in the world of code. They fully obeyed Ye Chen's arrangements and willingly began preliminary development and integration work within the network environment graciously provided by Longting Group. They had no idea they had stepped into a meticulously laid hunting ground, and the god they worshipped was waiting for the prey to appear. Late at night, the server cluster at Qinyan Group headquarters hummed quietly in the temperature-controlled server room. Indicator lights blinked rhythmically, everything appearing orderly. At that moment, an extremely tiny data stream silently merged into the vast torrent of information. It bore no aggression, no signature of malicious code. Even its form was indistinguishable from normal system maintenance logs. Like a drop of water merging into the ocean, it slipped silently past layers of firewalls, deceiving the most advanced intrusion detection systems. The infiltration of Ghost had begun. His style was true to his alias, silent, formless, lethal. Yet the Ghost's target surprised everyone. He did not head straight for the encrypted server housing the data hive black box program. In his view, that kind of heat-and attack was far too foolish. Since the opponent could design a system on the level of the data hive, the defenses of its core server were bound. The strongest fortress is often breached from within. The Ghost's thinking was meticulous and calm. His real target was a corner that seemed completely unrelated to the core technology. The human resources database of Qinyan Group. He wanted to find the man codenamed YC. Code is dead. Once he found the person, there were countless ways to make him spill the core code. Meanwhile, at Ye Chen's home, in the cozy children's room, he was holding a fairy tale book telling a bedtime story to his daughter Yaya. Then the brave knight defeated the dragon and saved the princess. Daddy, why was the knight so strong? Because he had to protect the ones he loved most. Ye Chen smiled, closed the book, and gently patted his daughter's back. Just then the ordinary-looking smartwatch on his wrist vibrated ever so slightly, just once. The vibration had a very special frequency. Only a single pulse, but with an urgency that pierced to the bone. It was his preset highest-level alarm. Codename Spiderweb. This alarm would be triggered only when an intruder touched the invisible, intricate network of monitoring traps he had laid throughout the underlying network of Nanjiang City. Someone had stepped onto the web. Ye Chen's movements did not change. He continued humming a lullaby softly until he was sure his daughter was fast asleep. He tiptoed out of the room, closed the door, and called over the nanny who had been waiting outside. Keep an eye on Yaya. I have something to handle. Yes, sir. Ye Chen walked into the study and closed the door. The room was pitch black. He didn't turn on the lights. He sat down in front of the computer, and the screen lit up automatically. It displayed no complex code or dazzling data streams. Only a simplified network topology map, like a star chart of the city. And in the area representing Qingyan Group's HR database, a tiny red that was blinking irregularly. Every step of the ghost, every data probe, every permission attempt was clearly recorded, analyzed, and displayed in real time before Ye Chen. This top hacker who thought his stealth was undetectable had actually turned into a naked run under the spotlight from the moment he set foot in Nanjiang's network. Interesting. Instead of attacking the core directly, he chose to find the person from the periphery. This ghost was a bit smarter than expected. Ye Chen did not immediately act to expel or counterattack. That would be too boring. A cat always plays with its mouse first. His fingers danced gracefully over the keyboard, making no sound. Lines of code flowed from his fingertips, quickly constructing a camouflage program. Rather than reinforcing the HR database firewall, he seemed to carelessly leave a tiny loophole. Then he created a fake YC profile. Name Yang Cheng. Age 35. Position former senior programmer at Qingyan Group. Status resigned a year ago for personal reasons, moved to North America with his family. The dossier included lifelike employment records, project experiences, resignation letters, and even several process group photos, with Liu Yanan at the company annual party. Everything pointed to one conclusion: Qingyan Group's real technical core, YC, had long since flown the coop. Ye Chen cleverly placed this meticulously forged file deep within the loophole, a perfect location that the ghost would inevitably pass through, yet would feel he had discovered through his own breakthrough. After finishing all this, he leaned back in his chair and quietly watched the red dot on the screen. Sure enough, minutes later, the blinking red dot precisely slipped into the loophole he had left and successfully stole the fake dot at the other end. In some secret hideout, the ghost stared at the downloaded data on his screen and let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately performed multiple cross-verifications on the file through the internal channels of the Xinyixi organization. Soon feedback arrived. From North America came Yang Cheng's entry and exit records, property purchase information, and even his children's school enrollment records. Everything was flawless. Target YC identity confirmed. Name Yang Cheng, former Qingyan Group programmer currently residing overseas. Prepare to initiate Phase 2 plan, conduct physical contact. Satisfied, he sent the mission report, then began erasing his traces, preparing to withdraw. However, just at the last moment, when his retreat path disconnected from the spider web, Ye Chen made his move. His finger pressed lightly on the enter key. No earth-shattering cyberattack, no overwhelming data avalanche. Only a seed program tinier than a speck of dust traveled upstream along the traces left by the ghost himself, silently and invisibly reverse implanted into the depths of the ghost's own terminal host. This seed would immediately enter hibernation, undetectable by any antivirus software or firewall. It would just lie dormant, waiting for the day it would be awakened. After all this, Ye Chen shut down the computer. The study returned to darkness. Ghost. Merely an appetizer. Long Xiaoyan's true killing move would never be in such petty tricks. The financial market. That was the meat grinder of capital, the real battlefield he had set for himself. Ye Chen walked out of the study, picked up his phone, and scrolled to a number he hadn't contacted for a long time. That string of digits seemed to carry the dust of time. He pressed the dial button. From the phone's earpiece came a monotonous, long beep, beep sound. The next day, the stock market opened. Without any warning, a colossal force of short capital, like a prehistoric beast emerging from the void, opened its gaping maw and struck Qingyan Group with surgical precision. Within a mere 3 minutes of trading, the share price began a precipitous cliff dive. In 10 minutes, it plunged 8. In 20 minutes, it plummeted 15. Half an hour later, the stock crashed by 20, an avalanche of sell orders pinning the price to a pillar of shame. The market fell into utter silence. Then a short-selling report issued by a highly reputable offshore rating agency was simultaneously released across the internet. Its headline was shocking: Qingyan Group, a tech bubble about to burst. The report was detailed and venomous, directly accusing Qingyan Group's foray into cutting-edge technology, the heavily funded Smart City project, of being an outright fraud, a lie woven by management to cash out. It listed a litany of evidence, analyzing how the massive R&D expenditure would cripple the group's originally profitable core business, and used highly professional jargon and models to insinuate severe financial data falsification. Panic. Complete panic spread through every shareholder holding Ye Group stock. The sell-off began. In just half an hour, the company's market capitalization evaporated by nearly 10 billion. At Ye Group headquarters. Inside the emergency board meeting room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could be wrung out like water. Liu Yanan sat at the head of the table, her face drained of color. Before her lay the stock price chart flickering with sickly green numbers. Every second's jump struck her heart. Yanan, is this the future you spoke of? Is this the smart city you bet the entire group's future on? An elderly man with graying hair slammed the table. It was her second uncle, Liu Yanan. Second uncle, now is not the time to assign blame. Then when is the time? Liu Yanan interrupted furiously. When the company is delisted. I told you long ago that that man named Ye was a fraud. A consultant from nowhere. What right does he have to steer the group's strategic direction? Now look, one report from them, and they've stripped us bare. Beside him, a woman with meticulously applied makeup but a face now twisted with venomous spite spoke up. She was his third Aunt Liu Jianfang. Big brother is right. Yanan, you're too young. You've been duped without knowing it. The only option now is to immediately, right this second, announce a halt to all investments in the Smart City project, publicly admit the decision was a mistake, then immediately dismiss Ye Chen as chief consultant and cut all ties with him. Only that can restore market confidence. Yes, must cut him off at once. Hand him over to the shareholders. Give them an explanation. The meeting room erupted with the passionate outcry of Liu family members and board directors, their attacks aimed at Liu Yanan and more sharply at the name that had never appeared in the boardroom before. Ye Chen. In their eyes, he was the root of all evil, the man who had bewitched Liu Yanan. Her secretary stood to one side, drenched in sweat, and too terrified to utter a single word. Liu Yanan slowly raised her head, sweeping her gaze across these so-called family. Their faces bore anger, fear, but above all the ugliness of people desperate to shift the blame. I've said it before. Her voice was soft, yet it instantly silenced the chaotic room. The Smart City project, Ye Chen's role as consultant will not be revoked. I trust my judgment, and I trust him. Liu Yanan trembled with rage. You want to drag the entire Liu family to the grave with you. Liu Yanan ignored him and directly ordered her secretary, notify the finance department to deploy all group emergency funds to support the stock price. Also transfer all liquid assets from my personal accounts into the company account. What? Everyone was stunned. Using personal assets to prop up the stock. In their eyes, this was sheer madness. Against the tidal wave of short-selling capital, that amount was a drop in the ocean, thrown in without even making a ripple. Liu Yanan, you've lost your mind. It's like an egg smashing against a rock. Liu Yanan did not utter another word. She simply rose and walked out of the meeting room. She knew it was futile, but it was her stance. She could lose, but she would never surrender. Meanwhile, in Ye Chen's apartment, all was quiet. He hadn't even opened his computer to watch the brutal stock market massacre. He simply stood by the window, gazing at the ceaseless traffic below. The monotonous, drawn-out beep, beep. On the phone receiver finally connected after nearly a minute of ringing. On the other end came a woman's voice, slightly drowsy, languid, yet tinged with amusement. Pluto, you actually took the initiative to contact me. Tell me who's crossed you this time. This voice belonged to a legend in international financial markets, a name that sent chills down the spines of countless capital titans. Her codename Phantom. She was the queen of the world's top hedge funds. Ye Chen, without preamble, calmly gave out a few key pieces of information. Ye Group stock code 60XXXX. The lead short seller is an offshore fund called Songlong Capital. Their leverage is around 7 times. The line fell silent for a moment. Then a seductive, playful chuckle came. The Long family. They tried to poach me last year with a huge offer. I turned them down. So this is where their money's gone. Interesting. They'll take the job. Standard terms, profit split 30-70-70 for me. This was the best partnership deal yet. I don't want the profit, Ye Chen said flatly. Oh. Phantom's voice betrayed clear surprise. Ye Chen's tone was devoid of emotion, but carried a bone-chilling coldness. This time I don't just want you to win. I want you to cripple Songlong Capital and every fund orchestrating this attack behind it. I want them to blow up, liquidate, and vanish from this market completely. Also trace their capital chain and dig up the identities of every backer behind them. Not one must slip through. This was no longer a business transaction. It was war. An all-out, relentless financial. The line fell silent again, this time longer. Finally, Phantom's laughter rang out once more, but now it brimmed with exhilaration and shivers. You're still the same. Either do nothing or go all the way. What terrible luck did the Long family stumble into to provoke a god of death like you? Fine, I love it. Well, do it your way. Just sit back and enjoy the show. The call ended. At almost the same moment, in the hidden corners of major global financial hubs, countless pairs of eyes lit up before trading terminals. A mysterious fund, vast, stealthy, and far more ferocious than Songlong Capital, began converging silently through thousands of independent accounts. They hailed from different countries and institutions, yet under a single command, they merged into a torrent capable of overturning everything. A storm was brewing. At 2 p.m., only 1 hour remained before the share market close. After the morning's flash crash and the afternoon's steady decline, Ye Group stock had approached the daily limit down. The billions Liu Yanan had poured in couldn't mount even a semblance of resistance, swallowed instantly by the bearish. The entire market reeked of despair. Everyone assumed Ye Group was finished, that hitting the limit down was inevitable. Then a sudden change. An anomaly erupted. On the limit down board, the mountain of millions of sell orders was devoured in a millisecond by an invisible maw. Then an astronomical sum of buy orders flooded the market without warning. 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion. On Ye Group's stock price candlestick chart, an unprecedented spectacle appeared. A nearly vertical green line with the savage force of a wrecking ball shot up from the limit down threshold. 10, 8, 5, 2, 0. The stock turned positive. 3, 5, 8. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. All the shareholders, institutions, and traders watching the screens stared dumbfounded at this miraculous scene, their minds blank. Inside Songlong Capital's secret trading room, the fund manager stared fixedly at the raging inflow of capital on the screen, his entire body frozen. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Where did that much money come from? Are they mad? Is this a rescue? No. No. He suddenly snapped awake. The speed and intensity of the buying were not meant to support the price. It was a frenzied sweep. Their target wasn't rescuing the stock. It was encirclement. They wanted to blow up every short position in the market. An icy chill shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He finally realized that his proud hunt had from the very beginning fallen into someone else's far larger trap. They were not the hunters. They were the bait. With trembling hands, he grabbed the red emergency phone and dialed Long Xiaotian. Mr. Long, something's gone wrong. We seem to have run into a shark. A giant shark from the deep sea. Inside the trading room of the Long family's private consortium, Songlong Capital, chaos reigned like a boiling pot. The frantic roar of the fund manager, his bloodshot eyes glued to the candlestick chart, was filled with desperation as that glaring green giant candle seemed to strike like a hammer against his heart with every passing second. No way, manager. Our sell orders are being snatched up instantly. We can't sell at all. The opponent's capital is too terrifying. The price keeps climbing. It has already hit the limit. Our short positions are suffering infinite losses. Panic spread throughout the trading room like a plague. Their proud capital beast was now as fragile as a moth caught in an endless web of funds before the opponent's Every attempt to close positions and cut losses only tightened that net further. Each buy order they threw out would be instantly devoured by that invisible giant mouth, and then the stock price would be pushed to an even higher position by a more ferocious force of position that left all shorts in despair. This was not a rise. This was a massacre. At the Long family manor in the study, Long Xiaotian hung up the phone, gripping the valuable antique rosewood microphone tightly, causing it to crack. A shark. A giant shark from the deep sea. He repeated the last words of the useless manager on the phone. The calm demeanor he was known for was completely gone, replaced by an offended rage. In the financial realm where he excelled and took pride, someone dared to show their fangs at him. Moreover, they intended to swallow. Good, very good. Long Xiaotian laughed in anger. He walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at his vast estate. A sense of tyrannical dominance surged within him. I want to see which audacious shark dares to run rampant in my territory. He picked up another encrypted phone, his tone chilling, devoid of any emotion. Activate the storm contingency plan. Draw funds from all movable sectors, real estate, energy, technology. I want 30 billion transferred to Songlong Capital's account within half an hour. I don't care what methods you use, even if you have to mortgage properties, make sure you gather the money. I need reinforcements. At all costs. He could not afford to lose, especially not on the battlefield of capital. This was the foundation and glory of his position as the helm of the Long family. However, less than 5 minutes after the order was given, his personal assistant rushed in, pale-faced, with their tablet quivering. Mr. Long, it's bad. Our subsidiaries, Longting Real Estate, Ijinyuan Mining, Xuanfei Technology. A total of 7 listed companies were simultaneously hit by massive short selling 3 minutes ago. The scale is unprecedented. The assistant's words doused the flames of ambition that had just ignited within Long Xiaotian with a bucket of ice water. They had anticipated all his possible moves. He planned to draw blood from other industries to support the Ye Group, but they had directly cut him off at the source, stabbing 7 daggers into the arteries he intended to draw from. Every fund he diverted to support the Ye battlefield meant more blood loss for other industries, with the risk of. But if he did not send reinforcements, Songlong Capital's core fund would face a forced liquidation within half an hour due to excessive losses. At that time, the losses would not be in hundreds of billions, but in the thousands, triggering a chain reaction. A dilemma. A deadlock. Long Xiaotian, who had fought in the business world for decades, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. It felt as if he was not battling an organization, but a ubiquitous and omnipotent financial specter. The opponent always seemed to anticipate his every move, calculating all his backup plans, then blocking all his avenues of escape with the most precise and ruthless tactics. Meanwhile, at Xinyan Group in the president's office, Ye Chen's fingers danced across the keyboard, and what scrolled across the screen was not the breathtaking candlestick chart of Xinyan Group, but a dazzling array of complex codes. He was not merely watching the personal show of Phantom. At the moment Phantom launched a full attack, drawing all attention of the Long family to the front lines, he silently used the highest privilege backdoor left by Ghost to infiltrate the internal network of the Long family consortium once again. This time he did not seek to steal any data. He located the Long family's internal fund allocation system. It was an extremely large and complex financial hub that governed the cash flows of hundreds of companies and thousands of accounts under the Long family. The Storm contingency plan just issued by Long Xiaoyan, a rescue fund amounting to 30 billion, was being prepared to transfer to Songlong Capital's account with the highest priority through several complex encryption processes. Ye Chen's actions were swift to the extreme. He did not attempt to crack or intercept. That would be too slow and easily detected. He merely made a negligible alteration to the final instruction of the fund's flow. He replaced the original account address pointing to Songlong Capital with an inconspicuous account from an overseas charity foundation. Moreover, he added 3 layers of irreversible encryption protocols to the end of the instruction. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Having completed all this, he exited the Long family's network, hiding his achievements. It was as if a ghost had lightly switched the track on the enemy's most critical supply line. At 2:40 in the afternoon at the Long family consortium. Report to Mr. Long. The 30 billion funds are all in place. The final allocation is underway. Good. Long Xiaoshan's spirits lifted as if he saw hope for a turnaround. However, the next second the finance director's phone rang sharply. Mr. Long, something has gone terribly wrong. The 30 billion rescue fund has vanished. What? Long Xiaoyan snatched the phone. What do you mean vanished? 30 billion, not 30 bucks. How could it vanish? It was allocated to a Swiss charity fund for children's education. We can't retrieve it. The opponent's encryption level is too high. The bank says it will take at least 72 hours to process the complaint. Boom. Long Xiaoshan's mind went blank. The straw that broke the camel's back was never the heaviest stone, but rather the last straw. This missing fund became the final fatal straw that crushed Songlong Capital. At 2:50 in the afternoon, due to the inability to timely replenish the margined, Songlong Capital faced forced liquidation on its massive short positions in Xinyan Group's stock executed by the exchange system. On the screen, an astronomical loss amount was grotesquely nailed before everyone's eyes. Hundreds of billions in wealth turned to ashes in mere minutes. Songlong Capital, the financial behemoth that struck fear in the share market, declared bankruptcy. At 3 o'clock sharp, the share market closed. Xinyan Group's stock price not only regained all its losses from the day, but also at the very last second before closing firmly sealed itself at the upper limit, setting a historic high since the company's listing. During the emergency meeting of the board of directors, Liu Yanan stood at the head, surveying the panic-stricken faces around the conference table. I announced that during this malicious short-selling incident against our group, we not only held our ground, but due to some strategic investments from friendly capitals, the group's current paper profit has exceeded 10 billion. A deathly silence fell over the room. Liu family's second uncle and third aunt no longer looked at Liu Yanan with the previous doubts and contempt. Only deep reverence and a trace of inescapable fear remained. They finally understood that the niece sitting in that position had grown into an existence beyond their comprehension and ability to challenge. They had completely lost the courage to challenge her authority. The meeting concluded. Ye Chen's phone gently vibrated. It was an encrypted file sent by Phantom. Ye Chen opened it to find all the cash flow of the secret fund behind Songlong Capital, along with the complete information of dozens of overseas mysterious accounts involved after layers of penetration. At the end of all funding sources, Phantom marked a name in red. Scorpion Tail. In the study, the light was dim. Ye Chen's fingertips glided gently over the virtual screen, and a vast, intricate diagram of capital flow spread out before him like a cobweb covered with nerve endings. Mei Ying's work results were as always impeccable. This diagram clearly revealed that in this financial siege, only less than 1/3 of the 30 billion yuan deployed by the Long family actually belonged to the Long Group's own assets. The rest was funneled through a complex network of hundreds of shell companies, offshore trusts, and shadow banks, each layer disguised before finally converging. And the source of all fund flows pointed to an offshore financial entity registered in the Cayman Islands. Its name was highlighted by Mei Ying in scarlet font. Xianwei Xia. Ye Chen turned off the screen and leaned back into the spacious seat. Just as I thought. This discovery completely confirmed his earlier speculation. Long Xiaoshan's status within the mysterious organization Xianwei Xia might not be low, but he was more like an executor pushed to the front stage, a high-ranking pawn. Every action he took was inseparable from the organization's resource support behind the scenes and likewise was inevitably under its close surveillance. The downfall of Songlong Capital this time appeared to be Long Xiaoshan's personal defeat, but in reality, it was an even greater loss for Xianwei. A financial behemoth capable of easily mobilizing tens of billions of funds was by no means a disposable pawn for any organization. Would they let it go? The answer was self-evident. Knock knock. The study door was gently tapped. Come in. The door opened, and Liu Yanan walked in. She had changed out of her sharp business suit, and was wearing a casual silk dress, shedding some of the chairman's authority, and gaining a touch of endearing gentleness. What are you thinking about? She walked over to Ye Chen carrying the fresh scent of a shower. I'm thinking about our enemies. Ye Chen did not conceal. Liu Yanan followed his gaze to the now dark screen, and said softly, thank you for today. She was referring to the Yohao capital that had appeared at the most critical moment, and completely turned the tide. We're husband and wife, aren't we? Ye Chen smiled. Liu Yanan didn't speak, but a faint blush rose on. The reverent and fearful expressions of those uncles in the meeting room formed a stark contrast with the calm, carefree smile of the man before her. She grew more curious. How many unknown secrets did this nominal husband still hide? Those funds, are they? Liu Yanan weighed her words and asked cautiously. She didn't want to pry into Ye Chen's privacy, but that power was far too formidable enough to make her feel a hint of unease. Ye Chen looked at her and was silent for a few seconds. He could have continued to fob her off with coincidence, but he ultimately decided to lay some of his cards on the table. Total concealment would only breed suspicion. To build truly solid trust, appropriate honesty was essential. Consider it a business partner. Ye Chen spoke his narration very calm, as if talking about a trivial matter. Many years ago she ran into some trouble, and I happened to give her a hand. So she owed me a favor. This time I just asked her to repay it. He skillfully downplayed the existence of Mei Ying and his own identity as Ming Wang into an ordinary business cooperation. This explained the source of the funds without exposing his most core secret. Liu Yanan listened quietly. She was an extremely intelligent woman, and naturally she could tell that there were too many vague points in his words. A business partner who could freely mobilize tens of billions in cash flow. How could the extent of its power be summed up by the word trouble? But she didn't press further. She simply gave Ye Chen a deep look, then nodded. I understand. She chose to trust him. This unconditional trust sent a wave of warmth through Ye Chen's heart. By the way, Liu Yanan suddenly remembered something. There's something I need to tell you. What is it? Just now my father. He called me on his own. Liu Weigua. Ye Chen was somewhat surprised. Yes. Liu Yanan's expression turned complex. His attitude was completely different from yesterday. On the phone. It was full of flattery. Ye Chen was not surprised. Liu Weigua was a complete opportunist. Sycophancy was his instinct. With the Long family fallen, and they themselves demonstrating overwhelming strength, he would naturally immediately switch sides and draw closer again. He didn't just flatter, Liu Yanan continued. He also told me a secret. About our Liu family. A secret? Yes. Liu Yanan took a deep breath. He said that our Liu family is not just an ordinary merchant family as it appears on the surface. The ancestors of the Liu family were treasure guardians of the previous dynasty. Treasure guardians? Ye Chen's eyebrows lifted. Those three words reminded him of some dusty history. Yes, guarding a vast treasure and a secret concerning the nation's destiny. But this heritage, by the time it reached my grandfather's generation, lost many key elements due to war. By the time it was passed to my father, it had been completely severed. Liu Yanan's narration made the atmosphere, and the only thing left was a secret box that could not be opened no matter what, and an ancestral motto. Ye Chen's heartbeat inexplicably quickened for a moment. What motto? Liu Yanan repeated word by word. When encountering a dragon, hide. Oh, when encountering a leaf, open. Boom. Those 8 words struck like a thunderbolt in Ye Chen's mind. When encountering a dragon, hide. When encountering a leaf, open. My father said he could never understand the true meaning of this ancestral motto. Liu Yanan's face bore a hint of bitterness. Until Long Xiaodian appeared with Songlong Capital, he thought the dragon referred to the Long family, and hide meant that our Liu family should submit to the Long family, conceal our sharpness in order to protect ourselves. So he was so determined to marry me off to the Long family's foolish son, hoping to exchange for the Liu family's safety. But today the downfall of Songlong Capital made him fully awaken. He finally remembered the second half of the ancestral motto. Liu Yanan's gaze locked firmly onto Ye Chen's face. When encountering a leaf, open. He believes that leaf refers to you. Ye Chen didn't speak, but inside him waves of shock surged. Was all this a coincidence? Or had it been destined all along by some unseen force? Liu Yanan took out an ancient wooden box from her bag and gently placed it on the desk before Ye Chen. It was a box made of sandalwood about a foot square, its entire body showing a deep crimson color, emitting a faint subtle fragrance. There was no trace of any lock or mechanism on the box. The only decoration was a lifelike relief of a yin-yang fish carved in the center of the lid. The two fish were connected head to tail, as if chasing each other, eternally forming a perfect circle. This is it, Liu Yanan said. For generations our Liu family tried countless ways, but could not open it. Ye Chen reached out, and his fingertips lightly touched the sandalwood secret box. A cool yet warm sensation came from his fingertips. The moment his fingers touched the secret box, a dormant power within him seemed to be quietly stirred by this aura. Subconsciously, he pressed his finger onto the eye of the young fish. At that very moment, a translucent interface visible only to him suddenly popped up in his mind. It was the interface of the Super Dad system. But this time what appeared was not the familiar task prompt. Instead, it displayed a new line of text shimmering with golden light. High-dimensional energy key detected. Do you wish to bind with the host's bloodline? High-dimensional energy key. Ye Chen's heart tightened. Nearly without hesitation, he silently said in his mind, yes. The next second, a barely perceptible sting came from his fingertip. A drop of bright red blood oozed from his fingertip and was instantly absorbed by the eye of the young fish, vanishing without a trace. Then click. A very faint yet extremely clear sound of a mechanism turning echoed leisurely from inside the secret box that had lain dormant for 100 years. On the desk, the ancient sandalwood secret box, the two young fish connected head to tail on its lid, began to slowly rotate. With the faint click of the mechanism, the young fish spun faster and faster, eventually stirring a barely perceptible breeze within the study. Liu Yanan held her breath, her beautiful eyes wide open, fixated on the sandalwood box that held the Liu family's century-old secret. She could hardly believe that the riddle which had eluded generations of her kin despite their utmost efforts had been solved so effortlessly by Ye Chen. Click. After a crisp sound, all motion ceased abruptly. The lid, sealed for over 100 years, slowly cracked open. A scent mingling the dust of ages with a strange ink fragrance wafted out from the gap. Inside the box there were no imagined gold or jewels, no priceless antiques or paintings. Only a yellowed scroll neatly tied with silk thread and a black jade pendant lying quietly beside it. The pendant, no larger than a palm, was pitch black, yet warm and smooth as lard. Its surface was carved with extremely intricate patterns which upon closer inspection revealed an unfamiliar star chart. Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat at the sight of these two items. He reached out and first picked up the strange black jade. It was cold to the touch, but quickly warmed to his body temperature. The star chart patterns on the pendant seemed to contain some arcane truth, unsettling the mind with a single glance. His gaze finally fell upon the silk scroll. He untied the thread and slowly unrolled it. Liu Yanan drew closer, equally curious about what the Liu family had guarded for a century. The scroll contained no martial arts secrets, no treasure map. What met their eyes were dense rows of tiny red Zhao family had owned salt and iron monopoly. Qian clan Jiangnan's 7 gangs of water transport. Sun family Guangdong and Guangxi silk and tea horse trade. Leased capital 13 money houses. One family after another, one name after another, each controlling astonishing resources, from salt, iron, and mines to water transport and trade routes, from grain and cloth to money houses and banks, spread across the entire nation. This was no mere list. It was a vast network lurking in the empire's shadows, capable of controlling the nation's economy and people's livelihood. After just a few lines, Liu Yanan felt dizzy, her delicate frame swaying slightly. Any name recorded on this paper could shake the entire region with a single stomp. Yet here were recorded hundreds. The power, if consolidated, was unimaginable. Ye Chen continued reading, the shock in his heart growing ever stronger. At the end of the scroll, an explanatory passage finally appeared. We are all guardians. What we guard is not gold and silver, but the veins of the world. In this chaotic age, we shall support the world and await the heavenly revelation. This token is called the Star Pivot Token, the sole credential to mobilize all guardians. See the token as seeing the master. Guardians. Star Pivot Token. In Ye Chen's mind, countless lightning bolts seemed to flash, connecting all the clues together. Encounter the dragon, conceal. Encounter Ye activate. So what the Liu family had guarded was never a treasure, but this token and this list. And the true meaning of encounter Ye activate now became crystal clear. His Ye family was likely no ordinary clan. It was very possible that they were the true core, even the leader, of this suffocatingly vast organization of guardians. Just as his emotions surged, the familiar translucent interface appeared again in his mind. Hidden quest legacy of the Guardian activated. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the key item Star Pivot Token. New skill tree unlocked. Network of connections. A series of golden characters flickered in Ye Chen's consciousness. He immediately focused his mind to examine the new skill tree. Network of connections. Beginner. The host can contact selected members on the list through the Star Pivot Token. Current maximum contacts 3, and issue basic commands. Note: times change and hearts are fickle. A century is enough to alter everything. Some members on the list may no longer be loyal or even harbor ulterior motives. Please use this authority with caution. The system's warning was like a bucket of cold water dousing the flames that had just ignited in Ye Chen's heart. Yes, 100 years had already passed. This list was no longer a certificate of absolute loyalty. Those families, through generations of management, had become deeply entrenched in their respective domains' true local powers. Showing up now with a so-called token and claiming to be their master would hardly earn a respectful welcome. More likely, he would be thrown out as a madman or even killed for the treasure to cover up the secret. Ye Chen's mind became instantly clear. He would never be foolish enough to immediately try contacting anyone on the list. This network was a double-edged sword. Without sufficient strength, wielding it rashly would only hurt himself. What he needed to do was investigate and assess. He rolled the scroll back up, his gaze settling on a few family names from the capital on the list. Starting close to home, working from the shadows, first figuring out these people's backgrounds and current attitudes. That was the safest course. Beside him, Liu Yanan watched the changing expression on Ye Chen's face, her inner turmoil beyond description. From the opening of the sandalwood box, to Ye Chen unrolling the scroll, to his present contemplation. Though she knew nothing of the system in his mind, she could clearly sense that a vast world far beyond her imagination was unfolding before Ye Chen. Her proud Qingyan group, the commercial empire she had painstakingly built at that moment, seemed as insignificant as a grain of sand in the desert compared to the colossal network recorded on the scroll. The relationship between her and Ye Chen also seemed to undergo an indescribable qualitative change. He was no longer just the man who had saved her and her daughter. Behind him lay a terrifying power capable of stirring up storms at critical moments. The atmosphere in the study grew extremely quiet, leaving only the soft sound of their breathing. Just then, buzz, buzz. An abrupt phone vibration broke the silence. It was Ye Chen. He picked it up and saw the caller ID Shadow. Ye Chen answered and put it on speaker. The voice of Shadow, consistently crisp and concise, came through. Boss, the real identity of Ghost has been found. Ye Chen immediately focused his mind and asked in a deep voice, who is he? His file had the highest level of encryption on the international dark web. We expended great effort to crack it. Shadow's voice carried a hint of gravity. He is not Long Xiao Ocean's man, but directly answers to another high-ranking member of the Scorpion organization, codenamed Professor. Professor. Another new figure surfaced. The enemy's ranks were not monolithic. There's more important information. Sure, Adao continued. Because of Long Xiao Ocean's disastrous defeat in this financial war and his unauthorized use of Ghost to assassinate you, the Professor has initiated an internal accountability process within the organization. According to the latest intelligence we intercepted, he will personally come to the capital. Shadow paused, then uttered the final sentence that made the air itself seem to freeze. His objective: to clean house and fully take over all of Long Xiao Ocean's affairs in the Smart City project. Clean up the portal and take full control. These 8 words struck Ye Chen's heart like 8 heavy hammers. After hanging up the phone, the study fell into silence once more. Liu Yanan looked at Ye Chen, sensing that the content of the call had made the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. Someone capable of triggering accountability within the culprit Scorpion organization and even sending people to clean up is a formidable presence. What kind of terrifying figure could this person with the codename Professor be? The power struggle within the culprit Scorpion is more brutal and direct than imagined. Long Xiao Ocean's failure was not only a personal defeat, but also a failure for the faction behind him. The Professor is clearly the victor, the one here to reap the rewards. Ye Chen's mind quickly sorted through the information provided by the Phantom. The Professor has 2 objectives. One is to clean up the portal, which means dealing with Long Xiaodian. The second is to take full control of the Smart City project. This means that Ye Chen's upcoming opponent is no longer the somewhat impatient business magnate Long Xiaodian, but a terrifying figure with the power of life and death within the organization, who is also far more cunning. This is certainly not good news. Yet it is not without opportunities. The internal contradictions of the enemy present gaps he can exploit. 1 week later, at the international airport in the capital, the private jet's exclusive helipad. A Gulfstream G650 landed smoothly, and the boarding stairs were slowly lowered. An elderly man stepped down. He wore a well-fitted gray suit with gold-rimmed glasses, his hair neatly combed, and a gentle smile on his face. He did not look like a giant controlling the underworld. He resembled a seasoned scholar who had just attended an international academic seminar. He is the Professor. Unlike Long Xiaoyan, whose aura seemed bent on carving the word domineering on his face, the Professor exuded a unique elegance typical of intellectuals. However, behind his lenses, his eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings hid a chilling coldness capable of reducing everything to data and formulas. Life, emotion, loyalty. Perhaps in his eyes they are merely variables that can be calculated and manipulated. A few bodyguards in black quickly stepped forward and respectfully opened the car door for him. Are we going to Long Xiaoyan, sir? The Professor sat in the back seat, leisurely taking a pure white handkerchief from his pocket to clean his glasses. No. He uttered a single word, and then issued an unexpectedly surprising instruction. First, send a small gift to that Mr. YC. That afternoon, Ye Chen's private email received an encrypted message. When he saw the email, he was taken aback. The encryption method of this email was an extremely ancient and complex algorithm blending classical cryptography with the early forms of modern quantum encryption. This was a personal signature encryption he had crafted himself to showcase his unique identity while he ruled the underground world years ago. Theoretically, there shouldn't be anyone else in the world capable of deciphering it, let alone mimicking it so flawlessly. Yet now it lay quietly in his inbox. The sender was signed as Professor. The content of the email was simple, without threats or bragging. It contained only a single sentence and an address. I have long heard of your esteemed name, may we meet. Hades. Those two words sounded like a thunderclap in Ye Chen's mind. His identity has been exposed. This professor knows far more than he had imagined. He not only knew that he was YC, but he also knew that he was the Hades who once made the entire underground world. This was no longer a test. It was a blatant showdown. The other party was using this method to tell him, I know all your secrets, every disguise of yours is meaningless before me. This is a feast of treachery, a trap set specifically for him, a den of danger. To go or not to go? To go means confronting a terrifying enemy who is unfathomable and possesses his greatest secrets where life and death are uncertain. Not going would mean immediately showing weakness, entirely handing over the initiative to the other party, allowing them to set up and slaughter him. Ye Chen slowly closed his eyes. A few seconds later he opened them again. I must go. This is not only the only chance to understand the internal structure of the culprit Scorpion, but also to uncover the true intentions of this professor. Moreover, as the Hades, his dignity does not allow him to back down. On the other side, in the western suburbs of the capital, a heavily guarded secret estate. This is one of Long Xiaoshan's many secret strongholds in the capital and an important contact point for the culprit Scorpion organization in the Huaxia region. At this moment, the atmosphere in the study of the estate was stifling, almost suffocating. Long Xiaotian stood in front of the desk, his once unassailable face now covered in cold sweat. Opposite him, the professor leisurely savored a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. He didn't even glance at Long Xiaotian, merely manipulating the holographic projection before him. The projection displayed detailed records of Long Xiaoshan's every command error during the financial war, including his communications with Wall Street Capital and every movement of funds, all crystal clear. More critically, it was accompanied by all the instructions and processes of bypassing the organization and privately mobilizing the Ghost to execute assassination missions. Each piece of evidence was irrefutable. Each one was enough to sentence him to death under the internal code of the culprit Scorpion. Long Xiaotian. The professor finally spoke, putting down his teacup and slowly picking up a document. In the Smart City project, you have caused the organization direct losses exceeding 3 billion USD, as well as immeasurable strategic losses. You have unlawfully mobilized the organization's A-level combat unit Ghost to carry out unauthorized personal tasks, resulting in the exposure and annihilation of the unit. Do you have anything to explain? Long Xiaoshan's body trembled, his lips moved a few times, but he couldn't utter a single word. Rebuttal. Explanation. In the face of the ironclad laws of the culprit Scorpion, and before the professor who oversees discipline and internal purges, any defense is utterly powerless. This organization only cares about results, not the process. The status and authority of the professor within the organization far exceed that of a mere regional head. The professor adjusted his glasses and read the contents of the document. According to the resolution of the organization's highest council, first, revoke Long Xiaoshan's leadership and related powers in the Smart City project. Second, demote him to an observer of the organization with indefinite reflection in this location, and he is not permitted to leave the estate without permission. Third, all assets of the Long family worldwide shall be temporarily taken over by the organization as collateral for compensating this loss. Boom. The last point struck Long Xiaotian like a thunderbolt. His meticulously managed business empire, his pride, the Long family, turned out to be so fragile in the face of the will of the culprit Scorpion. A piece of paper, a sentence, determined the fate of him and his entire family. Professor. Long Xiaotian still wanted to say something. Execute. The professor didn't even give him a chance, merely uttering those two words indifferently. Outside the door, two guards like statues entered, one on each side, restraining the disoriented Long Xiaotian and dragging him out. In the study, silence returned. Long Xiaotian, confined in a secret room of the estate, slumped to the ground. He was finished. The organization had completely abandoned him. No, he is not completely lost. He still has one last trump card. The Phase 2 asset he secretly contacted through special channels. That was his last and most insane hope for a comeback. He bit down hard on his molars, activating a miniature communicator hidden in his teeth. He sent out his final command on a frequency only he could hear. Initiate the final plan. Target Ye Chen. Ye Chen was preparing for the appointment. Liu Yanan sensed that he was heading to an extremely dangerous place. She did not cry or plead like an ordinary woman because she knew that once this man made a decision, no one could change it. She quietly retrieved a very small object from deep within her jewelry box. It was something resembling an ear stud crafted entirely from an unknown black metal with fine starry patterns engraved on it. This is a keepsake passed down from the Liu family, meant for protection. Liu Yanan handed it to Ye Chen. It is equipped with the most advanced locator and emergency caller capable of penetrating most shielding devices. Once you press it, regardless of where I am, I will immediately receive your location and initiate the highest level rescue plan. She paused and added, Its core technology is related to the star pivot order. Ye Chen looked at the item in his hand, feeling it slightly. He did not refuse. Thank you. He accepted this token of her feelings, putting it on his ear, perfectly covered by. As night deepened, Ye Chen arrived alone at the designated location. In the capital, the National Library. The place had long since closed, the massive building resembling a sleeping giant in the night. Yet the ancient book reading room on the top floor was lit for him. Ye Chen passed through layers of invisible security, taking a private elevator to the top floor. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the vast reading room was empty. Only towering bookshelves and the scent of ancient books lingered in the air. And there stood a figure with his back to him. The professor was in the center of the reading room, hands behind his back, engrossed in examining a traditional book laid out on the table. He seemed utterly absorbed, not even noticing Ye Chen's arrival. The whole space was so quiet that only the sound of the ancient book pages being gently turned remained. The faint rustle of pages ceased abruptly. The professor closed the thread-bound ancient book, his movements gentle, without making a single superfluous sound. He turned slowly. Ye Chen finally saw his appearance. Surprisingly ordinary. Around 50 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles with a gentle countenance and an elegant demeanor. He looked more like a university professor devoted to lifelong academic research than a high-ranking member of a terrifying organization who could decide Long Xiaoyan's fate with a single word. He exuded no hostility, not even a trace of vigilance. He simply smiled and gestured toward the rosewood chair opposite him. Pluto, or perhaps I should call you Ye Chen. His voice was calm, as if calling out the name of a student he admired. Please have a seat. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had detonated in Ye Chen's mind. Pluto. This codename was known to none other than himself and a handful of core members. His counterpart had directly exposed his deepest identity from the very first sentence. He showed no emotion, walked over calmly, and sat down on the chair. He understood that from the moment the other party had arranged this meeting with such certainty, any attempt at denial or pretense was futile. This in itself was a show of force, an absolute dominance in intelligence capabilities. Long Xiaoyan, the professor leisurely removed his glasses, wiping them with a piece of velvet cloth, and continued in that conversation. He had countless opportunities to make you disappear, but he was indecisive and overconfident, ultimately becoming a laughingstock. However, his failure also, from another angle, proves your value. He put his glasses back on and looked at Ye Chen. Our organization is very interested in your abilities. Here it comes. The real crux. Ye Chen did not respond, only gazing at him, quietly waiting for what came next. I can, on behalf of Ouroboros, propose an offer. The professor leaned forward slightly, interlacing his fingers on the table. We can help you completely eradicate all remaining forces of the Long family in Jingxing. Those entrenched hidden branches. We will uproot them all, leaving no future trouble. Not only that, we can also support you to take their place. Become the new agent of Ouroboros in Jingxing. This offer was like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky, enough to drive any ambitious person mad. To become the new underground king of Jingxing, backed by a vast, unimaginable, transnational organization. This was the position Long Xiaoyan had climbed his entire life to reach. Now the other party was casually offering it as a gift to Ye Chen. Ye Chen's heart remained utterly still. He knew well that gifts from the devil always come with a hidden price. And the conditions. He finally spoke. A smart man. The professor nodded approvingly. There are two conditions. First, hand over the complete core code of the data hive. We need it to perfect a project crucial to the organization. Second, swear allegiance to Ouroboros and become one of us. A faint smile lingered at the corner of the professor's mouth. I know what you're thinking. You think we are your enemies, that you can never stand with us. He paused, then dropped another bombshell. But have you considered that Long Xiaoyan, or even I, may not be your true enemies? This sentence caused Ye Chen's breath to falter ever so slightly for the first time. Do you think that destroying a minor family like the Yi family would require an organization of Ouroboros scale to get directly involved? There was a trace of barely perceptible pity in the professor's voice. Long Xiaoyan was merely an executor. He didn't even have the right to know which level of the organization that order came. I can tell you this. The person who issued that order holds a position far above mine within the organization. A chill surged up Ye Chen's spine and instantly flooded his entire body. He had always thought Long Xiaoyan was the ultimate boss. He had always believed that toppling the Long family would avenge his parents and his entire clan. But now the professor was telling him that Long Xiaoyan was only a blade, and the hand that wielded that blade was hidden in deeper, darker fog. Ouroboros, the enemy who destroyed the Yi family, actually existed at a higher level within the Ouroboros organization. What did this mean? It meant that all his past revenge plans had only been attacking an irrelevant target. As long as you join us, swear allegiance, the organization can provide you with resources far beyond your imagination, making you stronger and granting you higher authority. The professor's voice was laden with temptation. Then you will have the chance to personally reach your true enemy and complete your so-called revenge. This was a devil's deal. A contract trading soul for power. Acceptance meant he would become one with the organization that murdered his parents, turning into the very thing he despised most. Refusal meant he would immediately stand against this behemoth facing the full force of the Ouroboros organization. The vast reading room fell into dead silence again. The air seemed to congeal. A long moment passed. Ye Chen smiled. He leaned back in his chair, his smile somewhat sardonic. The professor watched him calmly, not understanding why he laughed. I have absolutely no interest in being someone else's dog. Ye Chen's smile faded, and he spoke each word deliberately. However, he shifted his tone. I am somewhat interested in becoming your client. Client? The professor was taken aback. He had imagined countless reactions from Ye Chen, anger, struggle, hesitation, even a desperate fight to the death. But never did he expect that in such an absolute disadvantage Ye Chen would dare to turn the tables and bargain. Exactly a client. Ye Chen's fingertips tapped lightly on the table, the rhythmic clicks seeming to strike everyone's hearts. I can provide you with a stripped-down version of the data hive algorithm. It will be enough to sustain your so-called smart city project, solidify your position within the organization, and even advance further. The professor's pupils contracted slightly. Ye Chen even knew exactly what project he was responsible for inside the organization. And you, in return, Ye Chen's voice turned icy and sharp, will provide me with the complete files on the destruction of the Ye family. I want to know every name of every participant, the origin of every order from beginning to end. Trading a stripped algorithm for key intelligence on revenge. Using a single transaction to pry open the entire chessboard. This was beyond audacity. This was madness. The professor gazed deeply at Ye Chen. That gentle, scholarly face lost its smile for the first time. He saw the reckless insanity in Ye Chen, and beneath that insanity, an absolute confidence. For a moment, a flicker of approval stirred within him. But then it was replaced by a deeper, more intense killing intent. A pawn that could not be controlled must either be completely subdued or completely eliminated. He nodded slowly. Fine. Unexpectedly, he agreed. In principle, I accept your proposal. But before the transaction, his voice turned suddenly cold like a Siberian chill. You need to prove to me that you have the qualification to live until the transaction day. No sooner had he spoken than, woo woo woo. A piercing alarm blared across the entire top floor of the National Library. On the walls, red warning lights flashed wildly, casting the professor's expressionless face in a bloody hue. Ye Chen quietly watched the back of the professor, not daring to make a sound. He knew that beneath this seemingly calm atmosphere lay the most lethal killing intent. Choosing a place like the National Library was inherently filled with unreasonable strangeness. Suddenly, the professor closed the ancient book in his hand with a soft thud. The sound was like a switch. A piercing alarm rang out without warning throughout the reading room, sharp enough to almost pierce the eardrums. Almost at the same moment, every window in the reading room and the heavy wooden door were completely sealed off by heavy alloy shields that descended from nowhere. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy crashing sounds merged into one, turning the entire space into an airtight metal cage. The indoor lighting shifted from the originally soft warm yellow to a glaring blood red. The red light illuminated every bookshelf and every book, transforming this holy land of knowledge into a slaughterhouse. The killing game was set. Ye Chen stood still, not moving an inch. His calmness seemed to surprise the professor. Aren't you surprised? The professor turned around, still wearing that gentle scholar's demeanor, but his words carried, should I be surprised? Ye Chen retorted. From the moment you chose this location, I knew this would not be a friendly. The professor nodded in approval. Very good. I admire your calmness. But calmness won't keep you alive. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Kacha. A mechanical sound echoed from the center of the ceiling. A metal plate slid open to the sides, and a massive cylindrical glass container slowly descended from above. Inside the container was filled with a strange green nutrient solution, countless bubbles bubbling up. A naked man with muscles twisted to the point of deformity, was soaking in the liquid. His body was filled with various pipes of different thicknesses connecting to the top of the container, resembling a terrifying specimen that had not yet been completed. He was Long Xiaoshan's final trump card. Phase 2 asset. Ye Chen's gaze fell upon the man. Even through the glass and liquid, he could sense the purest violence and aura of destruction contained within that. That was not a human. That was a monster. The professor's voice echoed through the room's sound system, carrying a hint of condescension and amusement. Let me introduce you. This is an early failed experiment of the organization codenamed Tyrant. That fool Long Xiaodian obtained its control through some shady channels and regarded it as his last hope for a comeback. How laughable. Its advantages are remarkable. It has no pain sensation, no reason. It's only got the instinct to destroy. If you can survive 10 minutes under its hands, our deal can continue. As soon as the professor's words fell, bang, the man known as Tyrant suddenly opened his eyes wide. What kind of eyes were those? There was no scare and no pupils, only a pure solid blood red. He seemed to sense another life force in the room apart from himself. Roar. A roar unlike anything a human could produce erupted from the depths of his throat, shaking the chest of anyone nearby, even through the thick glass and liquid. Crack, crack. The surface of the sturdy special glass container began to show spiderweb-like cracks. The next moment, crash. The entire container shattered with a loud bang. Several tons of green nutrient solution cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly flooding the surrounding floor. Tyrant slowly stood upright from the shattered glass shards. The tubes on his body were all forcibly torn off, sparks flashing from the broken ends emitting smoke. His height exceeded 2.5 meters, resembling a moving small mountain. His skin exhibited an abnormal, bloodless grayish-white. His bulging muscles radiated explosive strength. He shook off the liquid from his head, and his blood-red eyes locked onto the only living being in the room. Ye Chen. The killing intent boiled in an instant. Just as Tyrant locked onto him, a long-lost voice echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Host facing the threat of death from pure physical violence detected. Beginner Welfare Junior Guardian Module Automatic Activation. Dynamic Vision slightly enhanced, reaction speed slightly enhanced, muscle control ability slightly enhanced. A barely perceptible warm current instantly flowed throughout his body. In his perception, the world seemed to become just a little different. The outlines of everything became much clearer. The murderous intent permeating the air seemed to have become tangible. This was the first time he faced such pure, unreasonable physical violence in the real world. Roar. Tyrant moved. There were no skills, no rules. Just the simplest, most direct charge. The ground beneath him cracked as he stomped, and he turned into a gray-white shadow, instantly crossing over a distance of more than 10 meters to appear in front of Ye Chen. A fist larger than Ye Chen's head, carrying a terrifying sonic boom that ripped through the air, came crashing straight at him. It was too fast. With the aid of the Junior Guardian module, Ye Chen's dynamic vision captured the trajectory of the fist. His body instinctively reacted. He exerted force with his feet and dodged to the side at an extreme angle. Boom. The fist grazed past the tip of his nose. He could even feel the wind from the punch whip against his cheek painfully. The towering bookshelf, made of precious hardwood towering several meters high along with the hundreds of precious ancient books on it, were smashed to pieces as soon as they encountered the punch's wind. In an instant it exploded. Wood chips, paper scraps, and shattered leather covers mixed together, creating a terrifying, cold sweat broke out on Ye Chen's back. If he were hit solidly, he would probably be reduced to a puddle of mush. Going head-to-head was tantamount to seeking death. This thought was crystal clear. He glanced around. The towering bookshelves, one after another, formed a natural. This was his only advantage to utilize. Tyrant missed its strike, and without any pause, its blood-red eyes locked onto Ye Chen again, roaring once more as it charged forward. Ye Chen no longer hesitated. He turned and ran directly into the narrow passage between the bookshelves. A game of cat and mouse had begun. Boom. Tyrant directly slammed into the bookshelf, causing the massive shelf to collapse, countless books raining down like raindrops. Ye Chen skillfully weaved between the falling shelves, dodging the splintered wood and books. His brain was racing. 10 minutes. The professor had given him 10 minutes to survive. But this absolutely did not mean he could simply run away. This monster must have weaknesses. Tyrant's attacks were violent and swift, each strike shaking the ground with astonishing destructive power. Relying on the slight enhancements brought by the Guardian module as well as his far superior physical condition, Ye Chen narrowly dodged fatal attacks time and again. The reading room had turned into a scene of devastation. Collapsed bookshelves, shredded ancient books, and splattered nutrient solutions made it look like it had just experienced a localized earthquake. After narrowly dodging Tyrant's strike, once again Ye Chen rolled and hid behind a still intact bookshelf. He breathed heavily, but his mind was extraordinarily calm. Something was off. Too regular. Although Tyrant's movements were swift, they seemed to strictly follow some kind of After each attack, regardless of whether it hit or missed, there would be an extremely brief, almost imperceptible pause. About a few tenths of a second. It was like a powerful machine needing to receive the next command after completing an action. His gaze fixed firmly on the back of Tyrant's neck. With the enhanced vision from the Guardian module, he clearly saw that at the position of the 7th cervical vertebra on Tyrant's neck, there was a palm-sized metal implant half embedded in its flesh. And during that brief pause of a few tenths of a second, the indicator light on that metal implant flickered with a faint green. Control center. Found it. But a new problem arose. How to destroy it. That thing was embedded in Tyrant's body, surrounded by iron-like muscles. Trying to destroy it with bare hands was akin to dreaming. Numerous plans flashed through Ye Chen's mind, but each was rejected one by one. Time was slipping away second by second. He could not wait any longer. He had to take a risk. His hand instinctively reached towards his ear. There he wore the black earring given to him by Liu Yanan. This is a relic passed down from the Liu family meant for self-preservation. Its core technology is related to the Star Pivot Order. Liu Yanan's words echoed in his ears. A crazy idea took root in his heart. He would no longer run. Tyrant saw him stop and roared as it charged again, its massive hand spread wide like a giant net, aiming to crush him into meat paste. Now's the time. Ye Chen didn't retreat, but advanced, rushing towards Tyrant. In the moment they were about to collide, his body suddenly crouched in an unbelievable posture, darting under Tyrant's raised arm. Squeezed past. In that split second, Ye Chen used all his strength to press the black earring he had removed from his ear against the metal implant at the back of Tyrant's neck. He didn't even have time to see the result. His body rolled forward due to inertia, creating distance. The earring had a pulse of ultra-high frequency energy undetectable and inaudible to ordinary people erupted instantly from that small earring. This was a special signal used by the Liu family to activate mechanisms related to the star pivot order. But at this moment, it was like an invisible key jamming into the wrong lock. Z. The metal implant at the back of Tyrant's neck reacted, a shower of sparks erupted. His body suddenly stiffened. For the first time, a hint of confusion and struggle flashed in those pure blood-red eyes. Ugh! Ah! A scream more piercing and painful than any before erupted from his mouth. He no longer pursued Ye Chen. He clutched his head, screaming frantically, his blood-red eyes losing focus entirely. He was out of control. Boom! He slammed a fist into the nearest object beside him. Not the bookshelf, but the heavy alloy shield that sealed the entire room. Dong! A deafening crash. That alloy shield capable of withstanding small caliber cannon fire was actually dented inward, leaving a distinct impression of a fist. Clang! Another thunderous crash, more violent than any before. The entire reading room shook violently, the chandeliers on the ceiling swung wildly, and dust cascaded down. The out-of-control tyrant had completely abandoned his pursuit of Ye Chen, pouring all his fury and agony onto that indestructible alloy shield. Boom, boom, boom. He struck again and again, tireless and reckless, hammering the cage that imprisoned him in the most primal, savage manner. With each blow, the thick alloy shield let out a groaning protest of unbearable strain, and overlapping fist impressions grew dense and horrifying. Inside the monitoring room, the composed demeanor of Professor, that air of strategic mastery, vanished for the first time. He stared fixedly at the screen, watching the monster wreaking havoc, his body leaning forward slightly in disbelief. How was this possible? The control system of Tyrant was the pinnacle of ring-tailed scorpion's cutting-edge technology, tested over 1,000 times without a single error. The control implant within his body boasted signal stability and anti-interference capability sufficient to withstand military-grade electromagnetic pulses. All from a tiny earring. A mysterious energy pulse from an unknown source could cause the organization's most perfect bioweapon to go completely berserk. This utterly overturned his understanding. Seizing this precious respite, Ye Chen scrambled behind a row of collapsed bookshelves, hiding his body entirely in the shadows. Amid heavy panting, he looked down at his hand. The earring was gone, but his fingertips still seemed to retain the cold touch of pressing it. His mind raced. The thing Liu Yanan had given him was essentially an emergency beacon, a signal marker. The high-frequency energy pulse it emitted was a unique signal. And Tyrant's control core had clearly received that. Two entirely different command systems clashed violently within the central processor. It was like forcibly injecting a piece of erroneous high-privilege low-level code into a precision computer running at full speed. The result? System crash, total shutdown. This filled Ye Chen with unprecedented doubt about the Liu family's background. An ancient family, an ordinary-looking emergency beacon. Why could it precisely disrupt the bioweapon of ring-tailed scorpion? This was no coincidence. The only explanation was that the technology mastered by the Liu family had some unknown connection to the core technology of the ring-tailed scorpion organization. Perhaps even the same source. Or an innate counter-relationship. Ling, the Liu family, ring-tailed scorpion. Countless threads wove through Ye Chen's mind, yet no clear pattern emerged. Just then, creak, a nerve-grinding sound of twisting metal jolted Ye Chen back to harsh reality. He poked his head out and saw that the alloy shield under the tireless hammering of the tyrant was now covered with spiderweb. The deepest depression was at the very center, where the metal plate had already been torn open in several places. At this rate, within minutes, this terrifying monster would completely break through the blockade and burst out of the reading room. By then, the entire National Library, and even the wider area outside, would face a catastrophe. A new crisis loomed imminent. Zzzt. A burst of static crackled from the public address speaker in the room, followed by Professor's warnings simmering with suppressed fury. Ye Chen, stop your little tricks immediately. I don't know what method you used, but stop now. Otherwise you will bear full responsibility for the destruction of the entire library, and even the capital. He tried to shift the blame for the loss of control entirely onto Ye Chen, using public opinion and morality to blackmail him. However, Ye Chen, hidden behind the bookshelf, paid no heed to the threat. Stop. How? Dig the earring out again. Besides, wasn't this very situation exactly what he wanted? Far from complying, Ye Chen seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and raised his left hand. On his wrist, the seemingly ordinary smartwatch screen lit up. His fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. The Guardian module quickly took over the watch's low-level permissions, bypassed all physical isolation, and forcibly connected to the library's local network. A heavily encrypted data stream containing everything that had happened in the reading room was now being sent out at lightning speed through a concealed channel. The transmission targets were only two. One was Song Jiangwo, the other was Phantom. After doing all this, Ye Chen slowly exhaled. He had done all he could. The rest was up to time. Clang. Professor's warning still echoed through the speakers, but the tyrant's response was a blow even more ferocious. Ye Chen, do you hear me? I command you to. Boom. This time it wasn't a dull thud, but the deafening crash of metal being torn and shattered completely. That thick alloy shield had finally reached its breaking point. Under the tyrant's final strike, a huge gap was violently smashed open. A violent gust rushed in through the breach. Roar! The now free tyrant let out a triumphant roar, his bloodshot eyes scanning the wide corridor outside, as if searching for the next target to destroy. Crisis erupted fully. Yet just as he took a step to charge out of the reading room, a much more violent explosion, boom, came from the opposite wall. Not from the direction of the tyrant's attack. An external blast. The sturdy load-bearing wall was blown apart in an instant, and as dust billowed, several agile figures burst in. They were neither police nor ordinary soldiers. They wore pitch-black combat suits, full-face tactical helmets, and carried weapons never seen before. These were not conventional firearms. Blue arcs of electricity coiled around the muzzles. High-energy electromagnetic pulse guns. The leading operative locked onto the massive figure the moment he charged in. Target confirmed. Open fire. Without hesitation, several visible intense electromagnetic pulses sliced through the air as blue-white beams hitting the tyrant precisely. Zzzzzzzt. Sparks of current danced wildly across his skin. The tyrant's enormous frame shuddered violently, and the metal components embedded in his body erupted in a cascade of sparks. His roar turned into a pained whimper, and his steel-like muscles convulsed severely. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The intense electromagnetic pulses hammered him relentlessly, thoroughly destroying the out-of-control electronic components inside. Finally, the terrifying bioweapon swayed, collapsed heavily in unwilling howls, and lay twitching on the ground, completely incapacitated. The entire reading room fell silent instantly. The dust slowly settled. The leader of the tactical team strode across the debris-littered floor and walked straight up to Ye Chen. He removed his helmet, revealing a stern, cold face. Then, standing at attention, he saluted Ye Chen with a crisp military gesture. "Old Song sent us to pick you up, Mr. Ye." His resolute and stern face betrayed no superfluous emotion, only the composed steadiness of a soldier. "Mr. Ye, this area is now under our control. Please come with us." The team leader's words were concise and forceful. Ye Chen nodded, his taut nerves finally granted a brief rest. He cast a glance at the tyrant sprawled on the ground, body still twitching faintly, then at the shattered walls and alloy panels. The entire reading room had been reduced to rubble. Several team members immediately stepped forward, encircling Ye Chen in a protective stance, escorting him toward the remaining members swiftly dispersed. Some assumed security positions, while others began evacuating the terrified students still cowering in the reading room. They would be treated as ordinary victims and witnesses subjected to questioning and psychological counseling. But Ye Chen's identity was far more exceptional. A victim and a key witness. As he passed through a corridor on the other side of the reading room, Ye Chen's steps faltered. Their several operatives in identical gear were escorting a man out from a corner. The man wore no mask, only a proper researcher's white coat, slightly dusty, yet maintaining a certain scholarly. It was Professor. He offered no resistance, hands bound behind his back with specialized restraints calmly pushed forward by the operatives. As if sensing Ye Chen's gaze, he lifted his head, and across a distance of a dozen meters their eyes met in midair. His face bore no defeat, no panic at being captured, not even anger. It was an expression of intricate complexity, regret at being outmaneuvered, curiosity toward Ye Chen as a variable, and even a trace of something indefinable, admiration. He simply gazed at Ye Chen, then was led away by the operatives, disappearing around the corridor's bend. From start to finish, he uttered not a single word. Yet Ye Chen felt an inexplicable chill. This man was 100 times more dangerous than the tyrant, a mere instrument of destruction. "Mr. You please get in the car." The team leader's voice broke Ye Chen's reverie. He had been escorted outside the library beside a black, unremarkable Hongqi sedan. The perimeter was cordoned off, but no police cars were visible. Only these mysterious black combat vehicles. Ye Chen slid into the back seat. The door closed, sealing off all external clamor. The vehicles started smoothly merging into Beijing's traffic like a droplet dissolving into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. An hour later, a secret guest house in the western outskirts of Beijing, not open to the public. The room was stripped to the barest essentials, only a table and 2 chairs. The walls were lined with specialized soundproofing material, so every word spoken here would never reach the outside. Song Jiangwo sat across the table. He wore civilian clothes, not military uniform, but the authority ingrained from long-held power, more oppressive than any insignia. He personally poured each in a cup of hot tea. "Steady your nerves." "Thank you, Elder Song." Ye Chen accepted the cup. The warmth seeping through his fingertips helped calm his turbulent thoughts. "We received the intelligence you transmitted." Song Jiangwo cut straight to the point. "Thankfully you bought us enough time, otherwise the consequences would have been catastrophic." "What about Professor?" Ye Chen asked. "He's under our control, undergoing the highest level of interrogation. But he's tight-lipped, he won't say a thing." Song Jiangwo shook his head. "These people are trained as the most hardened operatives. He could have escaped." Ye Chen voiced his doubt. "Before your men breached the wall, he had at least 3 minutes to withdraw." Song Jiangwo shot him an approving glance. You are very observant. He did attempt to escape, but he failed. The entire National Library, from the underground parking to the rooftop, all electronic access systems, elevators, surveillance networks, were locked down the moment he prepared to move. He was trapped inside that building, a bird in a cage. Ye Chen's hand holding the tea paused slightly. This move, it was phantom. She had not only received his distress signal, but had also mobilized her forces in an instant, sealing off professors every escape route from another dimension. Was it our friend? Ye Chen asked with a neutral tone. A powerful ally who has shown goodwill toward us. Song Jiangwo gave a vague yet clear answer. She helped you close the most critical gap. A brief silence settled over the room. Song Jiangwo spoke again, and this time the news he brought fundamentally shifted the nature of the entire incident. We intercepted a copy of the video and data you sent via the Guardian module, but we also allowed it to leak out as you. Now the entire dark web is in an uproar over this. Deploying an A-class biological weapon in the heart of the nation's capital at the National Library and having it go berserk. The Ouroboros organization now faces the greatest crisis of trust and internal upheaval since its founding. Song Jiangwo's narration was calm, but Ye Chen could sense the storm beneath. This crossed everyone's bottom line, both official and underground forces. Such an act is enough to shake Ouroboros' foundation. So they must respond. Just half an hour ago we intercepted a directive from Ouroboros' highest echelon. Song Jiangwo looked at Ye Chen, enunciating each word. The directive came from a mysterious entity, codenamed High Priest. It contained only 2 words: pacify and cleanse. Cleanse. The word made Ye Chen's heart clench. We initially assumed that Long Xiaoyan, the young master of the Long family, who activated the tyrant, would be the first target for elimination. Song Jiangwo's tone suddenly shifted, tinged with absurdity. But we were all wrong. The high priest deemed that although Long Xiaoyan was reckless, his willingness to flip the table under extreme duress demonstrated a certain audacity. He wasn't silenced. Just a short while ago he was secretly transferred out of Beijing and sent to an Ouroboros black site in South America for so-called retraining. Ye Chen could hardly believe his ears. What was this? Not only did he escape death, but he was being rewarded with advanced training. The Ouroboros organization's logic was beyond normal comprehension. He didn't die, he just relocated, and will become a more dangerous enemy in the future. Song Jiangwo said gravely. Then what about Professor? Ye Chen pressed. He became the scapegoat. Song Jiangwo exhaled. The plan failed, damaging the organization's reputation. Now all blame falls on him. He has been declared a traitor within Ouroboros. As we speak, a global kill order targeting him has likely already been sent to every top-tier assassin and mercenaries terminal worldwide. A former cleanser, now the target of cleansing. How ironic. Ye Chen fell silent. He could imagine Professor's fate. If captured by the state, life imprisonment. If hunted by the organization, nowhere to flee, no door to enter until death. And what about me? Ye Chen asked the critical question. Song Jiangwo's expression turned utterly serious. Ye Chen, the one who exposed all this and plunged Ouroboros into great crisis. From now on there is no room for compromise between you and Ouroboros. You have been placed on their highest priority. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Though he had anticipated it, when Song Jiangwo spoke the fact aloud, the crushing weight of the pressure made Ye Chen feel suffocated. It was a behemoth lurking in the world's shadows, and he had become its thorn. An individual's power is insignificant before such a colossus. Song Jiangwo fixed his gaze on him. No matter how capable or talented you are, you cannot guard against bullets and conspiracies from every corner of the world 24 hours a day. You need a shield strong enough to let you stand safely behind it and unleash your talents fully. Ye Chen raised his head, meeting Song Jiangwo's eyes. So, on behalf of the nation, I formally extend. Song Jiangwo's voice rang out firm and resolute. Serve as National Information Security Strategic Advisor. We pledge to provide the highest level of policy support and security for your Qingyan group. Anyone who attempts to harm you or your company, physically or commercially, will face the full might of this. All we ask is that you use your talents to protect this nation. Ye Chen's heartbeat accelerated abruptly. National Information Security Strategic Advisor. This was no longer a simple partnership, it was formally bringing him under the nation's wing. He thought of Phantom, the mysterious high priest Long Xiaoyan sent for retraining, and the vast, terrifying Ouroboros organization. Fighting them alone with only the Guardian module was far from enough. He needed allies. And there was no mightier ally than the nation. His battlefield could no longer be confined to commerce and the underworld. To eliminate the threat entirely, he had to ascend to higher ground to wield greater power. Ye Chen began, his throat dry. He took a deep breath and made his decision. I accept. A trace of relief finally appeared on Song Jiangwo's face. He stood up, took a black, unmarked folder from his briefcase, and placed it gently on the table, sliding it toward Ye Chen. Then, advisor, this is your first assignment. Welcome to the real battlefield. After Song Jiangwo left with that black folder, Ye Chen did not open it immediately. He just sat there quietly feeling the heavy weight conveyed by the title of National Information Security Strategic Advisor. The next day, a silent earthquake shook the upper echelons of the entire capital. Have you heard? Qingyan Group has now been registered. Not just registered, it's reached the heavens. The Long family's smart city project, the fattest piece of meat, was directly allocated to Qingyan. And the Long family didn't dare to utter a single complaint. Complain. Long Xiaodian is still inside studying. The Long family can barely protect themselves now. Who would dare to provoke that misfortune? The news spread wildly in specific circles in a semi-public manner. Ye Chen had become a National Information Security Advisor. The news did not appear in the press, yet it was more explosive than any headline. It represented an attitude or recognition from the highest level. Qingyan Group's status soared overnight. If before it was just a commercial upstart relying on mysterious technology and tough tactics, now it had been stamped with a distinct red mark. The most direct change was reflected in the Sky Dome data center project originally planned jointly by the Long family and Qingyan Group. With a single order from the state, the project's leadership was entirely handed over to Qingyan Group. Not only that, all of the Long family shares in the entire smart city pie were forcibly redistributed, and Qingyan Group naturally obtained the most core and critical part. This was an unapologetic tilt of benefits, as well as a form of compensation and reward to Ye Chen. Within Qingyan Group, Liu Yanan's prestige reached an unprecedented peak. No one dared to question any of her decisions anymore, because everyone understood that behind her stood Ye Chen, and behind Ye Chen now stood the entire nation. All technology barrier departments triple the budget, no cap on headcount. I want you to put the list and profiles of the top 100 experts in global artificial intelligence data encryption and quantum computing on my desk within a month. Tell the headhunters money is not a problem, compensation is not a problem. The conditions we offer will always be 30% higher than their current employers. Liu Yanan acted swiftly, began following the blueprint Ye Chen had long planned, and wielded the checkbook toward the world, leveraging this windfall of vast resources. The prototype of a vast tech empire was being constructed at an astonishing speed. Qingyan Group was undergoing a transformative charge from a phenomenal cosmetics company toward a true tech giant. The night grew deep. Ye Chen returned home, the air faintly scented with milk. He tiptoed into his daughter's room, gazing at the little girl's serene, sleeping face. The nerves that had been taut due to the tail scorpion and the national advisor identity finally relaxed a little. He tucked the blanket around her, gently kissed her forehead. Returning to his study, he locked the door and drew the heavy curtain. From his inner pocket, he once again took out that warm, smooth jade pendant, the star pivot token. Having experienced the Tyrant incident, he deeply realized that this power inherited from the Liu family might be far more vast and mysterious than he initially imagined. To fight against a behemoth like the tail scorpion, relying only on the nation as a shield was not enough. A shield could defend, but could not strike proactively. He needed a sword of his own, one that could precisely pierce the enemy's heart. And this sword might be hidden within this network of connections. He murmured the word softly. He carefully extended a strand of his faint spiritual energy into the star pivot token. The jade pendant trembled slightly, and the star map patterns carved on it suddenly lit up. The next moment, a vast, boundless, three-dimensional star map unfolded directly in his mind with a boom. Countless dots of light floated in the deep darkness, each representing a family or individual on the Liu family's inheritance list. This was the true use of the star pivot token. It was a communicator and index, and even more a massive terminal of the power network. Ye Chen immersed his mind into it, browsing quickly. Most of the light dots presented a dead, dim gray. This represented disconnection, broken inheritance, or betrayal. The long passage of time was enough to change everything, and loyalty was no exception. But even so, within that endless gray sea of stars there remained a small cluster of light dots emitting lights of varying intensity. They were the sparks that still held fast to the ancient oath. Ye Chen focused his spiritual energy, and the entire star map rapidly zoomed in, locking onto the Huaxiao region, the capital. In this center of power there were 3 light dots that were lit. Among them, one shone brilliantly, almost the brightest in the entire Huaxiao region, while the other 2 appeared much dimmer. According to common sense, he should prioritize contacting the brightest. The stronger the light, the greater the other party's power, and the more help they could provide. But Ye Chen's gaze skipped over the brightest, and finally settled on one that was almost extinguished, flickering. The brightest was also the most conspicuous. With the tail scorpion already focusing its attention on him, rashly contacting a vast power within the capital might immediately expose him to the enemy's surveillance. On the contrary, this faintest, almost forgotten spark was the safest. Moreover, the weaker the light, the more it indicated that the other party was in trouble. An ally in distress and desperately in need of help was far easier to control than one with vast resources and unfathomable thoughts. Providing timely help in need would always win hearts more than adding flowers to brocade. His spiritual energy locked onto that faint dot. Instantly, a stream of information silently flooded into his mind. Han family, owner of Treasure Pavilion, on Lulakang Antique Street, in the capital. Inheritance duties intelligence gathering identity disguise vanishing without a trace. Current status due to identifying a counterfeit item offended a powerful figure business completely blocked and suppressed on the verge of bankruptcy inheritance token about to become invalid. Intelligence personnel. Ye Chen's decision came in an instant. He needed to build his own intelligence network, and this Han family was practically tailor-made for him. He did not choose to issue any mandatory command through the star pivot token, as that would appear too arrogant and foolish. He pondered for a moment, then sent an extremely simple thought to that feint via the star pivot token. It was not a command nor an instruction, but a piece of pure business information. Southern New District Lot D7, to be publicly auctioned next Wednesday. 30 meters underground there lies the former Prince Gong's Villa Palace, containing over 300 burial treasures. At the same time, capital Lulakang Antique Street. Night was deep, tourists had dispersed, and the entire street seemed somewhat desolate. At the end of the street a shop, named Treasure Pavilion, still had a dim yellow light on. An old man with gray hair and a withered figure was holding a cloth wiping the empty shelves with some loneliness. He was the current head of the Han family, Uncle Han. Alas! A long sigh filled with endless desolation and exhaustion. In 3 more days, if they could not pay the overdue rent, this century-old shop would have to close its doors for good. He tremulously prepared to pull the electric switch. Just then a majestic, grand, yet utterly unfamiliar thought resounded without warning deep in his mind. Southern New District, Lot D7. Uncle Han's body shook violently, and the cloth in his hand fell to the ground with a plop. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. This voice. He suddenly pulled out a half-broken dragon-shaped jade pendant from his bosom. That jade pendant, which had been dull and even cracked, was now emitting a faint yet steadfast warm glow. Though the light was weak, it seemed to pierce the endless night. Uncle Han's eyes instantly reddened, and turbid old tears streamed down. Facing the void, his knees gave way, and with all his strength he fell heavily to his knees, pressing his forehead firmly against the cold ground. Master, you have finally appeared. Han Bo showed no hesitation. He wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, and an unprecedented strength erupted from his stooped body as he struggled to stand up from the cold ground. The master has appeared. That is enough. The Han family has hope. The next day a rumor began circulating in the antique circles of the capital. Old man Han from Lulakang's Treasure Pavilion has gone mad, selling off all his possessions, including the ancestral home where he had lived for most of his life, to gather some money. No one knew what he was planning, thinking he was simply being driven to a dead end, a moment of clarity before death. 3 days later, at the site of the land auction in the capital, when the words South City New District Plot D7 appeared on the big screen, there was a moment of silence in the hall, followed by a few unabashed snickers. Are they really putting this plot up for auction? Who would want it? It's notoriously useless land with a complex geological structure and terrifyingly high development costs. The plan is for a green park which has no commercial value at all. I wouldn't take it even if it was given to me for free. Just as the host was about to move on and announce the auction's failure, a frail, yet determined voice rang out from a corner. I bid the base price. All eyes turned to him in unison. Han Bo, dressed in a faded old Zhongshan suit, appeared particularly small and withered in the oversized chair. He remained calm, ignoring the discussions and ridicule around him. Just an old madman. Let him be. The money is his after all. In the end, Han Bo successfully acquired the neglected land for a nearly humiliatingly low price. Carrying the signed document, he staggered out of the auction hall under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. He did not go home, for the house had already been sold. He found the cheapest inn to stay and then endured 3 days of excruciating waiting. On the morning of the 4th day, a piece of news broke like a heavy bomb, detonating the entire capital. During exploration work on the Ding 7 plot in the South City New District, the municipal construction team unexpectedly discovered a well-preserved royal tomb from a previous dynasty. Preliminary investigations identified it as the tomb of the Duke of Gongqing, with immeasurable cultural value. In the news footage, the Ding 7 plot had been completely cordoned off with red tape as countless archaeological experts and vehicles flooded in. The value of the land skyrocketed 100-fold overnight. That old madman who had been ridiculed by everyone instantly became a land king worth billions. The entire capital was left speechless. Meanwhile, in the room of that cheap inn, Han Bo knelt down once again, holding the broken dragon-shaped jade pendant high above his head. The jade pendant shone several times brighter than before. Through the star pivot order, he sent his most sincere message to the Supreme Master. He did not ask the Master's identity, nor why the Master knew the secret of the tomb. He simply stated one line. Han Zhongjing, the 8th-generation heir of the Han family, pays respects to the Master. From this day forth, everything the Han family has managed for generations shall belong to the Master. I will face any danger, even death, without hesitation. Ye Chen put down his phone. Han Bo's message had been clearly transmitted to his mind through the star pivot order. A network of intelligence covering all walks of life in the capital. This was exactly what he needed the most. The loyalty of the Han family had been preliminarily validated through this timely help, but loyalty also needed to be solidified and tested through tasks. Ye Chen's thoughts were again conveyed through the star pivot order. Very good. Your first task is to investigate all the strongholds, assets, and peripheral members of the Tail Scorpion organization in the capital regardless of what identities they are disguised as. This was an almost impossible task. Ye Chen was well aware of the secrecy and power of the Tail Scorpion. Asking a recently recovered antique dealer on the brink of bankruptcy to investigate such a giant was no different from asking an ant to shake an elephant. What he wanted to see was Han Boss attitude. Almost instantly a reply came back through the star pivot order. No doubts, no hesitation, not even a hint of fear. Only one word. Understood. Ye Chen was very satisfied. A qualified subordinate must first learn to execute orders rather than question them. As for how to accomplish it, that was a problem for Han Bo to consider, and it was also where he could showcase his own value. Just then his private phone rang. It was Liu Yanan. Ye Chen, where are you? I need to see you right now. The voice on the phone carried an unmistakable weight of exhaustion and anxiety. Half an hour later in the president's office on the top floor of the Qingyan Group, Liu Yanan slammed a thick stack of reports on the table, looking somewhat agitated, a stark contrast to her usual composure. There's been a problem. What problem? Ye Chen poured himself a glass of water. Every aspect is in trouble. Liu Yanan rubbed her temples. Our growth is too rapid, too out of control. Every technology you provided has spawned several large projects. Our talent pool is severely insufficient, and the existing management structure cannot keep up with such a large operation. There are loopholes everywhere. For the first time, she felt the growing pains. The operation had expanded too much, and there was too much on the plate. She, the one carrying the plate, was barely able to keep it steady. This isn't a problem, it's a happy trouble. Ye Chen sipped his water leisurely. I'm about to go crazy, and you're still making light of it. Liu Yanan shot him a glare. We must continue down the path of independent research and development, as it is our foundation. But we cannot rely solely on this one leg to stand. Ye Chen put down his cup and suggested, establish an independent Qingyan venture capital fund. A venture? Liu Yanan paused for a moment. Exactly. Ye Chen's thought process was crystal clear. We won't limit ourselves to developing from scratch. That's too slow. We need to harness the power of capital to integrate cutting-edge technology teams and startups globally that have already emerged or have yet to be discovered. We provide funding and resources using acquisition and investment to transform their technology and talent into our own. This statement opened a whole new door for Liu Yanan. Her previous thoughts had always been centered on how to grow her own company. Ye Chen's thinking, however, revolved around how to leverage his advantages to consolidate the entire industry. This was a dimensional strike in strategic vision. I understand. Liu Yanan's breathing quickened, stirred by excitement. But how do we find those potential companies? There are countless technology companies globally, and if we choose wrong, it would be a total loss. You don't need to worry about that. Ye Chen smiled, pulling out his phone to contact Phantom. Give me a list of promising technology companies in the fields of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and new materials that have yet to be discovered by mainstream capital, along with detailed evaluation reports. In less than 10 minutes, an encrypted file was sent to his phone. Ye Chen directly forwarded it to Liu Yanan. Liu Yanan eagerly opened the file, and after just a glance, she was completely stunned. The thoroughness and precision of this list far exceeded any top-tier investment bank report in the world. Each listed company included its core technology, founder background, financial status, and even estimates of future development potential. Ye Chen, you. Liu Yanan looked up as if she wanted to ask something, but swallowed her words back. She knew better than to ask what shouldn't be asked. She quickly scanned the list, and suddenly her finger stopped on one of the companies. Eternal Life Biotechnology. She read out the name, a hint of confusion on her face. This company's information was highlighted in red by Ye Chen on the list. This company has issues. Liu Yanan's professional instinct immediately sensed something was off. Its research direction is cellular aging reversal, and the founder is Eric von Heinz, who has a poor reputation in the industry. Many say he is a radical theorist and a madman. Why did you highlight it? Because this madman may have inadvertently touched the forbidden territory of the divine. Ye Chen's answer was profound. What do you mean? Do you remember the tyrant I mentioned to you? Ye Chen explained. I reverse-engineered some biotechnological fragments from him. Some of the theories of this eternal life biotechnology bear astonishing similarities to those technical fragments. Liu Yanan's heart sank suddenly. The tyrant is a product of the Tail Scorpion. Doesn't this mean? I suspect that the research of eternal life biotechnology may have already touched upon the core technological domains of the Tail Scorpion organization. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, this company must be in our hands. Liu Yanan immediately made it. I'll go there myself. Her decisiveness was as astonishing as ever. This company is headquartered in Switzerland. I will assemble a survey team and leave tomorrow. This is our group's first shift of focus from domestic to overseas, and it must be foolproof. Ye Chen nodded. Letting Liu Yanan go in person is also beneficial. There are some things she needs to see with her own eyes to truly understand the kind of enemy they are facing. On the very day Liu Yanan set off for the airport, Ye Chen's star pivot order emitted a faint heat again. It was the first piece of intel from Hanbo. His efficiency exceeded Ye Chen's expectations. The content of the intel was brief, yet it caused Ye Chen's actions to come to an abrupt halt. In the west of the city, inside an abandoned air raid shelter, a suspected material transfer station of the tail scorpion has been discovered heavily guarded. Additionally, the building above the air raid shelter is a children's welfare institution called Starlight. The content of the intelligence made the air around Ye Chen seem to freeze. Children's Welfare Institute. A material transfer station for the tail-ending scorpion. The combination of these two phrases exuded a chilling scent of blood. He did not notify Song Jiangwo immediately. This matter involved the Welfare Institute, and once official forces intervened, even if it was discreet, it could trigger an uncontrollable public opinion storm. Before clarifying the situation, any rash move could alert the snake, or even harm the innocent children. He had to see it for himself. The next morning, an ordinary black sedan stopped at the entrance of the Angel Welfare Institute in the west of the city. The sign of the Welfare Institute was somewhat worn, but the yard was kept clean, and the sounds of children laughing. Ye Chen was warmly received as a philanthropist intending to make a substantial donation. Mr. Ye, you are truly a great benefactor. Please come in, please come in. The director of the Welfare Institute, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, had a slightly plump figure and always wore a kind smile, making it easy for others to feel close to her. It is a blessing for the children to have caring individuals like you. As the director enthusiastically guided Ye Chen on a tour, she introduced the situation of the Welfare Institute. Ye Chen merely smiled and nodded, his gaze discreetly sweeping over the children playing in the yard. They all appeared joyful and innocent, seemingly no different from children in other welfare institutes. Everything seemed so normal. However, as he walked past the play area, the systems panel suddenly popped up a line of crimson warning in front of him. Warning: multiple abnormal life signs detected within the vicinity of children. Analyzing. All targets contain trace amounts of unknown chemical active substances. Ye Chen's footsteps paused ever so slightly. He maintained a gentle smile on his face, chatting with the director as if nothing had happened. Director, the children are truly adorable. He approached a boy who was stacking blocks, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, the most lively among all the children with exceptionally bright eyes. Yes, all the children here are very well behaved, the director replied with a smile. Ye Chen squatted down, pretending to be very interested in the blocks, and as he picked one up, he seemingly unintentionally brushed against the back of the boy's hand. It was that moment of contact. The system's cold and precise analysis report refreshed immediately. Target life form No. 7. Detected nervous system growth inhibitor model 12. Effect: this drug will irreversibly and permanently inhibit the division and growth of human skeletal and muscle cells, stunting physical development at the age at which it was injected. However, there is no inhibitory effect on the cerebral cortex or nervous system. The brain will continue to mature. Ye Chen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. A bone-chilling cold rushed from his feet to the top of his head. He finally understood. He finally understood what the tail-ending scorpion organization was truly doing. They were not doing charity. They were cultivating. They were raising a most special and cruel product. They used drugs to lock these children's bodies, ensuring they would forever maintain a child's appearance, serving as the perfect disguise. Yet beneath these tender shells were brains that would gradually mature with the passage of time, possessing the intelligence, cunning, and experience of adults. An agent with the wisdom of an adult, but the appearance of a 7 or 80-year-old child. A killer who would never be suspected and could easily enter any place. This was 1,000 times more evil and malicious than the plan to create tyrants as bioweapons. Tyrants destroy the body, while this plan is to consume and distort a person's soul while they are alive, turning them from human into a monster wearing a child's skin. Ye Chen. A wave of uncontrollable killing intent surged within him. He forcibly suppressed this impulse, slowly standing up, and offered the director an apologetic smile. Sorry, I need to use the restroom. Of course, Mr. You'll have Teacher Wang take you there. Under the guidance of the staff, Ye Chen entered the office building of the Welfare Institute. Taking this opportunity, he activated the system's deep scanning function. Data streams swiftly passed through his vision, and the structural diagram of the entire building was rapidly constructed. Soon he detected an abnormal energy source in the basement area marked as a storage room behind the main building of the Welfare Institute. That was the entrance to the abandoned air raid shelter mentioned in Hanbo's intelligence. Near the entrance on the system's scan, a vertical passageway meticulously disguised with heavy lead plates and signal shielding layers was clearly marked. An elevator. An elevator leading straight down to the depths of the earth. He found it, but Ye Chen chose not to rush in at that moment. It was evident that a secret base of this level would have defenses underground beyond imagination. A forced entry would only lead to the most passive situation. He needed a smarter approach. After coming out of the restroom, he returned to the director's office, wearing an appropriately. Director, to be honest, I am here on behalf of our group for preliminary investigations. Regarding the amount and specific projects of the donation, I still need some detailed materials to report back. Of course. The director immediately took out a large stack of documents from her drawer. Mr. Ye, look, these are our Welfare Institute's qualification documents and financial statements. While the director enthusiastically introduced and focused all her attention on the documents, Ye Chen raised his hand to adjust the collar of his suit. An inconspicuous black button accidentally slipped from his cuff, silently rolling into the corner under the. Attached to that button was a microscopic data hive node not much larger than dust. Director, the materials are very complete. I will take them back to study. I will get back to you by tomorrow at the latest. Thank you so much, Mr. Ye. We'll see you off. Back in the car, Ye Chen closed the door and immediately opened his portable laptop. He typed out a line of code. The next second, the micro node left in the director's office had silently infiltrated the internal local network of the Welfare Institute and successfully took over the highest authority. At this moment, the entire Welfare Institute, both above and below ground, all surveillance footage, network data, and access records were laid bare before Ye Chen's eyes. He directly accessed the surveillance around the secret elevator. The screen switched. A vast cold underground space filled with metallic texture appeared on the screen. This was completely another world. It combined the most advanced biological laboratories with the most brutal military training camps. Among dozens of surveillance feeds, Ye Chen saw a group of children who would not grow up. Some of them were engaged in life-and-death battles in the cold fighting arena, their moves ruthless and deadly, completely devoid of any childlike innocence. Others were in simulation classrooms learning specialized courses such as intelligence analysis, code breaking, and infiltration assassination. Their faces bore a numbness and indifference far beyond their age. Ye Chen's gaze ultimately locked onto the core area of the base, the highly secured biological laboratory. Through thick, bulletproof glass, he saw a figure in a white lab coat. It was a man who appeared refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an elegant demeanor. However, the moment Ye Chen recognized that face, his movements came to a complete halt. It was the professor, the traitor who was being hunted globally by the tail-ending scorpion, who should have been hiding like a Not only had he not been hunted down, but he also appeared to be the highest authority in this den of devils. At that moment, the professor was holding a syringe filled with an unknown drug, walking toward a new child who had just been brought into the laboratory and was still crying. The so-called bounty was nothing but a scam. A ruse to confuse the outside world and even deceive internal members of the organization, allowing him to escape and preside over this more evil plan under a massive smokescreen. On the screen, the professor aimed the needle at the child's neck. Stop! These two words roared through Ye Chen's mind, yet every muscle in his body seemed nailed to the spot, frozen and immobile. Charge in. And then what? Confront an armed underground base hidden beneath an orphanage, all by himself. Even if he could take down the professor, what about the children? He couldn't take away a single one. Neither those trained to be killing machines, nor those about to be turned into monsters. On the screen, the new child wailed heartbreakingly, his tiny frame trembling violently with fear. The professor wore a smile that was almost saintly, as if the vial in his hand held not a lethal agent, but holy water of redemption. Don't be afraid, child. The pain is only fleeting. Soon you will become one of the first residents of a new world. His voice was soft. The audio tapped through the micronode carried a faint electrical buzz, making it all the more eerie. The needle pierced the child's tender neck. The crying ceased abruptly. The body jerked once, then went limp. Ye Chen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, every trace of unruly emotion had been crushed, leaving only absolute calm. Anger solved nothing. What he needed was to make the instigator pay the most devastating price. His fingers began dancing over the keyboard once more. Now that the data hive had seized the highest authority, here none of the professor's secrets could remain hidden. Lines of code flashed by. The server's underlying data was brute forced open. Countless encrypted files were forcibly decrypted, laid bare before Ye Chen. One top-secret folder, named Noah's Ark, seized his full attention. He opened it. Inside were not dull data, but a series of fanatical plans. The manifesto of a madman. The era of the Ouroboros scorpion is over. Relying on primitive violence and fear to control the world is the crudest, most stupid method. The future belongs to infiltration. To silently command the economy, politics, technology. To become the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. That is true godhood. I will create new humans. They will have the appearance of children, the perfect disguise, able to appear anywhere needed without raising anyone's suspicion. They will possess absolute loyalty rooted in genetic and pharmaceutical control, never to betray. They will learn every field of knowledge, becoming the most brilliant scholars, the wealthiest merchants, the most powerful politicians. They are my ticket to the new world. They are my Noah's Ark. Ye Chen's breath nearly stopped. The madman. He wasn't betraying the organization. He was going to topple it and replace it. The so-called kill order was nothing but a perfect smokescreen. It allowed the professor to legitimately disappear from the organization's site, hiding in the capital's shadows, to execute a plan far more evil and mad than the Ouroboros scorpion itself. He scrolled further. The folder also contained a list. Arc Base 1 Capital Spring Bud Orphanage Arc Base 2 Swiss Alps Eternal Life Biotech Groups Retreat Arc Base 3 Golden Triangle A Warlord's Private Military Zone. A long list spanning the globe. Behind each name lay a hell imprisoning countless innocent children. The network was horrifically vast. Ye Chen hesitated no longer. He packaged the surveillance footage of the professor injecting the drug, the entire Noah's Ark plan, and the global list of bases into an encrypted data bundle. Then he made 3 copies. His fingers typed across the keyboard as if dancing on a blade. The first data package was sent via a secure military-grade channel to a specific number. Recipient Song Jiangwo. The second package took a completely different route, bypassing layer after layer of firewall into the top VIP client mailbox of a Swiss bank. Recipient Liu Yanan. After doing this, Ye Chen paused. Now for the last, most critical copy. He opened a deep crimson dark web interface. At its center was an Ouroboros, a snake devouring its own tail. This was the Ouroboros scorpion's highest internal communication channel. He dragged the third data package into the Ouroboros. Sent. Then he closed the laptop, leaned back in his seat, and waited in silence. He had ignited a chess piece. Now it was time to see how the other pieces on the board would move. A secret base. Song Jiangwo was listening to his subordinate's report when his secretary hurried in and handed him a military encrypted tablet. Minister and urgent intelligence at the highest encryption level. Song Jiangwo took the tablet and opened it. On the screen, a scholarly man plunged a needle into the neck of. Then came the mad Noah's Ark plan. The office's atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Song Jiangwo's face remained expressionless, but those who knew him recognized this as the pinnacle of his fury. Investigate that Spring Bud Orphanage. Turn it upside down. Yes, sir. Wait. Song Jiangwo called back his departing subordinate, pointing at the global base list. This matter is beyond one nation's ability to handle. Contact Interpol headquarters immediately and initiate a global joint counterterrorism operation. Remember, before the coordinated roundup, absolutely do not alarm the enemy. He knew clearly that if the capital moved prematurely, the enemy at other global outposts would catch wind and destroy all evidence. To strike was to strike lethally, to uproot this evil network completely. Geneva, Switzerland. In a top-tier conference room by the lake, Liu Yanan was in a pleasant conversation with an elderly European man. Mr. Klein, the Liu Group is sincerely interested in a strategic alliance with Eternal Life Biotech. Miss Liu's boldness is admirable. Just then the private phone in Liu Yanran's pocket vibrated softly. She calmly picked it up and glanced at it. It was an email. The sender was marked with her highest priority alert, a code known only to her and Ye Chen. She stood up, smiled apologetically to Mr. Klein. Excuse me, an urgent message. She stepped into the lounge and opened the email. When she saw the video and the name, Eternal Life Biotech Group's Retreat, she understood instantly. So this was Ye Chen's true purpose for sending her to Switzerland and having her contact Eternal Life Biotech. He had suspected something was wrong here. He hadn't sent her to negotiate. He had sent her to infiltrate. An indescribable sense of connection flowed through her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yanan deleted the email, touched up her makeup, and returned to the conference room. Her face now bore an even brighter, more confident smile. Mr. Klein, I've just received the board's latest. We believe our previous cooperation proposal was still too conservative. Oh. Liu Yanan straightened up, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. We have decided to increase our investment by 50%. Furthermore, I propose we jointly establish a biotech lab to be located at your Alpine retreat. I will personally serve as the lab's director. She would go in herself to see what demons lurked inside some unknown corner of the earth. In a dark room wrapped in cascading streams of data, a terminal screen displayed the Ouroboros emblem devouring its own tail. Suddenly the symbol flashed with a blood-red light. An anonymous intelligence from the highest privilege hound was submitted. The video began to play. The familiar face of the professor appeared on the screen. Irrefutable evidence of betrayal. The entire dark room fell into dead silence. After a long while, an order, impossible to distinguish as male or female, synthesized from countless electronic tones, was relayed through this channel to every armed outpost and every core member of the Ouroboros Scorpion scattered across the globe. Initiate the Great Cleansing Protocol. Target all Noah's Ark bases on the list. Authorize the Ouroboros Scorpion Armed Guard to execute the elimination mission. Allow all collateral damage. At that moment, a global storm of black was ignited. Inside the car, a confirmation box popped up on Ye Chen's laptop. Great Cleansing Protocol activated. He had succeeded. He had placed a knife in the Ouroboros Scorpion's own hand. Now the hunter would become the prey, and he would be the scavenger picking up the spoils on the battlefield. Ye Chen picked up his phone and dialed Uncle Han. Uncle Han, prepare to move. On the other end, Uncle Han's voice was as steady as ever. Young master, your order. Ye Chen stared at the orphanage gate ahead. That building, which looked so cozy in the night, now seemed to him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Gather all our people and set up a perimeter around the orphanage. Once the fighting breaks out inside, you have only one mission. Take advantage of the chaos and bring every single child out unharmed. The night was thick and impenetrable. Several pitch-black heavy trucks like lurking giants silently glided into the shadows surrounding the Angel Welfare Institute. They bore no license plates, and the windows were tinted, devouring all light that attempted to pry inside. The doors slid open without a sound. A squad of armed personnel clad in black tactical gear streamed out. Their helmets concealed their features, leaving only a pair of crimson tactical visors visible. From the heavy rifles slung over their bulletproof vests to the tactical pistols on their thighs, and the menacing scorpion tail insignia on their backs, everything signified their identity. The armed guard of the tail scorpion. The sharpest blade within the organization, the coldest enforcers. The leading captain gestured, and the squad immediately dispersed with synchronized movements, exchanging not a word, only the faint crackle of tactical earpieces. They completely ignored the main entrance of the Welfare Institute and circled around to a vacant area on the side of the building. A few team members retrieved their gear from behind and swiftly set up a circular device on the ground. This was not a brute force assault, but rather a surgical strike. With a muted thud suppressed by a special device, the ground shook violently, and a precise circular hole was blasted, open earth and turf being drawn inward by an unseen force, revealing a metallic passageway, flashing with red warning lights below. They had no misgivings about the ordinary staff and the sleeping children that might be inside the building. In their mission directives, these people were not even classified as collateral damage. They were merely obstacles. Almost as soon as the hole appeared, an ear-piercing alarm shattered the silence from the underground base. Alarm. Level 1 incursion. The A-Zone Passage 3 has been breached. All security units respond immediately. Repeat, all security units respond immediately. The professor's private guard reacted swiftly. These security forces, composed of retired special forces and genetically enhanced soldiers, dashed from various lounges and posts to form a defensive line. But the Tail Scorpion's guard was faster. The first stun grenade had already been thrown into the hole. The blinding white light and high-frequency noise exploded within the narrow passage, followed closely by several armed guards sliding down tactical ropes, unhesitatingly pulling their triggers. Tracer rounds wove a deadly net in the dim underground tunnel. Gunfire explosions, the shriek of tearing metal, and the dying screams mingled together, surging forth from that hole and swiftly swallowed by the heavy night. A bloody cleansing from within the organization had begun. On the top floor of an abandoned building hundreds of meters away, Ye Chen sat in the dark, the screen of his laptop segmented into dozens of real-time surveillance feeds. There were tiny surveillance nodes he had stealthily left during his previous infiltration, as well as the perspectives transmitted from the silent drones hovering above the Welfare Institute recently deployed by Hanbo. Every main passage and every crossfire point in the underground base was under his watch. He was like a cold director, quietly enjoying the performance he had orchestrated. The actors were in place, the script was being enacted, and every gunshot and explosion was within his expectations. The Great Purge protocol activated. The confirmation box in the bottom right corner of the computer remained prominent. He had succeeded. He had handed the sharpest blade into the hands of the Tail Scorpion. He had exploited the organization's rules and the High Priest's paranoia and desire for control to push the traitor professor, who sought to carve out his own territory, onto the judgment platform. Now the hunter had become the prey, and all he had to do was wait. Wait for both sides to suffer mutually, then calmly step onto the battlefield to collect the spoils of the victor. Chaos was the best cover. While the Tail Scorpion's guard and the professor's guard were engaged in a mad fight underground, another team, like phantoms, scaled the back wall of the Welfare Institute. They were Han boss people, armed with only silenced pistols and tranquilizers. Their goal was not to engage in combat. One team member pried open a window on the first-floor dormitory and slipped inside. In the room, several children had been startled awake by the gunfire, huddling in a corner, trembling with fear in their eyes. The team member made a shrewd gesture to them, and then took out a small, glowing rabbit toy from his pocket. The soft glow of the toy miraculously calmed the children's emotions in the darkness. "Don't be afraid, Uncle will take you to a safe place." He picked up the smallest girl, while another team member led the remaining children quickly and quietly retreating through the back door. The entire process was utterly silent. The ground rescue was proceeding in an orderly manner, while the battle underground had already escalated to a fever pitch. The battle was more brutal than imagined. Although the professor's private guard was at an absolute disadvantage, in numbers they held the terrain. More importantly, they were fearless. Most of these people were beneficiaries of the Noah's Ark project, holding a fervent worship for the professor. Relying on the complex underground works with superior weaponry and a frenzied will, they firmly held back the Tail Scorpion guard's offensive pace. The armed guard of the High Priest, on the other hand, displayed terrifying tactical prowess. They moved in groups of 3, providing alternating cover, accurately throwing grenades and clearing room by room. Their movements were devoid of any emotion, only the most efficient instinct for killing. Blood stained the cold metallic floor. Below ground, it had become a meat grinder. Ye Chen watched the casualty numbers rising on the screen, his heart entirely unfazed. Just then the tide. In one surveillance feed, the professor appeared in the central control room, his demeanor frenzied and savage as he slammed down a red button on the control panel. Since you want my lives work, then let you taste their flavor. Boom. Deep within the base, several heavy alloy gates slowly rose. Behind the gates were several enormous cultivation tanks. As the nutrient solution was drained, several naked youths, their physiques were between those of boys and young men with smooth muscle lines, but their eyes were blood-red, filled with primal, uncontrollable ferocity. Young tyrants. Half-finished products of the Noah's Ark project. Their minds were not yet mature enough to execute complex commands like a true tyrant, but their strength, speed, and madness were even more terrifying than that of a complete being. Roar. One young tyrant let out a roar that was not human, and in a flash dashed into a passage filled with the tail scorpion guard. Bullets struck him, merely splattering blood, unable to halt his advance. He charged into the crowd like an out-of-control tank. Screams erupted instantly. A guard member was effortlessly torn in half by him, blood and entrails splattering against the walls. The tide of battle reversed in an instant. These half-finished monsters became the most unstable factor on the battlefield, causing tremendous casualties for the attacking side. Ye Chen's fingertip gently tapped on the laptop's touchpad, zooming in on the image of that young tyrant. Interesting. Is this the professor's trump card? To use imperfect creations to combat the organization's most elite forces. However, Ye Chen's attention was soon drawn to another image. In the most chaotic moments of battle, the professor himself quietly slipped away through a concealed side door with several core researchers. Ye Chen's database quickly retrieved the underground structure map of the Welfare Institute. That route led to an abandoned subway line not marked on any official blueprints. An escape passage prepared exclusively for himself. Ye Chen's fingers flew over the keyboard as he hacked into the subway system's dispatch records. Destination: Switzerland, the city where Liu Yanan was located. So it was like this. He was not simply escaping. He was going to Switzerland to consolidate the power of the immortal biological group and make a comeback. Moreover, he might want to use Liu Yanan to counter himself. A global web of schemes suddenly formed in Ye Chen. With no hesitation, he packaged all the data regarding the professor's real-time location, escape route, destination, and that secret subway line into an encrypted file. One copy was sent to Liu Yanan in Switzerland and another to Song Jiangwo. Professor, you can't escape. At the entrance of the underground escape passage, the professor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing back at the fiery base, a hint of survivor's relief and resentment on his face. Let's go. Once we reach Switzerland, I will make that old thing high priest pay back 100-fold. He turned around, ready to step into the dark subway tunnel. Yet a figure stood quietly in the shadow at the tunnel entrance, blocking his way. It was the female head of the welfare, the middle-aged woman who usually wore a kind and gentle smile, appearing harmless. The professor paused, then impatiently shouted, "What are you doing here? Move aside." The female head did not move. She slowly lifted her head, the familiar facade of kindness peeling away like a mask, revealing a cold and unfamiliar face. In her hand, a uniquely shaped short blade had appeared at some point, its edge shimmering with a faint blue light under the distant flames. She spoke in a voice he had never heard before, devoid of emotion. "The high priest commands the traitor must die. The high priest has decreed that the traitor must die." The voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, yet it seemed to freeze the blood in Professor's veins instantly. He stared fixedly at the woman before him, the one he had personally rescued from traffickers and placed in the orphanage as his most loyal spy. Tender mother. No, every muscle on her face was reshaping. The decades of feigned kindness and gentleness were rapidly sloughing away, replaced by a refined, ultimate killing intent. You are his person." Professor forced the dry words from his throat, his heart pounding wildly as a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. His most trusted pawn was actually the deepest nail the enemy had buried. Professor instinctively stepped back, but behind him lay the battlefield where fire and slaughter intermingled. His personal guard, his most elite force, was at that moment entangled by the out-of-control young tyrants and the stingtail scorpion guards, leaving no one to rescue him. He was utterly isolated. Tender Mother did not answer his question, or rather she deemed it beneath her. She moved. Without warning, her figure left an afterimage in place, and the short blade in her hand traced a bizarre blue arc straight for Professor's throat. Fast. Utterly fast. Professor's pupils contracted sharply. Years of dealing with non-human creations triggered an astonishing reflex. He jerked backward, the short blade grazing his Adam's apple. The gust of wind stung his skin. He executed a clumsy roll to dodge, simultaneously grabbing a handful of powder from the pouch at his waist and flinging it forward. PSSH. The powder burst in midair, forming an acrid white smoke. Tender Mother paused slightly in the smoke. Instead of covering her mouth and nose, she relied on her assassin's instinct to lunge again in the direction Professor had rolled, her short blade striking like a viper for his back. But she struck empty air. On the ground, a thin layer of oily liquid had spread unnoticed. During his roll, Professor had crushed a small glass orb. Tender Mother stepped onto it, losing her balance. In a duel between top assassins, any tiny mistake is fatal. Seizing that thousandth of a second, Professor sprang up, wielding a metal rod he had snapped from a wall pipe, and slammed it fiercely toward Tender Mother's head. Bang! Tender Mother reacted swiftly, twisting her body at an impossible angle, using the bracer on her arm to absorb the blow. The violent impact forced her back 2 steps, but she paid no heed. Using the momentum of retreat, she spun like a top and reversed her short blade, slashing toward Professor's abdomen. Clang! The metal rod and short blade clashed again, sending sparks flying. One was a mad scientist fighting for his life, the other an emotionless killing machine. Their battle at the narrow tunnel entrance unleashed a storm of death. The notebook screen faithfully recorded this supreme duel. Ye Chen's fingers hovered over the trackpad, but made no move. He watched quietly. Whether Professor died, or the woman codenamed Tender Mother perished, it was fine by him. The former was an enemy, the latter an enemy of an enemy, likewise no friend. Dogs fighting over scrap. His attention soon shifted to another window on the screen, which displayed a 3D structural map of the underground base. A green dot representing Hanbo's team had halted before a red zone. Mr. Ye were trapped. Hanbo's urgent communication came through. The alloy door to the core experimental area is physically locked. We can't open it. On the screen beside the heavy alloy door, its material and thickness were annotated. Even with explosives, it would take time. And now time was what they lacked most. Ye Chen's gaze swept across the structural map and finally settled on the fire suppression system node. A faint, barely discernible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since physics could not open it, he would use rules. His fingers became a blur over the keyboard, and countless lines of code cascaded like a waterfall on the screen. He did not attack the door's control system, but instead bypassed it, directly infiltrating the central power control hub of the entire base. ZZZT. At the end of the core experimental area corridor, an unremarkable circuit box suddenly burst with a dazzling shower of sparks, and a scorched odor spread instantly. The next second, alert. Alert. Fire detected in Sector C7. Initiating highest level fire suppression procedure. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the underground base. Red warning lights on the ceiling strobed wildly, and a cold mechanical voice looped over the broadcast. Before Hanbo and his men could react, the sprinklers overhead sprayed icy mist, drenching them like drown, then accompanied by a heavy pneumatic hiss. Rumble. That formidable alloy door which had baffled them slowly rose for the sake of fire safety evacuation, revealing the hellish scene beyond. Hanbo froze for a second, then roared, "Go in! Get them out!" The rescue team rushed in immediately. The space behind the door held a dozen small beds on which sat a dozen children. They wore identical white hospital gowns, their eyes vacant and numb, utterly unresponsive to the alarms and chaos outside, like delicate puppets bereft of their souls. The rescuers felt their hearts twist in pain. With utmost speed, they scooped up the children, wrapped them in blankets, and dashed toward the predetermined evacuation route. But just as they were about to turn a corner, a fully armed squad of stingtail scorpion guards charged toward them. Enemy attack. Both sides spotted each other at the same instant and opened fire without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Intense gunfire interlaced in the narrow corridor. Hanbo's men, armed with light weapons, were forced back step by step under the enemy's suppressive fire, on the verge of being pinned down. At this critical moment, whiz, 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 several dark figures dropped from the ventilation duct in the ceiling above them, moving as swiftly as leopards. They wore pitch-black combat suits, carried weapons far more advanced than anything Hanbo had ever seen, and landed silently, their muzzles emitting barely perceptible flashes. That arrogant squad of stingtail scorpion guards didn't even have time to scream before they felt each taken down by precise shots. The entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. Hanbo and his men stared dumbfounded. The leader of the black-clad figures walked up to Hanbo, raised his tactical visor, and revealed a cold, hard face. National Special Action Unit. On orders from Minister Song Jiangwo, we are taking over all rescued persons. His voice was devoid of emotion. His team members had already moved in, methodically taking the still sleeping children from Hanbo's men. "You? How are you here?" Hanbo asked, stunned. The black-clad captain did not answer, but handed him a communicator. "This is a secure line. Mister, you will inform you of a new evacuation route. Our mission is to ensure the children are safe." Before the notebook screen, Ye Chen watched these unexpected mantis-stalking gorioles and fell into a brief silence. He pulled up the encrypted email he had sent to Song Jiangwo and the access logs from a certain security department server in the capital. Within 3 minutes of his intelligence being sent, a higher-level action order had been dispatched from Song Jiangwo's office to this special action unit. So Song Jiangwo had never intended to follow Ye Chen's script from the start. The so-called using a knife to kill might have just been a smokescreen in the face of the nation's precise machinery. Every move he made had probably been under the other's watchful eye. This old man, who wielded the nation's sharpest weapon, was far more far-sighted than Ye Chen had imagined. Just then, in one corner of the screen, the battle between Professor and Tender Mother took a new turn. Professor was covered in wounds, one arm hung limply, clearly fractured. He had been cornered into a dead end of the tunnel by Tender Mother with no retreat. Tender Mother herself bore several burns from chemical agents, but her offensive remained fierce, her short blade aiming for Professor's heart. In utter desperation, a mad grin twisted across Professor's face. He hurled his last glass bottle, Not at Tinder Mother, but viciously at the ventilation system main valve on the wall behind her. Bang! The bottle shattered. A thick Swedish yellow-green gas burst forth and was sucked into the rapidly spinning ventilation system. Professor quickly pulled out a compact breathing mask and put it on, watching the spreading toxic gas while letting out a demented roar. This is my finest work, specially prepared for traders. Die with me. The gas instantly filled the entire tunnel entrance. The gleaming short blade slipped from Tinder Mother's weakening hand and clattered to the ground. The yellow-green toxic gas did not spread throughout the base as the professor had wished. Just as the gas erupted from the main valve, several inconspicuous fire sprinklers on the ceiling activated instantly. What was sprayed was not water, but a light blue neutralizing mist. Upon contact with the toxic gas, a hissing sound erupted as it reacted, rapidly transforming into harmless white sediment that fell to the ground. The manic, sinister smile on the professor's face froze. Before he could react, several special operations team members clad in black combat suits emerged like phantoms from the shadows behind him. They wore fully sealed breathing masks and aimed their specially designed firearms at his head. There was no warning, no unnecessary words. One of them stepped forward and delivered a clean, swift chop to the back of his neck. The professor rolled his eyes and collapsed limply. In front of the notebook screen, Ye Chen quietly observed all of this. From the moment the special operations team appeared to the moment the professor was subdued, the entire process flowed seamlessly without a hint of delay. Every step seemed to have undergone countless precise calculations and rehearsals. Song Jiangwo, this elder, not only predicted his actions, but even anticipated the professor's potential self-destructive tactics. This was no longer a simple case of the yellow bird behind. This was a meticulously woven net from the very beginning, and he, along with the tail scorpion, were merely pawns clearly ensnared within it. In the communicator, Han Boss' slightly excited voice came through. He had already met up with the support team designated by Mr. Yi and was safely evacuating. Ye Chen closed the communicator and shut the notebook. Moments later, an encrypted call came in. Come to the South Suburb Base No. 3. It was Song Jiangwo's voice, devoid of any emotion but imbued with an undeniable authority. South Suburb of the capital secret Base No. 3. This place was hidden 100 meters underground, constructed entirely of special alloys reputed to withstand tactical nuclear strikes. In a brightly lit conference room, Ye Chen once again met Song Jiangwo. The elder still wore that slightly worn-out Zhongshan suit, cradling an enamel cup filled with strong tea. Across from him sat none other than the professor. He had changed into a clean gray prison uniform, the madness on his face gone, and even his wounds had been treated. Wearing a pair of frameless glasses, he sat quietly, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, resembling a highly respected scholar. If not for having witnessed his madness in the tunnel, no one would be able to connect him to the professor who had caused countless tragedies. In the conference room, there were no one but the three of them. The atmosphere was oppressive and eerie. The Tail Scorpion's arms depot in Eastern Europe, the personnel training base in South America, and the biochemical raw material suppliers in Africa. It was the professor who first broke the silence. He calmly reported a series of place names and organization codes, each capable of causing tremors in the international underground world. Song Jiangwo listened quietly, occasionally taking a sip of tea without interjecting. Ye Chen remained silent as well. He knew that the main act was just beginning. All of this I can provide to you. The professor paused and adjusted his glasses. Including the detailed list of all the level and above members of the Tail Scorpion worldwide, along with their networks infiltrating various political and business circles in different countries. Even Song Jiangwo, with a heart as deep as a still pond, paused slightly upon hearing this, holding his teacup. The value of this intelligence could no longer be measured in monetary terms. This was practically half of the life of the vast organization known as Tail Scorpion. Your conditions. Song Jiangwo finally spoke, his words concise. I am well aware of my grave sins, and my death holds no significance. A complex, self-deprecating smile appeared on the professor's face. After my death, you may study my body at will, even if it means slicing it up. I hold no resentment. I have only one request. His expression turned serious, even carrying a hint of almost obsessive pleading. Please have the state taken those children and continue my research in the right way. My philosophy is not wrong. Humanity's evolution has stagnated, and the shackles of our genes are dragging us into the abyss. The Noah's Ark Project is the only hope for finding the next exit for human civilization. He became somewhat agitated, but quickly calmed down. I admit that my methods were too extreme, and I was too impatient. I have taken the wrong path. But ahead on this path lies the light. I hope that the state can complete my unfinished business in a more humane, scientific, and rigorous manner. Those children, they are not monsters. They are the seeds of humanity's future. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Song Jiangwo furrowed his brow, lost in deep thought. The professor's research was undoubtedly Pandora's box. Once open, the consequences would be unimaginable. It touched upon the most fundamental ethical boundaries of human society. However, the intelligence he provided was far too tempting and tangible. Possessing that list and base information would mean that the state would hold a trump card in the ongoing shadow war against the tail scorpion that had lasted for decades, a card that could flip the table at any moment. It was a difficult decision. Just then Ye Chen spoke up. I agree to your deal. Both Song Jiangwo and the professor turned their gaze towards him simultaneously. However, the conditions need to be revised. Ye Chen stared directly into the professor's eyes, each word clear and unmistakable. The state can accept all technical materials and those children and establish the highest level special task force for research. But the direction of the research must change. From creating superhumans to overcoming genetic diseases, repairing neurological damage, and extending, your technology should not be used to create Cold War machines, but rather to save those lives struggling on hospital beds. Those suffering from ALS, Alzheimer's, and hereditary cancers, they are the ones who most need the Noah's Ark to cross the sea of suffering. You must turn the devil's technology into the angel's gospel. Ye Chen's words sounded like thunder reverberating in the professor's mind. He stared blankly at Ye Chen, his lips moving slightly, but he could not utter a single word. Safe. Here. He had never considered this direction. Or rather, in his fervent pursuit of human evolution, he had long left these most fundamental medical intentions. A long silence ensued. After a full 5 minutes, the professor's face suddenly broke into a smile. It was a smile of relief and liberation. Good. What a gospel for angels. He murmured to himself, as if speaking to himself, yet also to Ye Chen. He trembled as he took out a black encrypted USB drive from the inner pocket of his prison uniform and placed it on the table. My life's work is all in there. The password is my daughter's birthday. After saying this, he seemed to have lost all his strength, leaning back against the chair and closing his eyes. Song Jiangwo cast Ye Chen a meaningful glance and then solemnly took the USB drive. On behalf of the state, I accept this treasure. He stood up, looking at Ye Chen. From today, a top-secret research project codenamed Pangu is officially established. Ye Chen will be appointed as the special advisor for this project, possessing the highest level of security clearance and decision-making participation rights. Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat. Special advisor, highest authority. This meant he would no longer be a passive pawn, but one of the players capable of influencing the direction of national strategy. Just as he was overwhelmed with emotions, a familiar system panel quietly popped up before him. Main quest foundation of the Empire completion rate has reached 70. Intermediate node national allies in the web of power skill tree has been successfully unlocked. Reward system mall unlocks special authority gene authority beginner. Immediately after, a new prompt appeared. Gene authority beginner, the host can perform a basic optimization of their own gene chain. Once, please choose one from the following 3 directions. 1. Strength enhancement, basic muscle strength and explosive power increase by 30. 2. Speed enhancement, neural response speed and agility increase by 30. 3. Self-healing enhancement, cellular activity and metabolic rate significantly increase, wound healing and physical recovery speed increase by 100. Ye Chen's gaze fell directly on the third option without any hesitation. Strength and speed were indeed important, but after experiencing the life and death battle with the tyrant, he understood better than anyone that surviving was the most crucial aspect. Having powerful self-healing abilities equated to possessing one or even several extra lives. I choose self-healing enhancement. He silently thought. Choice confirmed. Gene optimization begins. A surge of indescribable warmth flowed from his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs. Every cell rejoiced under the wash of this warm current, emitting joyful murmurs. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. At that moment, Buzz. His encrypted phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed a number. Liu Yanan. Ye Chen answered the call. On the other end of the line, Liu Yanan's hurried and serious breathing could be heard. Ye Chen, I found it. The biggest financier behind eternal life biology is not the tail scorpion. It is one of the 4 major families in the capital, which has been primarily engaged in the pharmaceutical industry, second only to the Long family. The Bai family. The Bai family. This answer instantly tensed Ye Chen's nerves again, just moments after they had been eased by genetic optimization. On the other end of the line, Liu Yanan's breathing remained rapid. They didn't just fund eternal life biotech. I traced the capital flow backward and found at least 3 other similarly radical biotech companies globally, all with the Bai family capital's shadow behind them. Their methods are identical to the professor's model, but 100 times more covert. In Ye Chen's mind, countless clues instantly wove into a complete logical chain. The professor was merely a flag pushed to the front, a decoy to draw fire. The Bai family, always known worldwide for medicine and philanthropy, might well be the true shadowy controller of the Scorpion's Tail organization's branch responsible for biotech research and special talent cultivation. They were the true snake breeders. An enemy more adept at disguise and hiding its claws beneath a velvet glove than the ostentatious Long family. Such an adversary was far more terrifying. Yanran, stop immediately. Ye Chen's voice dropped involuntarily, carrying an unassailable command. Right now, destroy all investigation records. Act as if this never happened. Don't let anyone detect you're looking into them. Silence hung on the line for 2 seconds. Liu Yanan sharp as snow immediately grasped the immense weight in Ye Chen's words. If Ye Chen was being this solemn, the danger posed by the Bai family was far beyond her imagination. I understand. Her voice turned grave. Take care of yourself. Don't worry. Ye Chen hung up, and the room fell into a dead silence once more. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed Uncle Han's encrypted line. Uncle Han, it's me. Young master. Uncle Han's voice was as steady as ever. Drop all work on the old Scorpion's tail strongholds. Ye Chen's instruction was clear and direct. I need you to shift the full weight of the intelligence network onto the Bai family in the capital. On the other, and Uncle Han hesitated noticeably. The Bai family. The medical dynasty. Yes, Ye Chen's answer was unflinching. I want the financial flows of all their enterprises, the travel schedules of every core member. Round the clock, no blind spots. Uncle Han didn't ask why. That was the professional integrity of a top intelligence chief. Understood, young master. However, about the Bai family, I happen to have received some rather peculiar intelligence. Speak. The current patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Jingting, a revered titan in the medical world, regularly conducts charitable clinics across the country and enjoys an impeccable reputation. But he has a hobby known only to a select few in his circle. Uncle Han paused. He is intensely passionate about collecting rare paleontological fossils, especially those with obscure origins or even academically disputed specimens. Paleontological fossils. Ye Chen's mind was instantly jolted by this seemingly unrelated term. A family that disguised itself so perfectly, yet its patriarch harbored such a costly and easily traceable hobby. It defied logic. Business dealings and charity records. These could all be meticulously crafted facades. But a person's obsession, especially one that consumes immense energy and wealth over years, often exposes their deepest desires and secrets. The breakthrough might lie right there. Uncle Han, ignore his business and philanthropy. Those are just costumes for public display. Ye Chen's thoughts became razor sharp. Investigate. Start from this hobby. Trace the source of every fossil, every transaction counterpart, every transport route. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, find out which pit these fossils were unearthed from. Understood. Uncle Han's reply was resolute. Ending the call, Ye Chen turned and walked out of the temporary interrogation room. Song Jiangwo was waiting outside, accompanied by several middle-aged men with scholarly elegance but sharp eyes. They wore white research uniforms, each with a dragon-shaped badge pinned to the chest. These were the nation's top think tanks and scientists. Consultant Yi Song Jiangwo introduced, these are the core members of the Panga Project Dr. Li Academician Wang. Ye Chen shook hands with each of them. From this moment, he officially stepped into the highest echelons of national-level scientific research. Over the next few days, Ye Chen virtually lived in a heavily guarded secret base. As the chief consultant, he had access to all relevant materials. Through constant exchanges and intellectual collisions with these top scientists, his knowledge system regarding genetic technology was being filled and refined at a terrifying pace. He was no longer merely relying on the system's knowing what, but beginning to truly understand the why. Late that night, Ye Chen was alone in his private office, organizing the massive data copied from the professor's These materials were overwhelmingly vast, from basic gene sequence maps to various forbidden biological modification experiment reports, a veritable demonic library. Just as he was about to archive an experimental dataset, a deeply encrypted hidden folder caught his attention. The folder's name was simple: Serpent of Eden. Ye Chen's heart leaped inexplicably. He deployed his highest-level security clearance and utilized the base's supercomputer for brute force decryption. Hours later, when the final password lock yielded and the folder slowly opened, what lay before Ye Chen sent a chill through his very blood. Inside were no complex formulas or arcane technical documents. Only a list of genetically modified individuals. The list format was simple: name, age, position, and a note titled Optimization Project. Physical optimization T1 type. Neuronal activation N2 type. Telomere extension L1 type. Ye Chen's gaze locked onto the top of the list. The first few names froze him in place. They were none other than several immensely powerful figures in the capital, along with their most beloved descendants. This list was colder and heavier than he had imagined. Each name represented a colossal force, a domain capable of shaping the nation's economy and people's livelihoods. And now the very sources of these powers, the life pulses of these individuals, were gripped tight by an invisible net. This net was neither the Long family's commercial empire nor the professor's global network of covert operatives. It was a celestial web woven from genetic sequences. The Bai family, seemingly detached from worldly affairs devoted solely to paleobiological research, was not in fact mastering wealth. They were mastering life itself. They were defining the future. This was far more terrifying than any political authority or material fortune. Every annotation beside an optimization project on the list read like a devil's covenant. Physical optimization type T1 granted an impervious, supremely robust physique. Neuronal activation type N2 conferred photographic memory and transcendent cognition. Telomere extension type L1 bestowed the extended lifespan long dreamed of by mortals. They had received everything they ever desired: healthier bodies, longer lives. Even their descendants stood to benefit, winning the race before birth at the very starting line of genetics. What then was the price? Absolute loyalty. Ye Chen could almost envision the scene. Bai Jingting, patriarch of the Bai family, would address them in the gentlest tone, calling it merely a minor optimization, a safeguard enabling them to better serve the nation. In truth, however, the Bai family had implanted a backdoor into their very genome, a switch that could be activated at any moment to terminate their existence utterly. That explained everything. It explained how the Bai family maintained such profound discretion while wielding influence no one else could match. They did not need to descend into the arena to vie for power and profit. By controlling the lives of these elites, they indirectly controlled every ounce of authority those individuals held. This web had already spread silent and seamless across the entire capital, and perhaps far beyond. Ye Chen took a deep breath, encrypted and backed up the list, then transmitted it directly to Song Jianguo. The communication request connected almost instantly. On the screen, Song Jianguo appeared, seemingly inside a conference room, its background austere and solemn. "Consultant Yi, what is the situation?" Ye Chen said nothing, only sent the file. Song Jianguo opened it, his initial expression still guarded and analytical. But soon his movements froze. Seconds ticked by. Song Jianguo sat motionless, his face growing increasingly grave as shifting light from the screen played across his features. A long silence followed, so prolonged that Ye Chen nearly assumed the connection had been severed. At last, Song Jianguo slowly lifted his head, his movements stiff and deliberate. This cannot be real." His voice trembled faintly, unnoticed even by himself. "I have verified the identities and backgrounds of everyone on this list." Ye Chen replied with quiet composure. Song Jianguo sank back into his chair, as if all strength had been drained from his body. He rubbed his temples and fell into a protracted silence. Some names on that list commanded such stature. Even he approached them with utmost caution. These were true pillars of the nation. The fall of any single one could trigger an unpredictable seismic upheaval. And now this list revealed that those pillars had long been riddled with corruption, hollowed out from within by the Bai. "This is no longer a mere case," Song Jianguo finally spoke, each word bearing the weight of 1,000 jin. "It is a crisis profound enough to shake the very foundations of the state. I understand. We must proceed with extreme deliberation. No rash action may be taken." Song Jianguo's thoughts regained clarity. "None of the individuals on this list can be touched lightly. Should we startle the serpent before striking, should the Bai family detect our move and activate that so-called backdoor, the consequences would be catastrophic. The entire upper echelon of society would collapse instantly, sparking violent turmoil and widespread panic. It would be a disaster." "I agree," Ye Chen responded, unexpectedly yet unequivocally. Song Jianguo glanced at him, momentarily surprised. "To dismantle a web, there is no need to tear each thread individually. That would only create chaos. What we must do is eliminate the spider who wove it." Song Jianguo grasped Ye Chen's meaning at once. "You mean Bai Jingting?" "Precisely." Ye Chen's voice sharpened like a blade. "To shatter this web, we need not confront everyone. We need only sever it. By seizing Bai Jingting and securing the master control for the genetic backdoor, the entire web would crumble without resistance." This was a surgical strike strategy, precise, efficient, yet perilously high risk. Bai Jingting, the architect of it all, would undoubtedly be surrounded by elite security forces. Approaching him would be near impossible. A sound plan, but opportunity. Song Jianguo had not finished speaking when Ye Chen's encrypted communication. "It was Han Bo, young master new intelligence," he said rapidly, his voice tinged with excitement. "Our agents have learned that Bai Jingting will soon receive an exceptionally rare shipment of paleobiological fossils from overseas. According to our bribed informant, this cargo is of critical importance. He will personally inspect it at the bonded warehouse at Tianjin port." "When? Where?" Ye Chen pressed immediately. "Tomorrow night, warehouse No. 7 at Tianjin port." Opportunity had arrived. In Ye Chen's mind, the thread about extravagant hobbies instantly interlocked with the garden serpent list. A bold hypothesis crystallized: those so-called fossils were almost certainly not fossils at all. They were either the most vital overseas raw materials required for genetic modification, or far more chillingly special experimental specimens. "Director Song," Ye Chen turned toward the screen, "I need an official identity." Song Jianguo looked at Ye Chen, and in that instant understood everything. "You intend to go yourself?" Ye Chen's resolve was absolute. "I must examine those fossils at close range, and extract from Bai Jingting himself the key to dismantling this genetic web." Song Jianguo paused, then nodded firmly. "I'll assign you the title of Special Inspector of the Port Quarantine Authority, with top-level inspection clearance. I'll coordinate directly with Tianjin port authorities." "That is sufficient." That night at Tianjin port, sea wind laden with brine swept across the wharf, rustling past rows of towering shipping containers. Outside warehouse No. 7, silence reigned, broken only by the dim amber glow of a few high-mast lamps. Dressed in a crisp quarantine officer's uniform, Ye Chen stood quietly in the shadowed entrance of the warehouse, his chest adorned with a forged identification badge, a sophisticated-looking detection device, held calmly in his hand. In the distance, beams of brilliant white light sliced through the darkness. A convoy of 3 black armored sedans glided silently forward and halted before the warehouse gate. The rear door of the central vehicle opened. An elderly man with silver hair, clad in a traditional Tang suit and leaning on a dragon head, came descended amid a phalanx of bodyguards. It was Bai Jingting. He glanced up at the warehouse, apparently satisfied with its setting. Just as he prepared to step, a figure emerged from the shadows and calmly blocked his path. Bai Jingting's bodyguards instantly stepped forward, tension snapping taut in the air. Ye Chen ignored the guard's lethal glare and met the elder's gaze with calm poise, holding up his identification badge. Mister, by routine inspection, your cooperation is required. Bai Jingting's murky eyes scrutinized the young man before him. The uniform was crisp, yet the person was quite unfamiliar. His dragonhead cane lightly tapped the concrete floor, producing a dull sound. Inspection. Bai Jingting spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a calmness typical of someone accustomed to being in power, as if he were unsurprised by everything in front of him. Of course we must cooperate. The country's regulations require it, and as old-timers we must adhere even more strictly. He tilted his head slightly, casting a glance. A burly bodyguard behind him immediately understood, taking a few steps forward to pry open a 0.5% lead-sealed transport box with specialized tools. With a click, the box lid was lifted. A mixed scent of earth and lime rushed out, revealing that the box was lined with thick, cushioning material, within which lay a massive fossil that resembled a leg bone of some reptile quietly resting. The surface of the fossil was clearly textured, and the petrified bone structure gleamed with a grayish-white sheen under the light, resembling that of a dinosaur fossil. Ye Chen stepped forward, activating a seemingly professional detection device in hand to scan the fossil inside the box. Data streams flashed rapidly across the device's screen before coming to a halt. Composition: silicate calcium carbonate. Era: late Cretaceous. Radiation level: normal. Background value. Everything was impeccably normal. The tense muscles of several bodyguards began to relax slightly. However, Ye Chen did not relent. His device paused momentarily on an inconspicuous fracture on the fossil. There are trace amounts of gamma radiation residue at the fracture of this fossil, exceeding the normal standard by 0.03 units. Ye Chen calmly announced as he looked up. Although the dosage is very small according to the quarantine regulations for special items entering and exiting the country, I need to take this sample back to the headquarters laboratory for 24 hours of isolated observation and in-depth analysis. The air froze again. A hint of stiffness appeared for the first time on Bai Jingting's always smiling face. The bodyguard who had just opened the box suddenly stepped forward, one hand already pressing against his waist. A strong aura of killing intent instantly locked onto Ye Chen. This officer, you may not know the value of this batch of fossils. The bodyguard's voice was low and filled with a sense of warning. Any damage to them is not something you can afford. Ye Chen completely ignored him, merely showing a document with a red cover in front of Bai Jingting. On the inner page of the document, a prominent badge from the National Security Department gleamed golden under the dim light. Special access permit. Bai Jingting's pupils constricted slightly. The aggressive bodyguard, upon seeing the document, seemed like a chicken caught by the throat. All his bravado vanished as he silently retreated to his original position. Since it's a regulation, let's proceed according to the regulation. Bai Jingting regained his smile, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. I hope you will take good care of it. This old bone enjoys these ancient artifacts. Ye Chen refrained from further unnecessary chatter, signaling the 2 other Panga project members behind him, who were also dressed in quarantine suits, to carefully repackage the massive leg bone fossil and load it onto their vehicle. Throughout the entire process, Bai Jingting and his bodyguards quietly observed, until Ye Chen's vehicle disappeared into the night at the port. Pangu Project Underground Secret Laboratory. Under the huge, shadowless lamp, the fossil brought back from Jinmen Port was secured on the cutting table. Ye Chen changed into a sterile protective suit and personally operated a high-precision laser cutter. Without conducting any component analysis, he directly began cutting based on the internal structural anomalies marked during the previous scanning. Zzz. The blue laser beam moved precisely along the natural textures of the fossil, making no harsh noise. Minutes later, the fossil's outer shell was completely peeled away. The internal sight caused all the scientists present to gasp in shock. The interior of the fossil was indeed entirely hollowed out. A low-temperature container made of some unknown silver-gray alloy was embedded inside, covered with intricate pipelines and energy indicator lights. This is not a fossil at all. It is a flawlessly disguised Trojan horse. Ye Chen carefully severed the external energy lock of the container and extracted it from inside the fossil. In the absolutely sterile isolation workstation, he initiated the unlocking procedure. With a slight sound of pressure release, the top cover of the alloy container slowly rotated open. A white cold air spilled out. Inside the container there were no complex instruments, only a small tube of golden liquid suspended in a special culture medium. Ye Chen took it out and dropped a single drop onto a slide for a high-magnification microscope. On the screen appeared an unprecedented sight. It was a perfect single-celled organism. It exhibited a pure golden hue, and at the position of its nucleus, it seemed as though a miniature sun was burning. Unlike ordinary cells which divided, it pulsated slowly and rhythmically. With each pulse it radiated a faint golden halo filled with an indescribable rhythm of life. Divine, a young researcher instinctively murmured. The same thought flashed through Ye Chen's mind. This is the divine cell. He immediately called up all the encrypted data obtained from the professor for lines of code and gene sequences flashed rapidly. Finally, a result with a match rate of 99.9 appeared on the screen. Found it. Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat. According to the incomplete records left by the professor, this life form, he named Divine Cell, was the source of all genetic modification technologies of the Bai family. It is a life seed from extraterrestrial meteors, possessing nearly infinite potential. It can seamlessly integrate with the DNA chains of any known biological organism, like a perfect gene editor, optimizing, repairing, and even completely rewriting them. This is the secret of how the Bai family can extend life, or even rejuvenate those in power. But what is even more terrifying lies ahead. As data analysis deepened, a note encrypted with the highest authority by the professor was decrypted. The divine cell does not exist as a single entity, it possesses a collective consciousness. All individuals modified through its subcell will unconditionally obey the commands of the mother cell on a subconscious level. It is not a gene agent, it is a network of mental control. And the mother cell, according to my final speculation, resides within Bai Jingting. In the laboratory there was a deathly silence. This discovery was 100 times more terrifying than a list of powerful individuals. It means that Bai Jingting not only holds the lives of these people, but also controls their will. He can command anyone in this network to do anything. A researcher trembled and suggested, We must destroy it immediately. Destroy? Ye Chen looked at the pulsating golden cell under the microscope. Once the subcells within the range of the mother cell's perception are destroyed, no one knows what might happen. Perhaps those in power who have been modified would immediately drop dead due to the sudden collapse of their gene chains. That would trigger an unprecedented turmoil. It cannot be destroyed. A more insane and bolder idea began to take shape in Ye Chen's mind. Since Bai Jingting can control the subcells with the mother cell, then why can't I create a king with higher authority to take over the entire network? No, we will not destroy it. Ye Chen turned around facing all the core scientists of the project team. We will study it, replicate it, and even create a king cell that can reverse control it. The entire laboratory fell silent for a moment, then a fiery light erupted in everyone's eyes. It was the fervor and passion of scientists encountering the ultimate mystery. A scientific competition aimed at deciphering the divine code and reverse engineering God officially commenced at the same time in the Bai family estate. In the study, Bai Jingting was alone staring at an unfinished chessboard. A butler silently entered and reported in a low voice. Sir, the items have been taken away. Bai Jingting placed a black piece without looking up. Which piece was taken? It was the Dragon King leg bone that contained the seed, as per your instructions. Good. Bai Jingting finally raised his head, looking out at the dark night sky, as if he could pierce through the darkness to see the brightly lit laboratory. He calmly spoke to himself. The seed has been sown, it is time to see what kind of fruit it will bear. The fervent atmosphere in the laboratory still lingered. The concept of the cell of the king acted like the most potent stimulant, injecting itself into the hearts of every top scientist. They gathered around the holographic projection, passionately discussing various technological paths, their words filled with a thirst for the unknown and a desire to conquer. However, Ye Chen felt a chill rising from his spine. He did not partake in the discussion and walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the profound night. The image of Bai Jingting placing his pieces lingered in his mind. The calmness and determination displayed were far from the reaction of someone whose plans had been disrupted. The seed has been sown, it's time to see what kind of fruit it can bear. This statement was less of a soliloquy and more an intentional communication meant for his ears. This was a conspicuous scheme. A scheme that one knew to be a trap, yet had to step into nonetheless. Bai Jingting had deliberately allowed him to acquire the cell of God, and perhaps even the professor's notes were part of the plan. What was his true purpose? This thought made Ye Chen restless. He turned to the project leader and instructed him briefly before stepping into the deepest part of the laboratory, into an independent biological testing chamber. Conduct a high-precision comprehensive gene test on myself, Ye Chen commanded the intelligent assistant. After performing a basic gene permission optimization on himself, he had never examined his body so meticulously. A strong sense of unease compelled him to confirm a certain speculation immediately. Testing begins, estimated duration 3 minutes. The cold mechanical arms extended and various precise probes and scanning beams began to work on him. Time passed by second by second. Ye Chen's heartbeat quickened in response. 3 minutes later, an extraordinarily detailed gene map appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. Perfect. After the initial optimization, his physical fitness, cell vitality, and neural response speed had all reached the pinnacle of human standards. On the map, every segment of the gene chain shimmered with a healthy and stable glow. Wait. Ye Chen's gaze suddenly froze. In that vast gene map, there was an extremely tiny dot flashing at a completely different frequency. It was a fragment he had never seen before, incredibly minuscule, yet possessing an exceptionally stable structure. It was like a mysterious code appearing out of nowhere, forcefully written into his gene chain. When did this happen? Ye Chen quickly retrieved all his past bodily data. This gene fragment had appeared after he came into contact with the Dragon King's leg bone and the cell of God. System immediately analyzed this unknown gene fragment. He nearly roared in his mind. The next moment the system's prompt tone echoed in his mind, but this time it was not the usual calm. Emergency warning, unknown gene fragment invasion detected, analyzing. Analysis ongoing. Failed. Ye Chen's heart sank. The gene fragment resonated highly with the host's bloodline, unable to be deemed harmful. Warning. Its activity is slowly increasing. It is advised that the host promptly elevate the gene permission level to achieve higher resolution capabilities. Unable to be deemed harmful. Boom. It felt as if thunder had exploded in Ye Chen's mind. He instantly understood everything. Bai Jingting's target had been him from the very beginning. The cell of God was seen as an external invader by the wealthy and powerful, a plug-in that required cautious grasp. But for Ye Chen, who possessed a special bloodline, it was not an invasion, but a call. A fusion. Bai Jingting, he was betting that Ye Chen's bloodline could react in an unprecedented way with this cell of God from beyond, ultimately achieving a perfect fusion, creating the ultimate dream he could never accomplish in his lifetime. A true perfect life form. And he was the chosen experiment. What a schemer, Bai Jingting. Ye Chen punched the reinforced glass of the testing chamber, causing a web of cracks to instantly spread. This was an inescapable scheme. He could not eliminate that gene fragment because the system had already indicated that it had fused with his bloodline. Forcefully separating it would be akin to self-destruction. He now had only two paths. Either be completely assimilated by the will of the cell of God, without realizing it, becoming Bai Jingting's most perfect puppet, a true ace. Or he must find a way to counter it before being fully assimilated. Time was running out. Just when Ye Chen felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and anxiety, a sudden warmth surged from his chest. It was the star pivot token. That warm current quickly spread throughout his body, calming the genetic turmoil and unease wherever it flowed. Ye Chen immediately looked back at the testing screen. On the screen, the flashing frequency of the foreign gene fragment had clearly decreased, sinking back into a state of silence. It had been temporarily suppressed. Ye Chen let out a long breath. What could counter the cell of God was not some cell of the king, but the power inherent in his own body passed down from his family. He immediately called Han Bo. Han Bo, young master, what is your command? Came Han Bo's calm response from the use all resources to investigate. Look into the old site of the Yi family, all relics, any records, no matter how trivial or seemingly useless, I want them all. Immediately. Understood. I will handle it right away. Han Bo asked no further questions, having sensed the urgency in Ye Chen's voice. After hanging up, as Ye Chen stepped out of the testing chamber, he saw Liu Yanan standing elegantly at the door. She seemed to have been waiting for a while. You're back. Ye Chen adjusted his emotions. Yes, just got off the plane. Liu Yanan nodded and handed him a document. This is the layout of all secret accounts and assets of the Bai family in Europe, enough for them to drink a pot of it. But she quickly added, however, I also brought someone back with me. Who? Someone you might find interesting. Liu Yanan turned slightly, revealing an elderly white man standing behind her. The old man was in his 60s, his hair disheveled, wearing a wrinkled research coat, but in his eyes there sparkled a nearly mad brilliance. Dr. Albert. Ye Chen was somewhat surprised. This legendary scientist was considered a madman by the entire biology community, yet he had single-handedly founded the colossal entity known as Immortal Biology. Hello, Mr. Dr. Albert extended his hand, speaking in somewhat halting Chinese. Miss Yanan said you have traces of the god. I cannot refuse such an invitation. Liu Yanan explained the doctor and his core team have agreed to fully join the biological research department of the This was undoubtedly a tremendous boost. Ye Chen led Dr. Albert to the core laboratory. When Albert saw the golden cell of God slowly pulsating in the nutrient dish, he froze. The next second his knees buckled and he fell directly to the ground. His face lost the rationality of a scientist, replaced by a primal and fervent worship. The blood of origin. He trembled, reaching out as if to touch that holographic projection. It really exists. The ancient family legend is true. Ye Chen and Liu Yanan exchanged astonished glances. Doctor, what do you mean by the blood of origin? Ye Chen pressed on. Dr. Albert slowly raised his head, his wild eyes fixated on Ye Chen. In my family, the oldest texts record that all life on earth originates from the first drop of blood. It comes from the star sea, and it created all things. It is the blood of origin. He gasped for breath and continued. The texts also say that the blood of origin possesses its own will. It waits for a soul that can resonate with it to appear. And that bloodline is referred to in legend as Dr. Albert enunciated each word as he summoned all his strength to speak that term. The guardian. Guardian. These two words struck like lightning, instantly cleaving through all the fog in Ye Chen's mind. He instinctively reached out, pressing down on the still warm star pivot token on his chest. He then lifted his head, looking at his reflection on the smooth wall of the laboratory. The destruction of his family, the tragic death of his parents, the pursuit of the Scorpion organization. It turned out that the root of all this had never been some commercial secret or financial dispute. From the very beginning, their target had always been him, or rather the bloodline flowing within his body. The guardian blood. Dr. Albert's fervor did not wane with his kneeling, instead it intensified. He brought not only himself and a top-notch research team, but also a completely new theoretical framework and a set of unheard-of precision instruments. Once combined with the technology left by the professor, the research progress of the entire Pango project soared, as if riding a rocket, advancing by leaps and bounds. In the laboratory, Ye Chen watched the complex data streams scrolling rapidly across the screen. Those previously obscure gene sequences were being deciphered and reorganized at an astonishing speed with the intervention of Albert's team. The purpose of the blood of origin is not destruction. Dr. Albert stood beside Ye Chen, his lab coat still wrinkled, yet he emanated a certain brilliance. He pointed to a golden sequence on the holographic screen that continually replicated itself, devouring other gene fragments. Its purpose is assimilation. To turn all life, all genes into itself. To unite to become eternal. Although Dr. Albert's Chinese was still not very fluent, every word carried an undeniable weight. And the Guardians exist to maintain balance. To preserve genetic diversity, protect natural evolution, and safeguard the infinite possibilities of life. He turned his head, his fervent eyes fixed intently on Ye Chen. This is not a struggle of just a few hundred years, Mr. Ye. According to my family's ancient records, this war began even before humanity's birth, even before dinosaurs wandered upon this planet. A war spanning billions of years. Ye Chen's heart sank suddenly. He had always thought he faced merely a vast, shadowy, multinational organization. Now it seemed he was wrong. Wrong beyond measure. The Ouroboros. Ye Chen uttered those three words. Yes, Albert nodded emphatically. They are the modern executors of the blood of origin within human society. They seek you, hunt you not for the wealth you possess, nor for any commercial secrets. What they desire is to bring this war to a complete end. And you, Albert extended a trembling finger pointing at Ye Chen's heart. The purest bloodline of the Guardians is the only key to ending the war. As long as they control you, the blood of origin can declare complete victory. An unprecedented pressure surged towards Ye Chen like a tidal wave. From the Ye family to the Bai family, from the Ouroboros organization to an unknown professor. He thought he was only at this moment did he realize that what he had seen before was merely the tip of the iceberg. His enemies were not a certain family or organization. Rather, they were a terrifying existence as ancient as the history of life on Earth, perhaps even beyond the comprehension of human civilization. Could he really handle this? At that moment, Ye Chen's phone rang urgently. It was Han Bo. Young master. Han Bo's breath was a bit hurried on the other end of the line, with the sound of wind and rolling stones in the background. Following your instructions, I brought people to clear the ruins of the Ye family's ancestral home, and beneath the foundation of the main house, I found something. What is it? Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat. A secret chamber. A secret chamber sealed by mechanisms. At the entrance there is a groove exactly the same shape as the token on your chest. The star pivot token. Ye Chen instinctively pressed his hand against his chest. The token he had found among his parents' belongings was now radiating a warm heat, as if responding to a distant call. I'm heading over immediately. Ye Chen did not hesitate. He hung up the phone and looked at Liu Yanan and Dr. Albert. I must return to the old house. Liu Yanan did not ask further, just nodded. Be careful. Dr. Albert then gazed at him deeply. Go, Guardian. Perhaps there you will find the answers you need. Ye Chen did not delay and set off immediately. Almost as soon as he left the Qingyan group, a call was also made to Song Jiangwo's office. After listening to the report, Song Jiangwo fell silent for a moment, then picked up the red phone on the desk. Connect the Special Operations Department Level 1 alert. Dispatch the Dragon 2 third team to provide full protection for Ye Chen, ensuring his absolute safety. Repeat, absolute safety. Song Jiangwo put down the phone and walked to the window, gazing at the distant sky. He knew very well that Ye Chen was no longer just an excellent collaborator. He was the only key to unraveling all mysteries and even determining the future direction. Ye family's ancestral home. Once a Jiangnan garden, now only remnants of broken walls remain. When Ye Chen's private plane landed at the temporary helipad beside the ruins, Han Bo and a team of fully armed, composed soldiers were already waiting there. The team leader saluted Ye Chen with a standard military gesture. Mr. Ye, the Dragon 2 third team has been ordered to ensure your safety. Ye Chen nodded, offering no further pleasantries, and walked directly into the depths of the ruins. In a cleared area, a deep entrance suddenly emerged. At the edge of the entrance was a heavy stone door, and in the center of the door a star-shaped groove was clearly visible. Young master, this is the place. Han Bo pointed at the stone door. Ye Chen stepped forward, took a deep breath, and retrieved the star pivot token from his chest. He slowly pressed the token into the groove. Perfectly fitting. Click. A soft sound was heard, but the stone door remained motionless. It still requires bloodline verification. Ye Chen was not surprised. He drew the military knife he carried with him, lightly slicing the tip of his finger, a drop of crimson blood falling onto the star pivot token. The blood was instantly absorbed by the token, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, boom, the entire ground seemed to tremble, and the heavy stone door slowly rose with a sound that made one's teeth ache. A desolate ancient aura, as if emanating from the source of time, rushed out from within the door. Everyone instinctively took a step back, but only Ye Chen stepped forward against that aura, walking in step by step. Han Bo and the Dragon Tooth team followed closely behind. Inside the secret chamber, there were no treasures of gold and silver, nor any ancient scriptures. It resembled an ancient altar more than anything else. The altar was simply structured, built from dark. At the very center of the altar, a fist-sized blue crystal quietly floated in midair, emitting a soft and mysterious glow. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to this crystal. Yet Ye Chen's gaze fell upon the walls surrounding the altar. On those stone walls were countless intricate and vivid murals. The first mural depicted a vast sea of stars with a drop of golden blood and a drop of blue blood falling onto a blue planet. The second mural showed a wild land where dinosaurs ran golden blood, transforming into fierce beasts that devoured everything, while blue blood split into countless varied forms of life resisting them. The third mural depicted a magnificent continent submerged beneath the sea Atlantis. An ancestor holding the star pivot token led warriors with unique powers to engage in fierce battles against ocean monsters formed from the erosion of golden blood. Ye Chen looked at each mural, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. The murals recorded the war that Dr. Albert had spoken of, a war lasting billions of years. He even saw a familiar figure in one of the murals depicting modern warfare. A massive creature, muscular and exuding an aesthetic of violence. That form was unmistakably the biochemical weapon he encountered in the underground fighting arena, the Tyrant. It turned out that it was not a product of modern technology, but an ancient creation eroded by the blood of origin. Ye Chen's mind was thoroughly shaken, and he continued to gaze at the last mural. It was this very sight that left him frozen in place. In the image, an ancestor of the Ye family, also holding the star pivot token, was not battling against golden monsters like the other ancestors. On the contrary, he stood atop the altar, actively guiding a strand of golden blood of origin to slowly merge into his left arm. There was no pain on his face, but rather a calmness of controlling everything. And on that arm, fused with golden blood, the blue guardian bloodline and the golden blood of origin did not devour each other, but formed a strange symbiotic state, intertwining and spiraling. Beside the mural, in an ancient script that Ye Chen had never seen before, a line of small characters was inscribed. Yet for some reason he understood it. To control divine power, one must first become a god. To master divine power, one must first become a god. Those 8 ancient characters seared themselves like a brand in Ye Chen's mind. He froze where he stood, his body motionless, while his thoughts raced with unprecedented speed. So this was the truth. What the ancestors left behind was not a warning nor a taboo. It was a path, a road fraught with endless risk, yet leading to genuine might. Resist, suppress, expel. These are the thoughts of the weak. True strength lies in mastery and fusion, in turning that which opposes you into your own instrument. Clarity dawned upon Ye Chen. All this time he had treated the foreign gene within him as a ticking bomb, doing everything to bind it for fear it would erupt and consume him. Yet the ancestor depicted on the mural had shown him a completely different answer through action. To tame the power that came from a god, the only way was to make oneself a god. With a stronger bloodline and a more unyielding will, he must reverse and devour it, command it, make it part of himself. Young master. Han Bo saw Ye Chen remain motionless for a long while, and could not help but call softly. Ye Chen turned slowly, the shock was gone from his face, replaced by an unprecedented calm and resolution. Han Bo, you and the others leave. Stand guard at the door and let no one enter. Han Bo was taken aback. Young master, what are you going to do? Walk a path. The path my ancestor once walked. Ye Chen offered no further explanation, his gaze burning on the floating blue crystal at the altar's center. Han Bo wanted to argue, but confronted by Ye Chen's unyielding expression, he swallowed his words. He signaled the Longya squad, and the team silently withdrew from the chamber. The stone gate descended, slowly cutting off inside from out. In the secret chamber, only Ye Chen remained. He stepped to the altar and settled into a cross-legged posture. The fist-sized blue crystal lay a meter before him, emitting soft, pure energy. He closed his eyes and relinquished all control over his body. All his life, he had been like a master beast-tamer, binding the feral entity, named the Shunji cell, within him, with spirit and bloodline, as if with iron chains. Now he would loosen every shackle. The instant he released the suppression, of violent, chaotic, destruction-tinged force detonated from the depths of his genes. The long-dormant foreign gene, tasting unprecedented freedom, began ravenously to invade his body. Agony swept him in an instant. Ye Chen's body convulsed. Beneath his skin, countless writhing ropes seemed to surge, veins and vessels rising one by one in grotesque relief. Under the onslaught of the Shinji cell, his gene chains snapped inch by inch. Destruction had begun. Yet in that moment, Ye Chen's consciousness crystallized into extreme clarity. Now he thought and actively guided the strength of his guardian bloodline. No longer a blockade, it became a vast net that reached out to envelop the raging energy. At the same time, he pressed his hand onto the Xingshu ling still embedded in its recess. The token hummed and resonated with the blood in his veins. A purer, more ancient blue energy welled from the ling, ran along his arm, and merged into his body, joining the containment and analysis of the Shinji cell. Two forces, his own bloodline and the Xingshu ling's blessing, combined to forge an immense blue firm. And that golden Shinji cell was the stubborn iron within the crucible to be refined. Even Ye Chen's indomitable will could not prevent a low, strained groan from escaping him. The pain was unbearable. It was no mere physical torment, but the collapse and reconstitution of life at its most fundamental. His body teetered between annihilation and rebirth. Gene chains snapped only to be hastily mended by the blue crystal's gentle energy. Cells necrotized, then were forcefully reactivated by the guardian bloodline. He felt himself as a lump of sodden clay grasped by invisible hands, kneaded into form, then smashed apart, and reshaped again and again. Outside the chamber, Han Bo and the Longya squad stared anxiously at the life sign monitor before them. It was the Special Operations Unit's finest equipment. Microsensors allowed real-time surveillance of Ye Chen's physiological condition. But now the figures on the screen filled everyone present, including Dr. Airboat watching via video, with profound dread. Heart rate, 0. EEG, vanished. Life energy response, undetectable, a team member reported with a trembling voice. No, wait, it's back. The line representing his heartbeat suddenly shot up vertically to a horrifying rate surpassing 300 beats per minute. All the readings then rode a roller coaster, flitting wildly between 0 and the instrument's limits. My God, Dr. Airboat murmured on the other end of the line. This is impossible. No carbon-based life form can endure such physiological oscillation. What on earth is happening inside his body? Doctor, do we need to enter? Han Bo asked, voice tight. No, absolutely not. Dr. Airboat snapped. We do not understand what is occurring. Look at the energy indices. They exceed the instrument's maximum range. This is beyond modern science. This is evolution, a life leap that transcends our comprehension. Any external interference could produce the worst possible outcome. Han Bo fell silent. Through the monitor's frantic data, he could only imagine the horrifying metamorphosis Ye Chen was enduring inside the chamber. Time passed minute by minute. How long? An hour, a full day? No one could say. At last the wildly fluctuating numbers began to subside, gradually settling on a level far beyond ordinary, yet imbued with an odd steady rhythm. Within the chamber, the storm within Ye Chen calmed. He opened his eyes slowly. For an instant, a brilliant spear of golden light flashed in his irises and vanished, leaving in its wake a depth of blue more profound than before. He had succeeded. He could feel clearly that the fragment of the Shinji cell that had once posed such threat was now flowing obediently through his bloodline. No, flowing was not the right word. It had been thoroughly digested. His guardian bloodline had dismantled, analyzed, and recombined it by sheer force of will, ultimately assimilating it into a wholly new cell under his command. Ye Chen named it in his heart Wangji cell. Almost at once a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Gene Authority Primary automatically upgrading. Upgrade complete. Gene Authority Intermediate Wangji bloodline. Ability description: the host may to a limited degree perceive and influence other individuals carrying the Shinji cell. Possesses absolute suppression and devouring capability over the Shinji cell. Ye Chen rose slowly. He clenched his fist and felt an unprecedented sense of command surge through every limb and sinew. He was reborn. He had not only extinguished his own peril, but had turned the enemy's most fearsome weapon into the sharpest blade in his hand. From this day forward, the Bai family's invisible net of genes would be no secret to him. He was the sole natural predator of that web. The balance of offense and defense had been reversed. At the very moment he felt this newborn power, an ear-splitting emergency alarm erupted outside the chamber. Report: the base has received highest-level urgent intelligence. Across the globe, all conglomerates, officials, and armed forces linked to the Bai family have simultaneously launched indiscriminate attacks on Qingyan Group and all related enterprises. A member of the Longya squad rushed to the stone gate, horrified, and shouted the report. Almost simultaneously, far away in the snowbound mountains, a hidden base stirred. Bai Jingting snapped to his feet from the throne. He did not glance at any intel. Instead, he clutched his chest as his mother cell thrummed with unprecedented tremors. It was neither excitement nor a command, but a primal fear and hostility rising from the very root of life, as if a rival sovereign had been born within his domain. It's him. The composure vanished from Bai Jingting's face, replaced by near-mad savagery. By any means, deploy every pawn. Destroy him. Annihilate everything connected to him. He had received no intelligence of Ye Chen's evolution. This was the beast's instinct, the mother cell's visceral rejection of a new king. In an instant, a terrifying storm swept from the corridors of global politics and commerce toward Ye Chen and Liu Yanan, arriving with no warning. Countless former partners turned overnight into implacable foes. Even some factions that had profited from Qingyan Group did not hesitate to reverse their guns. Qingyan Group, the commercial empire built single-handedly by Liu Yanan, suddenly found itself besieged by the war. The alarms sounded shrill, as if it were about to tear the very dome of the base apart. A sense of anxiety and panic hung heavy in the air. Report. The New York Stock Exchange has opened, and the stock price of Qingyan Group triggered 3 circuit breakers within 3 minutes, leading to an emergency suspension of trading. Report. All bank accounts of the European branch have been frozen by local financial regulatory authorities on the grounds of suspected money laundering. Report. Our raw material supplier in South America has unilaterally breached the contract and has colluded with local armed groups to seize our cargo ship worth $3 billion. Report. The world's largest hacker organization, Abyss, has launched a saturation attack on the group's servers. The firewall is about to collapse. At the headquarters of Qingyan Group, this skyscraper that once symbolized a commercial miracle was now swaying. A series of devastating news like the most precise cruise missiles whistled in from all corners of the world, leaving this commercial empire riddled with wounds. Liu Yanan stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city below. Her silhouette remained upright, but only she knew that a bone-chilling cold was rising from her feet, freezing her limbs in an instant. The phone was still at her ear. "Uncle Wang, we have collaborated for 10 years back. When your company was on the verge of bankruptcy, it was I." A weary sigh echoed from the other end of the line. "Yanan, I'm sorry. You cannot resist their power." Beep. The busy tone rang. Liu Yanan slowly placed the phone down. Betrayal. This was the 17th betrayal call she had received today from close partners. The smiles of the past, the oaths once made, were as fragile as paper in the face of the invisible hand of the Bai family. In just a few hours, merely a few hours, everything she had painstakingly built, every commercial barrier she was proud of, every carefully maintained network of collaborations crumbled to dust. This was not a commercial war. This was slaughter. A unilateral massacre that mobilized all the energy of a superpower, disregarded any costs, and asked no questions. For the first time, she felt such profound helplessness. Even despair. Just then the office door was slammed open, and her secretary rushed in, rolling in with tears and terror on her face. "Director Liu, it's over. Everything is over. Our stock price has already fallen to just 1 cent. 1 cent. A business empire worth hundreds of billions had turned into a pile of worthless garbage in just a few hours." Liu Yanan's body swayed slightly. She looked out the window. The city lights still shimmered brilliantly, yet her world had plunged into endless darkness. Dragon Tooth Base. The heavy stone door slowly slid open. Ye Chen stepped out. In stark contrast to the panic outside the secret room, his steps were steady and his breath was long, his entire being resembling a peerless divine weapon sheathed in its scabbard, its edge concealed, yet carrying immense weight. Song Jiangwo approached quickly. This battle-hardened veteran had a grave expression on his face. "Ye Chen, the situation is very dire." He recounted the newly compiled intelligence in the most concise terms. "The Bai family has gone mad. They have mobilized all their forces lurking globally and launched a saturation attack on Qingyan Group. This is not a warning, it is an attempt to erase Miss Liu and everything related to you from this world entirely." The Dragon Tooth team member reporting the situation clenched his fists, filled with resentment and anger. "These bastards. They don't respect any rules at all. Our people want to provide support, but the opponent has mobilized political figures and tycoons from various countries. We cannot intervene directly." Everyone present felt the suffocating pressure. The enemy was not just an organization, but a vast net that extended globally and penetrated deeply into society. However, after hearing all of this, Ye Chen's expression did not change. No anger, no panic. He simply looked at Song Jiangwo calmly. "It's time to net them in." Song Jiangwo was taken aback. Net them in? They were clearly the ones being hunted. Ye Chen did not elaborate further and walked directly to an encrypted communication device. He needed a top-tier operator, a madman who could stir the global financial market. He dialed a number. "Phantom." A languid yet playful female voice came from the other end. "Oh, a rare guest. I thought you had forgotten about me. What's the matter? Your little lover can't hold on any longer, and you want me to step in to save the market. The price won't be cheap, you know." "No." Ye Chen interrupted her. "I don't want you to save the market." Phantom on the other end seemed taken aback for a moment. "What do you mean?" "I want you to use all your funds and channels. Globally short sell the Bai family stocks and all the companies involved in the encirclement of Qingyan Group. Bring them all to bankruptcy." A dead silence fell upon the phone call. Phantom was stunned by this insane command. This was not a counterattack. This was clearly taking advantage of the chaos to rob and undermine. He intended to use the enemy's coordinated assault to carry out an unprecedented financial plunder. "Are you sure?" "Execute the order." Ye Chen hung up the phone. He slowly closed his eyes. The entire world changed in his perception. A huge network composed of countless bright and dim points of light clearly appeared in his mind. Each point of light represented an individual implanted with the divine cell by the Bai family. They spread across the globe, occupying high positions, serving as the Bai family's tentacles to control this world. This net had once been Ye Chen's greatest threat. But now, in the face of his royal bloodline, every node and every vein of this net was laid bare. He was the new master of this net. Ye Chen's consciousness wandered above this vast network, searching for the most suitable target. Soon he locked onto an exceptionally active node that shimmered with the glow of power. Europe, the treasury of a certain country. A high-level closed-door meeting was in progress. The chief finance minister, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man known for his iron fist policies, was about to pick up a pen to sign an ultimate freeze order against all assets of Qin Group in that country. Once this document was signed, the foundation of Qin Group in Europe would be completely uprooted. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the pen, the man's body suddenly trembled. A chill originating from deep within his bloodline, from the essence of his cells, swept through him without warning. In his mind, the mother will, which had always commanded like a deity, was instantaneously overwhelmed by an even older, more domineering and supreme authority. That was not a suggestion nor a negotiation. It was absolute divine right. A detached yet authoritative will directly descended upon the depths of his soul. Cease the attack and turn against them. The finance minister's motion halted. All eyes in the conference room were focused. He slowly raised his head, but did not immediately tear up the document and shout his loyalty like a controlled puppet. A hint of the right amount of confusion and caution appeared on his face. He pushed the freeze order back and looked towards his deputy. What is the legal basis for this proposal, eh? His voice was not loud, yet carried an undeniable inquiry. Mr. Butler, imposing such severe sanctions on a reputable multinational corporation requires a complete and irrefutable chain of evidence, not just a few vague pieces of intelligence. His deputy was stunned. Minister, this is a directive from the highest level. I don't care whose directive it is. The finance minister slammed the table, showcasing his usual tough demeanor. In my department, everything must conform to procedural justice. This proposal is riddled with flaws and illogical. I suspect the motives of the proposer are impure, possibly involving unfair commercial competition. He stood up, scanning the room. I declare this meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, I am establishing a special investigation team to conduct a reverse background check on the initiator of this sanctioned proposal. I need to know who wants to use the national apparatus to achieve their nefarious purposes. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving a room full of dumbfounded officials. He executed Ye Chen's instruction in the most reasonable and fitting manner for his status. Not only did he halt the attack, but he also dealt a blow to the enemy. A similar scene began to unfold across the globe. In South America, in the command room of a military base, a general about to give the order to mobilize suddenly canceled the action, citing military maintenance suboptimal condition. In Asia, a media tycoon wielding significant public opinion power just a second before going live swapped out an article that smeared Qin Group for one, praising its charitable contributions. In North America, a powerful congressman publicly defected during a session, accusing the commercial investigation against Qin Group of being a political persecution. The command system that the Bai family had spent decades meticulously constructing experienced strange widespread delays and errors at this moment. Those most loyal pieces began to defy commands from the mother for various logically sound reasons. An invisible power struggle quietly began in the minds of countless dignitaries. Meanwhile, Ye Chen still stood in the corner of the base, his eyes tightly closed. His consciousness, like a masterful hacker, a ghost traversing the sea of data, roamed freely within this vast genetic web. His fingers moved slightly, as if plucking another thread of fate in the void. The dominoes did not fall one by one, but collapsed in unison with a resounding crash. The White family's meticulously planned global siege, after reaching its peak, was met with an unimaginable avalanche. Every critical node in the chain of attacks executed the most lethal betrayal in a manner most fitting to its identity and logic. The true battleground of this silent war was not in conference rooms or command centers, but in the cold financial market. The operatives of Phantom caught the first whiff of blood in the air. When the South American general canceled the operation under the pretext of military maintenance, the stock price of the South American mining group, controlled by the White family, plummeted. When the Asian media tycoon suddenly switched sides, replacing defamatory articles with praise, the stocks of several entertainment companies invested in by the White family instantly crashed. When North American lawmakers openly defected, labeling business investigations as political persecution, the panic index on Wall Street began to soar. A series of seemingly unrelated negative news items precisely cut into every artery of the White family's financial empire, akin to a surgeon's scalpel. Phantom's army moved accordingly. They were not short-selling, they were executing a decree. Countless sell orders poured down like a torrential black rain, smashing the value of the White families and their allies' assets into the abyss. Once an invincible financial behemoth, it now followed in the footsteps of the Long family, its massive form beginning to sway under the world's gaze, emitting a dying wail. In a historic manner by Lake Geneva, Switzerland, by Jingtong stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the serene lake. Yet within him a world was experiencing a catastrophic tsunami. The gene web he had woven with a lifetime of effort, allowing him to survey the world from a godlike perspective and manipulate power, was spiraling out of control. No, it was not out of control. It was a transition of royal power. He could distinctly feel his will, the once sole monarch of the network, being replaced by a more grand, ancient, and indisputable force. If his will was that of a king, then this newly arrived will was the divine being that created royalty itself. His commands were ignored, and his connections were rejected. Those pawns he had once taken pride in now silently pledged allegiance to the new monarch. Fear, an ancient emotion long forgotten for decades, surged from the depths of his frozen heart, gripping his heart. In disbelief he reached out, seemingly trying to grasp the intangible threads slipping away. He had lost utterly and inexplicably. He did not even know who his enemy was or where they were. A frenzied desire for destruction welled up. Since he could not possess, then let it be utterly destroyed. Since you all want to betray me. He summoned the last vestiges of his remaining authority, attempting to detonate the gene backdoor implanted in every target. It was a mutually assured destruction program. Once activated, the genetic chains of all those parasitized by the god cells would instantly collapse, turning into a puddle of the most primal protein. He wanted this world to be buried alongside his failure. However, when he issued this final command, the entire gene web shut him out completely. The door to the ultimate authority cruelly and permanently closed before him. Ye Chen's king cells had long anticipated all his actions. At the moment of seizing supreme control, it had also effortlessly stripped him of all authority, including the self-destruct option. Bai Jingtong stood frozen in place. He had been completely expelled by the empire he had created. He became a banished king. In a corner of the base, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. The vast gene web that enveloped the globe now felt as docile as a lamb in his perception. He could clearly sense the location, emotions, and even the most hidden thoughts of every implanted individual. He could let them live or let them die. He could turn them into the most loyal servants, establishing an unyielding commercial barrier for the Qingyan group. This power was the most seductive poison in the world, yet he did not indulge in it. The sensation of manipulating others' wills instinctively filled him with disgust. Power itself has no right or wrong, but the power to control human hearts is a primordial sin. He did not kill those in power. The White family's control was easily dismantled by him, replaced by a simple, yet profound mark left by Ye Chen. Never opposed the Qingyan group and Ye Chen. That was all. A tightly woven control web had been transformed into a loose, yet impenetrable protective, but he did not intend to become the new master of this net. He dialed the encrypted communication of Dr. Albert. Doctor, I need your help. I want to develop a gene decoder that can safely and without side effects remove the god cells from the human body. Dr. Albert on the other end of the line fell silent for a long time. Do you realize what you have now? That is authority enough to make you the king of the world. I know. Ye Chen's response was calm and unruffled. That is precisely why I want to destroy it. Or rather return the choice to those individuals. It was a choice between continuing to enjoy the conveniences brought by the god cells, or choosing to remove it and return to a pure and free self. This choice was returned to them. In the capital office, No. 1. Song Jiangwo put down the red phone in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. He had just received a report from the highest level, the contents of which shocked this veteran who had weathered many storms. Ye Chen not only dismantled the White family's conspiracy and gained control of that terrifying gene network, but after mastering this supreme power, he chose to actively relinquish it. At the end of this report was a comment personally annotated by the highest leader. His heart is as red as the sun, unmatched among the nation's suns. Song Jiangwo let out a long breath. They realized that what Ye Chen possessed was no longer mere courage, but a true character and vision capable of wielding thunder. The era of the White family had ended. After being completely abandoned by the empire he had created, Bai Jingtong chose to end his own life in despair. In the last moment of his life, he used a physically isolated encrypted device to send a final message to a mysterious organization codenamed Tail Scorpion. Recipient High Priest. The message contained only one sentence. A new king has been born. Almost simultaneously, the long-lost system panel blossomed with unprecedented brilliance in Ye Chen's mind. Lines of golden text refreshed rapidly. Main quest: foundation of the empire completion, rate 100. Detected that the host has completely dismantled the White gene network and established a preliminary global influence barrier. Quest complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the foundation to establish an immortal commercial empire, as well as preliminary power to confront the darkness. Reward 1. Qingyan Group upgraded to a top-tier global tech consortium with world-class influence and technological immunity. Reward 2. Gene Authority Intermediate fully stabilized host control over self and king cells. Great. Reward 3. Initiating final main quest. All the golden text on the panel vanished in an instant. In its place was a line of massive blood-red titles abruptly appearing in the center of the panel, each word exuding a chilling aura, as if emanating from an ancient battlefield filled with blood and slaughter. Final main quest, the War of Deicide. Crimson. An endless tide of crimson spread from every corner of the system interface, devouring all the golden radiance that had come before. That title hovered within Ye Chen's consciousness. Every stroke seemed forged from dried blood and shattered blades, exuding an aura of rust and gunpowder that traversed time and space. Final main quest, War of Godslaying. Then more blood-red text emerged, composing the detailed mission description. The supreme leader of the tail-biting scorpion, the High Priest, has deemed you a false god who has usurped his authority. He will mobilize all the power accumulated by the organization over thousands of years to execute the ultimate divine judgment upon you. Mission objective: survive this war and completely eradicate the tail-biting scorpion. False god. Divine. Ye Chen's thoughts were eerily calm. He had never aspired to become a god, but a being who called himself a god had already deemed him the greatest enemy. The information on the panel continued to refresh. Target analysis: High Priest. Analyzing. Insufficient permissions. Forced analysis. Warning. Spiritual gaze detected from an unknown dimension. Analysis successful. The High Priest is not an individual life form. It is a collective consciousness entity formed by merging the minds of successive leaders of the tail-biting scorpion through some ancient secret art. It has no physical form. Its core resides in an ancient relic buried 10,000 meters under the Antarctic ice sheet, where it thinks through a colossal biological mainframe and controls the entire organization. Collective consciousness entity. Biological mainframe. Ancient relic under the Antarctic ice sheet. A cascade of terms completely overturned Ye Chen's previous understanding of this conflict. This was no longer a business squeeze or a technological confrontation. It was a true collision of wills. An ultimate showdown between a guardian of a nascent civilization and a decaying will that had lurked for millennia, craving to dominate the world. The blood-red glow on the system panels slowly faded, and Ye Chen's consciousness returned to reality. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his study. The nightscape of the capital stretched beneath him like a resplendent sea of stars. Just then the specialized communicator on his wrist gave a slight tremor. It was Liu Yanan. "I'm fine," Ye Chen said, taking the call first. There was 2 seconds of silence on the other end. Then Liu Yanan's voice came through, devoid of panic or weakness, replaced by a startling calm and decisiveness. "I've activated Qingyan Group's highest security protocols. All global branches, labs, and partners are now in DR. Albert's gene decoder project has been elevated to top priority, with all resources channeled. The group's worldwide satellite network, data centers, and logistics channels have all been integrated into a preliminary global intelligence and logistical support system. Its supreme command authority is now in your hands." She didn't ask what happened to Ye Chen, nor who the enemy was. After experiencing the global siege that had nearly pushed Qingyan Group into the abyss, the former business queen had transformed into a true warrior. In her own way, she had forged for Ye Chen the sturdiest shield and the sharpest sword. "Yanan, thank you." A wave of warmth surged through Ye Chen's chest. "We are family." Liu Yanan's reply was simple and firm. "I don't know what you're about to face, but I'll make sure that no matter where you are in the world behind you, there will always be the full might of the Qingyan Empire." After ending the call with Liu Yanan, before Ye Chen could digest this affection, another encrypted communication request arrived. From Office 1. On the screen appeared Song Jiangwo's weathered face. Ye Chen. Without a word of preamble, Song Jiangwo went straight to the point. "Regarding the tail-biting scorpion, all top-secret files held by the nation have been open to you for viewing. You can access them from any military-grade terminal. These archives record every detail of our dozens of engagements with that mysterious organization since the founding of the nation, including their patterns of operation, known strongholds, and the countless fine comrades we sacrificed." Song Jiangwo's expression was profoundly grave. "The highest echelons have reached a consensus. This is not just a war between you and that organization. It is a war to defend national sovereignty and human civilization. From now on, whatever support you need, be it strategic-level weaponry or global troop deployments, the nation will spare no effort. We have only one request." Song Jiangwo looked at Ye Chen. "When?" This trust weighed heavy as a mountain. Ye Chen nodded slowly. "I understand." Overnight, he had become the commander-in-chief of a vast war machine. Qingyan Group's technological empire was his vanguard and technical guarantee. The nation's strategic support was his unbreakable shield. The underground intelligence network that Uncle Han had cultivated for years was his eyes and ears lurking in the shadows. The global financial web controlled by the Phantom Organization was his economic weapon, ready to be deployed at any moment. And there was the Gene Guardian network he had transformed, covering billions of people worldwide. His most unique trump, an unprecedented alliance against the tail-biting scorpion with Ye Chen at its core, had silently taken shape. He began to voraciously absorb the declassified files from the nation. One by one, dusty old cases and chilling names sketched the outline of the tail-biting scorpion in his mind. They infiltrated, assassinated, and incited wars, toppled regimes. For millennia, behind many of history's unsolved mysteries, their shadow could be found. It was a massive tumor parasitic upon human civilization. Just as Ye Chen was fully preparing for war, integrating all forces ready to strike the fatal blow against this ancient enemy, a completely unexpected communication request forcibly cut into his secure network through a long-abandoned South American satellite channel. It was an encryption protocol he had never seen before, filled with an aura of rage and chaos, yet at its core logic it shared the same origin as the tail-biting scorpion's communication methods. Ye Chen's fingertip paused over the screen for a moment. He chose to accept. After multiple relays and filtering, a blurry image finally formed on the screen. It was a humanoid creature restrained in a massive mechanical frame. Half his body remained human, but the other half had been brutally replaced with metal components bristling with sparks and hydraulic lines. A beating heart was encased in a transparent biochemical container exposed on his chest. Countless cables connected to his brain and spine. Despite the distorted features, Ye Chen recognized him at once. Long Xiaodian, the once arrogant young master of the capital whom he had sent to the tail-biting scorpion for retraining. Now he was no longer a man, but a forcibly modified half-human, half-machine monster. Yet the energy fluctuation emanating from him was more than 10 times stronger than before. Ye Chen. A hoarse voice mixed with electrical noise and metallic grinding came from the speaker. Ye Chen said nothing, merely watching him quietly. He didn't believe Long Xiaodian harbored any goodwill. You must be wondering why I'm contacting you. Long Xiaoshan's voice was devoid of emotion. The organization, the High Priest, already knows of your existence. That fool Bai Jingting sent a maximum alert to the High Priest before he died. A new king has been born. Long Xiaotan repeated that message, an electronic eye in his mechanical half-face glowed red. The High Priest is very pleased. He has been waiting for this day for too long. To welcome you, this new king, he plans to initiate the final protocol at the throne of God in Antarctica. Ye Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Final protocol? What is that? Heh. It's a grand baptism. Long Xiaoshan's voice trembled for the first time, a quiver mingled with fear and madness. Using the ancient Antarctic relic as the core, it will trigger weak points in all tectonic plates around the globe, inducing supervolcanic eruptions and apocalyptic tsunamis. Cleansing 99 of the impurities on the surface, returning the entire world to a pristine age fit for a god to descend. An ecological catastrophe on a global scale. Ye Chen's heart sank. Madman. A complete and utter madman. Why are you telling me this? Ye Chen demanded. He didn't believe Long Xiaodian had such goodwill. Because I've had enough. The heart in Long Xiaoshan's exposed chest began to beat violently. They stripped me of everything, turned me into this inhuman monstrosity. But they couldn't strip away the last shred of my humanity. I don't want to see the whole world become their mad sacrificial pyre. I don't want to see the place I once lived turned into a wasteland. His voice became hysterical. I hate you, Ye Chen. I dream of killing you. But compared to you, I hate them even more. I can help you. Long Xiaodian gradually calmed down, the electronic eye fixed on the screen. I can use the implanted authority within me to open a secret passage into the Antarctic relic for you. It is the only way to bypass the throne of God's outer defenses. I have only one request. He paused, seeming to gather all his strength. After this war is over, you must kill me with your own hands. Give me release. The final plea of a former mortal enemy was for death. The sorrow and irony in this made the air heavy. Ye Chen looked at the suffering soul on the screen. This could be an elaborate trap set by the tail-biting scorpion, but it could also be their only chance of victory. Tom was no longer on his side. I accept. Ye Chen gave his answer. The communication ended. The study fell silent. Ye Chen slowly turned and looked out the window. The myriad lights of the capital spread beneath him, quiet and peaceful. He looked back. Through the crack in the study door, he could see his wife and daughter sleeping in each other's arms, their breathing even. He had no retreat. For all this behind him, Ye Chen picked up the communicator and connected to Song Jiangwo's private line. Old Song, prepare a plane that can fly directly to Antarctica. Immediately, the final battle was about to begin. On the outskirts of Beijing, deep within a top-secret underground base, the piercing alarms had long fallen silent, replaced by an even more oppressive stillness. A team assembled in the vast hangar. Each figure clad in black high-tech combat suits bore solemn faces and exuded the iron-blooded aura of battle-hardened elites. At the forefront stood Ye Chen. Beside him was a tall, rugged man with a resolute countenance. Mr. Yi, I am Li Zhan, deputy commander of this operation and captain of the Thunder Special Action Team. The man's voice boomed, every word firm and forceful. Song Jiangwo had indeed sent the cream of the crop. All operatives are assembled and ready to depart at your command. Ye Chen nodded. On the other side of the formation, a gray-haired Caucasian man with blue eyes was leading his team, frantically calibrating an array of sophisticated instruments. Dr. Albert, one of the world's foremost physicists, served as the operations chief technical advisor. Ye, God willing, none of this equipment will malfunction in that godforsaken Antarctic wasteland. Albert wiped the sweat from his brow, his face etched with anxiety. Rest assured, Doctor, they will, Ye Chen replied calmly. Through the earpiece came Liu Yanan's cool, steady voice. Ye Chen, the Global Resource Deployment Network is online. I will be your strongest pillar of support. Roger that. He raised his eyes to the colossal structure before him. A massive pitch-black vessel of sci-fi aesthetics silently moored at the hangar's center. Its sleek, flattened form radiated raw power akin to a slumbering prehistoric leviathan. This was the nation's most advanced space carrier, the Xiannu. Commander, please board. Liu Yanan gestured with a sweep of his hand. Without hesitation, Ye Chen strode forward and became the first to ascend the gangway of the Xiannu. The operatives followed in perfect synchronization, not a single superfluous sound escaping them. The hangar's dome slowly slid open, revealing the deep night sky beyond. Inside the Xiannu's bridge, Ye Chen sat in the commander's seat, surrounded by hundreds of holographic screens streaming cascades of data. Commander, engines preheated, power output at 100. Takeoff sequence ready. Course confirmed, target Antarctica coordinates XXX. XXX. Ye Chen fixed his gaze on the crimson marker representing Antarctica on the main display. Depart, he uttered. No violent tremors, only a powerful surge of acceleration pressing everyone firmly into their seats. The Xiannu ascended vertically, blue plasma flames erupting from its aft, instantly piercing the night sky as a streak of light hurtling toward the heavens. Velocity increased, breaking the sound barrier, entering near space. Through the portholes, the azure curve of the planet and its beautiful arc came into view. Magnificent yet fragile, this planet bore everything he cherished. He could not allow the Xianwei Scorpion's madmen to succeed. After hours of hypersonic flight, the Xiannu hovered steadily above the Antarctic ice sheet. The hatch opened and biting wind rushed in. As far as the eye could see, an endless white wilderness stretched beneath a gray sky. The world was reduced to black, white, and gray, a silence so profound it chilled the soul. The rendezvous point is 3 kilometers ahead, Liu Yanan said, pointing to a map on a portable device. Ye Chen led a crack squad aboard a small landing craft that descended onto the ice. The wind cut like a blade, stinging their faces. Amid the white expanse, a dark silhouette stood out starkly. He remained motionless like a statue eroded by the blizzard. It was Long Xiaotian. As distance closed, Ye Chen saw his current state. More than 2/3 of his body had been replaced by cold metal. The exposed left side was a tangle of pipes and mechanical structures of varying thicknesses pulsating with an eerie red glow. On the half-human face that remained the one intact, I was bloodshot, filled with indescribable pain and turmoil. He was no longer a whole man, but rather a failed mechanical construct pieced together by force. You came. Long Xiaotian spoke, his voice a metallic grinding synthesis spread through the wind and snow. He raised his remaining left hand, also laced with metallic wiring, and tossed a tiny chip. Inside is the structural map of the ruins and the location of the hidden passage. Ye Chen caught the chip. They are close to success. Long Xiaotian's body trembled slightly, whether from cold or fear. I can feel it. The energy of the throne is rising. The final protocol could be activated at any moment. Lead us to the entrance, Ye Chen commanded. Long Xiaotian said nothing, turned and limped ahead, each step a dull clang of mechanical limbs against the ice echoing far across the desolate plain. Under Long Xiaotian's guidance, they reached a massive glacial crevasse. Deep within, the wind howled. At the bottom of the rift, a colossal gate, made of unknown black metal, loomed before them. The gate stood 100 meters tall, its surface engraved with intricate, sinister patterns that exuded an ancient, heart-stopping aura. In front of it stood 2 rows of guards in perfect formation. They wore silver-white full-body armor, wielded energy halberds, and faint energy glows shimmered around them. Their visors bore only the emblem of the Xianwei Scorpion. The Xianwei Scorpion's most elite guardians, the Temple Guard. They are the last line of defense, Long Xiaotian said, halting. The passage entrance is under a rock 300 meters to the left of the gate. Liu Yanan. Ye Chen looked at his deputy commander. Understood. Liu Yanan's eyes blazed with battle fervor. He drew a special high-frequency vibroblade from his belt and issued a terse commanding order. Thunder Squad, prepare for battle. Clear a path for the commander. Sir. The next second, combat erupted with fury. Dozens of special operatives like tigers descending a mountain slid down the icy walls of the crevasse, energy rifles spitting deadly tongues of fire. For the high priest, the Temple Guard responded instantly, raising their halberds to summon energy barriers while blasting destructive beams from the halberd tips. Explosions and the roar of colliding energy reverberated through the glacial rift. Liu Yanan's squad and the Temple Guard clashed in a frenzied melee. Now, Long Xiaotian growled. He lunged into Ye Chen, shoving him toward the edge of the battlefield. Using the smoke and chaos of the explosions as cover, the two quickly disengaged and reached the rock Long Xiaotian had indicated. Long Xiaotian, with his semi-mechanical arm, easily heaved aside the multi-ton boulder, revealing a pitch-black hole barely wide enough for one person. Jump! Without hesitation, they plunged one after another into the fathomless darkness. The feeling of falling lasted only seconds. Solid ground met their feet. They had landed in a narrow metal passageway with small dim green lights on the walls every few meters. Without exchanging words, they sprinted through the tunnel. At the end stood a circular door made of the same black metal. Long Xiaotian pressed his hand against the door as streams of data shot from his mechanical palm, and the door slid open silently. The scene beyond stunned Ye Chen. It was a colossal space beyond imagination. The dome rose to an unseen height, and countless enormous non-human geometric structures floated in midair connected by glowing energy conduits. It looked nothing like human construction, rather it resembled a massive alien starbase, or perhaps the interior of some colossal organism. They had successfully infiltrated. At that moment, a sharp, piercing shriek emerged from the depths of the space. The sound was filled with savagery and hunger. Long Xiaoshan's exposed heart contracted violently. In his soul human eye a flash of terror appeared. It's coming. The purifier corrupted by the blood of origin. As his words faded, dozens of crimson light points ignited in the darkness. Dozens of pairs of crimson lights belonged to dozens of twisted, malformed creatures. They were once human, but now their bodies had been utterly transformed by the origin blood. Bones pierced through the skin, forming natural armor, and blades in muscle fibers twisted and swelled abnormally, granting them extraordinary strength and speed. These tainted purifiers were failed experiments and the most frenzied slaughter machines. Roar! Before the screech faded, the nearest purifier had already turned into a dark shadow, lunging at Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian reacted swiftly, his half-mechanical arm jerking upward as scorching energy gathered at the palm cannon. However, a dark shadow, even faster than the purifier, plummeted from a higher point in the space. It was a root. A massive fleshy root covered in black metallic veins pulsing like a living creature. It descended from the darkness of the dome and precisely coiled around the purifier's body. Amid the monster's piercing shrieks, the root suddenly tightened. Crack! The sound of bones and armor shattering was crisp enough to make one's scalp tingle. That fierce purifier was instantly crushed into a pool of indistinguishable flesh, rapidly absorbed and devoured by countless tiny mouths on the root. 1 second. In merely 1 second it vanished. Then hundreds of thousands of identical roots burst forth from all directions, from the ground, the walls, and the deep darkness of the dome, madly surging out. Their target was not those purifiers, but Ye Chen and Long Xiaotian. The world tree. It has awakened. Long Xiaoshan's exposed heart pounded violently. He shoved Ye Chen aside, and the weapons on his mechanical arm fired wildly, temporarily driving back several attacking roots. Go to the center. The high priest is there. The roots were too numerous, endless. Like sharks attracted to the scent of blood, they converged on the two from the entire vast space. The high-frequency combat blade in Ye Chen's hand hummed as he severed one root after another, but from the cuts oozed not sap, but a viscous, faintly glowing black blood. This blood fell to the ground and actually corroded the hard metal floor. It's useless. Long Xiaotian roared. Physical attacks cannot stop it. It itself is the collective of the origin blood. As his words fell, a root wound around Long Xiaoshan's fire net at an incredible angle and tightly entangled his mechanical arm. Zzzt. A harsh electrical sound exploded. The metal components on his arm began to collapse and decompose at a visible rate under the root's grip, turning into primordial metal particles absorbed by the root. Damn it. Long Xiaotian tried to break free, but more roots surged up, entangling his legs, his waist, and his remaining human arm. All the mechanical parts on his body emitted groans of unbearable strain, then one by one went dark and disintegrated. Ye Chen. Long Xiaotian, using his last ounce of strength, looked toward Ye Chen, who was being forced back step by the roots. In his remaining human eye there was no fear, only a mad relief. For me, avenge me. He suddenly twisted his body, using himself as a pivot to divert the dozens of roots entangled around him in another direction, buying Ye Chen a fleeting moment. Then with his final strength he shoved Ye Chen fiercely toward the deepest part of the space where the high priest might exist. Go! That was his last sound. The next moment countless roots completely submerged him, wrapping him into a huge flesh cocoon. The flesh cocoon writhed violently and eventually melted completely into that ocean of roots. The former hegemon, one of the supreme leaders of the Xianwei scorpion Long Xiaotian, had fallen. Devoured by the god he had created himself. Ye Chen's body traced an arc through the air and landed heavily toward the center of the space. He had witnessed Long Xiaoshan's end. A surge of fury and chill welled up in his heart. No time for grief. More roots were already surging from his landing spot. Their target had never changed. Now, Ye Chen no longer suppressed the power within him. King cells activate. In an instant, golden light burst from within him, flowing over his body surface, forming a thin energy shield brimming with supreme authority. Bang, bang, bang. The attacking roots struck the golden light, producing a thunderous sound like clashing metals. They could no longer decompose easily as they had with Long Xiaoshan's mechanical body, though instead they were seared by a certain power within the golden light, emitting puffs of black smoke. The resistance was effective, but Ye Chen's situation did not improve. He sensed that the world tree's roots were not merely launching physical attacks. An invisible will through each contact was trying to penetrate his body, attempting to establish some kind of link with the king's cells within him. It was not destroying, but absorbing. It wanted to assimilate him. A very interesting energy form. A calm, almost indifferent male voice came from the darkness ahead. Ye Chen looked up. Amid the cluster of countless roots, a figure slowly emerged. He wore a simple white robe. His features were unnaturally handsome, his expression serene and compassionate, like a deity overlooking the mortal realm. He was the high priest. "Welcome to my garden, Mr. Ye." The high priest's face bore a hint of scholarly curiosity. Or rather, welcome home. He reached out a hand and gently stroked a huge root that was passing by him, which was attacking Ye Chen, his movements tender, as if petting his own pet. "You do not need to resist. The world tree is the final form of the origin blood, the ultimate destination of all life. Its existence is to end all conflict, pain, and death, to merge all life into one, achieving the most perfect unity." The high priest's gaze fell on the golden light flowing around Ye Chen. "The king's cells inside you are a surprise, a mutant strain I have never encountered. It possesses such an independent will, such strong exclusivity. It has made the world tree feel curious." As he spoke, the surrounding roots' assault grew fiercer, and the will attempting to infiltrate became even stronger. Ye Chen suddenly understood. This feeling, this method of attack that tried to rewrite, control, and erase self-consciousness at the genetic level. It was exactly like the control method of the Bai family's God cells. No, it was not exactly the same. This was the source. The Bai family's ability was merely a negligible fraction of power stolen from this world tree. And the world tree before him, its attack was far more grand and thorough. What it wanted to do was not to control Ye Chen, but to shatter his genes, memories, consciousness, soul, everything, and then merge them into its vast hive mind, to become part of the high priest. Resisting Haidu would surely lead to defeat. Long Xiao Ocean's end was the best proof. Ye Chen's mind raced wildly. To resist was death, not to resist was also death. Unless a thought of utmost madness flashed through his mind. The high priest said it was curious about him. The high priest said it wanted to merge with him. Since he wanted, then take it. Ye Chen made a decision that surprised even the high priest. He actively withdrew the king's cell's energy flowing on his body surface and let go of all mental defenses. "You want to come in? Then come." He proactively opened the gates of his consciousness. Boom. As if the universe had exploded. A torrent of information spanning hundreds of millions of years instantly overwhelmed the dike of Ye Chen's consciousness. He saw the birth and death of Paramecia, the agonized roars of dinosaurs under the apocalypse, the bewilderment of the first human ancestor gazing at the stars, the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Over hundreds of millions of years, all the countless lives that had been assimilated and devoured by the origin blood on this planet, their memories, knowledge, emotions, now turned into a boundless ocean of consciousness pouring into Ye Chen's mind. Though these consciousnesses had long lost their self, everything about them still existed, serving as nourishment that constituted the high priest's vast godlike torrent of consciousness. Lost, sinking, Ye Chen felt his self was like a single grain of sand thrown into the Pacific Ocean, about to be completely dissolved by this sea at any moment. At that moment on the distant battlefield, the fight had also reached a fever pitch. The Thunder Squad led by Liu Yanan had been completely suppressed. The Temple Guard activated the final defense system of the ruins. Countless bioweapons modified by the origin blood surged from all directions of the ruins, surrounding them tightly. "Captain, we can't hold on much longer." Meanwhile, in another relatively safe area, Song Jiangwo and Dr. Albert were staring at the map left by Long Xiaodian with grave expressions. "Found it." Dr. Albert suddenly pointed at a region marked with a special symbol on the map. "According to my calculations, this symbol does not represent a location, but an energy frequency. This must be the energy hub of the entire ruins." In the ocean of consciousness, Ye Chen's self was rapidly dissolving. Yet deep within this chaotic torrent, a faint but incredibly familiar resonance suddenly caught his attention. It was a connection from the deepest part of his bloodline. The consciousness fragment of the Ye family's ancestor. That consciousness was extremely blurred, almost indiscernible, but it still retained a trace of primal vigilance and instinct to resist the world tree. It could not communicate with Ye Chen, but like a lighthouse, it guided him in a direction. Following that guidance, Ye Chen saw something within the endless torrent of consciousness. It was something maintained and concealed by all consciousness, together minuscule to the point of being negligible. A logical flaw. This was the core of the high priest's hive consciousness, and also its only weakness. Found it. Ye Chen instantly concentrated all his fading spirit and mobilized the unique energy frequency of the king's cells within him. What he needed to do was not attack. Instead, he would use the frequency of the king's cells to interfere with that logical. He would, in this unified, I-less ocean of consciousness, reawaken the most primal self within those assimilated consciousnesses. He would make this God begin to collapse from within. The golden energy frequency, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, precisely touched that dark, logical flaw. A faint, almost imperceptible ripple began to spread. That strand of golden ripples did not dissipate. It transformed into a spark cast into the boundless, desolate grassland. Boom. The first awakened self stirred. It was the memory of a prehistoric giant shark, the primal hunger of chasing prey in the icy deep sea, which instantly shattered the shackles of unity. Then came the second, the third. A blade of grass yearning for sunlight. A worker ant's absolute loyalty to its a primitive man's hatred for his tribal chief. Love, hatred, greed, fear, joy, sorrow. Every emotion that had been smoothed, assimilated, and absorbed by the blood of origin over billions of years, every most instinctive self, was reignited under the unique frequency of the king's cell. Golden flames began to blaze across the gray ocean of consciousness. Ye Chen's consciousness was no longer an isolated island. He became the center of the storm, the very first spark that ignited this rebellion. Roar. A soundless yet dimension-shaking roar exploded. It was not sound, but a pure, furious will. The high priest detected the virus within its body. The gray ocean instantly boiled. Countless pitch-black tendrils formed of high-density information streams surged madly from the world tree's conscious body, like billions of life-seeking tentacles descending upon Ye Chen's consciousness core to strangle it. It would utterly crush and eradicate this heretic who dared to incite division within its kingdom. Ye Chen's consciousness entity darted through the violent assault. He no longer passively defended, guided by the beacon left by the fragment of his ancestors' consciousness. He wove through the gaps between the tendrils. Each dodge deepened his understanding of this colossal collective consciousness. This so-called logical flaw was neither a program error nor a technical defect. No, it was a choice made by the high priest itself. To maintain the absolute unity and absolute calm of the entire ocean of consciousness, it had deliberately castrated and suppressed the diversity of all assimilated lives, obliterating every trace of their free will. It feared chaos, dreaded difference. So it created a kingdom that had only the one, but no the myriad. The way to defeat it was never greater energy, never sharper weapons. It was freedom. Ye Chen no longer. He halted in the abyss of consciousness, facing the surging black tendrils, and completely transformed the nature of the king's cell's energy. No longer interference, but amplification. Like a signal amplifier, he began to wildly magnify those just awakened, yet still faint sparks of self. Do you want to live? Do you want to feel sunlight again? Do you still remember the name of the one you love? His will transformed into soul-piercing questions that echoed across the entire ocean of consciousness. The black tendrils abruptly faltered. The high priest's attack hesitated for a moment. It felt an unprecedented. Suddenly the violent assault vanished. The chaos and fury receded like a tide. A brand new scene unfolded before Ye Chen. It was a perfect world. The sky was eternally a mild blue, the land bore no disasters, and the people in the city wore serene, content smiles. No disease, no aging, no poverty, no war. Every life from birth to extinction was flawlessly planned, enjoying eternal peace and abundance. A grand, ancient, emotionless will descended into Ye Chen's consciousness. See, this is the ultimate form of origin. A universe without pain, conflict, or regret. The self you cling to only brings strife and destruction. The freedom you defend is but another name for suffering. Give up resistance, Ye Chen. Merge with us, and you shall obtain eternal peace. Become part of this perfect world. The high priest was tempting him. It showed him the ultimate utopia that the blood of origin could bring, attempting to fundamentally erode his will to fight. Ye Chen looked at that world. He saw a painter day after day painting the same perfect picture, his face devoid of creative joy, only numb repetition. He saw a couple respectful and courteous, yet never quarreling, never embracing. Their love set to a perfect constant value. He saw countless lives alive yet dead. Perfect, yet lifeless. No, Ye Chen's will was unshakable as never before. A world that cannot err does not deserve to exist. A life without tears can never know true laughter. He declared his manifesto before that false perfection. Your so-called perfection is nothing but a magnificent, and I choose a flawed existence. One filled with pain and struggle, to live. Boom. His will transformed into a golden thunderbolt, fiercely splitting the illusion of that perfect world. The high priest's temptation had failed, and this refusal became the final straw. For freedom. The consciousness fragment of an ancient mammoth let out an unyielding roar, violently breaking free from its bonds. My painting isn't finished yet. A painter who had died in despair reignited his yearning for art. Mommy, a child who had perished young, uttered a last whisper for family affection. One after another, selves suppressed for eons, erupted completely under the call of Ye Chen's declaration of freedom. They were no longer faint sparks, but wildfire that scorched the heavens. Crack, crack. The unified pure torrent of the high priest's consciousness began to splinter with enormous, countless consciousness fragments no longer sought to return. Instead, they chose to carry their newly recovered self and dissipate entirely into the primordial source of the universe. They were free, at the cost of total annihilation. The high priest let out an agonized howl of extreme pain. Its very foundation was being disintegrated from within by these traitors. Meanwhile, at the other end of the relic. This is it. Dr. Albert pointed to a core area surrounded by countless colossal metal conduits, his expression both excited and tense. The entire relic's energy is supplied from here to the world tree. Destroying it will cut off the energy source of the high priest's ideological form. Song Jiangwo glanced around. Countless temple guards and modified biological weapons had completely surrounded them, furiously assaulting the line that the Thunder Squad had built with flesh and blood. Old Song, we can't hold out much longer. Li Zhan's roar came through the communicator, punctuated by heavy gasps. Song Jiangwo turned back and said to Dr. Albert solemnly, how long do you need? Give me 5 minutes. The calculations for the directional demolition device are enormous. The professor was sweating profusely, his hands flying over the portable computer so fast they became a blur. All right. Song Jiangwo pulled out a special tactical high-frequency knife from his waist. I'll give you 10 minutes. He led the last few members of the Special Operations Squad and charged resolutely into the tidal wave of enemies, buying that precious time for the professor. A desperate battle erupted instantly. And in the deepest abyss of consciousness, Ye Chen suddenly felt a violent energy fluctuation from the outside. It was Song Jiangwo and the others. They found the nexus. Time was running out. He held nothing back, condensing all the King's cell energy within him along with his entire spirit, and will into one last, most resounding sentence. He shot that sentence into the core of the collapsing high priest. It was not an attack, nor a declaration. It was an invitation, the ultimate trigger to detonate every self. Awake. Golden light completely engulfed the entire gray ocean of consciousness. The final self-counterattack was detonated at this moment. Give me 5 minutes. Dr. Airboat's voice warped through the roar. The calculations for the directional demolition device are immense. Fine. Song Jiangwo roared in reply, his high-frequency blade rending the chest of a modified creature. He'll give you 10 minutes. But as he prepared to lead the last team in a desperate charge, he saw the doctor's fingers pause on the keyboard. 1 second. 2 seconds. The doctor lifted his head, bloodshot eyes shimmered with madness and resolve. There isn't time to calculate anymore. Then, let us be destroyed together. He did not look at anyone else. Gathering the last of his strength, he slammed down the red physical button that should have been pressed only at the final moment. Farewell, everyone. A thunderous, indescribable sound erupted, not from a single point, but from every side of the ruin at once. The enormous metallic conduits encircling the core were blown apart by sheer energy in an instant, detonating into millions of razor shards of steel. A blinding white column of light shot skyward, slicing through kilometers of ice and turning Antarctica's polar night briefly into day. The entire world tree, the colossal arboreal bastion that upheld the high priest's ideology, shuddered violently. Its gentle glow began to strobe, wildly flickering as if a failing lamp. External physical assault had taken effect. Within the abyss of consciousness, Ye Chen's cry of wake up became the final spark to ignite the powder keg. The high priest's once impenetrable unified will now crumbled like an embankment gnawed by countless ants. Untold fragments of consciousness, assimilated for eons, found their own selves and in joy and relief chose not to return but to dissipate. They severed themselves from the world tree's control. They were free, at the cost of eternal death. No. A pained, furious, and weary howl rang from the collapsing ocean of minds. It was not a chorus of voices, but for the first time the high priest's own singular will wailing in agony. Its foundation had been utterly shattered. A tremendous repulsive force surged forth, flinging Ye Chen's consciousness out of that gray sea. Reality. Ye Chen snapped his eyes open. The cold metallic rafters above him spun in his vision, while a cataclysmic roar thundered in his ears. He had returned. He had succeeded. A crushing exhaustion swept through him, as if every cell were drained. He collapsed, unable to move, even a finger gasping for air. As he struggled to sit up, a scene not far away stole his breath. The young man who had been meditating as the high priest's physical avatar was undergoing a terrible transformation. His body swelled, as if inflated skin splitting inch by inch. From the fissures crawled not flesh and blood, but entangled plant roots, and ink-black veins writhing in frenzy. A guttural roar unlike any human sound tore from him. He had become a monster of roots and veins. The final boss physical form had utterly lost control the moment its consciousness collapsed. Yet this was at the ruins center. The world tree, flashing madly, after one last violent flare of light and dark, went out completely. Silence swallowed the ruin. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then from where the world tree had stood, a more terrifying, more primal surge of energy erupted than anything before. In the darkness, a deep sanguine red flared. The great tree of light vanished, replaced by a viscous expanding lake that bled an ominous crimson glow, an actual lake of blood. The world tree had not died. With the high priest unified will gone, it had reverted to its most primordial form, the Qiyuan Zhi Shui origin blood. It no longer possessed wisdom or allure, only the pure primeval instinct to devour. With a slithering hiss, a blood-red tendril shot from the lake and coiled around a fallen Xingdian Weidue corpse. There was no chewing, no tearing. The moment the body touched the sanguine fluid, it dissolved soundlessly, becoming part of the origin blood. That thing absorbed everything in the ruin without discrimination. Energy, matter, life. No good. Song Jiangwo's eyes bulged with fury. He hoisted the near-unconscious DR. Airboat and screamed into his communicator, all units. Abandon your positions. Full retreat. Fall back to the Xuannu. Move. A groaning above them signaled the ice caps breaking. Massive blocks of ice and metal began raining down. The entire Antarctic ruin was unraveling into utter annihilation. The survivors of the Leitang squad, battered and bleeding, lifted the weakened Ye Chen and began a last frantic dash for their lives. During the chaotic withdrawal, Ye Chen forced his eyes open with the last of his strength and glanced back. He saw the high priest's physical avatar, now a mass of roots and veins, being entangled and torn by countless tendrils of origin blood gushing from the ground, dragged toward the crimson lake. The body was being mercilessly consumed by the very power it had once relied on. Yet on that face, no longer human and ripped by roots, Ye Chen discerned a hint of a liberated smile. To be freed from an eon of fate might for him have been a final mercy. A bewildering surge of complex emotions rose in Ye Chen's chest. We're here. Get aboard. Li Zhan's shout pulled him back to the present. They burst through the last gate. The biting wind and stinging ice shards hit them like knives. Before them, the Xuannu mothership's bay had opened, a tractor beam draped over the last patch of ground they held. The instant everyone was drawn into the mothership by the beam, the ground beneath them, and the entire Antarctic ruin, uttered a final mournful cry. The colossal ice cap collapsed with a thunderous roar. A horrifying whirlpool broader than tens of kilometers formed in an instant. Unending seawater packed with billions of tons of ice and snow surged in, swallowing and burying the ancient ruin that had harbored secrets for eons. The deep blue sea calmed at last as if nothing had occurred. Inside the Xuannu mothership's medical bay, Ye Chen lay on a white medical cot, instruments attached to his body, repairing his nearly exhausted life force. He was utterly spent. His consciousness swayed between lucidity and haze. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, a semi-transparent panel, both familiar and alien, floated before his eyes. Final main quest: God-slaying war completed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ended the Xianwei Xia organization and deciphered the ultimate mystery of Qiyuan Zhi Shui origin blood. Quest reward system privileges fully unlocked. Genetic privileges ultimate unlocked. System privileges fully unlocked. What did that mean? Before he could ponder, the panel's text vanished and was replaced by a huge title written in a sanguine glow as if painted with blood. Each character of that title radiated the weight of dominion and world-forging power. New main quest: Genesis. Quest description: you have mastered the secret of Qiyuan Zhi Shui origin blood and wield the power of the Wang Zhi Shibao King's cells. How will you use this force to reshape the world, even the universe? Write a new chapter of human civilization with your choices. Genesis. The instant Ye Chen saw those two words, his consciousness was consumed by boundless darkness. Consciousness rose slowly from an endless blackness. It felt as if he had slept for billions of years, and yet only an instant had passed. Ye Chen opened his eyes to the soft white glow of the ceiling within the Xiannu medical pod. The air carried the peculiar blend of nutrient solution and disinfectant. He wiggled his fingers and felt an unprecedented plenitude and vitality stirring in every cell of his body. That sensation was no longer the violent infusion of the Wangji cells as an alien force, but a thorough fusion originating from the very depths of his bloodline. They were no longer Wangji cells, but Ye Chen's own. He was the guardian. He was also the creator. The grand priests roar the liberation of billions of shattered fragments of consciousness, that harrowing war of wills. Its echoes still lingered in the back of his mind. It was over. The pod door slid open without a sound. Song Jiangwo and Dr. Airboat stepped in. Song Jiangwo's uniform was creased, and his face wore an unrepressible fatigue, yet his eyes burned bright sharp with the hard clarity of one who had survived catastrophe. Dr. Airboat presented an entirely different picture. He seemed 20 years younger, almost radiant, barely able to contain his excitement. You are awake, Song Jiangwo said calmly as he approached the pod. Ye Chen sat up. The pod drained the repair fluid, and a warm draft quickly dried him. He took a clean combat suit from beside him and slipped it on. How are things outside? He asked. It's over, Song Jiangwo replied tersely. At the instant the Grand Priest's ideology collapsed, every Xinweixi outpost, an operative worldwide that had been under control, descended into utter chaos. Deprived of the unified will that linked them, they resembled robots whose power had been cut, powerless and easily routed. Song Jiangwo paused, then added, nations are now conducting final sweeps. Some diehards still resist, but it is only a matter of time. The world is beginning to heal its wounds. Ye Chen nodded. The outcome had been within his expectation. But Dr. Airboat could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, seized Ye Chen's arm, his eyes shining. Ye What we've obtained is far more than the victory of a single war. It is the future of all humankind. He produced his portable computer. The screen displayed a profoundly complex rotating double helix. A remnant sample of the Shiji Shu. I succeeded. I extracted and decoded the primordial Qiyuan Ji Shui gene cipher from it. His voice trembled with excitement. Do you understand what this means? It means we can rewrite human genes and completely rid ourselves of disease and decay. Even break the shackles of mortality. Song Jiangwo listened, though he already knew the astonishment on his face could not be quelled. Immortality, the ultimate dream pursued by emperors and commoners alike, lay before them in a new as Dr. Airboat painted that magnificent panorama, a familiar, yet strange interface unfurled in Ye Chen's mind. No longer a cold mechanical prompt, it carried a gentler, wiser intent that communicated with him. Detected host has fully mastered Wangji cells. Achievement soul controller attained. System privileges fully unlocked. Host may now freely choose the developmental direction of civilization and receive the corresponding creation level. 3 options, each radiating a different halo like 3 roads into different futures, arrayed themselves before. Creation option 1, genetic ascension. Description: using the decoded Qiyuan Ji Shui gene cipher together with the host's Wangji cells to optimize the human genome, eliminate defective genes, amplify species potential, and usher humanity into the next stage of evolution, a perfected Shinzu civilization. Creation option 2, interstellar civilization. Description: unlock and deploy top-tier technologies within the system, faster than light travel Dyson sphere stargates, to free human civilization from Earth's bonds and lead it into the stars as a true multi-planet, multi-system species. Creation option 3, dimensional transcendence. Description: unlock the system's highest privileges, decipher the fundamental laws of the cosmos, explore higher dimensional modes of existence, and guide humanity to transcend the physical constraints of the 3-dimensional universe. To become gods, to conquer the cosmos, to transcend dimensions. Any one of these was an ultimate reward enough to send innumerable protagonists into rapture. Ye Chen was silent. He was not intoxicated by the prospect of divine power. In his mind, there were no images of humanity kneeling in worship with him enthroned above them. Instead, a small tender face surfaced. Yin Yin Yin. She giggled, flung herself into his arms, her soft voice. He thought then of Liu Yanan. Her resilience beneath a fragile exterior. When Qingyan Group faced crisis, the countless nights she worried for him, yet still kept everything in order. Genetic ascension. Would Yin Yin still be the same? Would she still be so delighted by a single candy for an entire day? Interstellar civilization. That path implied endless expansion and war that would pull him farther from home, perhaps forever. Dimensional transcendence was even more intangible, a form of existence he could hardly comprehend. He clenched his fist. These choices were too vast, large enough to alter the fates of countless lives. He could not and should not decide in haste. At that moment, his encrypted wrist communicator vibrated softly. It was Liu Yanan. Ye Chen stepped aside. Her image appeared on the screen. She looked worn, but her eyes were still bright. It's over, right? Her voice carried uncertainty and a deep, hopeful longing. Yes, it's over, Ye Chen replied. Thank goodness. Liu Yanan exhaled, the tension visibly draining. She offered a rueful smile. While you were away, the world changed fast. After Zion Weixi's fall, a vast market vacuum opened up. Xinyan Group expanded its global operations tenfold. We absorbed a great deal of their industries. Yet I feel overwhelmed. She looked at him with pleading in her eyes. Ye Chen, our wealth and influence now exceed that of any commercial empire, but I do not want to be a queen. I only want you back. Ninian misses you. I miss you too. Come home. Let us guard our family and Xinyan together, okay? No grand ideals, no ambition to conquer the world. Only the simplest longing for family. Ye Chen ended the call and stood in silence for a long while. He walked to the porthole and gazed down at the blue, exquisite planet below. Creation. What is creation? To make a new, cold, perfect Shinzu. Or to lead humanity into the icy void of space. No, creation should make this world better. It should allow people like Liu Yanan to live in peace. It should let children like Ninian grow up with joy. His roots were here, his decision must begin here. He sank his awareness back into the system panel, studied the 3 monumental options, and made a preliminary choice, one that balanced present reality with the future. He issued his command to the system, I choose genetic ascension. The interface brightened. The system asked for confirmation. Begin the genetic ascension mainline task. No, Ye Chen refused. I will not start the mainline. I choose a branch of it. He remembered the fragile child who had whispered in the abyss of consciousness. He remembered the countless families who suffered a lifetime because of congenital illness. His original resolve as a devoted father had not changed. So his act of creation would begin here. My first objective, Ye Chen said, calm and resolute, conveying it to the system by thought. Use the power of the Wangji cells combined with the Qiyuan Ji Shui gene cipher to create a means to eradicate all human hereditary diseases, a super vaccine. I wish that from now on every child born will possess a healthy body. This was his wish as a father. It was also the first move he placed as a creator. The system fell silent for a moment, as if performing vast calculations and simulations. At last a new panel opened before Ye Chen custom subtask generated. Task name Cradle's Blessing. Task objective create and globally release gene repair factors to eliminate all hereditary pathogenic gene fragments from the human gene pool. Simulation in progress. Simulation complete. Then a line of crimson warnings surged up from the bottom. Warning: global targeted genetic modification will be classified by existing national high-level defense systems as an unknown biological weapon attack and is expected to trigger a 100 probability of indiscriminate interception and retaliation by global armed forces. Crimson warnings flickered across the system panel with a mechanical coldness. An indiscriminate counterattack from the global armed forces. It meant that the moment he released this super vaccine, he would become the enemy of the entire world. His goodwill would be twisted into the most malicious attack. Ye Chen merely watched calmly. Then he closed the system panel. This warning meant nothing to him. Because from the very beginning, he had never planned to do this alone. He was neither a reckless lone warrior nor a savior standing above humanity. He was a member of humanity. He picked up the communicator. This time, he did not contact Liu Yanan, but dialed a number he had never dialed before yet had long memorized. The line was connected instantly. No waiting, no transfer. A calm, dignified, and slightly weary male voice answered from the other end. Comrade, Ye Chen, welcome home. I'm back, Ye Chen replied. I've brought a gift that needs the nation's help to give to the... 3 days later. In the capital at the Western Hills, a top-secret research institute not open to the public. Ye Chen's figure appeared here. There were no welcome ceremonies, no media reporters, and even the guards were in plain clothes. Everything was kept extremely low-key. In a spacious, somewhat empty conference room, several solemn elders had long been waiting. They were the true helmsmen of this nation. This is the complete genetic code of the blood of origin and the method for active induction and safety control of the king's cells. Ye Chen wasted no time on pleasantries. He placed a faintly glowing chip directly at the center of the table. My goal is to create a gene repair factor that can eradicate all human hereditary diseases. I need the nation's help. The elder at the head gazed at the chip for a long time before speaking slowly. What do you need? I need the top biological team, the most advanced laboratories, and absolute trust and support at the... Ye Chen's request was simple and direct. I will participate in and guide the research throughout, but the results belong to all mankind. The elder stood up and solemnly saluted Ye Chen in a military manner. On behalf of the nation and the people, I thank you. The Panga Biological Project team will be fully open to you, Dr. Albert is already waiting. All resources you need we will provide. The Pangu Project team, the most mysterious and top-tier life science research institution in the country. When Ye Chen stepped through the heavy isolation door, the white-haired Dr. Albert rushed forward excitedly. This is simply a miracle. The old doctor's hands trembled as he held the genetic map Ye Chen had provided. A perfect closed-loop structure, unimaginable density of genetic information. Mr. Ye, you have opened a door to a new world. Ye Chen did not take the credit. Doctor, we don't have much time. I need to turn theory into reality as soon as possible. No problem. With this data, we can shorten the research process by 100 years. The entire project team immediately plunged into frantic operation. Ye Chen became the core of it all. He was no longer the decisive and ruthless knight sovereign, nor the lofty creator. He was a researcher. He unreservedly imparted to the team his microscopic control experience over the king's. He personally demonstrated how to extract harmless gene fragments with extraordinary repair capabilities from the blood of origin. Countless failures. Countless restarts. Under Ye Chen's guidance, one technical barrier after another was forcefully broken. Finally, a month later, a potion emitting a soft white glow in the culture dish was successfully synthesized. It was injected into an experimental white mouse suffering from a congenital neurological defect. Under the gaze of all researchers, the mouse, once paralyzed and trembling, ceased its convulsions. It slowly attempted to stand. Then it ran. It ran joyfully in its cage, full of vitality. The test report showed that all defective genes in its body were repaired with no adverse mutations detected. It worked. Thunderous cheers erupted in the laboratory. Dr. Albert, tears streaming down his aged face, tightly embraced Ye Chen. We did it. We changed history. Ye Chen patted his back, gently, a warmth surging in his heart. The joy of creation was far more real than the thrill of destruction. He named the potion Light of Life. The success of the Light of Life plunged the high-level leadership into a pleasant dilemma. A meeting concerning its future direction was convened once more. Preliminary estimates show that the production cost of Light of Life is extremely high. If marketed, each dose would be priced at least in the tens of millions. Even so, it will definitely be in short supply. This will be the greatest commodity in human history. The profits it brings could multiply our GNP several times over. Another official could barely contain his excitement. We can license the technology and charge exorbitant patent fees worldwide. This will reshape the global economic landscape. In the meeting room, everyone was intoxicated by the immense benefits. Only Ye Chen remained silent from beginning to end. The elder at the head noticed his silence and took the initiative to ask, "Comrade Ye Chen, what are your thoughts?" All eyes fixed on him. Ye Chen looked around and spoke slowly. "Light of life is not a commodity." His words instantly silenced the Every child has the right to be born healthy. This should not be measured in money. Ye Chen stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the world outside. "I propose the establishment of a non-profit foundation, led by the nation with myself and the Qingyan Group providing the initial funding. I name it the Genesis Foundation. Its sole mission is to permanently and freely provide light of life treatment to all children with hereditary diseases worldwide." Dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Ye Chen's words, their minds blank. Free. To the whole world. What incredible audacity. He had given up wealth enough to buy half the world, all for a simple wish. "I disagree." An official stood up abruptly. "This is our nation's highest scientific achievement. Why should we give it free to foreigners?" "Because viruses and diseases know no borders." Ye Chen turned and said calmly. "Because today we help their children, tomorrow when crisis strikes they won't point their guns at our children. This is the first step of my creation. I hope this new world from the very beginning will have fewer barriers and hatred." His words carried weight. The elder looked at him deeply and finally made the final decision. "Let it be done as Comrade Ye Chen says." The day the news was announced, the world stood still. When the Chinese official spokesperson declared to global media the establishment of the Genesis Foundation and the commitment to provide free treatment to all eligible children worldwide, at first no one believed it. It was too crazy. It completely defied any political or business logic. Until the first batch of children from around the world were successfully cured in the capital. When those children once given a death sentence appeared lively and energetic in front of the cameras, and their parents wept with gratitude toward the man named Ye Chen, the whole world erupted. God, this is a true miracle. He chose not to become a merchant richer than any country, but to become a father of life. He deserves that title. Praises poured in from every corner of the world. Ye Chen's prestige reached the pinnacle of human history at that moment. He had not built an empire, yet he was more revered than any emperor. Liu Yanan contacted Ye Chen immediately, her voice brimming with pride and love. "You have done the most right thing. Qingyan Group will be the firmest backing of the Genesis Foundation." Subsequently, Qingyan Group announced it would inject 30 of its profits for the next 10 years into the Genesis Foundation. Meanwhile, leveraging its global business network, it assisted the foundation in establishing branches worldwide responsible for patient screening, transportation, and post-treatment recovery. In a flash, Qingyan Group's brand image transformed from a powerful business empire into the creator of human hope. Its influence transcended commerce, reaching an entirely new height. Yet the architect of all this, Ye Chen, quietly returned to his home in the eastern coastal city. He had kept his promise. He turned down all interviews and meetings and shut off his communicator. When he opened the door and saw the little one running on short legs shouting "Daddy," and throwing herself into his arms, all the world's praise paled compared to this moment's warmth. "Nian Nian, did you miss Daddy?" "Yes." Nian hugged his neck tightly and answered in a sweet, milky voice. He played with her building blocks, telling stories, and taking her to the amusement park. He was no longer a warrior burdened with a heavy mission, but a father enjoying the joys of family. A true full-time stay-at-home dad. In the afternoon, with sunlight just right, Ye Chen played with Nian in the garden. The system panel quietly unfolded in his consciousness. Genesis Mission Phase 1, Healthy New Era Completion 100. Reward System Shop unlocks Future Tech Tree Basic. New Main Mission, Unlock the Call of the Stars and Sea. Mission Description: The cradle is becoming a bit crowded. The march of civilization should not stall here. Please lead human civilization to set sail, explore the vast universe, and find and establish a new home for humanity. A mission grander and longer than Gene Ascension. To explore the cosmos and build interstellar homes. This would require unimaginable resources and technology, far beyond the current era. His gaze inevitably turned to the distance. Qingyan Group, the business colossus he and Liu Yanan had forged, had transformed into a symbol of global hope. Perhaps it could become humanity's first stepping stone toward the stars. Night fell, stars glittered. Ye Chen held the drowsy Yin sitting on the balcony's rocking chair. The little one nestled in his arms, then suddenly pointed a tiny finger at the brightest star in the night sky. "Daddy." Her voice was sleepy, soft, and sweet. "Are there little bunnies up there?" Ye Chen held his daughter, gently patting her back, while humming an off-key lullaby. The little one's breathing gradually steadied, completely sinking into a dream. He carried Nian back to the nursery, carefully placing her on the soft little bed and tucking in the covers. Liu Yanan, unbeknownst to him, had quietly stood behind him, offering a glass of warm water. "Did she ask you?" "Yes, she asked me if there were little rabbits on the stars." Ye Chen took the cup, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The two walked side by side back to the balcony. The night breeze was cool, dispersing the day's clamor. The city's lights below merged into a brilliant river of stars, echoing the countless stars in the night sky. "How did you answer?" Liu Yanan leaned against his shoulder, softly inquiring. "I said not now, but there will be an..." Ye Chen's reply was light, yet it stirred something within Liu Yanan's heart. She lifted her gaze to observe Ye Chen's profile. Under the starlight his outline appeared profound and resolute. Ye Chen, do you have new thoughts again? She knew this man too well. Every time he exhibited this calm, yet distant demeanor, it signified that a world-shaking plan was brewing. Ye Chen did not answer directly, but countered her question. Yanran, where do you think the endpoint of Qingyan Group should be? Endpoint. Liu Yanan was taken aback. To her, Qingyan Group had already reached the pinnacle of the business world, an unparalleled legend. We are already number one in the world, both in market value and influence. In terms of business, yes. Ye Chen nodded, then slowly shook his head, but that is still not enough. He extended his hand, pointing to the vast and boundless night sky. Human civilization is like a carefully nurtured infant. Earth is our cradle. But every infant eventually grows up, and the cradle will one day become crowded. Liu Yanan followed his finger. An incomprehensibly grand, even somewhat crazy thought emerged in her mind. Do you mean the stars and the sea? Ye Chen pronounced those 4 words with conviction. I want to lead human civilization out of this cradle to explore the vast universe, to find and establish new homes for our descendants. If this statement had come from anyone else, Liu Yanan would have deemed it the ramblings of a madman. But the one who said it, he was the man who single-handedly created Qingyan Group and personally eradicated cancer. His words were like oracles. Liu Yanran's heart raced, not from fear, but from an indescribable excitement. She was completely ignited by the magnificent blueprint Ye Chen had painted. Qingyan Group will become the interstellar flagship of human civilization's voyage. Ye Chen's plan was crystal clear. It will no longer be just a commercial company, but the first cornerstone for humanity's leap into interstellar civilization, a collective of all dreams and technologies. Liu Yanan did not hesitate for a moment. Her reaction was even quicker than Ye Chen had anticipated. She straightened her posture, the aura of a business empress instantly returning. I will convene the highest board of directors tomorrow to announce the strategic transformation of the group. I will establish a brand new department called Star Sea Exploration Department, responsible for coordinating all related R&D projects. She gazed at Ye Chen. This department needs a chief scientist. I think no one is more suitable than you. Ye Chen smiled. This was forever supportive, forever decisive. Good. The next day, an unprecedented earthquake occurred within Qingyan. Liu Yanan, in her capacity as the highest executive officer, announced a decision that left everyone dumbfounded. The group's future focus would shift entirely towards interstellar technology. The Star Sea Exploration Department was officially established. This new department had no budget limits. Its sole goal was to send humanity to the stars. And its leader was the man who had just become the father of life, Ye Chen. Upon the announcement, there was an uproar inside and outside the group. But no one questioned it, because it was Ye Chen. That night, Ye Chen locked himself in the laboratory. His consciousness sank into his mind, where a system panel visible only to him emitted a soft glow. Future Technology Tree Elementary has been unlocked. It was a dazzling star map composed of countless points of light, each representing a technology that transcended the era. Ye Chen's fingertips lightly traced the star map. Antimatter engine design, controllable nuclear fusion technology, civilian-level fundamentals of space folding theory. He did not hesitate to select for exchange. Confirm exchange of controllable nuclear fusion technology, civilian level. Confirm exchange of antimatter engine design. Confirm exchange of fundamentals of space folding theory. All confirmed. In an instant, an unimaginable torrent of data, like a flood breaking its dam, surged. These were the technological achievements that humanity would take centuries, even millennia, to explore. Now they were clearly imprinted in Ye Chen's mind, every formula and structure vivid. With these he could start designing and constructing a true interstellar spaceship at any time. But he did not. His first action was to pick up the communicator and dial Liu Yanan. Yanran, help me announce something to the world. What? Qingyan Group will openly share controllable nuclear fusion technology with the world for free. On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence. Liu Yanan was completely stunned by this decision. This was not merely healing the sick. This was energy, the lifeblood of modern civilization. Whoever controlled, it would control the future of Earth. Ye Chen was about to relinquish power capable of ruling the world. Ye Chen, are you sure? I am sure. Ye Chen's response was calm, yet powerful. Even the strongest ship needs a solid port to set sail. Earth at present is filled with conflicts and fractures due to resource competition. That port is far too fragile. I need a united, conflict-free human civilization as my backing for sailing into the unknown. And solving the energy crisis is the first step to achieving all of this. Liu Yanan instantly grasped Ye Chen's deeper meaning. He was not giving up power. He was reshaping the entire world's landscape in a higher dimensional way. What he aimed to become was not a ruler controlling the world, but a mentor leading the entire civilization forward. I understand. Liu Yanan hung up the phone and immediately began to make arrangements. When Qingyan Group's announcement was released, the entire world went even crazier than the last time they cured cancer. If the last time was boiling, this time, it was a complete explosion. Free, clean, almost limitless energy. It meant that the greatest contradiction between nations, energy competition, would cease to exist. It meant that the development of impoverished areas would no longer be hampered by electricity. It meant that the material foundation of human civilization would experience an unprecedented leap. In the wake of immense shock and ecstasy, governments around the world took action at an unprecedented speed. Under Ye Chen's advocacy, a new organization aimed at consolidating all of humanity's strength for common development, the Earth Federation, was swiftly put on the agenda and rapidly established. Humanity had never been this united, and Qingyan Group, as the giver of all this, had transcended its status. Countless top scientists and engineers with a pilgrim's spirit flocked to Donghai City from all over the world, all hoping to join the department called Star Sea Exploration Department. With the full support of the Earth Federation, Liu Yanan showcased her extraordinary business and political acumen, securing massive amounts of funding and resources for an unprecedented colossal project. The giant interstellar spaceship construction project, codenamed ARC Project, officially launched. Meanwhile, Ye Chen also began another research. He extracted a drop of his own blood, and under a high-powered microscope the king cell radiated a faint golden. Interstellar exploration, the biggest enemies besides technology were the universe itself. Radiation, weightlessness, lengthy life cycles. He needed to use the power of the king cell to add a lock to humanity's body that leads to the universe. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. A year later, the final review meeting for the ARC projects, on the massive holographic projection, a starship as magnificent as a mountain floated silently. It was filled with a sense of power and futurism, every detail shining with humanity's utmost brilliance. Liu Yanan stood beside Ye Chen, watching this massive vessel that carried all of humanity's hopes. The journey to the stars and the sea seemed to be just within reach. However, at this moment, a faint chill unexpectedly rose in Ye Chen's heart. It was not a physical cold, but a tremor originating from the depths of his soul, as if some ancient, vast, indescribable existence had cast a glance from a universe immeasurable in distance. That gaze held no hostility, no emotion, only pure cold awareness. Like a giant that had slept for billions of years, stirred by the faint light of a match ignited by an ant. Ye Chen's body did not move, but he instantly tensed up. That icy scrutiny vanished in an instant, so fleeting it seemed like an illusion to Ye Chen. Yet he knew it was not. The sensation of being seen by a higher-order life form had seared itself deep into his soul. What's wrong? Liu Yanan keenly detected his momentary stiffness. Ye Chen slowly shook his head, offering no explanation. Those present were the elite of humanity, the cornerstone of the ARC project. He could not shake their confidence with an unverifiable feeling. Yet the seed of unease had been planted. The meeting concluded triumphantly. The majestic blueprints of the ARC received unanimous approval, plunging the entire conference room into a sea of celebration. Ye Chen, however, walked alone to the window, gazing at the bustling city outside. Giants. Ants. Was this humanity's true portrayal in the cosmos? In the following months, Ye Chen poured more effort into the study of King's cells, seeking a foundation to counter that unknown gaze. The construction of the ARC project, driven by the full might of the Earth Federation, proceeded at an unimagined until one day, 3 months later, an urgent communication from the Deep Space Exploration Center of Qingyan Group interrupted Ye Chen's experiment. Chairman Ye, we've captured something. The voice of the head on the other end of the line trembled with irrepressible excitement and confusion. A set of regular signals from the edge of the Oort cloud. Ye Chen immediately rushed to the Deep Space Exploration Center. A torrent of data cascaded across the main screen, refreshing at lightning speed. Among it, a waveform highlighted in red, repeated at a fixed frequency. It did not belong to any known pulsar, quasar, or other natural celestial body. It was a fluctuation bearing clear logic and complex structure, the product of intelligence. We've tried all known decoding methods, all failed. The head handed over a report. Its structure is too ancient, too complex, utterly beyond our mathematical models. Ye Chen's attention was wholly absorbed by that waveform. He did not glance at the complex mathematical analyses, but directly observed the signal's most primitive structure. A strange familiarity surged within him. This structure, he had seen it before. Ye Chen immediately retrieved another top-secret file, the writing system of the Guardians he had recorded years ago in the ancient ruins beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. He placed the two sets of information side by side on the screen. One was orderly electromagnetic waves, the other hieroglyphs carved onto unknown metal. They appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in Ye Chen's eyes, their underlying logical structures bore astonishing similarities. Contact Dr. Albert immediately. Ye Chen commanded. Transmit all genetic sequence data related to origin blood over here. If the Guardian script was the lock, then the genetic code of origin blood might be the key to open it. Dr. Albert, the titan of genetics, plunged into a frenzy of decryption work upon receiving Ye. For 72 straight hours, aided by supercomputers, they used the gene fragments of origin blood as a grammatical foundation, bit by bit translating that ancient whisper from the depths of the cosmos. When the first legible text was deciphered, the entire center fell into deathly silence. Dr. Albert gripped the table, his aged frame trembling slightly. Ye Chen. He spoke with difficulty, turning the screen toward Ye Chen. There was only a single line of text, yet it carried the breath of blood and fire. Beware. The void is awakening. As the decryption deepened, more information was revealed. It was a warning from a distant past. It told of a terrifying civilization called the Void Ravagers. They came not for resources, not for conquest. Their sole purpose for existence was consumption. To devour the energy of planets, the light of stars, all matter and life, reducing the entire universe to a lifeless void. The warning also mentioned an ancient civilization known as the Guardians, which had waged a war spanning countless galaxies against the Void Ravagers. Ultimately, the Guardian civilization, at the cost of self-sacrifice, sealed the main force of the Void Ravagers within a certain fold of the universe. But the energy of the seal is decaying. Dr. Albert's voice was parched. They are about to return. A crushing sense of crisis weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. We must suppress the news, a representative from the Earth Federation immediately said. Once released, global panic will ensue and all order we've established will collapse. Everyone looked to Ye Chen, awaiting his decision. Concealment seemed the only option. Ye Chen slowly shook his no. His reply was but one word, yet resolute. We will not conceal. Ye Chen, the representative urged, do you know what you're saying? This is self-destruction. An ostrich burying its head in the sand is the true self-destruction. Ye Chen turned, facing everyone. What we face is not a nation, not an enemy. It's a cosmic calamity. Do you think a handful of us can handle it? He took a deep breath, making a decision that subverted everyone's imagination. Convene the Earth Federation Supreme Council immediately. I will disclose all information about the Void Ravagers to the public. At the same time, I propose to revise the Ark project immediately. It will no longer be a colony ship for escape. From today onward, its code name is Ark Battleship. We will pour every ounce of human civilization into arming it with the sharpest fangs. The moment the news broke, the world plunged into the expected chaos. Despair spread like a plague. Yet Ye Chen and Liu Yanan's countermeasures exceeded everyone's expectations. They offered no reassurance, no false promises of peace. Instead, they broadcast Qingyan Group's latest weapon test live to the entire world. At a secret testing base, Ye Chen stood before a massive metal device. He extended his hand, to a drop of golden blood emerged from his fingertip and merged into the core of the device. The next second, a pure golden particle beam, as if from the heart of a star, erupted from the cannon's muzzle, instantly piercing a 100-metal alloy mountain target in the distance. No explosion, no roar. Only supreme energy, annihilating matter completely. This is a high-energy particle weapon converted from King's cells and origin blood energy. Ye Chen faced the camera, his voice reaching the entire globe. It can effectively disintegrate the biological armor of the Void Ravagers. The threat is here, there is nowhere to flee. Now we have only two choices. Either wait for extinction in panic, or take up arms, head into the depths of the cosmos and fight for our civilization's right to survive. Better to take the fight than to wait for doom. Ye Chen's firmness, along with that devastating golden beam, became the most effective tranquilizer. Human consensus forged under the threat of extinction consolidated at an unprecedented speed. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Yanan obtained nearly unlimited authorization within the Earth Federation. All global military forces were integrated, industrial capacity was unified and allocated. Every resource began to tilt toward the Ark battleship. A star expeditionary force, composed of the most elite soldiers from each nation, began to be formed. During a collaborative simulation training with the battleship's core AI, Ye Chen unexpectedly discovered his daughter, Ye Chen, holding a tablet, playing a seemingly simple game. The game screen displayed the internal structure of the Ark battleship. As Ye Chan's small fingers swiped across the screen, a subtle benign change occurred in one of the battleship AI's underlying logic. A peculiar spiritual connection seemed to quietly establish between her and the vast AI. An idea stirred in Ye Chen's mind, a bold plan began to take root. 1 year later, the main structure of the Ark battleship was nearing completion. Suspended in low Earth orbit, this steel behemoth, larger than any mountain, became the hope that everyone on the planet could see when they looked up. Ye Chen stood on the battleship's bridge, gazing down through the massive viewport at the blue planet below. Everything was progressing toward the best possible outcome. At that moment, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. An encrypted communication bypassing all firewalls without any authorization appeared directly on his private interface. The communication had no source, no content, only a single slowly emerging ancient hieroglyph. The ancient hieroglyph floated silently on Ye Chen's personal terminal. Return. A single character, yet it seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, piercing through time and space with an indescribable desolation and urgency. Ye Chen did not close the communication, instead he directly connected it to the highest analytical core of. A few minutes later, Dr. Albert, the elderly scientist with graying hair who had devoted his life to the study of extraterrestrial civilizations, appeared before Ye Chen, his face a mixture of shock and fervor. Incredible. This is nothing short of a cosmic miracle. Dr. Albert pointed at the magnified hieroglyph on the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. We conducted a source analysis of the signal. Its origin is extremely distant, possibly even beyond the range of our currently observable universe. He paused as if steadying his emotions. More importantly, the encoding method, Mr. Ye. This encoding bears very distinct characteristics of the Guardian civilization. Although it has undergone some form of encryption and camouflage that we cannot comprehend, its underlying logical structure resonates astonishingly with the frequency of information in your bloodline. Ye Chen's heart remained undisturbed, as if he had long anticipated this result. The Guardian civilization, the source of his bloodline, that once glorious but ultimately fallen mighty race beneath the iron hooves of the Void Reavers. Were they still alive? Dr. Albert offered his speculation. I suspect this might be a remnant force of the Guardian civilization. They have survived in some corner of the universe. Now, sensing the impending full awakening of the Void Reavers, they have sent a form of guidance, perhaps even a distress signal, to Earth, which shares the same bloodline. A distress signal. A super civilization that once spanned the galaxy, seeking help from Earth's humanity, which had just emerged from its cradle. It sounded absurd, but Ye Chen sensed a different note. Threat yet opportunity. Doctor, I need the maiden voyage plan of the Ark battleship. Of course, Commander, we have already. I want to modify it, Ye Chen interrupted. Beyond the public expedition plan, I will personally lead a small detachment to secretly investigate the signal source's coordinates. His finger traced a sharp line on the star map, pointing directly into that unknown darkness. This operation, codename Homecoming Journey. Dr. Albert opened his mouth, but seeing the unyielding profile of Ye Chen, he ultimately swallowed his words of persuasion. He knew that once this man made a decision, no one could change it. The conference room was thick with tension. When Liu Yanan heard Ye Chen's plan, especially the name Ye Chen on the team roster, she for the first time openly opposed Ye Chen's decision in public. I disagree. Her voice was low but exceptionally firm. Ye Chen, this isn't a field trip. It's the deep cosmos, an unknown star domain whose signal source cannot even be fully deciphered. You cannot take Yen. Ye Chen did not look at her. Instead, he pulled up a video. In the footage, Yen was holding a tablet, her small fingers swiping across it. Behind her, the AI core of the Ark battleship was undergoing miraculous beneficial optimizations in response to her movements. Yenron, look. Yen has established a spiritual connection with the ship's AI that transcends our understanding. This connection may be related to the Guardian genes in her bloodline. In this homecoming journey, we may face dangers beyond the physical. That signal feels more like a spiritual. Yen might be the only key. We have to decipher that call. Ye Chen turned, meeting Liu Yanan's worried gaze. I know it's dangerous, but this is also the destiny and legacy of her bloodline. We cannot protect her under our wings forever. Rather than letting her bear everything passively in the future, it's better to let her start understanding her own power and the enemies she must face now. Liu Yanan fell silent. She watched her daughter's focused, innocent face in the video, her heart waging a fierce war. After a long time, she lifted her head. All right, I can agree. But there's one condition. I must go too. Protecting our daughter is a mother's duty. Ye Chen looked at her and finally nodded slowly. Agreed. The final team roster left everyone who saw it utterly astonished. There was not a single elite soldier from the Interstellar Expeditionary Force. Leader Ye Chen, core members Liu Yanan, Yen, and 10 youths rescued from the Ouroboros Scorpion incident, who had successfully broken free from once known as the juvenile tyrant killing machines. After regaining their sanity, their brains displayed extraordinary resistance and adaptability to psychic attacks. Rather than sending the most elite warriors to face unknown psychic onslaughts, it was better to let these fight poison with poison youth serve as the first line of defense. It was a mad plan. An expedition composed of the commander, a Federal Corps figure, a 6-year-old child, and 10 former juvenile assassins. The maiden voyage ceremony of the Ark battleship took place as scheduled, broadcast globally. This steel mountain suspended in the sky bore the hopes and wrath of all humanity. Ye Chen stood on the bridge facing the camera and the azure planet below. His speech was short but immensely stern. Today we do not flee. We embark on an expedition. We will not surrender our home. We shall go to the depths of the universe and prepare a magnificent tomb for our enemies. Human civilization will pave our path to the sea of stars with the wreckage of our foes. Set sail. Amid thunderous cheers, the Ark battleship's engines ignited. The colossal vessel slowly accelerated, breached the atmosphere, and like a sword piercing the darkness, sped into the deep cosmos. No one knew that beneath the battleship's vast shadow, a ghost ship codenamed Homecoming silently detached from the formation, adjusted its course, and warped toward a completely different set of coordinates. The long interstellar voyage began. Time lost meaning under sublight travel. Yen spent most of her time in a hibernation pod to reduce the strain of the ultra-long journey on her body. But her spirit was more active than ever. In her dreams, she began to receive blurred, fragmented images. A colossal tree beyond words, its branches nebulae, its fruits stars. a drop of golden blood flowing through its veins exuding an aura of creation and destruction, and a shadow so vast it could devour stars slowly approaching from the edge of the world. Ye Chen repeatedly reviewed these images recorded through the psychic connection device. World Tree. Origin Blood. These terms once confined to myths and the ravings of the Ouroboros scorpion madmen now eerily overlapped with the memory fragments of the Guardian civilization. A terrifying conjecture took shape in his mind. The fall of the Guardian civilization might not have been as simple, it felt more like a sacrifice. Was the advanced form of Origin Blood the ultimate goal the Void Reavers sought? And the Guardian civilization, were they the unfortunate offering? Just then a piercing alarm interrupted his thoughts. Warning: exiting curvilinear navigation. Arrived at target coordinates. Ye Chen walked to the window. The universe outside was no longer a colorful river of stars. It was a dead silence. A dead star system. Every planet had lost its luster, their surfaces scarred with horrific ravines and hollows as if gnawed and drained, like skeletons floating in the void. And at the system's center an inconceivable sight filled the entire view. A colossal vortex formed from countless shattered planets, stellar debris, and dark matter. It rotated slowly, exuding a malice and hunger that made the soul tremble, as if a nest prepared for the incubation of some monstrous entity. A nest. The homecoming ship came to a halt at the edge of the Dead Star system. Inside the bridge an eerie silence enveloped. Everyone's gaze pierced through the reinforced viewport directed towards the colossal vortex formed by the remnants of countless shattered planets. It rotated slowly like a giant beast lying in wait within the cosmos, each breath consuming the surrounding light and darkness. Here, Dr. Albert's voice sounded dry. This doesn't resemble the style of the Guardian civilization. His fingers swiftly glided across the virtual screen, countless streams of data, cascading like waterfalls. Energy readings, chaotic, ravenous, filled with negative entropy. This is not the creation of a civilization, this is a hunting ground. Ye Chen remained silent. He already had a premonition. The fragmented memories of the Guardians, Yin Yan's dreams, and the hellish sight before him all pointed to one answer. We're going in. He issued the command. A young team member who had once been an assassin couldn't help but interject, this is too risky. Our mission is to search for the Guardian's legacy, not to storm a monster's lair. The mission objective has changed. Ye Chen's response was simple and direct. He turned towards the control panel, personally piloting the homecoming ship. This ghost ship lacked a massive engine devoid of dazzling flames. Its hull seemed to merge with the darkness, silently slipping towards the immense vortex. The homecoming ship was like a speck of dust thrust into the storm. As the hull grazed the outer edge of the vortex, a sound that made one's teeth ache echoed. It was the shattered bones of planets scraping against the ship's surface. Soon they entered the interior. There was no anticipated collision or chaos. Inside the vortex an astonishing calm prevailed. Yet this calm was more suffocating than any storm. Huge, indescribable biological structures replaced the cold remnants of celestial bodies. They resembled flesh-colored veins, twisted bundles of nerves intertwining to form a vast, boundless biological cavern. The surfaces of these veins were covered with a thick, constantly writhing membrane emanating a foul stench that mingled decay with sulfur. Increase the air filtration system to maximum power. Dr. Albert immediately ordered, conduct composition analysis. My God, these gases are highly corrosive and hallucinogenic to carbon-based life forms. However, the worst was not the air. Ugh. Yin Yan let out a painful groan, her small body curling up as she tightly clutched her head. My head, it hurts, it's so loud. Her voice was intermittent, so many voices screaming, crying. Ye Chen's heart sank. Yin Yan's mental connection ability was experiencing unprecedented intense interference here. A colossal, chaotic, malevolent, and ravenous collective consciousness surged from all directions of this nest, assaulting her fragile mental barrier. This consciousness was awakening. Doctor, scan the nest structure. Ye Chen's voice was cold. Initiating scan. Dr. Albert's forehead beaded with sweat. The biological force field here is too strong, creating significant interference with the scanning equipment. Found it. In the central area, a three-dimensional structural diagram appeared on the main screen. At the convergence of countless twisted veins in the deepest part of the nest, a massive object emitted rhythmic energy fluctuations. It was a heart, a biological heart of immense proportions. With each throb, the entire nest trembled. Countless cosmic dust and dark energy were being drawn from the surrounding void, transformed into the purest nutrients, repairing its tissues and promoting its evolution. It's self-repairing. No, it's hatching. Dr. Albert's voice trembled slightly. Just then a faint alarm sounded within the bridge. Multiple high-energy biological signals detected approaching. Everyone tightened their nerves, weapons. Through the viewport, they saw that on the walls of those enormous biological veins, some smaller tumors had split open. From them crawled grotesque monsters. These were the void marauders Ye Chen had previously encountered. Yet a bizarre scene unfolded. These void marauders crawled past the homecoming ship in droves, completely ignoring the uninvited guest that had intruded upon their lair. Their target was not the team. They seemed like a group of fervent devotees crawling towards the same direction, the core of the nest, that gigantic heart. They appeared utterly indifferent to the team's presence, their entire focus immersed in a grand and malevolent awakening ritual. The feeling of being completely ignored was far more chilling than direct attacks. It was a scorn born from absolute. In their eyes, Ye Chen and his team were perhaps merely a bunch of insects that had unwittingly stumbled into a temple, not even worthy of a fraction of their attention to be crushed. Liu Yanan looked at this scene somewhat incredulous. This actually gives us an opportunity. Ye Chen's thoughts were remarkably clear. The enemy's arrogance served as their cover. Continue advancing, target the core area. The homecoming ship restarted, cautiously avoiding the pilgriming void marauders, stealthily delving deeper into the nest. The deeper they went, the denser the biological structures around them became, and the stench in the air grew increasingly pungent. Wait! Liu Yanan, who had been alert, suddenly spoke. Her gaze locked onto a massive, fleshy vein wall. Within the writhing flesh, something seemed to be embedded. It was a shard glimmering with a faint metallic sheen, only the size of a palm, with an extremely irregular shape. Ye Chen signaled for the ship to stop. A team member donned an exoskeleton armor and carefully extracted the shard from the flesh using a mechanical arm. After a simple cleaning and disinfection, the shard was handed to Liu Yanan. She had once been the Federation's top assassin, well-versed in various relics and technologies from different civilizations. This is a memory chip of the Star Whisperer civilization. They went extinct 3,000 years ago. Legends say their entire star system was devoured by a breed of cosmic locusts. Dr. Albert quickly connected the chip to the analysis device. Soon a piece of severely damaged yet still shocking information was restored. It was the last wail of a civilization. They are coming surging from the cracks of the stars. This is not war, it is devouring. We cannot resist. Our weapons are ineffective against them. My God, what is that? Golden blood. No, that is a curse. Our infected brethren turned into even more terrifying monsters. We became part of them. We are devouring our own homeland. This is not a natural disaster, it is infection. The information abruptly ceased here. The entire bridge fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Ye Chen connected all the clues in his mind. The sacrifice of the guardian civilization. The madness of the scorpion tail. The last words of the Star Whisperer civilization. The void marauders. The blood of origin. A terrifying truth became crystal clear in his heart. The void marauders were not an inherently evil race. They were victims. They were transformed into monsters that devoured everything after being infected by the blood of origin. The blood of origin is the source of the plague sweeping the universe. And this nest is the breeding ground for the... A piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence of the bridge. It was Ye Chen. She abruptly broke free from Ye Chen's embrace, her small body trembling violently, her eyes rolling back as golden patterns frantically coursed beneath her skin. Her mental connection, having endured tremendous interference, not only did not collapse, but was forcibly torn open, a gap, capturing a stream of consciousness from the very core of the nest. Tree. World tree. Ye Chen's voice became hollow and eerie, as if countless voices were speaking through her throat. Sealed, the Guardians sealed it with their civilization. Antarctica is fake. It's bait. It's a trap. The true core is here. It is merging. Boom. Ye Chen's mind felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning of creation. He understood everything. The relics of Antarctica that high priest he had defeated was not the actual body of the blood of origin. It was merely a branch of bait. A massive trap designed to lure the residual strength of the Guardian civilization, even drawing him into its snare. The true core of the blood of origin had always been hidden here, nestled deep within this void nest constructed from the corpses of countless civilizations. It was merging with the entire nest of the void marauders. Once the ritual was complete, an unprecedented ultimate monster fused with both the blood of origin and the terror of the void marauders would be born. At that time, the entire universe would be its hunting ground. We cannot let it succeed. Ye Chen's resolution crystallized within an instant. Full speed ahead. Target the heart. The homecoming ship's engine overloaded, transforming into a shadow rushing towards the innermost part of the nest. However, it was already too late. Just as they were about to reach the core area, a roar erupted from ahead that could not be described in any language. It was not a sound wave transmitted through the air, but a terrifying tremor that directly acted upon the soul, the genes, the very essence of existence. Roar! The entire nest trembled violently. Countless enormous blood vessels thrashed wildly, and the resilient hull emitted groans of unbearable strain. Ye Chen gripped the control panel tightly, steadying himself as he looked ahead. In the location of that gigantic heart, an endless darkness began to rise slowly. That darkness was purer than the vacuum of space, and more absolute than death. A shadow larger than any planet, with just its outline sufficient to freeze the soul, began to emerge bit by bit from that darkness. The shadow finally presented itself fully before the homecoming ship. It had no fixed form. It was a conglomeration of the remnants of countless civilizations, the corpses of innumerable planets, and the uncountable biological tissues forcibly merged together by an indescribable power. The shattered star rings adorned its crown, extinguished stars served as its pulsating organs, and the twisted massive veins that filled the entire nest were merely its extended tentacles. This was the mother body of the Void Plunderer. It was the final host chosen after the blood of origin infected the entire race. A living universe-consuming cosmic cancer. As everyone was overwhelmed by this unimaginable horrific sight, at the center of the conglomeration, an area composed of pure gravity and darkness slowly cracked open. It was a mouth. A massive maw capable of swallowing stars whole. No sound. No light. An invisible, pure, destructive mental shockwave surged towards them at superluminal speed. Ugh. On the bridge, the helmsman closest to it was the first to be struck. He didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before collapsing, limply, black blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Next was the communications officer, then the weapons officer. Crew members fell one after another like cut wheat, collapsing in groups to the ground. Their spirits were as fragile as thin paper in the face of this primal will that only knew devour and hunger. Liu Yanan let out a muffled groan, her body swaying violently. She barely managed to remain upright through sheer willpower, but her face had already turned as pale as paper. Buzz! At the critical moment, a golden light erupted, suddenly centered around Ye Chen. The cell of the king activated with full force. The golden energy formed an indestructible barrier blocking the mental shockwave capable of tearing souls. All the remaining conscious crew members were enveloped in this warm and steadfast light, and the terrifying pressure that could cause their genes to collapse vanished in an instant. Is everyone okay? Ye Chen's voice resonated in everyone's minds. Still alive, Liu Yanan gasped, supporting herself against the console, her heart racing as she looked at the enormous monster outside. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if her consciousness had nearly been completely erased. In Ye Chen's embrace, Yin Yan's trembling had also ceased. Under the protection of the golden barrier, her forcibly severed spiritual connection did not break. Instead, like the strongest probe, it thrust itself back into the deepest part of the Mother Boda's consciousness under immense pressure. The little girl's body no longer trembled, but her expression turned incredibly serious, even tinged with a hint of confusion. Daddy, I saw. So hungry. So hungry. It wants to swallow everything. Yin Yan intermittently transmitted the information she had captured, filled with chaos, rage, and a desire for destruction. But soon her tone changed. No. Deep inside, in the deepest darkness, there is a bit of light. Very faint, about to extinguish. It's a memory. A guardian's memory. Boom. All the fog in Ye Chen's mind was thoroughly dispelled at that moment. So that's how it was. The guardian civilization was not simply devoured and destroyed. Their final will, the imprint of their civilization, was absorbed by the blood of origin along with their genes, imprisoning it at the very core of this mother body. It was wrapped in endless hunger and a desire for destruction for billions of years, yet it had not completely extinguished. That was the last spark. It was also the only hope. To confront this monster that merged the entire void nest hidden. Not to mention the homecoming ship, even the guardian civilization's fleet at its peak would only serve as a feast for it. Physical attacks had lost all meaning. The only path to survival lay not outside, but within. An extremely crazy plan took shape in Ye Chen's mind in an instant. He turned to Liu Yanan, whose face still bore the pallor of having survived a disaster. Yanan, I need to go in. Liu Yanan's mind went blank for a moment as she thought she had misheard. Go in? Where to? Inside it. Ye Chen said, pointing at the enormous monster outside, his tone eerie. You're crazy. Liu Yanan exclaimed, grabbing Ye Chen's arm tightly. What kind of place is that? Your body will be torn apart in an instant. Not the body. Ye Chen shook his head, carefully handing Yin Yan, who was in his arms, to Liu Yanan. It's the consciousness. Yin Yan has already opened a passage for me. I will use her spiritual connection as a medium to inject my consciousness, my cell of the king, entirely into the core of the mother body. Liu Yanan was completely stunned. To inject consciousness into the brain of a monster filled with a will of destruction. What was the difference between that and voluntarily jumping into a meat grinder? No, absolutely not. She held Yin Yan tightly, as if that would keep Ye Chen with her. It's too dangerous. Your consciousness will be instantly devoured and assimilated. You will become a part of it. This is the only way. Ye Chen gently pushed aside her hands, gripping his arm, his motion soft, but his will was undeniable. We don't have time. Once it completes its final fusion, the entire universe will be dragged into the abyss. He looked down at his daughter, who had regained consciousness, and was gazing at him with clear, yet worried eyes. Yan helped Daddy one last time. Yan nodded heavily, her small face filled with determination beyond her years. Daddy, be careful. I will. Ye Chen took one last look at Liu Yanan, whose eyes were already red, yet she held back her tears. He did not say any additional farewell words, because he would definitely return. In the next second, Ye Chen's figure transformed into a golden streak of light decisively bursting through the barrier of the homecoming ship, charging straight toward the massive maw that was slowly opening, capable of swallowing stars. Without a hint of hesitation, without a trace of retreat. Just as he was about to touch that pure darkness, Yin Yan's spiritual connection transformed into an invisible bridge precisely connecting Ye Chen and the core of the mother body. Now, boom, Ye Chen's consciousness was suddenly yanked out of his body by an irresistible force. The entire world vanished in an instant from his senses. Time, space, matter. Everything lost its meaning. His self transformed into a pure stream of consciousness frantically drawn into the depths of the mother body along the fragile passage constructed by his daughter. Darkness. Endless darkness. And decay. Ye Chen's consciousness was here, and he saw. In front of him stood an unimaginably gigantic dead tree. Its roots were anchored in a void composed of wails and despair, while its branches were tightly wrapped, pierced, and polluted by countless crimson destructive veins. He had seen this tree in the ruins of Antarctica. The World Tree. This was the true form of the World Tree. It was the ultimate creation of the Guardian civilization, a prison they used to seal the blood of origin. But now this prison was being devoured in reverse by the prisoners within. The destructive consciousness of the void plunderer transformed into endless crimson flesh, gnawing away at and digesting this giant tree that represented life and guardianship. And deep within this dead tree, amidst the polluted branches, Ye Chen saw millions of faint points of light. They flickered in and out under the pressure of the crimson flesh, as if they would extinguish completely at any moment. Each point of light was a remnant consciousness of a guardian. They were fragments of their unyielding will. It's you. Ye Chen's consciousness emitted a silent cry and awakened. The golden cell of the king consciousness erupted like a star thrown into the dark, deep sea. He no longer held back, releasing all of his life source, all of his will unreservedly, as he actively collided with those sleeping fragments of consciousness. In the name of the king, awaken you. In the name of life, reignite the flames of battle. Buzz. The moment the golden light touched the first point of light, that consciousness fragment, which had been silent for billions of years, trembled violently. Following that were the second, third, and thousands more. A spark was brutally ignited. The sleeping heroic spirits were awakened at this moment by their kind from another time and space. Inside the withered world tree, the crimson destructive flesh seemed to sense the anomaly and began to crazily contract and compress. But it was already too late. The awakened guardian consciousness fragments resonated with Ye Chen's cell of the king. On the withered world tree, a jet black trunk suddenly lit up with a bright green pattern. It no longer passively endured the devouring. It began to counterattack. A vast pure life energy erupted from the core of the world tree, no longer devouring, but releasing. Purification, repair, creation. Outside the mother body on the bridge of the homecoming ship, Liu Yanan and all the crew watched in horror as everything unfolded before them. The massive monster, composed of planetary remnants, began to show enormous cracks in its indestructible biological structure. But what surged from the cracks was not destructive energy nor crumbling debris. It was light, an endless life-filled emerald light. The entire dark void nest began to be drenched in this light, as countless giant grotesque veins began to disintegrate, transforming into pure energy absorbed by the newly reformed planets. A planet remnant that had long been dead reduced to nothing, but its core, under the illumination of the green light, surprisingly began to reconstitute, its surface emanating a faint aura of life. Creation. Liu Yanan murmured to herself. The ultimate task that human civilization pursued for several epochs was unexpectedly initiated in such an unfathomable way in the darkest corner of the universe, leading to its final transcendence. That ultimate monster that devoured everything was being transformed from the inside into a brand new life-filled creation galaxy. At the center of it all, the world tree that penetrated the entire mother body shone ever more brightly. Suddenly, a most dazzling green light surged from its core, shooting up into the sky. In the chaotic ocean of consciousness, Ye Chen's existence had been reduced to a single final coordinate. The darkness that devoured all, the ultimate will, fused with the blood of origin, and the void ravager was surging toward him. Destruction was its instinct. Devouring was its law. Yet the moment it touched the faint light of Ye Chen, this torrent hesitated. It saw the final genetic imprint of the Guardian civilization decoded by the system within the depths of Ye Chen's consciousness. It heard the lament of the Star Speaker civilization about the infection. It felt what it once was. Before becoming the Void Ravager, before being tainted by the blood of origin, they too were civilizations that gazed at the stars. Ye Chen did not choose to resist. To resist was to comply with its logic of destruction. He chose to give. Through the system's authority, he unleashed his entire understanding of life, civilization, and the universe without reservation. It was not an attack. It was an overwriting. Using a brand new underlying code named creation to overwrite the old virus, boom. The soul-rending roar gradually subsided. In its place arose an ancient and grand hum like the dawn of creation. On the bridge there was dead silence. Everyone's mind was seized by that shadow vaster than a planet awaiting the arrival of doom. But the anticipated destruction did not come. That extreme darkness began to contract and spin. A point of light was born at the very center of the darkness. Then came billions of points of light. The darkness receded like a tide. The light burst forth radiant as new life. Ye Chen's body trembled sharply, and his consciousness returned from that vast matrix. An unprecedented exhaustion swept over him, as if his soul had been drained dry, yet his heart surged with an indescribable ecstasy. He had succeeded. He had transformed that nest of death built from the corpses of countless civilizations, that ultimate monster about to devour the universe, into a brand new world. Report. Energy readings. Climbing geometrically. Target morphology. Reconstructing. Heavens. Look. A cry broke the stillness of the bridge. Everyone's gaze was riveted on the main screen. The void nest, once dead, hideous, covered in bones and twisted flesh, had completely vanished. In its place was a galaxy too resplendent for words. Countless newborn planets, trailing comet tails of every color, orbited slowly along their predetermined paths. Vast nebulae shimmered in hues of emerald, amber, and amethyst, studded with stars as dazzling as diamonds. This was no longer a graveyard of death, but a creation galaxy brimming with infinite possibilities. Did we do this? Murmured a young crew member, utterly incredulous. A miracle. A divine miracle. Ye Yanan's face regained its rosy hue. She closed her eyes, her small body radiating a gentle glow. Father, I hear so many new voices. They are singing. Her psychic connection now clearly perceived that on those newborn planets, the most primitive life molecules were assembling, the faintest sparks of life were being kindled. The scan results are in. Dr. Airboat's voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement. The core of the galaxy. The core energy source is that world tree. A holographic projection unfolded. The gigantic world tree, once corrupted by the blood of origin and serving as the nest's heart, was now completely purified. It was no longer a pump delivering destruction and infection, but a colossal life energy source, its branches formed of starlight, spreading gentle energy and seeds of life to every corner of the galaxy. We did it. We won. After a brief silence, the entire bridge erupted in thunderous cheers. People embraced, jumped, and wept with joy. This was the greatest and most incredible victory since humanity entered the interstellar age. Plot a course immediately. Land on Planet 1. Establish an outpost. A commander subconsciously shouted. Such a bountiful galaxy must be incorporated into the Federation's territory at once. Yes, this is our spoils of war. A new home for humanity. The fervent mood spread. No, a single clear and powerful word silenced all the clamor. Ye Chen braced himself against the console and slowly straightened his body. His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear with clarity. We do not colonize, occupy, or interfere. Everyone was stunned. Liu Yanan stepped forward and supported him. Ye Chen, what do you mean? Ye Chen's gaze swept across the screen, filled with awe at that resplendent river of stars. We have just witnessed a creation. These nascent civilizations should not become anyone's vassals or resource. We nearly faced annihilation, so we understand best the helplessness of a weak civilization in the universe. We must be guardians, not new predators. He paused, then spoke, each word with deliberation. I hereby designate the creation galaxy as an observation zone of human civilization. We shall only conduct long-range monitoring, record their growth, and make no contact. Silence once again fell upon the bridge. But this time the silence held no fervor. Instead, it was filled with contemplation and assent. Having returned from the brink of destruction, they understood the weight of Ye Chen's words more than anyone. The return home changed course, carrying this discovery that could alter the history of human civilization, and jumped toward the coordinates of the Ark battleship. When the news reached the Ark, the entire fleet erupted. A celebration lasting several standard days swept through every vessel. Human morale soared to an unprecedented peak. Ye Chen encrypted and transmitted the complete data and coordinates of the creation galaxy back to Earth's Federation. 1 hour later, the Federation's Supreme Council passed an emergency resolution. The galaxy was officially named the Liming Galaxy Dawn Galaxy. Simultaneously, it was designated a permanent protected zone of the highest order for human civilization. Any unauthorized approach would be considered an act of war against all humanity. On the journey home, Liu Yanan had already immersed herself in new work. She did not think about colonization, but she keenly realized that the transformation process of the Liming Galaxy itself was a priceless treasure trove of technology. The world tree's energy conversion model. The environmental parameters for the birth of life. If we can decipher even 1% Qingyan Group's biotechnology, will lead the entire Federation by at least 2 eras. Her eyes gleamed with the radiant light of a commercial empire expanding. Ye Chen, however, sat quietly by the window, gazing into the stars. Her psychic ability had undergone a qualitative leap after the impact of the nest's core consciousness and the baptism of creation energy. Now she could hear life signals that were more distant and fainter in the universe. She could even engage in basic mental exchanges with silicon-based and gaseous life forms that possessed simple intelligence. A door to the cosmic community of all life was slowly opening for her. At this moment in Ye Chen's captain's quarters, he finally had time to open his system panel. A line of golden text radiating scorching heat appeared before his eyes. Final stage of the creation mission dawn of the universe completion 100. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. System authority fully solidified. You are no longer a borrower of authority, but a true owner. Congratulations, host. Acquired unique legendary title Cosmic Guardian. Title affect your reputation with all non-malevolent civilizations will be permanently locked at revered. Any actions you take to protect life and civilization will receive a faint blessing from the primordial will of the universe. It was done. Everything was over. Yet just as he was about to close the panel and rest, a new line of purple text exuding an aura of higher dimensions slowly appeared. Detected that the host has completed all main missions in the current cosmic phase. Comprehensive evaluation, perfect creation. New main mission unlocked. Main mission dimensional gate. Mission description: the boundary of the universe is not an end, but merely the wall. In higher dimensions exist more ancient beings, more powerful civilizations, and deeper cosmic mystery. Please find the key to the dimensional gate and lead human civilization to achieve an elevation of existence heading toward the true sea of stars. Ye Chen's breath stopped for an instant. His gaze locked onto that final line. Current mission: find the dimensional gate. That emerald pillar piercing the heavens did not bring destruction. It was a door. When Ye Chen's consciousness was enveloped by this power, he felt as though he had traversed a tunnel forged from pure life essence. The next moment he returned to Earth. Not to the bridge of the homecoming, but directly above the central plaza of the Earth Federation's Supreme Council. The whole world erupted. When that colossal green pillar tore through the atmosphere and gently deposited a figure in the center of the plaza, every alarm fell silent. Because everyone recognized him. Ye Chen, it's the Guardian. He's back. A thunderous roar of cheers burst forth from the plaza to the city, to every corner of the globe watching through live broadcast. He had not arrived on any vessel. He simply materialized out of thin air, his body still wreathed in the lingering emerald radiance of creation. The federal speaker, an old man with graying hair, brushed past the guards and strode forward. His hands were trembling. Welcome home, Counselor Ye Chen. The light around Ye Chen slowly receded. He looked at everything familiar yet foreign and nodded. I'm home. Without much pleasantry, in the subsequent emergency Supreme meeting, Ye Chen disclosed everything he had witnessed within the Void Nest. The existence of the Liming Star System, the truth of the Void Ravagers, and the miracle of creation, both ended and initiated by his own hands. The entire council chamber fell into dead silence. All the top elites of human civilization were struck dumb by the cosmic truth that surpassed imagination. A galaxy-devouring monster, the guardian spirit sleeping for eons, a new world born from destruction. All of it shattered humanity's entire understanding of the universe. So, the greatest enemy we've faced, the Void Beast that nearly destroyed us, was merely a biological weapon released by the Void Ravagers' civilization. A general asked hoarsely. You could say that, Ye Chen replied calmly. And you terminated its progenitor and transformed it into a new nascent star system. The speaker pressed his voice filled with awe. Yes. No one spoke another word in the chamber. They gazed at Ye Chen, this nominal counselor, this young man hailed by the people as the Guardian. They suddenly realized that no existing title could adequately describe his achievements and stature. He was no longer merely a guardian or a warrior. He had brought humanity truth, a new future, and even the authority of creation. At the close of the meeting, the federal speaker rose and bowed deeply to Ye Chen. By the unanimous resolution of the Earth Federation Supreme Council, effective immediately, the title of Cosmic Guardian is revoked from Mr. Ye Chen. Everyone held their breath. The speaker raised his head and declared with unprecedented solemnity, Mr. Ye Chen is elevated to Chief Architect of Human Civilization. This position holds supreme decision-making authority over human civilization, coordinating and leading all future development directions. All federal institutions must unconditionally comply with the Chief Architect's directives. Chief Architect. The title transcended power, embodying a responsibility at the civilizational level. Ye Chen did not decline, because he knew this was only the beginning. That night he returned to his long-missed home. Liu Yanan embraced him with all her strength, saying nothing. But everything was understood. Their daughter Ye Chen had already fallen asleep, a sweet smile on her small face. Ye Chen sat on the sofa, finally catching a moment to breathe. He calmed his mind and summoned the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the epic mission in the void. Rewards settling. Obtained massive life essence world tree affinity max guardian spirit recognition. Detected that host's actions have surpassed current civilization's cognitive limits. System mall permissions upgraded. The dimensional tech tree basic has been unlocked.